This young man was insanely excited because he was the first person to conquer the 600th floor of the tower. In front of him was a horde of monsters, but they were suddenly wiped out. The ones who acted were the 9 stars, the 9 most outstanding people among the millions who had entered the tower, who used the magic and divine power obtained from the tower and had gained unrivaled strength. They stopped Jin Hyoke's father from entering the 600th floor, the star known as the Black Star or Purple Star. He was not a master of weapons or some godly being. He was the man who had earned the title of the strongest. Jin Hyoke's father brought with him an army of death, the very presence of death itself. A great soul summoner who needed only power, not peace or humanity. The 9 stars decided to execute Jin Hyoke's father, who had betrayed humanity. Although he was regarded as the strongest, Jin Hyoke's father could not face the 9 members of the 9 stars alone and had to receive the punishment meant for a traitor. But that was only the story our mother used to tell us before bed. Jin Hyoke's father was not a traitor. In truth, he had been betrayed by 8 members of the 9 stars, who then covered up the truth. 10 years passed. This young man slept until noon, then suddenly woke up and shouted, "Damn you, 9 stars bastards! I will return." He was surprised that his secret skill had actually succeeded. It was soul transference. At the moment he faced death, it would transfer his soul into a more suitable body. Jin Hyoke's father had returned in a new body, and his hatred toward the 9 stars was still deeply engraved in his mind. On the day Jin Hyoke was ambushed, the holy knight Kin Pelin and the goddess Camel Pelin summoned a holy light circle that neutralized his dark power. Jin Hyoke wanted to know why they had betrayed him. Kin looked down at him with a contemptuous smile. "I'm just pulling out weeds." Choi Jang-hun, Jin Hyoke's friend and a battle-specialized star of the 9 stars, had not been told that they were entering the 600th floor. They must have been afraid that he would help Jin Hyoke. Although he was furious, Jin Hyoke's vision was fading. This time, he had been ganged up on, so he had to admit defeat. But this was not the end. He would return, stronger and more dangerous than before. And so, Jin Hyoke was now sitting here with the goal of revenge, ready to crush their souls. Just then his phone rang. Jin Hyoke had not used a phone in ages, but it looked pretty high-end. When he opened it and checked, he discovered that the year was 2023. In other words, 10 years had passed, though to him it felt as if he had only taken a short nap. His skill was kind of lame. Speaking of skills, Jin Hyoke immediately tested his new body. He killed an unlucky fly that happened to fly past, placed its corpse on his hand, focused his mind, and said, "Awaken." The only reply he got was Siri's voice from his phone. Jin Hyoke frantically tried again and again, saying to the fly's corpse, "Awaken, awaken." In the end, he had to accept the truth. This body only looked good, without a single drop of mana, and he would have to climb from the first floor without any skills at all. Suddenly, Jin Hyoke remembered that the 9 stars were still alive. And yet, even after 10 years, Choi Jae-hun had only climbed to the 800th floor. But to him, this was an opportunity. While they were enjoying themselves, he would catch up and take revenge. If he wanted to level up quickly, he had to go to the tower, not the gym. Although his body was no different from a beginner's, he had the experience of his previous life. Before long, he would recover his level. At the tower entrance in Seoul, thousands of people registered to climb the tower, dreaming of reaching the top and living in wealth and glory. This tower was where everyone's hopes and stories began, including Jin Hyoke's. He would return in the name of the Black Star, rebuild his reputation, and take revenge. At 1 in the afternoon, the tower entrance opened, and the first challenge of Jin Hyoke's second life began. The first place he arrived at was the false ascent area. Including the 5 years he had spent climbing the tower in his previous life, it had been 15 years since Jin Hyoke had returned to the tutorial stage. But this tower was already rotten right from the entrance. The path looked simple, but it was filled with traps. It would take at least several days to reach the end. Aside from the first 10 floors of the tower, this place was the most absurd. First, he needed to check this body stats. Everything was so terrible that he did not even dare read it. But there were 2 things that were different: devouring and mana constitution. They were different from his previous life. Did talents, traits, and constitutions differ between souls? Whatever. His goal was to sweep this entire path clean. Jin Hyoke took off running. A magic arrow trap activated, but of course it did not hit him because he had already memorized this trap. But that was only the beginning. Several more arrows came from behind him. Jin Hyoke sped up to dodge, but then lost sight of what was ahead. As a result, several arrows pierced his body. Jin Hyoke told himself that he had to keep going. He was almost done, but then dozens more arrows flew at him like meteors. There was no way in hell anyone could dodge that. Jin Hyoke endured the pain and kept running. In the end, he returned to the starting point, and all his wounds were healed. First, he would check how far he had gotten, but he had to admit that it hurt like crazy. Now, he could not just close his eyes and run. He had to play dirty. No, correction, he had to use his trait. Devouring allowed Jin Hyoke to consume lifeless things and make them his own, such as the blood he had spilled all over the path. All of his stats increased from 1 to 2. It was a little pathetic, but his experience and endurance also increased. He did not care about equipment stat settings, but he could still endure basic abnormal conditions. It would only take Jin Hyoke about a week to complete the tutorial stage, but he would still willingly take every arrow and continue like that to strengthen his stats through devouring, keeping at it until his endurance experience reached the maximum. And so, it took him a whole month to complete the tutorial stage because Jin Hyoke also had to go outside to eat. Some gods and demons expressed interest in his brutal method, but Jin Hyoke had no goodwill toward those cruel, sick bastards who had created this tower climbing game. Gods and demons watched players to see whether anyone compatible with them would appear, and not a single one of them revealed their title or true name, even though he cursed them all day long. In short, he already knew all about their disciple recruiting tricks. Whether in his previous life or this one, Jin Hyoke would never side with them. A message came from the overlord of 10,000 demons. "How have you been lately?" When Jin Hyoke heard the familiar name, he started cursing again. Ordinary demons were evil, but this guy Ban was a stalker who worshipped the heavens. In his previous life, he had clung to him like a leech, trying to recruit him as a disciple. Luckily, thanks to Ban and soul transference, Jin Hyoke had been able to return, so he was not completely useless. But because Ban talked to him, the others began paying attention to Jin Hyoke as well. So Jin Hyoke lectured him again, while a few other gods found him interesting. Jin Hyoke knew full well that they wanted to know whom he would follow. But in life, you could not let others predict your next move, so they could just silently stay by his side. Of course, no matter whom he followed, Jin Hyoke would never go with that heaven-worshipping Ban. Now it was time to check the results he had gained. All of his stats had increased significantly, although gathering mana was still somewhat difficult for him. He had a mana constitution, so Jin Hyoke could steadily strengthen it. Suddenly, another trait was unlocked even though he already had devouring. It turned out that the original owner of this body had already possessed that trait. It was multi-talented. The tacky name disappointed Jin Hyoke, but this was a trait that made him good at everything. In actual combat, additional adjustments would be made to match his proficiency. Although the name sounded rustic, this thing was truly amazing. The title he had been unable to obtain despite spending a long time preparing was the one for being the best at everything, all-around master. Suddenly, Ban popped up again and tried to talk to him, wanted to see his goods. No, his status window, but of course no way. Now, he would go to the next floor. As for whether Ban wanted to follow him or not, that was none of his concern. Based on his experience, knowledge, and memories, the next room should be the selection and training room. Sure enough, this was where Jin Hyoke could choose a suitable weapon and class. After that, he would destroy the floor and be transported to the first floor. In his previous life, Jin Hyoke had chosen to become a mage without hesitation because he had a mana constitution. This time, he wanted to test just how impressive the multi-talented trait was, so he initialized a training target. Even when holding a bow, Jin Hyoke was filled with killing intent. With one shot, he created 3 arrows, and all of them hit the target. Jin Hyoke raised the difficulty, creating targets that could attack him despite the system warning that this was reckless. 5 targets were created and attacked Jin Hyoke. He skillfully shot 3 of them with his bow. He cut down the remaining 2 with a sword. Too easy. This was not enough for Jin Hyoke. He wanted to try every weapon and requested stronger targets. Giants were summoned, but before they could impress the audience, he pierced their heads. Then he took care of the two behind them. Suddenly, a group of long-range attackers appeared. Jin Hyoke hurriedly hid behind the head of a giant, then went to find a weapon. The system warned that this group was currently the strongest, but to Jin Hyoke, nothing could be better. He would use his specialty, this gigantic magic wand. I'm faster than you. Jin Hyoke used magic arrows and wiped them all out. He had not expected multi-talented to be this terrifyingly powerful. It felt as if he had years of experience using weapons. Suddenly, the system notified him that he had achieved a feat and had been rewarded with the all-round master class. Jin Hyoke had not expected this to be a class as well, but one person could only have one class. Jin Hyoke did not intend to choose all-round master and abandon his own strength. He needed to choose it. Jin Hyoke wanted to make all-round master his side class, but the system told him to dream on, kid. Subclasses could only be unlocked after the 100th floor. Jin Hyoke cursed. Now he could not leave this place without a job. Jin Hyoke immediately tried using achievement points to unlock a subclass. The system displayed a question mark, because this was something a rookie could not possibly know. Achievement points were a type of currency obtained by completing missions, and players could use these points to modify the system. Asking me again won't do any good. Jin Hyoke said, I'll use 5,000 points to unlock it, but I'm still short 50 points. Jin Hyoke sighed and finally called Ban's name to make him appear. He demanded that Ban reveal his identity and speak with him, because that would count as an achievement and give him another 200 points. Although Ban helped him get 200 points, he still could not stand how much of a simp this demon acted toward him, and a male demon at that. In the end, he finally got All-Round Master as his subclass. Now he would destroy the floor and be transported to the first floor of the tower, Corone Forest. 3 newbie young men were facing off against a group of bizarre goblins, but they seemed to be struggling badly. Just then, a savior fell from the sky. It was Jin Hyoke. He aimed straight for the head of his first prey and crushed its skull with a stomp. Hello there. Long time no see. Ever since I climbed to the 600th floor, I haven't seen kobolds like you again. Running into me means your time is up. Hurry up and obediently follow and serve me. The young man behind him was in the process of becoming Jin Hyoke's hardcore fan for the next 30 years. Although Jin Hyoke was a mage, he attacked physically. The other young man did not care who he was or where he had come from. They just had to cooperate. Move aside, Jin Hyoke said coldly. All the kobolds here today are mine. The 2 young men were scared stiff and immediately ran away. The 2 remaining kobolds charged forward to avenge their brothers. The first one had its skull caved in by Jin Hyoke's punch, and then he whipped it with his magic wand like a rattan cane. The remaining one was so frightened that it ran away, but Jin Hyoke did not let it escape. He shot through its body, sending the 3 kobold brothers straight to the afterlife. Only now did the system welcome him to the first floor. The mission was to defeat 10 kobolds, which was child's play for him. Suddenly, Jin Hyoke remembered that if he killed one type of monster 1,000 times, he would receive that species' Slayer title. In the past, he had run all over the map to obtain all kinds of Slayer titles. But now, he would first absorb the power of these kobolds. Jin Hyoke swallowed it in one gulp. He saw the kobold's memories and gained its power, and he even understood its native language. Just by absorbing kobolds, he had raised his stats to the level of someone climbing the 10th floor. On top of that, there was class adjustment, which granted him extra stats each time he leveled up. It was ridiculously overpowered. Suddenly, an important fragment of the kobold's memory flashed by. It had been hurrying to prepare food to bring to the kobold lord. And so, Jin Hyoke gained a second objective. The lord was a sign of a monster wave. He could also pick up the kobold Slayer title and farm experience during this mission. But if he wanted to face the wave, he needed an army. Now was the time to manipulate these kobolds. Make them rise, and turn them into 3 bony soldiers. Jin Hyoke completed his class change into Soul Summoner. This was as easy as eating cake, but his greed was bottomless. Since there was still a hidden class on this first floor, he had to be the one to obtain it. Suddenly, more kobolds came looking for him. This was the perfect opportunity for Jin Hyoke to send his bony kobold army into battle. A while later, Jin Hyoke led his bony kobold underlings in search of a humble, simple, single-story wooden house. The inside was empty. Jin Hyoke thanked the heavens that no hunter had arrived here before him. Jin Hyoke smashed the floor open, revealing a hidden passage where the hidden class of the first floor was stored. As he walked, he solved the court stones on the stairs. Necromancer, the hidden class, was somewhere around here, inside the coffin that contained this class change location. He boldly flipped open the lid of coffin. A skeleton in clothes flew out. He was Vulcan, and he spoke despite no longer having vocal cords. "Are you my descendant?" Jin Hyoke said nothing and merely smiled crookedly. Vulcan felt awkward. He had thought Jin Hyoke would be shocked, so he had tried to appear in the most eerie way possible. After reading Vulcan's diary, Jin Hyoke had already passed the point where this could surprise him. Of course, in this life, he had not read it yet. In his previous life, during the time he regretted so deeply that he had been forced to change his class to mage, Jin Hyoke had accidentally found it and returned to the first floor. After becoming a necromancer, he had failed to turn Vulcan into his summon. "I like you," Vulcan said, looking satisfied because Jin Hyoke spoke more politely than some rude bastard from 10 years ago. And that bastard was none other than Jin Hyoke himself in his previous life. Jin Hyoke had to hold himself back from smashing the skeleton in front of him. He had to change classes right now, but Vulcan said he needed to reach the 10th floor first, because Necromancer was a higher rank class than Soul Summoner, and so on. Ignoring whatever he was rambling about, Jin Hyoke showed his status window to prove that he was a Soul Summoner, even though he had not needed to reach the 10th floor to change classes. "Excellent. You truly are a rare talent," Vulcan said loudly in excitement. He thought Jin Hyoke was more skilled and outstanding than that idiot from 10 years ago. And of course, that idiot was Jin Hyoke from his previous life. Because he was too busy talking, Vulcan forgot to change Jin Hyoke's class, which annoyed him. Vulcan immediately performed the ritual on him. Long ago, before the tower appeared on Earth, he was the most insanely overpowered tower climber in the world. Even though Vulcan was already the strongest soul summoner, he still sought a way to become even stronger. Summons made only of bones and skin were not enough. He wanted something different, and that was a soul. Vulcan resolved to summon the souls of the dead, creating a one-of-a-kind summon for that era, and at the same time, creating a class known as Necromancer. However, no matter how strong he was, Vulcan still had to fall before old age. With the Necromancer class on the verge of disappearing, Vulcan used his final method, applying a summoning command to himself in the hope that his descendants would restore his honor, so that Vulcan could find a tower climber to follow in his footsteps. He became half NPC. After handing the soul chalice to Jin Hyoke, Vulcan congratulated him on getting a job and told him to use the chalice to capture and summon souls. Of course, Jin Hyoke already knew all that, and his first target was Vulcan. He had failed in his previous life, so in this life, there was no way he would fail again. Vulcan hoped he would climb the tower and make his name famous, but Jin Hyoke said that if you work, you eat. If you want to eat without working, all you get is a brick to the face. What the hell? You're not keeping the promise written in the diary. Vulcan shouted in rage. Pushing work onto others was a bad habit, so Jin Hyoke would help him become a better person, starting by storing his soul. Vulcan's soul was being drawn out, but trapping him was not easy. Vulcan flew outside. He raised his middle finger at him. "Ha, umiliata yet. See you later, you dog." The moment he finished speaking, his skull slammed into a wall. Vulcan had fallen into a magic circle. Jin Hyoke had calculated everything. A magic wall was a low-level spell, and he had created a private prison just for him. Vulcan still struggled. "It's only some low-level magic. I can break it all. Did I ever say this was the only one?" Jin Hyoke smiled wickedly. He had scattered a great number of high-grade magic stones and cast spells to activate them. Vulcan could easily destroy them, but that was only before he was trapped. Now Vulcan felt despair. He had been dead for hundreds of years, only to run into someone even more scheming and underhanded than himself. Jin Hyoke told him the truth. In his previous life, he had been the second necromancer, and now he was the third necromancer. Vulcan screamed madly. Who could have expected that Jin Hyoke would return to drag him away again? Jin Hyoke used the soul chalice to suck him inside. Now not even heaven could save him. Vulcan was quite literally nothing but a skeleton. Now that he had Vulcan as his underling, he could get whatever he wanted. Those 9 stars could just wait for him to come knocking and grab them by the head one by one. Jin Hyoke returned to the bony underlings. Ban and the other gods were curious about his class, but Jin Hyoke would not reveal it. Sooner or later, they would see his performance for themselves. The kobold skeletons looked at him with pleading eyes, but Jin Hyoke no longer needed them. He decided to let their bones return to Mother Earth. Their souls, however, would continue serving as his underlings. They were all cool, with the one drawback that they were mute. Suddenly, a resentful voice rang out, cursing his entire family. It was none other than Vulcan, the fire god. Jin Hyoke could not help but be impressed by his human form. Back when he was young, Vulcan must have been quite the ladies' man. Vulcan continued raging and wanted to fight him, but suddenly his throat was squeezed shut. Right now, he was living off Jin Hyoke's mana. So if Jin Hyoke stopped supplying mana, Vulcan would vanish immediately. With his lone wolf, undefeated, rebellious personality, Vulcan refused to become Jin Hyoke's dog. Jin Hyoke leaned close and whispered, "Do you really think you have any other choice?" Vulcan had turned his own acquaintances into soul spheres and absorbed them, so he had no right to condemn Jin Hyoke. Besides, Jin Hyoke still had that nasty devouring skill. If Vulcan did not behave, Jin Hyoke would eat him up nicely. So what do you want now? Jin Hyoke pointed toward the kobold castle. He would seize it and turn it into his base. That night, Jin Hyoke went out for a walk and encountered 2 kobolds on guard. He released 2 kobold souls and dealt with them in an instant. He had 30 kobold soul soldiers, so these guys had no chance against him. Besides, in this life, he would not sit still. The kobold lord was pacing restlessly in his room. When he realized someone had infiltrated the castle, he ordered his soldiers to prepare the offerings quickly. Jin Hyoke was rampaging through the hallway. He had drawn close to the kobold lord's room by sensing its aura. Ban appeared again, cheering him on with a glow stick, which irritated Jin Hyoke. He did not need a hairy-legged old man cheering for him. After all, he was going to win anyway. At the same time, the kobold lord was performing some kind of ritual, but then he howled. Still not enough. Even when they are satisfied, it is still not enough. Glory to the death coffin demon. The next sacrifice was brought up. She was a Dakabi, which delighted the Lord, because Dakabi were far tastier sacrifices than humans. Just then, Jin Hyoke appeared. He did not care whether they were offering sacrifices or summoning something, because either way, they would all become his soldiers. Having his good time ruined made the kobold lord furious. And to make it worse, Jin Hyoke called him a trashy ringleader. "I am Kanlung, king of the goblins. Show some respect, human." Kanlung snapped. "Make me scared, then." Jin Hyoke sneered. The Dakabi did not understand what was happening, but this was her chance to escape. Kanlung immediately begged the death coffin demon for power and attacked. 2 claws flew toward the Dakabi. At the critical moment, she tripped and fell to the ground. That gave Jin Hyoke the chance to jump in and show off. With one punch, he shattered the 2 claws into pieces. It was as simple as a textbook example. Jin Hyoke had originally intended to let her go, but up close, he realized she was a Dakabi. Dakabi were among the powerful beings who lived on the 100th floor, so there was no reason for her to be down here. She was not even fully grown yet. He decided to save her, so he could ask more about what had happened on the 100th floor. Jin Hyoke told her to hurry and hide somewhere else. If she got targeted again, you would not save her. Kanlung would not let it end there. He grabbed 2 nearby kobolds and turned them into explosives. Jin Hyoke moved faster and passed them before they detonated. Then he landed an uppercut that sent Kanlung flying 8 meters away. This old body could not take it anymore. Now Jin Hyoke was only getting started, but it seemed Kanlung still had a final move. He shouted, "Death coffin demon, take me." It turned out he had sacrificed himself. A mass of fresh blood flew out and bound Jin Hyoke tightly. It formed into a blood golem. Unexpectedly, Kanlung had actually summoned such a high-level monster. The blood golem slammed Jin Hyoke's head into the ground, making Kanlung delighted. Skaradno. He confidently bragged about his strongest soul-summoning art. Jin Hyoke was annoyed. A toad like him wanted to compare himself to a swan. Jin Hyoke would show him what true soul-summoning art was. The army of kobold souls was summoned and burrowed into the blood golem, causing it to explode from within. Kanlong stared wide-eyed at Jin Hyoke as he strode proudly through the rain of blood, his arrogant appearance terrifying. What Jin Hyoke cared about was how Kanlong had been able to create a blood golem. The Death Coffin Demon was definitely involved. The Death Coffin Demon entered the chat. Jin Hyoke had noticed him ever since he showed curiosity about Jin Hyoke's soul-summoning power. He had summoned the Blood Golem after seeing Jin Hyoke fight Kanlong, while Kanlong was nothing more than a toy for Jin Hyoke. Kanlong was unwilling to accept it. He believed the Death Coffin Demon would definitely avenge him. Jin Hyoke also hoped that guy would come find him so the two sides could have a little talk. For now, he had a deal with Lord Kanlong. The man was being crushed by the very souls of his own kin. This was the punishment for anyone who dared challenge Jin Hyoke. First Kanlong, then the Death Coffin Demon. Jin Hyoke clenched his hand, and Kanlong's body was crushed to pieces. Right now, he looked even more like a villain than the actual villain. Naturally, the next step was to take Kanlong's soul and make him an errand boy. Seeing his soul about to flee, Jin Hyoke immediately grabbed it. He had work for him to do now. Jin Hyoke turned him into a soul sphere, allowing him to collect souls and create usable medicine. If you want to drink medicine, you have to open your mouth. Jin Hyoke was looking forward to it, but this meal was not as delicious as he had imagined. The stat increase was meaningless. At that moment, the Dakabi girl crawled out and thanked him. She introduced herself as Harry. Jin Hyoke had told her to hide, but Harry apparently did not know fear. He threatened that he would kill her or sell her off. If that happens, I will deal with you, Harry said, suddenly blazing with murderous intent. Jin Hyoke burst out laughing. She really was a Dakabi. When it came to repaying favors or taking revenge, they were absolutely bound to do it. Jin Hyoke was curious why someone from the 100th floor like Harry had come down to live at the bottom. Harry hesitated, then said that someone had attacked the Dakabi village on the 100th floor. Jin Hyoke was surprised because Dakabi were extremely powerful beings in the tower. Even tower climbers could not easily touch them. He secretly guessed that one of the 4 great races might have been behind it. The immense strength of the giant race, the magical essence of the dragon race, the masters of demonic power from the demon race, and the purifying wings of the divine race. They were the 4 great races who controlled everything in the tower. Surely one of them would be arrogant enough to look down on the Dakabi like that. Or it could have been an individual aided by them. It might also have been those 9 stars who would dare do anything. Just thinking about those bastards filled him with hatred again. With things finished, Jin Hyoke decided to leave. He could not stay in a place that reeked of blood like this. Harry volunteered to go with Jin Hyoke. Although she was young, having her on the team would not be bad. If she followed him, Jin Hyoke would not protect her or anything like that. Harry confidently said she could take care of herself. You were just nearly killed by a kobold, Jin Hyoke reminded her, bringing up the embarrassing experience and making Harry blush. Putting that aside, Jin Hyoke needed to change clothes because this outfit was soaked with fresh blood. He suddenly noticed equipment dropped by Kanlong. Perfect timing. And so Jin Hyoke got new clothes, though he looked like a monk. The two of them went outside, and Vulcan emerged from the ground to report that he had dealt with all the remaining kobolds in the castle. Harry was curious about who he was, while Vulcan did not understand how she could see souls. Harry casually showed off a little, saying that some Dakabi had a high affinity with spirits. Jin Hyoke did not expect that she also knew how to show she was a special individual. He wondered whether he should use devouring to absorb her power right away. The system sent a notification about the Monster Wave quest. Jin Hyoke had been waiting for this for a very long time. The other two were extremely shocked, unable to believe he would accept the whole thing. But there was no way he would pass up such delicious prey. If he did not do this, there would be no way to bring down the Lord here. Although most of the gods and demons thought he was reckless, the Death Coffin Demon promised to give him a gift if he succeeded. With that, Jin Hyoke had even more reason to do it. Vulcan did not have enough faith that he could conquer this monster wave. Jin Hyoke knew full well that Vulcan wanted him to die so he could be free. But Vulcan should rest assured, because even if Jin Hyoke died, he would still have to remain Jin Hyoke's servant. After he accepted the quest, all save zones on the first floor were disabled. The other players were furious, not knowing which bastard had accepted the Monster Wave quest. They immediately moved together toward the second floor before the wave arrived. Of course, only after they had completed the first floor quest. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, signaling an ill omen. Kobolds poured out from another dimension and charged in a frenzy. The tower climbers could only cling to one another and scream. Just then, another pillar of light appeared. Jinhai brought his two elite underlings to face the battle, along with a warning for the others. If anyone touches even a single one of them, I will slaughter you all. Not only did they ignore his arrogant words, they were also worried that Jinhai would be crushed. Jinhai had prepared an army to face them. What would happen when flesh and blood kobolds fought soul kobolds? Jinhai stood there enjoying the sight of his underlings handling the wave. Harry asked for permission to join in. After receiving permission, Harry summoned a spatial pouch and took out a sword that looked extremely cool. With terrifying speed, Harry lightly sliced a kobold clean in two. Jinhai could tell for certain that the sword was no ordinary item, and for someone so young to control it so easily. Perhaps the target of the invaders who attacked her village had been Harry. Suddenly, 3 tower climbers appeared, indignant that Jinhai was taking the entire wave. One of them was Kim Sung-tae from the White-Eye Guild. Jinhai had no idea what their white bird or white stork was supposed to be. Sung-tae arrogantly introduced White-Eye as a subsidiary guild of the Holy Land Guild. What the hell did you just say? Those Pelin siblings? Just mentioning those two touched Jinhai sore spot. Sung-tae still did not understand the danger in front of him. He bragged about reaching the 10th floor together with his older brother, and since Jinhai looked so dominant today, he wanted to recruit him too. Sorry, but I don't give a damn. Jinhai had one of his underlings grab him tightly. As it happened, he also needed information about the Pelins. The other two shouted in outrage. Why are you blocking our way when we are fellow tower climbers? Are you threatening others just because you're stronger? Why not? Jinhai asked calmly. Everything was already obvious. They could beat others, kill others, or steal from others. Inside this tower, strength was everything. Right now, he only needed information, so he would spare Sung-tae. Instead of spouting nonsense and making him angry, they had better stay away from him. The other two ran over to support him. What are you going to do? Are you going to get revenge on him? Run, Sung-tae muttered. He now knew how strong Jinhai was. They had to escape before Jinhai caught them. A while later, Jinhai and Vulcan joined the wave. Their power was terrifying, but the numbers were not dropping significantly. There were simply way too many kobolds. Jinhai would fight head-on, while Vulcan controlled the rear, because he was also a summoner. Jinhai soul army combined with Vulcan's skeletal army, splitting up and smashing through the monster wave. Wherever they fought, more soldiers were added to their ranks. Harry was still putting on a solo show, but even her strength had limits against such overwhelming numbers. While she was careless, Harry was ambushed from behind. Though it hurt, Harry remembered the memory of her beloved village being burned to the ground. So to her, this pain was nothing. It only made Harry's blood boil even hotter. But after a few minutes, Harry reached her limit. Just then, an explosion behind her caused by Jinhai startled Harry. She was deeply impressed by him, a first-floor tower climber with such terrifying power. That was why Harry had to follow Jinhai, learn from him, and then avenge her village. Lost in thought, Harry was nearly ambushed a second time. This time, it was Vulcan who saved her. Harry stood up shakily, leaning on her sword, wanting to continue fighting. Vulcan wondered what Harry had gone through to become so resilient, while Harry wondered why he had helped her. When Harry fled from the 100th floor, no one helped her. As long as no one harmed her, Harry was already grateful. She thought Vulcan must have helped her for some purpose. I do not know, Vulcan said. A warrior soul must always obey its master's orders, and that master is Jinhai. He ordered Vulcan to make sure Harry survived and achieved her goal. And now Vulcan had to keep rushing to meet the deadline, or Jinhai would nag him again. Harry was deeply grateful to Jinhai, the only person in this tower who had helped her. That was why Harry had to live, so she could repay this kindness. Harry put on the Dockaby mask, and power burst from her entire body as though she had never been in pain. This sudden power shocked both Jinhai and Vulcan. Harry flickered in and out of sight like a demon, and with a single movement, she took down countless kobolds. It felt as if she was actually enjoying the slaughter. After witnessing Harry's display, Jean Hyoke became even more certain that whoever attacked her village had been after Harry and that sword. It would be best if Jean Hyoke did not tell Harry about this. There was one final minute before the wave ended. The gate was shrinking, and the last monster was running out. Excited, Jean Hyoke threw a dagger through its body, successfully stopping the monster wave. Vulcan was truly impressed by Jean Hyoke's performance, while Harry seemed so exhausted that her whole body was swaying. Jean Hyoke caught hold of her. Her skill was powerful, but she should not use it while she was exhausted. When facing Jean Hyoke, Harry always showed unfamiliar emotions, as though she was embarrassed. Putting that aside, it was time to receive the rewards. Jean Hyoke had been waiting for this part for a long time. The title was Outstanding Killer. All stats increased by 5 stars. It was not much, but the 500 bonus points would also be added to his stats. If Jean Hyoke used All-Round Master and Devouring to learn skills, then these stats would keep increasing without end. Rewards were given to the top 3, and they happened to be Jean Hyoke, Harry, and Vulcan, though Vulcan could not believe he himself had received a reward. But either way, that reward would end up in Jean Hyoke's hands. Such was the fate of a servant. Harry also handed her reward straight to Jean Hyoke, as if it symbolized their future. However, Jean Hyoke did not take Harry's reward. In the past, he had once been dealt a painful betrayal, so Jean Hyoke could not trust anyone. The reward for second place was too valuable for him to accept without suspicion. Even if Harry was allowed to follow him, that did not mean he trusted her unless she proved she was loyal. Without hesitation, Harry immediately gave him her Dockaby mask as proof. Vulcan could not believe she had given a Dockaby mask to an outsider, because it was basically the very source of a Dockaby's life. They would give it to their true love when proposing. Jean Hyoke also did not understand why she was giving it to him. Was she proposing? "It is to thank you for saving my life twice," Harry said honestly, and she also wanted to prove that she would not betray him. This mask was even more valuable, so Jean Hyoke felt she must have another goal. Revenge, Harry said. She did not tell him the details. Her village had been burned to the ground, and not a single person survived. Perhaps she was the last Dockaby. That was why Harry had to avenge her race, and the path she chose was to climb the tower with Jean Hyoke. Jean Hyoke looked at Harry. She wanted revenge, just like him. However, if she betrayed him, the price would be Harry's very life. He would take the reward, while this mask was worthless to him and would only serve as decoration. Harry was so delighted that she called him Big Brother, giving Jean Hyoke goosebumps. Putting the matter of what to call him aside, it was time to unbox the 3 gifts. The first was a mana ring that reduced mana consumption by 10%. The next was a pair of mana earrings that reduced it by 15%, and the last was a mana necklace that reduced it by 20%. Vulcan thought these were truly good items, while Harry knew nothing about them. But they were extremely suitable for a soul summoner like Jean Hyoke, who needed a large amount of mana to maintain an army. After waiting for ages without hearing the Death Coffin demon speak, Jean Hyoke had to remind him of that promise, but the demon told him to go play somewhere else. Then Jean Hyoke would go somewhere else. The group entered a restaurant. The town was empty because everyone had evacuated to the 2nd floor to avoid the wave. Only after being reminded a second time did the Death Coffin demon finally choose a gift for him. It was a skull ring that looked very dangerous. Jean Hyoke picked it up with great interest and examined it. He was shocked. "Wait, this is..." He stopped mid-sentence, making both Vulcan and Harry curious. Jean Hyoke's face twisted. This ring contained demonic power. The shocking news made Vulcan unable to believe it. Demonic power was the essence of demons, an energy source regarded as high-grade mana. Normally, for humans to obtain demonic power, they had to become slaves to demons, and even then, they would only gain a little demonic power accumulated over many years. After putting on the ring, the Death Coffin demon wanted to shake hands with him and make peace. Jean Hyoke accepted and forgave him this time. At least the gift was extremely good. Everyone felt happy, except Ban, who was dying of jealousy because he did not get to shake hands with Jean Hyoke. "If you want to shake my hand, hand over a gift," Jean Hyoke said cunningly. "Not just anyone can hold my hand." Helpless, Ban went rummaging through closets, drawers, and under the bed, but his house was poorer than the Death Coffin demon's. In the end, Ban decided to create a quest. Huh? What the hell is this? Jinhai Oke was startled. A quest from a demon. How delicious. Vulcan was even more excited than Jinhai Oke. Honestly, who was the one climbing the tower here? Jinhai Oke would accept Ban's proposal, but Ban muttered something. That had not been Ban's intention, but it was already too late to stop it. Ban's quest was to become famous everywhere in the tower before reaching the 100th floor. If Jinhai Oke failed, he would have to become Ban's follower. If he succeeded, Ban would provide any formula he wanted. With a demon's formula, nothing would be impossible anymore. Jinhai Oke was very satisfied. However, the penalty was rather harsh. But he liked high-risk, high-reward bets, so Jinhai Oke accepted this quest. The signing of the contract was done by shaking hands with Ban, who was extremely satisfied to hold his idol's hand. After completing the first floor, Jinhai Oke would find that Kim Sung-tae fellow and squeeze information out of him. This simple task was assigned to Vulcan. He had already left a spirit to follow Kim Sung-tae. He was still on the first floor, just far away from them. Nice. You should teach me that trick. I am off. Vulcan left unwillingly. Jinhai Oke decided to chat with Harry while waiting for him. He wanted to know the story behind this Dakabi mask. On the way, Harry explained it to him. The mask allowed its user to wield the Dakabi's abilities, charm, and the supernatural. In Harry's case, she could use supernatural power and use clairvoyance to see the future. Jinhai Oke thought it was a bit unlucky. If she could fully bring out that ability, it would already have helped in battle. Harry suddenly stared at him, making Jinhai Oke uncomfortable, while she felt that he was very strange. People outside had tried every method possible to use this ability. They begged to see the future and tried everything they could to escape fate. Jinhai Oke felt there was no need to escape it. If he was worried about something, he just had to smash it to pieces. Harry felt her ability would suit him very well, because she used battlefield clairvoyance, an ability specialized for combat. Suddenly, Jinhai Oke happily hugged Harry, making her blush. Perfect. It is great that it is you. No, you are the best. With Harry, you would have a chance to defeat the people using the weapons of the 9 stars. Ban captured this moment in a photo, and Jinhai Oke angrily chased him away. He had been so excited that he acted without thinking. So Jinhai Oke immediately apologized to Harry. In any case, he would make good use of this mask and help Harry get revenge, as well as take his own revenge. Harry felt extremely lucky and hopeful about their future. While the two of them were embracing each other, Vulcan had to go do his task. He squeezed Kim Sung-tae's mouth so he could not even scream, while that bunch of good-for-nothing friends had all run away. Do you know how hard it was to capture you alive? That damned master of mine moves as slow as a turtle, Vulcan grumbled. Just then, Jinhai Oke finally dragged himself over. Vulcan immediately tackled that Kim Sung-tae had tried to run. Jinhai Oke drew his sword. Do not misunderstand. He was only returning it to him. But Jinhai Oke would let him choose where Jinhai Oke stabbed this sword. His hand, his stomach, or that head of his. Kim Sung-tae was so scared that he wet himself. He spilled all the information about the White-Eye Guild, then tucked his tail and ran. Jinhai Oke would destroy that guild sooner or later, so he let him go for now. But there were countless other small guilds between the 10th and 200th floors. Dealing with all of them would take a lot of time. However, if things went smoothly, they could build a reputation by destroying those guilds of his enemies and complete Ban's quest. On the 2nd floor, the tower climbers were talking about Jinhai Oke, the man who had stopped the monster wave. When he stepped out, everyone was curious, but Jinhai Oke had put on the Dakabi mask, so they could not recognize him. They immediately rushed over and questioned him like television reporters, but Jinhai Oke's real name could not be revealed yet, so he decided to choose another name, Demon Mask. After saying that, he and his 2 underlings turned and left, despite the dissatisfaction of the others. One person feared that Jinhai Oke might have committed a crime before coming to this trial tower, because many people had entered the tower to hide from their charges. Covering one's face or identity in the tower was common, so people would surely pay attention to him because of the wave and that bizarre mask. But for now, they had to leave to do something important. The quest this time was to defeat goblin warriors. It did not seem difficult, so Jinhai Oke assigned it to Vulcan. The corners of Vulcan's mouth twitched as he asked, "Do not tell me you want me to capture them alive and bring them here. If possible, Bring Harry's share too, Jin Hyoke said cunningly. I want to test this demonic power. Vulcan cursed as he had no choice but to leave, telling him not to use up all the demonic power before he returned. Harry wondered if it was all right to do the quest like this, but Jin Hyoke would not stop her from going to do the quest herself. Now it was time for him to try using demonic power and see how strong it was. A blackish-purple flame floated before him. So this was demonic power. Harry sensed movement. A kobold came out from the bushes with a bloodthirsty expression. Jin Hyoke needed a test subject, so he shot demonic power toward it, but the kobold dodged. It seemed as if Jin Hyoke had miscalculated, but this was contact-type demonic power. It did not need to directly affect the target. It would make the target's body disintegrate. Demonic power was a vicious type of energy. Those unworthy of it could not resist it, and this was what would happen to them, even if the demonic power only brushed past them. The next important part was that when Jin Hyoke infused demonic power into a soul soldier, a stronger soul soldier would form. Jin Hyoke was like a chemist conducting an experiment, but the soul disintegrated immediately. It seemed it could not withstand the demonic power, so he would have to lower its density. After sweating through the process, he finally completed a kobold soul containing demonic power, and it looked incredibly cool. Aside from demons, not many people could use pure demonic power, so no one knew it could be used this easily. Just then, Vulcan returned. He showed interest in the fusion of demonic power and souls, suggesting that Jin Hyoke call them demon soul soldiers to make them sound impressive. Vulcan approached and carefully observed the kobold demon soul soldier. Ha ha, it is absolutely perfect that you are my disciple. From now on, whenever he caught a soul, Jin Hyoke would have to infuse demonic power into it, which would be very difficult to do on a battlefield. But Jin Hyoke suddenly remembered something. It seemed he should make full use of everything he had. When it comes to summoning, you are far more skilled than I am. Jin Hyoke praised him, making Vulcan feel extremely pleased. While he was enjoying the compliment, a wave of demonic power surged in, and he could not block it in time. If Jin Hyoke infused demonic power into Vulcan's soul, then the soul soldiers Vulcan summoned would also automatically become demon soul soldiers. Since Vulcan's soul was stronger than a goblin's, he would have to use up all this demonic power. Harry worried about Vulcan, but Jin Hyoke was 100% certain that he could not die. Vulcan swore he would overcome this pain and crush Jin Hyoke, that disrespectful disciple. After a chaotic round of cursing each other, the demon soul soldier Vulcan was finally complete. Jin Hyoke was extremely proud of the strongest demon soul soldier he had created. You have made a mistake, Jin Hyoke, Vulcan shouted, because you have summoned something even stronger than yourself. This is the greatest mistake a soul summoner can make. Are you angry? Jin Hyoke teased him, then put on the Dakabi mask. He happened to need a worthy opponent after putting on this mask. Vulcan had been waiting for this day for a long time. He would destroy Jin Hyoke and be free. He summoned a whole pile of demon soul soldiers to fight him. Jin Hyoke used the power of the mask. Before his eyes, these demon spirits were as slow as snails. So this was how Harry saw everything. In the blink of an eye, Jin Hyoke destroyed the demon soul soldiers and charged toward Vulcan, who was still grinning from ear to ear. Although he was a bit weak now, in the past, people had called him Purple Star. Vulcan got a taste of Jin Hyoke's fist. Jin Hyoke told him to calm down and listen to him. Harry was worried because Vulcan was old and was still being punched by Jin Hyoke. Jin Hyoke did not hold back because a soul would not be destroyed by physical damage alone. Vulcan rubbed his face. That rule only applied to ordinary people. When he was punched, it still hurt. Harry asked Jin Hyoke about the mask's power again. He felt that everything had become much slower, as if he had become the greatest martial artist. But Harry said that phenomenon was only a minor effect of the mask. A minor effect? Jin Hyoke was shocked. It was already this powerful, yet it was only part of its effect. What exactly had this mask been created for? Harry immediately explained. It was battlefield clairvoyance. so the user could almost predict an enemy's future actions. However, Jin Hyoke did not know how to do it, unlike someone born with a skill like Harry. Jin Hyoke laughed. He had forgotten that Harry was considered a genius, even among the Dakabi. Even asking her to teach him would be difficult. Harry wondered if he felt dizzy, because most untrained Dakabi who used the skill would feel dizzy or get headaches. And even Harry was the same. She had been worried, thinking he might not be able to activate the mask skill. But Harry's words felt like she was rubbing salt into his wound. Jin Hyoke had been so excited after becoming unimaginably strong on the second floor, but it seemed everything was going off course. In any case, he was extremely grateful to Harry for giving him this overpowered mask. While the two of them were enjoying themselves, a gloomy ghost was sitting silently nearby. Vulcan did not know what karma he had created to fall into Jin Hyoke's hands, even though he was the strongest ghost. Just then, Harry approached to check on Vulcan's condition. Feeling wronged, he hugged her. "Thank you so much. Unlike that bastard, having you here makes me feel better." But Harry had only come to inform him of something. They needed more kobolds. In contrast to Harry, Jin Hyoke threatened Vulcan that if he could not do it, Jin Hyoke would turn him into a soul sphere and swallow him. Vulcan could only curse inwardly as he went to obey Jin Hyoke's orders. In the end, the quests were completed smoothly from the second floor to the fifth floor. Rumors about the man who suddenly called himself Demon Mask and wore a demon mask were spreading everywhere. Though he could control all the kobolds, starting from the fifth floor, there would be goblins who knew how to use extremely powerful poison needles. And they were also extremely cunning, liking to play sneak attack games on others, just like this. While Jin Hyoke was relieving himself, a poison needle flew over. Harry coldly dealt with it in an instant, wearing a frightening expression. "How dare you disturb my big brother?" It was already too late for the goblin to run. Vulcan had his demon soul soldier underling deal with it. Vulcan jumped down and praised Harry, but she muttered, "It attacked Big Brother. I should have split it in half." Vulcan flinched. Something felt wrong about that chilling smile of hers. Vulcan immediately asked about Harry's condition. She suddenly snapped back to herself as if nothing had happened, not even realizing she had just been holding a sword and smiling like a psychopath. By then, Jin Hyoke had finished preparing everything. Tonight, they would face the second monster wave. On the night before heading to the fifth floor, Jin Hyoke sat by the campfire and talked with the two of them about the monster wave on the fifth floor. Vulcan thought their chances of taking down the Lord were quite low because they did not know when it would appear. But this time, Jin Hyoke felt there was no need to hunt the Lord because he knew how to create a wave. Naturally, Vulcan and Harry could not believe it, because if waves could be created at will, the entire tower would already have been drowned in them. Jin Hyoke had accidentally discovered a crack on the boundary between the third and fourth floors. Each floor had a central area where monsters appeared. If they could find that area and pour mana into it, monsters would appear like a wave. Vulcan had never expected Jin Hyoke to be even more endlessly devious than he was, but this was Jin Hyoke's first time doing it. The monsters above the 300th floor were on a completely different level from goblins. Even the four great races could not directly oppose them once a wave rose. When one wanted to use it, one did not know how. When one knew how, one could not use it. However, Jin Hyoke had another method. They would create as many monster waves as possible to grow stronger quickly. That night, the town suddenly trembled. A gate signaling a monster wave appeared without warning, leaving the tower climbers with no time to prepare. Goblins poured out like a storm. There had been no announcement, and they were even attacking the beginner village, so the climbers had no choice but to run. Anyone struck by their poison needles could not move. They would be paralyzed for a long period of time. This blonde young man could not abandon his friends, but he also did not have enough strength to fight the goblins. Was his dream of climbing to the 10th floor going to end here? Just then, a massive surge of demonic power descended and saved him. A cold voice told him to take the poisoned people somewhere safe. It's Demon Mask. The players rejoiced when they saw Jin Hyoke appear. Who would have guessed that he had created the wave in order to save them? Afterward, they would praise him to the skies, and Ban's mission would become much easier to complete. Rise and fight. The powerful army of demon soul soldiers charged out and tore into the goblins. Off to the side, Vulcan was irritated. He had clearly been the one to create them. Yet Jin Hyoke was taking all the credit. Such was the fate of a servant. Just then, an explosion rang out. Their demon soul soldiers were being burned by strange blue flames. The flames were caused by goblin priests. They attacked the demon soul soldiers with ease, sending Vulcan into a panic. Jin Hyoke told him to shut up. Everyone knew the priests had to be dealt with first. That was why Harry had been positioned on the rooftop, and she descended like a goddess. Her perfectly timed entrance thrilled Vulcan so much that he nearly forgot who was actually climbing the tower. Jin Hyoke also joined the battle. This time, he used devouring to steal the power of the goblin priests. They possessed flames capable of attacking souls. It was truly a waste for such power to have been given to those priests, so he would take it and put it to good use. Jin Hyoke unleashed Soul Flame and burned the goblins to ashes, not forgetting to compliment Harry on her incredibly cool performance. Harry smiled, but her smile was so bizarre that Jin Hyoke was startled. Her sword glowed, creating a whirlwind with overwhelming power. Jin Hyoke knew that sword was no ordinary weapon, but he still had no idea what the hell was happening. The scene before him left him stunned. Harry had entered the state of a samurai warrior, and with that cruel expression on her face, her actions became impossible to predict. She turned around and attacked Jin Hyoke. Her slash was so sharp that even the surrounding houses were cut apart like tofu. The goblins froze in fear at the sight of the destruction caused by Harry's overwhelming power. Jin Hyoke's staff had also been broken in two. Fortunately, he had managed to duck in time. Otherwise, he would have ended up split in half like Gojo. Just what the hell was that sword to destroy an entire village in the blink of an eye? Harry seemed to have lost control. She kept attacking Jin Hyoke, each slash capable of blowing apart everything behind him. He immediately removed his mask, but Harry not only failed to recognize him, she attacked even faster. Jin Hyoke had to use his shabby staff to block her slash, but it could not compare to Harry's strength. He was blasted straight down to the ground. Vulcan immediately ran over to check on him, though it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. Jin Hyoke communicated with the spirit through telepathy. He had just been blown a full 8 meters away and had not yet recovered. It felt as though he were facing the final elite soldier left behind by the Dakabi tribe. Most of the monsters in the wave had already been wiped out, so Vulcan would handle the rest. As for now, he had to show Harry what a real festival was. Jin Hyoke put on his mask and attacked. The instincts he had honed while climbing 599 floors screamed at him that if he was not careful, that dangerous sword would cut him to pieces. In this tower, neither friendship nor enmity lasted forever. Even though Harry's fate was unfortunate, he was not a compassionate person. Jin Hyoke decided to eliminate Harry here. But Harry's innocent face flashed through his mind, making him hesitate for 1 second. Harry stopped Jin Hyoke's axe blade with her bare hand. He was bewildered. It seemed this was the battlefield clairvoyance Harry had mentioned. It felt as though she was 100 times faster than him, and just like that, Jin Hyoke was cut. He retreated and summoned the bone soldiers that had fallen dormant after the goblin wave. The skeletons surrounded Harry and held her tight, but Harry destroyed them in the blink of an eye. Her sword strikes were so fast that Jin Hyoke could not even see them. This overwhelming strength left him with no way to win. Another explosion erupted, and Jin Hyoke backed away. Suddenly, he realized something was strange. Harry's eyes were bleeding, and her face was twisted in pain. Was she exhausted? He suddenly remembered Harry mentioning the need to recover after a Dakabi used a skill. If so, she could not use battlefield clairvoyance anymore, and this was his chance. Jin Hyoke jumped down below and lured Harry after him. His provocation succeeded, and Harry jumped down after him. At the same time, Jin Hyoke summoned a pack of zombie goblins and fired poison needles. Even a Dakabi could not resist this paralytic toxin. Without battlefield clairvoyance, how could she possibly dodge? Harry screamed, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. She cut 2 goblins in half, making Jin Hyoke irritated. Next, it was his turn. Even if Jin Hyoke could dodge, his speed was still no match for Harry's. She grew excited as victory appeared right before her eyes. Suddenly, something unexpected shot out. A poison needle lodged itself in Harry's body without her noticing at all. Jean Hyoke had kept one zombie goblin hidden. If her battlefield clairvoyance had not been recovering, this plan would have been impossible. Harry trembled with rage at being outwitted by Jean Hyoke. He had shot her through himself from her blind spot. After being hit by the poison needle, Harry fainted and returned to normal. Jean Hyoke let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, that dose of poison had been just enough to knock her unconscious. Since the poison needle had pierced through him too, he was gradually losing feeling in his arm. Jean Hyoke immediately ordered the goblin to bring him the poison needle. Jean Hyoke truly was an omnivorous creature. He even ate the poison needle. Thanks to that, he gained resistance to paralytic poison. He had to admit that Harry possessed a very troublesome power, enough to give even him a hard time. In her daze, Harry appeared with the blackened sword in an undefined space, dyed red like blood. A stranger took hold of the sword and spoke. "So this time, you are the master of this dragon-slaying blade?" He was surprised that Harry was not even 18 years old. It seemed he was a Dakabi, but only half right and half wrong. Before Harry could understand what he meant, the blade was already pressed against her neck. That person warned Harry that next time, if she drew him from the sheath without being prepared, she would be the one in danger. Just then, Harry woke up on Jean Hyoke's back. The group had reached the village on the 6th floor. "Why are you carrying me?" Harry said, blushing. Jean Hyoke took her to an inn to explain. After checking their equipment and stamina on the 6th floor, they would head straight to the 10th floor. Inside the tower, there were major cities every 10 floors. To enter a city, they had to fight the boss. Harry knew about that great orc warrior. Judging by its combat power, it was a monstrous creature. Harry looked forward to recovering so she could fight, but Jean Hyoke decided they would no longer travel together. "What do you mean, big brother? Are you abandoning me?" Harry shouted in panic. But Jean Hyoke did not mean that. Harry had forgotten everything that happened on the 5th floor. Her sword was a demonic blade that could rival the arrogant sword. It corroded her mind while granting her unimaginable power, which was why Harry had attacked him after losing her senses. If she kept relying on that power, she would fail before they even reached the 100th floor. So from now on, Harry had to train without using the sword's power and climb to the 10th floor on her own. Harry was a little disappointed, but she was still determined to work hard and become stronger so she could travel with Jean Hyoke again. When they parted that day, Jean Hyoke lent Harry his cloak because there was no need to show everyone that she was a Dakabi exploring alone. He told her not to rush because he needed to take care of a few things on the 10th floor and would be staying there for a while. Vulcan felt somewhat sad without Harry around to cause mischief. No matter how long it took, Harry would do her best to return to them as quickly as possible. A few days later, on the 9th floor, an orc purge was underway. The culprit was none other than Jean Hyoke. These orcs were only big. They were no different from goblins. After taking a roundhouse kick from Jean Hyoke, one collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Vulcan had thought he could relax this time because Jean Hyoke was fighting, but Jean Hyoke reminded him to extract their souls. It seemed creating monster waves on their own had already become a natural habit for them. Vulcan was enjoying it immensely. Moreover, he did not believe Jean Hyoke was truly that cold. Not once had Jean Hyoke mentioned Harry since they parted. "What the hell are you talking about?" Jean Hyoke complained. He had enough faith in Harry. If he thought she would fail, he would not have accepted her as their ally. She was someone with both strength and motivation. And now Vulcan had a deadline to meet, carrying even more orcs over to Jean Hyoke. Creating monster waves alone was not enough. Vulcan was so angry he nearly went mad. He could not believe he was being abused after being dragged out of his grave. "You have no respect for your elders at all. Do you not have parents?" "That's right. I don't. So what?" Jean Hyoke asked back calmly, leaving Vulcan speechless. He was a child who had grown up in an orphanage together with Choi Jae-younghan. Vulcan let out an "oh." Then he placed a hand on Jean Hyoke's shoulder with an expression of sympathy. "It is all right. Now I understand what you went through." His expression gave Jean Hyoke goosebumps. After obtaining the Orc Slaughter achievement, they arrived at the trial chamber on the 10th floor. A board appeared, making Vulcan curious. He had never seen anything like it before. It was a board displaying the fastest mission completion times, and every record was around 1 minute. Vulcan's name did not seem to be there, so Jean Hyoke mocked him. Vulcan was furious, but Jin Hyoke's name was not on the record list either. So today he decided to break the record. Ah, that sounds good. Vulcan was extremely excited. While waiting for the trial to be prepared, Jin Hyoke discussed strategy with Vulcan. Vulcan would use the demon soul soldiers to stop the boss from moving the moment it appeared. Vulcan finished preparing in 1 second and was ready. Jin Hyoke slammed his hand onto the floor and summoned a magical spear. He would show it what the power of an all-round master looked like. Jin Hyoke summoned the elements: piercing and sharpness, resilience, death, and of course a bit of demonic power. Once completed, they formed a spear of destruction. The main character's dark demonic army was waiting for the boss to appear. The moment the great orc warrior was summoned, Vulcan had his beloved creatures bind its arms and legs, while Jin Hyoke only had to open fire. The giant spear pierced through it, sending its head flying a full 8 meters away. Its massive, headless body collapsed to the ground. The entire process took less than 1 second. Jin Hyoke entered the name Demon Mask, helping build his reputation before he reached the 100th floor. On the 8th floor, people began talking about the highest record on the 10th floor. The familiar name Demon Mask felt like encouragement to Harry. She told herself she would work even harder to catch up with the two of them. Meanwhile, Vulcan was enjoying himself immensely. Mwahaha, I never thought we would break the record of the 4 great races. Even the strongest spirit mages have never done this, kid. Jin Hyoke was sick of Vulcan putting his arm around him so touchily. They still had things to do on the 10th floor while waiting for Harry. At the same time, in an office, a blonde-haired man began paying attention to the name Demon Mask while looking at the 10th floor record board. The city on the 10th floor was the first large city that tower climbers reached, and it was also where the teleportation gate back to Earth was located. Because of that, those who gave up or stopped climbing the tower obtained commercial rights and built the largest city within the first 100 floors of the tower. Jin Hyoke decided to sell all his remaining items and buy some medicine and other supplies. Although the auction ban had been lifted, the city's economy was still thriving. There were people who simply lived normal lives here, so they could not buy all the necessities from the auction house. Across the streets, the two of them kept running into salespeople from Gold Lich. Their popularity made Vulcan curious. Gold Lich Company was the top company in this tower. Founded a few years earlier, Gold Lich was the name of the richest person in the tower. No one knew his real name, but he possessed an unimaginable amount of gold. It was said that most of the goods traded in the tower had once passed through his hands. What Jin Hyoke needed to do now was find a sponsor. There was no need to look far. The sponsor's logo had been right in front of Vulcan's eyes this whole time. Vulcan was hit with one surprise after another. Jin Hyoke had already set his sights on Gold Lich as his sponsor. The two of them entered Gold Lich's company, a place that bought and sold anything with monetary value. After taking a waiting ticket, they went to counter number 3, handled by Han Zian. Jin Hyoke needed to buy something, but when asked for his name, he did not say it. He only presented the Dakabi mask. Han Zian recognized it in shock, but Jin Hyoke immediately signaled for him to be quiet. There was a reason he had been walking around with that mask. Han Zian understood, and then Jin Hyoke handed him the 300 gold he had obtained from the wave. With this money, he wanted to meet Gold Lich. Han Zian was even more alarmed than before. In his eyes, Jin Hyoke was no different from a reckless outlaw of the tower. Jin Hyoke immediately challenged him. This was supposed to be a place where anything could be bought and sold. Han Zian had no choice but to apologize, because this transaction could not be carried out. First, Gold Lich was extremely busy. Second, Jin Hyoke had far too little money. It was nothing compared to the value of Gold Lich's time. Jin Hyoke had also guessed that the deal would never go through smoothly, so he immediately asked what price he would have to pay to meet the manager here. After they left, Vulcan had to admit that he really was a lunatic, making a request to an ordinary employee to meet the company president. But since there was no other way for him to meet Gold Lich, Vulcan could not mock him any further. The two went to the manager's office, calling him a puppet. Jin Hyoke wanted to meet Gold Lich, but it seemed he was not here. The manager helplessly repeated that the amount of money he had offered was not enough to even see Gold Lich's face. Jin Hyoke then made a bold decision. First, call Gold Lich here, and once they met, he would definitely become Jin Hyoke's sponsor. The manager sighed and stood up. He had heard many rumors about Jin Hyoke, but he had never expected him to speak of his company president so casually. With his marionette trait, he could freely control anyone caught in his strings. However, Jin Hyoke was no ordinary person. He grabbed the manager's invisible strings, neutralizing that perverse skill, even though it was effective against climbers on the 180th floor. Though surprised, the manager still tried a new move. The two arrived in another space, and he was confident Jin Hyoke would not know where it was. The mental realm, Jin Hyoke said. It was an endless realm created by separating the soul and mind from the body. The manager did not know how Jin Hyoke knew about the mental realm, but he maintained the same attitude. Here, Jin Hyoke would have to fight using his experience and the strength of his soul. If Jin Hyoke defeated him in a match, he would try to arrange a meeting with Gold Lich for him. Jin Hyoke was bound by the manager's strings, but he was even more arrogant. If they were talking about experience and soul strength, then the manager ought to be calling him great-grandfather. Jin Hyoke flexed his muscles, causing the manager's strings to snap. His trait had no effect on him. The manager did not understand why Jin Hyoke, who was only on the 10th floor, possessed mental strength that should only be obtainable after reaching at least the 100th floor. Even so, he still refused to believe he could not defeat him. The manager snapped his fingers, making waves ripple out. From beneath the water, puppets rose up, packed as densely as an army. This was a puppet legion. In the mental realm, experience was power, and these puppets were born from the experience he had gained climbing to the 100th floor. He had designed them to grow stronger when infused with mana, making them equal in strength to those who had climbed to the 50th floor. The winner had already been decided the moment you entered the mental realm, Demon Mask. The manager arrogantly ordered the puppet legion to attack. Jin Hyoke was seized by them and dragged underwater. The manager confidently walked away, leaving them to torment him a little longer, since these injuries would not appear in the real world. Suddenly, a pillar of water surged up behind him. He had not expected Jin Hyoke to be able to use magic. Not only that, he had even summoned necromancers, a 100th-floor boss within the manager's own mental realm. Jin Hyoke returned in the familiar outfit from 10 years ago. Even in the mental realm, summoning a soul took more time than he had expected. A puppet army sounded impressive, but it seemed the manager had never seen a real army before. Today, Jin Hyoke would show him what a true army looked like. It was not just one necromancer. Jin Hyoke summoned the whole lot of them. Just as the manager had said, the winner had been decided from the moment they entered the mental realm. How could those shabby puppets compare to his premium souls? The manager looked over Jin Hyoke's army. There were only a few figures whose names he knew, while the remaining souls seemed to be bosses from the 100th floor and above. In the end, he had to say the familiar line, "Who exactly are you?" Jin Hyoke did not answer, and instead led his army forward to crush him. Overcome by extreme fear, the manager returned to reality before he realized it. He had not been the one to close the mental realm. There was only one possibility. Jin Hyoke could control the mental realm. Jin Hyoke walked closer and told him to stop crying and fulfill their promise, a meeting with his Gold Lich. Jin Hyoke handed him a letter to deliver to Gold Lich. The manager knew he had lost, but if Gold Lich did not answer the letter, there was nothing more he could do. Jin Hyoke was confident that Gold Lich would definitely reply. Then he left the company, while the manager and Han Zian bowed respectfully to him. Since the sun had already set, Vulcan suggested they return to the inn. But Jin Hyoke did not know the meaning of the word rest. Now, they needed to go somewhere else. Sitting still and waiting for Gold Lich to arrive would be too boring, and he was someone who hated boredom. At the White Eye Guild headquarters, in the first-floor lobby, two girls were chatting. One of them, who had climbed to the 57th floor, said she would buy new equipment once she completed this month's goal, but they needed to finish eating and then continue. The blonde girl did not understand why they had to sit here. What lunatic would charge through the front door of the Holy Kingdom Alliance? Just as she finished speaking, the door burst open. The two girls immediately bowed and asked what he needed. Jin Hyoke put on a foolish smile. "Climbing the tower is so hard. I want to join the guild." "Oh, is that all? You nearly scared me to death." The two girls sighed in relief when Jin Hyoke had only come to join. Suddenly, they remembered that if they introduced a newcomer to the guild members, the recommender would gain considerable influence. So the two immediately used smiles that were not fake at all to invite Jin Hyoke in, asking whether anyone had introduced him. Jin Hyoke pretended to be naive and said he had no recommender and had come here because fate had led him. Awesome, the two girls thought inwardly. Seeing that he was still a clueless newbie who knew nothing, they decided to pay more attention to him and asked him to show his skill. Jin Hyoke borrowed a coin from the two girls, then bent it directly with 2 fingers. The casual performance made the two girls marvel. Jin Hyoke said he could also do a few basic spells, namely magic. In his palm was a flame summoned from a magic circle. The two girls exclaimed, "Wow, you really have a lot of talents." The two turned their backs and whispered to each other. What his actual skill was did not matter, because that performance just now had been too eye-catching. If they could bring him under their command, he might even become an idol someday. On top of that, Jin Hyoke had caught the blonde girl's eye, because he was exactly her type. Meanwhile, Jin Hyoke was only putting on an act to buy time for the next part. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out, and someone rushed in a panic to report that an evil spirit outside was causing chaos and destroying the village. All those who had climbed to the 50th floor or higher were summoned, so the two girls had to leave with regret. Before leaving, the blonde girl did not forget to tell Jin Hyoke to stay right there and wait for them. The door closed, and Jin Hyoke put on the Dakabi mask. He returned to his identity as Demon Mask. Outside, the villagers were in chaos, fleeing from the shopping district. Their attacks had no effect on the evil spirit. Not only that, this evil spirit was also extremely strange because Vulcan was trying his hardest to look vicious, but his face had been born for comedy. Vulcan knew he looked ridiculous because he had not performed in such cheap scripts for an entire decade. It was all Jin Hyoke's fault. While Vulcan was causing chaos, Jin Hyoke was making just as much trouble inside the guild. He knocked out the guards and searched for something. A sleeping soldier also had to come outside because of the noise. The moment he stepped out, he ran straight into Jin Hyoke's demon mask, nearly scaring his soul out of his body. Jin Hyoke grabbed him and interrogated him for information. He wanted a list of the other guilds connected to the Holy Kingdom, along with their exact locations. The reason was that he would find and destroy them all. Do you think you'll be safe after making enemies of 2 of the 9 stars? Jin Hyoke thanked him for worrying about nothing. If he could not even save himself, he should not concern himself with other people's business. After being choked until he could hardly breathe, the soldier desperately pointed toward the documents on the desk. Jin Hyoke checked them. They recorded the underlings of the Pelin brothers. Jin Hyoke burned everything to ashes and left. He would make every single one of their underlings kneel beneath his feet, and finally, the Pelin brothers themselves. Meanwhile, this blonde man was sitting and reading a report from a puppet at the 10th floor branch. Suddenly, a letter fell out, making him wonder why the lower branch had sent a separate letter along with the report. After reading the letter, he angrily crumpled it. Demon Mask, how do you know about this? Meanwhile, the White-Eye Guild was working hard to put out the fire. All witnesses at the scene had died, and Guild Master Bakuleo began to suspect Jin Hyoke, so he interrogated the two girls. The blonde girl described Jin Hyoke to him: male, slender build, handsome, with a high nose bridge. But the older girl with her thought he was ugly as hell, and that his nose was huge. The two girls turned to look at each other. Only now did they realize that they had fallen under Jin Hyoke's illusion magic. After finishing his task, Vulcan wearily returned and received a half-hearted compliment from Jin Hyoke. Jin Hyoke even mocked him, saying that rumors were spreading everywhere about a terrifying ghost that had appeared in the streets. Annoyed, Vulcan changed the subject to Jin Hyoke's business, asking whether he had successfully set the fire. Of course, Jin Hyoke arrogantly explained. Although it was only low-level magic, it was effective in this situation. Everyone who met him would remember him as having slightly different physical features. But Vulcan was curious because Jin Hyoke had returned empty-handed. That was because all the information about the other guilds was already in his head. "Fine, you're the best," Vulcan said helplessly. Just then, there was a knock on the door, making Vulcan wary because they had not called room service. Jin Hyoke put on his mask and slowly approached the door. After he counted to 3, Vulcan threw out his chains and bound the stranger. The plan was easily carried out because the one who knocked was Han Zian, an employee who lived from hand to mouth. Today, he had come to inform them that Gold Lich had landed at their 10th floor branch and had specifically invited Jin Hyoke to meet him. An army was already waiting, but there was no sign of Gold Lich, making Jin Hyoke wary. At that moment, a voice rang out. I do not know how you learned what was written in that letter, but I commend your arrogance and courage in daring to show yourself. Those who know about that matter are not allowed to exist in the tower. Gold Lich was the man with sharp blonde hair. Jin Hyoke smiled in satisfaction. It had been a long time since he had seen Gold Lich. After speaking, Gold Lich left, leaving a small test for Jin Hyoke. The army immediately formed a defensive formation, thinking he would attack to break through, but the one giving the signal took a punch straight to the face. This was the price of explaining your plan to the enemy. The army lost its captain, while Jin Hyoke ran wild and easily broke through them. Next, Gold Lich would be his opponent. Gold Lich turned his back, and a countless amount of gold coins burst out. Jin Hyoke could recognize this as Gold Lich's golden power, his ability to control gold with mana, but it could not hold him down for long. Gold Lich still had another move using pure gold. He gathered most of the gold in the branch into a tsunami. If Jin Hyoke was hit by that, it would be enough to send him to his grave. A huge explosion erupted, and pure gold scattered down. Gold Lich coldly muttered, "That's the end of him." Not yet. A spear point pressed close to Gold Lich's face. In a battle of speed, Jin Hyoke was always the victor. Gold Lich pulled the spear point aside with an indifferent attitude. Do you think saying that will scare me? If I wanted to, I could have killed someone like you already. No, you can't kill me, Jin Hyoke said confidently. That was because Gold Lich did not yet know where Jin Hyoke had obtained the information in the letter, and the army wanted to capture him alive. But Jin Hyoke would tell Gold Lich about his source, so Gold Lich led him to his office. What a magnificent room. It must be nice being rich, Jin Hyoke said mockingly. Gold Lich closed the office door and continued stretching his limbs against Jin Hyoke. His golden power had completely isolated them from the outside world, so neither gods nor demons would know anything. And now, Gold Lich wanted to know who had told him that he was the owner of the auction. The auction was an enormous system where individuals could freely trade items within the tower. However, this system had not appeared naturally. It had been created by Gold Lich. If this truth were exposed, the foundation of Gold Lich's entire company would collapse. That was why he'd gone so mad. Jin Hyoke played dumb and said, "It was just a hunch. It's not like anyone told me. Then if I cut off an arm and a leg, that'll just be a hunch too, won't it?" Gold Lich formed a gigantic axe out of pure gold and attacked Jin Hyoke. At times like this, Jin Hyoke did not need to act. Vulcan only needed one punch to shatter the golden axe. Gold Lich was shocked to witness a soul soldier, because only a necromancer had the ability to summon souls, and that meant Jin Hyoke's identity had been proven. Jin Hyoke took off his mask and said, "It's time to repay your debt, creditor William." Gold Lich had not expected him to still be alive, because 10 years had already passed. Jin Hyoke sat down and told Gold Lich everything. Vulcan, beside them, also overheard a little and had not expected the relationship between the two of them to run this deep. Even so, Gold Lich still could not believe that he had been revived. Of course, even Jin Hyoke himself could hardly believe he was alive. This time, Jin Hyoke's goal was a portion of Gold Lich Company's resources. They could create a sponsorship contract between the two sides. "You talk as if Gold Lich Company belongs to you," Gold Lich snapped. But fundamentally, that was not wrong. For someone with no talent as a merchant, who would have sold him items from the higher floors of the tower, Jin Hyoke was the person who had contributed the most to building Gold Lich Company's foundation, and he was also its largest shareholder. That condescending arrogance made Gold Lich somewhat believe that he really was Jin Hyoke. However, even so, once the contract was signed, Jin Hyoke would also have to give him something. Jin Hyoke decided to sell Gold Lich all the information he had gathered, compiled, and decoded so far. "Very well. I'll name a price for it after I hear it," Gold Lich said. If the 9 stars had eliminated Jin Hyoke, then that meant there was a mastermind behind everything. Since those people all had their own egos, it was unlikely they would obey one another. That proved there was a force powerful enough to control and command them, none other than the 4 kings of the tower. Gold Lich was shocked when Jin Hyoke mentioned the 4 royal clans. They wanted to protect their superiority over other species. So if another race successfully climbed to the higher floors, their power and influence would drastically decline. That left them with 2 options: climb to the top of the tower themselves, or eliminate those with the potential to climb higher than them. And anyone who agreed to participate would be appointed as the ruler of a floor. However, Gold Lich did not believe it much, because Jin Hyoke was the only victim. Jin Hyoke then mentioned the Dakabi village on the 100th floor. There was only one survivor of that tragedy, and it was none other than Harry. She was a young Dakabi, but she was training relentlessly to fight the great ogre warrior. She still had not been able to overcome the 10th floor trial. In order to meet Harry and Vulcan again, Harry was determined to become even stronger. Why do you keep sighing like that? Don't you just need to use me? The soul inside the sword appeared again, nagging in Harry's ear. He knew perfectly well that she wanted to meet Jin Hyoke again as soon as possible. If that was the case, all she had to do was use him, and the Brain Warrior would be nothing more than a speck of dust. But Harry was determined not to rely on the power of the dragon-slaying sword, because she had promised Jin Hyoke that she would become stronger on her own and not depend on any other power. After hearing the story, Gold Lich gradually guessed that their targets were Harry and the Holy Sword. In order to eliminate her, they did not hesitate to wipe out an entire race. In other words, they were choosing their targets carefully. Gold Lich could hardly believe it, because this could completely change the very foundation of the tower. Yet what Jin Hyoke said was strangely reasonable, leaving Gold Lich deeply conflicted. Jin Hyoke said his goal was revenge. He would destroy every last one of them, sparing no one. Not the 9 stars, not those who supported the 4 royal clans, and not even the members of the 4 royal clans who had massacred Gold Lich's family. After their conversation ended, Gold Lich unlocked the barrier. Ban immediately jumped in, curious and full of questions. Even a 9-tailed fox wondered whether Jin Hyoke liked men, which annoyed him. But the good news was that Gold Lich had decided to buy that information on one condition. Jin Hyoke had to prove himself right now. Jin Hyoke shunned. This guy really was stubborn. As a merchant, trust was also an asset to Gold Lich, and he could not buy and sell based on a little bit of faith alone. Jin Hyoke had no choice but to turn to Ban and ask him to help prove his identity. The price was a handshake, but Ban took advantage of the situation and demanded that Jin Hyoke shake his hand 3 times. After it was done, Ban spammed Gold Lich with notifications saying that Jin Hyoke was exactly the person he thought he was. Since Ban staked all of his honor on the guarantee, Gold Lich no longer had any reason to refuse. I will trust you. It is good to meet you again, Demon Mask. Gold Lich held out his hand, and Jin Hyoke did the same. Jin Hyoke was certain that one day they would be able to call each other by their real names instead of using nicknames like they were now. As long as something could be bought with money, Gold Lich could obtain it for Jin Hyoke. As for Jin Hyoke, he needed every kind of weapon that could be used in this tower, along with a huge amount of ammunition. After hearing that, Gold Lich felt his head grow heavy. Jin Hyoke was a necromancer, so was he planning to use weapons for resale? Jin Hyoke casually flexed his all-round master class, shocking Gold Lich, who had never imagined that such a class existed. Jin Hyoke then flexed a little more about its effects. For example, it enhanced all of his stats, and even weapons he had never used before felt as familiar as if he had handled them for years. Although Gold Lich felt a little jealous, he knew for certain that Jin Hyoke would become even stronger than he had been in the past. Of course, he was weak right now, but the future would be different. So what Gold Lich needed to do was multiply Jin Hyoke's capabilities. Gold Lich summoned the puppet manager. He ordered him to collect and buy every weapon on the 10th floor under the name of another company, then package them for the VIP customer, Jin Hyoke. After about 10 minutes, the manager returned with a cloak. But it was not an ordinary cloak. It was a mobile warehouse. Gold Lich finally had something to flex. The cloak was called the Thief's Mantle. It was connected to a subspace that could store a great number of inanimate objects, like a large warehouse. The temperature, size, and color could also be customized according to the user's wishes. In addition, it had protective enchantments. If he had accessories inside, it would also automatically switch their appearance to match his outfit. This was an extremely rare item in the tower, so Gold Lich hoped he would take good care of it. "You are the one who should be careful," Jin Hyoke said, because if he ended up spending too extravagantly, Gold Lich might go bankrupt. The scene changed. Sungo's trio returned through the spatial gate. Although they had not achieved anything, they were lucky enough just to still be alive. They'd spent all their money before even reaching the 10th floor. So how were they supposed to keep climbing the tower? "Don't worry. The White-Eye Guild has people on the 10th floor," Sungo said arrogantly. As long as they met his older brother, the group would get more money to keep climbing the tower. Thinking of Jin Hyoke made him even more furious, because Jin Hyoke had threatened and humiliated him. So once he got the money, he would prepare for a bloody battle of revenge. Less than 10 minutes later, everyone's faces looked as if they had indigestion. Before them stood the ruined building of the White-Eye Guild. The guild members had evacuated to the 30th floor, and Sungo's older brother had cut off contact as well. With no money and no skills, they would not even make it past the 20th floor like this, let alone the 30th. Seeing Sungo remain silent, the other two began voicing their opinions and criticizing him. Aside from bragging about the White-Eye Guild all day, he had no real ability whatsoever. As Sungo listened to them nag, he only wanted them to shut their damn mouths. If he had no ability, then they were nothing but useless parasites living off him. He ought to take this chance to abandon those bastards. Suddenly, a small, trembling fox walked over. Sungo quickly waved his hand and chased it away. "If you're hungry, we don't have any food. Get lost." The fox came closer and sniffed Sungo's leg, irritating him. He kicked it away with all his strength, injuring the fox even more severely. He was already in a bad mood, so he decided to vent his anger on it, mercilessly tormenting the tiny, badly wounded body of the fox. It cried out, but after being beaten until it was exhausted, only faint whimpers remained. Sungo's voice, meanwhile, still echoed. "My life is completely screwed up. I'm surrounded by idiots, and my luck is as black as the bottom of a pot." A dagger flew from somewhere and pierced through his lower leg. Before Sungo could even understand what had just happened, pain surged through him. Jin Hyoke slowly stepped out of the darkness. Was Sungo asking who he was? He was the person who was about to become the owner of the fox Sungo had just trampled. 5 minutes earlier, Jin Hyoke and Vulcan had still been strolling through the street. Jin Hyoke was going to the Class Change Tower to obtain spiritual power. Vulcan did not quite understand, because Jin Hyoke was already a master of demonic spirits. Jin Hyoke's class, however, was like a kind of bug. It was similar to a mage who had memories from a previous life, but had not yet mastered how to use all the magical power he possessed. At present, he still had no spiritual power gained through cultivation. Vulcan had not even considered that possibility. For now, though, Jin Hyoke decided to rest and spend Gold Lich's money. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox sensed something. Ban immediately pointed toward a small alley, while the nine-tailed fox begged Jin Hyoke for help because her child was in danger. That was what led to Jin Hyoke taking one of Sungo's legs. As expected of a side character, even when a fated opportunity arrived, he could not seize it. Jin Hyoke could hardly believe he would be able to see the child of the nine-tailed fox, a legendary beast, in a place like this. On top of that, there was also a quest attached: rescue the child. The child was a disciple of the neutral god and the nine-tailed fox. After rescuing it, he needed to take good care of it, and his reward would be a fox item and increased affinity with the nine-tailed fox. Sungo looked at the mask and realized Jin Hyoke was Demon Mask. Jin Hyoke pretended not to know and asked, "Have I ever seen you before? Is that how you plan to provoke me?" Sungo ordered his two underlings to ambush Jin Hyoke. But Jin Hyoke vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the two of them at a loss. Before they knew it, Jin Hyoke was already holding the little fox in his arms. If they had trampled it without knowing who it was, then this would be the last time they could ever open their mouths to speak. Sungo did not care who the fox was. He decided he would cut off Jin Hyoke's limbs as revenge. Jin Hyoke asked the nine-tailed fox for her opinion. She told him to send them back to Mother Earth. Jin Hyoke had not planned to go that far, but they insisted on charging straight toward death. Jin Hyoke returned the leg to Sungo and turned it into a flaming corpse bomb. One lower leg was enough to neatly deal with 3 ignorant quacks. Jin Hyoke brought the little fox home, but he did not know what he should do with it. First, he decided to give it a name, because the child of a 9-tailed fox was far too long. If he shortened the words little fox, would it become treasure? It did not sound bad, but Vulcan warned him to be careful. Once it grew up, it would definitely drill a hole into his skull. If it were Vulcan, he would demonstrate the naming ability he had built up through countless years of experience. With the meaning of shining brilliantly, Ho meant fox and Rang meant shine, so the fox should be called Harang. The grand name he came up with made the atmosphere awkward. Vulcan became embarrassed and angry, then shouted, "If you do not like it, just say so." Jin Hyoke saw that it was a 2-tailed fox, so he decided to simply call it Miho. Vulcan looked down on the ordinary name Jin Hyoke had thought of and was certain the fox would not like it. But who could have known that Miho would show such delight that Vulcan was left speechless? The side quest to rescue Miho was complete. Miho took out a fox mask and gave it to Jin Hyoke. When he used it, he would gain the abilities of the wolf species, and the mask's abilities would increase along with the strength of its owner. It was very similar to Oni's mask. If these were the abilities of the fox species, then charm was the best of all. There was no better skill for binding an opponent. The 9-tailed fox was reminding him that the quest was only half finished. The remaining half was to strengthen Miho's vitality by feeding it 999 pieces of fresh raw liver. The number 999 was a problem, but fresh raw was an even bigger problem. He would have to hunt the ingredients himself. But considering the value of this mask, he could not really complain. Besides, there were many benefits to gaining the fox's favor. Vulcan made the excuse that he was going out on patrol to avoid being ordered around by Jin Hyoke. When the sun began to rise, they would head to the class change tower. So Jin Hyoke warned him in advance not to drag his feet. For now, let us go on a nighttime stroll around town with Vulcan. Just as Vulcan expected, everything was very different from when he had climbed the tower. Suddenly, a familiar sensation came over him. Vulcan looked toward a man with 2 horns. He was a dragon. His mana was so massive that even the air around him reeked of it. The man sighed and muttered, "I want to kill all the dragons." Vulcan was surprised. Dragons were a narcissistic race, and they loved their own kin like family. They were the proudest of the 4 great divine beasts. So when a dragon breathed out those words, it meant that no dragons would be allowed to exist. Vulcan had not expected the dragons to arrive on the 10th floor this early. The climbers looked at one another and muttered, "That dragon guy has been standing here for days, hasn't he? And he keeps mumbling things nobody understands." The length of time he had been here puzzled Vulcan. If that was the case, then the dragon still had not taken action. Suddenly, the dragon looked toward Vulcan, making him flinch. This was bad. The dragon had sensed his mana. The dragon grumbled, "So it is you, a useless ghost who acts weird and keeps wandering around everywhere." What? A useless ghost? Vulcan could tolerate being ordered around by Jin Hyoke, but he could not tolerate someone else insulting him. He immediately went down to reclaim his honor. "Hello, little dragon." The man scowled and shouted, "You dare call me a dragon? Are you tired of living?" The next morning at the class change tower, Vulcan was late again, irritating Jin Hyoke. He was not even answering messages. Jin Hyoke had no choice but to go inside alone. A young man named Ken came out to greet him. He was currently the person in charge of this tower. "This place is emptier than a deserted temple," Jin Hyoke said, "because hardly anyone awakens mana on the 10th floor, so there are either no flies around here or nothing but mosquitoes." Jin Hyoke borrowed the Soul Summoner Room, but first, to prove that he had awakened mana, he needed to fill the crystal orb in Ken's hand with mana. Jin Hyoke placed his hand on it and gently released his mana. Ken struggled to hold onto the crystal orb, but after only a few seconds, it cracked and shattered, causing Ken to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Vulcan was still fighting the dragon, but because he was not with Jin Hyoke, both his mana and his soul were restricted. The dragon said arrogantly, "How long do you plan to keep hiding inside that ghost? Come out and fight properly." The other people, drawn by the battle, ran over to watch. "Look at those horns. He's definitely a dragon." Being called a dragon by others made him fly into a rage. Vulcan did not understand why he was so sensitive to the word dragon when he was clearly a dragon. It was as if his soul and body were divided, just like Jin Hyoke. And so the researcher's curiosity inside Vulcan awakened once again. He used his soul as a weapon. "Let me see what is hiding inside that body of yours." Vulcan attacked. Although the dragon dodged, he had to acknowledge that Vulcan was not a useless ghost. Spiritual power was a kind of magic that absorbed souls instead of mana. It was a kind of magic that even Jin Hyoke could not use. This was the power of the strongest necromancer, and that dragon would regret daring to speak ill of him. The two sides fought chaotically. The dragon mocked Vulcan. "This is not a blind date. Why are you introducing yourself like that?" If Vulcan was using a weapon, then he would use his sword as well. Since Vulcan had introduced himself, he would also introduce his own profile. "I am Henrik, the Dragon Slayer." Dragon Slayer was a title given to those who had successfully conquered a dragon. For such a powerful soul to be stuffed into the body of a dragon, what an irony of fate. Henrik used dragon current footwork, forcing Vulcan to separate. Vulcan had let his guard down because Henrik appeared young and inexperienced. If his soul truly belonged to a dragon slayer who had climbed to the 780th floor, then even with Jin Hyoke here, there would be no guarantee they could win. In that case, the only option was to imprison him. Vulcan prepared to attack, but Henrik would not let his cloak be burned to ashes a second time. Suddenly, spectral hands held him tightly in place, followed by an enormous attack. Henrik gritted his teeth and used 10,000 heavenly slashes, cutting through every attack, but he had no time to react to the hand of Mr. Vulcanvlog. Henrik's head was seized by the giant subduing spirit hand. He resisted, but not enough for it to matter. Vulcan breathed a sigh of relief. He had nearly died. He had used his entire soul along with the magical power Jin Hyoke had given him. This time, he could probably hold Henrik back. Now was his perfect chance to run. Down below, Henrik finally broke free. He had remembered the name Vulcan and vowed that the next time they met, he would chop Vulcan's soul into 100 pieces. Meanwhile, Jin Hyoke was touring the rooms. The magical corridor seemed to stretch on endlessly. As Ken led him along, he broke out in a cold sweat. Even though Ken had reached the 35th floor, he still felt nervous in front of a 10th floor climber like Jin Hyoke. Jin Hyoke, on the other hand, thought Ken seemed quite good at his job and did not make him feel uncomfortable. At last, they reached the necromancer's room. Inside were magic potions, corpses, and countless books. This truly was the dream room of every necromancer. After Ken left, Jin Hyoke got to work. At that moment, Vulcan emerged from the ground and startled Miho badly. Jin Hyoke wondered where he had been all this time. Too embarrassed, Vulcan said he had been practicing some health exercises. Vulcan quickly changed the subject to Jin Hyoke's business. Jin Hyoke summoned several of his underlings to work, fetch books, draw magic circles, and light scented candles to set the mood. While Jin Hyoke worked, Vulcan and Miho had to step far back. Since this might be Jin Hyoke's final order, he instructed Vulcan to protect his body until he woke up. "Be careful. If you die, I will swallow your body whole." Hearing Vulcan say that was the only thing that made Jin Hyoke feel reassured. A ghostly soul was summoned from the magic circle and entered Jin Hyoke's soul chalice. Miho was startled when it witnessed this scene and cried out. Vulcan had to pat and comfort it. The powerful spirit was the essential realm of necromancer-type practitioners, allowing them to manipulate souls like mana. The fastest way to awaken this power was in spiritual form, which also meant drawing close to the realm of death. Jin Hyoke shut his eyes tightly. This was also the moment he reached the inside of the godless realm. At the same time, lost souls began to appear. They needed a complete body in order to revive. That was why Jin Hyoke had left Vulcan to protect him. He immediately summoned his soul soldiers. They had to save the spirit prince from death. Vulcan used his Aurora's soul, fighting the hungry ghost together with the soul soldiers. Ken heard the commotion and rushed in to see what was going on, only for the horrifying scene to scare him stiff. When Vulcan saw someone arrive, he dragged him straight into the battle as well. Meanwhile, Miho was trembling as she hid in a corner, but from that corner, she saw a hungry ghost charging toward Jin Hyoke. Ken noticed it, but it was already too late. All Vulcan could do was curse and turn on the alarm mode to wake Jin Hyoke up. Miho hurriedly leapt forward to block Jin Hyoke's body, releasing a blinding flash of light. The other hungry ghosts immediately froze. They had no idea where Miho had jumped out from, but their first impression was that she was far too adorable. Her little tail, her little paws, Miho's cheesy stick cuteness defeated them all. Even the soul soldiers collapsed before Miho's adorableness, leaving Vulcan helpless. And on top of that, even Gatekeeper Kin fell too. Only Vulcan realized this was a charm spell, but it was supposed to control only existing physical bodies. The fact that this power could control even souls proved that a creature bestowed with the blood of a divine being was anything but ordinary. Amid the chaos at the scene, another hungry ghost appeared. Vulcan saw that he had been a very powerful tower climber when alive. If he took over Jin Hyoke's body, it would be extremely dangerous. Vulcan had to stop him, but the effect of Miho's charm spell was causing him to lose strength. Now, they could only count on Miho. Move aside. I have no interest in a furry thing like you. The hungry ghost reached toward Jin Hyoke's body. Miho immediately jumped up and approached him, then emitted a flash of light. But Miho only burped out a tiny heart, not enough to charm him. Vulcan froze solid in shock. Had she already run out of power? He showed no mercy and prepared to chop Miho to pieces. She shut her eyes, bracing for the pain, but nothing happened. A stream of demonic power pierced through his arm. Jinhai Oke had finally awakened. Now that demon was as good as dead. He shrieked, "Wow, my spirit body!" Jin Hyoke absorbed all the hungry ghosts around him. They would make fine materials for him to refine elixirs. As for that one, he only needed to use one move, 10-finger spirit bullets. He spread all 10 fingers wide and shattered the ghost's spirit body. In fact, he swung his hand so carelessly that he destroyed the entire room too. Vulcan saw that Jin Hyoke's method of gathering spiritual power at his fingertips and firing it was both powerful and simple. How had he not thought of it sooner? After everything was over, Jin Hyoke left a huge gap in the room's wall. Ken was still sound asleep after being hit by the charm spell. The management puppet came looking for him and could only exclaim, "Damn it, what exactly have you been doing inside the tower?" Explaining would take too long, so Jin Hyoke was not going to explain. The manager had come to deliver one of the things Jin Hyoke requested, but could not fit inside the spatial bag. Bottles of potent poison sorted by grade. Heat stones containing the energy of fire, and cold stones containing the energy of water. Jin Hyoke was puzzled. These stones were only used for dungeon development from the 100th floor onward. When a manager realized Jin Hyoke had seen through him, he flinched. This delivery was his final job as the 10th floor branch manager. From now on, he would return as a tower climber, all because he needed to become stronger. As a merchant, the manager aimed for the very top, but he felt that both Jin Hyoke and Gold Lich could bring great change to this tower. And in that change, one could not leave out the most talented merchant, who was also a climber capable of reaching the 100th floor through his own strength, himself. Jin Hyoke saw that he was quite determined, very much like Gold Lich had been back then. If he had suitable ability, Jin Hyoke would also let him know about his plan with Gold Lich, and of course, the manager was very willing. After the manager left, hunger suddenly struck. Jin Hyoke decided he would refill his energy with this pile of poisons. His decision gave Vulcan goosebumps, but Jin Hyoke's absorption ability turned the power of anything he swallowed into his own. Wasn't Vulcan curious what kind of power these things would give him? A while later, Ken opened his eyes, tense as a drawn bowstring. But everything had already been dealt with, and it seemed very safe. They had only one final risk left. Jin Hyoke. He shoved the heat stone bar into his mouth. It felt like eating 100 bowls of the spiciest noodles all at once. The heat stone bar was too large, so it took Jin Hyoke some time to completely swallow it. His ice fire absorption had reached its maximum, so he could no longer absorb the rest. That night, Vulcan was moving the pile of orc corpses Jin Hyoke had left behind. He felt as if he were being tortured. Jin Hyoke finally swallowed all the poisons. Just like Black Star's way of fighting, he also had to prepare himself to deal with emergency situations, especially poison, because one of the Black Stars was extremely knowledgeable about poisons. If he had realized that person's trick back then, he would not have been beaten so miserably by the group. After all the orc corpses were moved, Jin Hyoke fed Miho a buffet of fresh, hot, raw livers. Vulcan thought she should learn the fighting methods that a descendant of the nine-tailed fox ought to learn. But Jin Hyoke felt that she was still a baby in human years. Baby Miho, with her sharp teeth, was ravenously chewing through the orc corpses, making Jin Hyoke retract his opinion. She had only eaten 127 livers tonight, but she was already full. On the way, Vulcan confided that he also wanted to tear up the city like Jin Hyoke, but it was better to act in secret. Jin Hyoke guessed that Vulcan was planning to go fight someone in the middle of the night because his demonic energy was surging. He was just curious what kind of opponent Vulcan had encountered. "I fought the dragon race." Vulcan calmly recounted his achievement, naturally leaving out the part where he ran away. Suddenly, Jin Hyoke was filled with killing intent. It seemed he held a deep grudge against the dragons. Vulcan hurriedly signaled for him to calm down and not set off explosions in the street. Jin Hyoke had not done it intentionally. It was the lingering effect of swallowing ice and fire, making it hard for him to control himself. Vulcan quickly explained that the dragon he met was no ordinary one. After hearing the story, Jin Hyoke was extremely surprised. A separated soul and body. At first, Vulcan had not believed it either, but Jin Hyoke himself was a perfect example. Furthermore, Jin Hyoke also knew of the dragon-slaying hero Henrik. When Henrik became a tower climber, he started training by butchering dragons, defeating every dragon he encountered or knew the location of one after another, eventually becoming a monster known as the dragon-slaying hero. It was said he had fallen asleep on the 72,800th floor. Based on what Vulcan described, that might also have been a trap laid by the dragon race's royal family. If that was the case, Jin Hyoke wanted to meet Henrik once. He got so excited that he suddenly set off another explosion. His devouring trait was like a scam. Vulcan thought it would be more accurate to call it the punishment of devouring. Poison, heat, and cold stones. Now Jin Hyoke needed to heal the internal injuries they had caused. Healing? Go see a priest? Are you insane? Jin Hyoke did not want to be purified by divine power like those wandering spirits. But if this continued, he would keep causing explosions and have a very hard time recovering. The best method was to use divine power to heal those wounds himself. Suddenly, Miho growled. She roared so loudly that Jin Hyoke felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. Vulcan noticed something strange about the crowd. They had no reaction to Miho's scream and moved as if they had lost consciousness. A golden light made the two of them freeze. A girl with a halo like an angel above her head walked toward them. "It is an honor to meet you, Demon Mask." Jin Hyoke realized she came from the celestial race. If that was the case, there was no need to hold back. He wanted to fight right then and there. Before he knew it, she was holding the hilt of Jin Hyoke's sword, warning him not to do something he would regret. Jin Hyoke could not move while she was using only one hand. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his face, knowing clearly every internal wound whenever her hand passed over any part of Jin Hyoke's body. Then the halo above her head shone, and a stream of light flowed into his body. Vulcan stood beside them anxiously and asked, "Is he all right?" But Jin Hyoke's injured body had completely recovered. This was the sacred power of the celestial race. She had done that to prove she had no intention of fighting him, then introduced herself as Uriel of the Wingless Celestials. Everyone suddenly snapped back to awareness, feeling as if they had just fallen into a deep sleep. Jin Hyoke immediately questioned Uriel about what she had done. She said she had only interfered with their memories a little to protect the people here. According to the information she had heard, if they knew a celestial had come here from the 10th floor, it would cause great trouble. Jin Hyoke judged her to be brave, but also very calculating. Not bad, but why had she not used it on him? Was it because she could not, or because it took effect slowly? Uriel could not use it on Jin Hyoke, nor on the adorable Miho, whose fur was standing on end. Even Vulcan was completely unaffected. He gritted his teeth. He was a soul, yet everywhere he went, people could see him. Uriel had come today because of Jin Hyoke, the one who wore a mask and intended to defy the heavens. His power and that of those accompanying him would temporarily weaken, but in the end, they would succeed. This was the prophecy of Uriel's Wingless clan. Jin Hyoke asked about the name Wingless, because he had never heard it before. Uriel suddenly stood up and removed her clothing, revealing the severed wings on her back, along with a body that was impossible to ignore. Celestial society was going mad, blinded by greed, and those of their own race who did not share their way of thinking were exiled and turned into criminals. When Celestials committed crimes and were exiled, they were stripped of their wings, the symbol of their kind. That was why Uriel had only once belonged to the Celestial race. The Wingless were Celestials like Uriel, those exiled from Utopia, the city of the Celestials. According to the prophecy, Jin Hyoke intended to overthrow the rule of the Tsar clan, so the Wingless also wanted to join forces in that effort. Jin Hyoke communicated with Vulcan through thought. She did not seem to be lying, so they should accept it. When Jin Hyoke asked about the benefits, Uriel honestly shook her head. The Wingless clan's power was very strong, but Utopia had designated them as enemies and was monitoring them. An increase in their numbers meant that the hostility of celestial society toward them had also increased. Jin Hyoke had not expected things to be this troublesome. It would be a waste to abandon an army born from the Celestials, but accepting them would carry too great a risk. Even so, despite suffering such oppression, if there came an important moment when he needed the wingless power, they would always be ready. Jin Hyoke was satisfied and decided to become allies with them. It seemed Desaid's name had not been revealed yet. He immediately asked Uriel whether she could blind the eyes of gods and demons, but she could only do so for a short while. Uriel plucked out a feather and created a barrier similar to gold liches. Those beings would not hear anything, no matter what they did inside. To test it, Jin Hyoke removed his mask and shouted, "You damn eavesdroppers, are you listening?" Uriel froze, unable to believe that the demon mask she feared and respected could be this ridiculous. After confirming it, Jin Hyoke finally felt at ease. He removed his mask and introduced his real name, along with his identity from 10 years ago. When Uriel heard the name Jin Hyoke, she knelt down. "I'm sorry, my lord. I was truly ignorant." The reason she acted that way was because 10 years ago, Uriel had been one of those who judged him to death. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. Jin Hyoke pressed his foot hard against the floor, his entire body filled with killing intent. "What will you say next? You had better choose carefully." Uriel still kept her head lowered because she was in a weak position. She asked whether he knew what would happen upon reaching the 999th floor. Jin Hyoke growled that he would surely meet the same end as those people, like the demons and gods who govern the tower. But according to Uriel, the Tsar clan was intoxicated with its own superiority and wanted to monopolize that position. In the end, aside from themselves, they did not want anyone else to have the ability to conquer the tower. Jin Hyoke was quite surprised. Previously, he had only guessed, but now he was certain. Even with one of the masterminds right in front of him, Jin Hyoke would definitely send Uriel's head to the Celestials. Even when attacked, she did not resist at all. This was why she had become useless to the Celestials, though Jin Hyoke did not quite understand. In truth, Uriel had considered herself useless ever since 10 years ago, when she opposed the celestial selection of a certain tower climber. That person was Jin Hyoke, Black Star. Jin Hyoke decided to spare her life. How wicked. She should be apologizing to him. In any case, he did not want to vent his anger on Uriel, because he understood the difference between her opposing view and that of the Celestials. Uriel was grateful that Jin Hyoke understood her situation. There might be people in the Tsar clan who shared the same goal as them. If he could contact them, Uriel believed Jin Hyoke should also accept them as friends. Jin Hyoke had been through enough to know there were all kinds of people everywhere. Those exiled from the Tsar clan would surely be very valuable to him. If he could recruit them, they would be extremely useful in the war against the Tsar clan. Jin Hyoke asked where Uriel's refuge was. It was on the 190th floor in the City of Dreams. The 190th floor was lower than he had expected. The higher they went, the stronger the Tsar clan's influence became, so they could not go upward. Moreover, the 200th to 300th floors were that person's territory. Jin Hyoke had almost forgotten that it was that person's domain. Emperor Testwu, an invincible existence whose authority placed everything from the 200th to the 300th floors beneath his feet. If the Wingless established a base there, there was a high chance it would be destroyed by Emperor Testwu's hands before the Celestials even needed to act. "If you do not mind, please allow me to put my clothes back on," Uriel said shyly. Jin Hyoke wondered whether her coming to meet him would leave any traces behind. Uriel firmly said it would not. However, because of the Celestials' pursuit, the only thing she had brought here was this body. Jin Hyoke smirked in satisfaction. That was enough. His somewhat inhuman smile made Uriel wary. She only knew him through the prophecy, so she did not know whether he liked men or women. That was not it. Jin Hyoke hurriedly cleared up the misunderstanding. He only wanted a few of Uriel's feathers. Oh, is that all? If it was feathers, Uriel had no shortage of them because they would grow back. In truth, Jin Hyoke had been afraid they would not grow back, which was why he had chosen his words carefully. But Uriel generously plucked out many for him. However, she warned him that he absolutely must not expose them, because the Celestials had the ability to trace the owner of feather. Jin Hyoke told her not to worry, because he would swallow all the feathers without leaving any trace. Damn it, so you really are that kind of person. Uriel bristled again, leaving Jin Hyoke unsure what to do. At last, it was time to part. Uriel said she would wait to see what he could accomplish, then vanished into thin air. You're eating them right away? Vulcan asked curiously. Jin Hyoke had wanted to taste them for a long time, so he could not wait. The sacred power of the Celestials. He wondered whether he could endure it. Vulcan no longer wanted to say anything. He had long since given up on such far-fetched desires for power. He did not forget to warn Miho not to eat everything she saw like Jin Hyoke, or one day she would end up with indigestion. Jin Hyoke tried tasting one feather, and his heart suddenly seemed to stop. His entire body began glowing as if there were a light bulb inside him. Vulcan sighed. He had already grown too used to this sight, even following Miho as she played airplane around Jin Hyoke's area. Jin Hyoke could not endure the pain, screamed loudly, and passed out. When Jin Hyoke woke up, he was surrounded by water, and his head throbbed as if it had been split by a hammer. More importantly, he was inside an imaginary world. Jin Hyoke worried that his small body would not be able to accept the Celestial's sacred power. If so, what would happen in this imaginary world? Suddenly, behind his back, a golden waterfall came crashing down. It seemed to be sacred power entering his body, surging like a colossal mountain, yet only a single feather. Luckily, he had not gone to war with Uriel, but if he had won and devoured her body, there was no imagining how immense the power he received would have been. Then Jin Hyoke suddenly realized the water was rising. It was not just an image of a waterfall. He had to overcome this sensation before the sacred waterfall swallowed the imaginary world. If that was the case, there was only one way. Jin Hyoke immediately used spiritual power. Outside, Vulcan was guarding Jin Hyoke's soulless body and was startled to see him using spiritual power to resist. But something felt off because he was using spiritual power while in a soul state. Miho looked gloomy, so Vulcan comforted her and told her to try believing in Jin Hyoke just this once. Since he had absorbed the feather, he must have had his own intention. This was a trial, so Jin Hyoke would surely be able to overcome it. Just how many more things would Jin Hyoke do to surprise him? He really was the main character. After all, in the imaginary world, Jin Hyoke was sucking up the holy water as if he were drinking milk tea, but it had no effect. He created an image of controlling sacred power with spiritual power. Since it was power he had obtained through hunting and absorbing, he thought this waterfall could be drunk normally. But if this continued, he would definitely fail. This sacred power was overwhelming Jin Hyoke's firm will. Either he gave up this power, or he would kick the bucket. Suddenly, Jin Hyoke realized he was afraid. But why should he be afraid? This was an image created from the soul within his own body. If so, Jin Hyoke had to do it his own way. Using spiritual power, he created a gigantic, bloodthirsty shark like himself and ordered it to charge at the waterfall. From now on, this was the real thing. Jin Hyoke savored every drop of holy water. It tasted even better than milk tea, making him unable to suppress his desire. Jin Hyoke wanted more. It was never enough. He had to absorb even more. Meanwhile, in the real world, his body reacted as well. His body twitched, and with that delirious smile, he looked no different from an addict who had just taken a shot. Ban, who had been watching from beginning to end, clapped in praise, welcoming the birth of the Predator Demon King. There was a neutral god who constantly played sinister tricks, named a greedy dragon. It was so greedy that it seized every treasure, gave nothing back, and was so insane that it wanted to eat everything in the world. The divine name of the greedy dragon was described as greed, just like Jin Hyoke right now, wanting to swallow all that sacred power without ever feeling full. Hey, are you awake? Vulcan's voice rang out, along with Miho's delighted face. Jin Hyoke had returned. Vulcan was curious whether he had succeeded or failed, so he would know whether to laugh in his face. What a shame. Of course he had succeeded. Jin Hyoke displayed the skill, so Vulcan would have no chance to mock him. Although it was only a tiny seed, he had created a universe within his body to produce sacred power. Vulcan could not believe it. Jin Hyoke was not of the Tsar clan, yet he carried the power of the celestial race within him. If the Celestials learned of this, they would definitely order the extermination of 3 generations of his family. Jin Hyoke shrugged. Was his excellence hurting their pride or something? The important thing was that he was not afraid of them at all. Although Vulcan was happy for him, he was also worried because Jin Hyoke was not yet strong enough to withstand an attack from the Tsar clan. In his current unstable condition, if a confrontation with the Tsar clan occurred, it would be very hard to predict the outcome. A few days later, in the hunting grounds on the 10th floor, Jin Hyoke continued training his army of demonic soul soldiers. That was because they were not yet at their strongest. It was called training, but only Vulcan had to summon soldiers. Jin Hyoke stood behind him like a teacher, supervising him. When one soul soldier was cut down, that was when everything began. A light shone from the demonic soul soldier's body, and then a ghost possessing sacred power appeared. Jin Hyoke called it a sacred soul soldier. Its power was exactly what they had hoped for. It specialized in healing the demonic soul soldiers. Because of the fragile nature of spirit soldier summoning, necromancers originally overwhelmed opponents with numbers. Now that they had been upgraded like this, it truly exceeded expectations. Sacred power was indeed sacred power, but it was clear that some individuals were already on the verge of reaching enlightenment. When buffaloes fight, Miho reaped all the benefits. She filled her belly with freshly harvested, piping hot livers. At a rate of 892 fresh livers, the task of nurturing Miho's power would practically be finished by tomorrow. Unexpectedly, he was able to obtain the achievement of orc-slaughtering war god for the 2nd time. Jin Hyoke opened the status window to check. It had only been a few days since he planted the seed of divine power, yet had already risen to 3. Although it would not help much, he could use it once in a crisis. And now it was time to meet Henrik, the dragon-slaying hero, and have a little chat. According to Vulcan's information, from a certain point onward, Henrik had stayed in one place and had not climbed the tower at all, as if he were waiting for someone. If he had stopped on the 10th floor, there must have been a reason, so Jin Hyoke very much wanted to meet him. Just like Uriel could hear the voices of gods and demons, he too might be waiting for something. The two passed through an alley, and as soon as they stepped out, they saw Henrik's towering figure amid the crowd. Looking at those horns and red eyes, there was no doubt. He was of the dragon race. In that case, let's go. Jin Hyoke made the decision quickly, making Vulcan panic. He thought Jin Hyoke should not just jump out and talk to him, because there was no guarantee that the person Henrik was waiting for was him. From the past until now, Jin Hyoke had rarely used his mouth to talk. He usually used his fists instead. Damn it, you lunatic, Vulcan cursed in frustration. He was determined to stay right there. So you really are scared. It must be because you got beaten to a pulp last time, right? Jin Hyoke finally had a chance to tease him. Vulcan denied it over and over. Their noisy arguing made Henrik unable to concentrate. He had been waiting here because someone told him that on the 10th floor, someone would come and fulfill his wish. But he did not know who that person was. Jin Hyoke stepped forward and greeted him. Henrik had also been waiting to speak with Jin Hyoke, and he did not forget to greet the familiar face, Vulcan. First, Henrik checked whether Jin Hyoke qualified. Although Jin Hyoke did not like this blatant behavior, since Henrik had acknowledged him, he would let it slide. Henrik disliked handling things while hiding from people, so even if Jin Hyoke went somewhere else, who would have thought he would prefer doing it in a dead-end alley? Henrik said nothing and simply opened a spatial gate. The two followed him and arrived in the hidden space of the 10th floor. The eyes of angels and demons also lost their power here. No wonder Jin Hyoke's vision had weakened. Only then did Henrik speak seriously. He wanted to take down all the members of the dragon race in this tower who wanted to kill him. So did Jin Hyoke have the resolve to join him for that goal? Jin Hyoke smirked. Kid, your dream is far too small. What the hell are you saying? Henrik glared at him. Vulcan also had to stop Jin Hyoke's foul mouth, because that Henrik was a monster outside the tower's standards. Provoking him meant going straight to meet your ancestors. Stay still, you failure, Jin Hyoke reminded Vulcan through telepathy. He had already calculated everything. Jin Hyoke continued speaking to Henrik. He did not know the exact reason, but he could guess why Henrik had ended up in his current state. However, there was one thing Henrik definitely did not know. The ones targeting them were not only the Tsar clan. He did not know why Henrik was so obsessed with the dragon race. But in his view, those dragons alone were not enough. If it were Jin Hyoke, he would cleanly deal with every last person who had deceived him. Even if they were not the Tsar clan, they would all share the same fate. That was why Henrik's goal was too small for him to follow. Could it be that you want to wipe out the entire Tsar clan? Henrik asked. I'm the same as you. I survived death, and there is someone behind my death as well. Do you need me to answer any more than that? Just those words from Jin Hyoke made Henrik laugh with delight. Vulcan's face twisted, unable to understand what was happening. Henrik felt he had to apologize to him. The prophetic man Uriel mentioned was you. Jin Hyoke had not expected that he had met her. But first, Henrik wanted to personally verify whether his resolve was true or mere boasting. You who plot against the heavens, what is your name? I am the Black Necromancer, Jin Hyoke. He removed his mask and revealed his true identity without hesitation. Right then, a voice shouted, You damned lizard, are you here to cause trouble again? Even Henrik shrank back before the old man's attitude. The old man was the first blacksmith to live here and also the one who had forged Henrik's sword. When they met him, both Jin Hyoke and Vulcan were shocked. He was a genuine Oni. The old man asked curiously, a strange combination of soul and spiritual beast. And who is that pitch-black fellow? The corner of Jin Hyoke's mouth twitched. How are you still alive? Hearing him ask that, the old man became 100% certain that Jin Hyoke was the one who had attacked the Oni village. Jin Hyoke quickly explained that it was not him. But the more he explained, the worse the misunderstanding became, driving the old man mad. He grabbed his forging hammer and wanted to smash Jin Hyoke's skull. You are the culprit who burned down the village. Henrik stepped in to stop him, telling him to calm down because Jin Hyoke was in the same situation as he was. Vulcan immediately asked the old man if he knew Haryu. As expected, the answer was yes. The whole group returned to the old man's house. Henrik had not expected such a coincidence in this vast tower. According to the old man, on the day of the village's traditional festival, all the Oni had gathered on the 100th floor. Because he was old, he did not join the dancing and instead stayed here to sharpen swords. Then disaster struck. He anxiously asked about Haryu's whereabouts. Jin Hyoke said she was on the 9th floor and would soon reunite with them. As for this mask, it belonged to Haryu. She had given it to him as a gift to repay him for saving her life. Henrik was curious whether Haryu was strong. Jin Hyoke was extremely proud. When it came to her, there was no need to even discuss it. Even while recovering, if she fought one-on-one, she was on their level. Moreover, Haryu was a long-term partner. After receiving the mask, they had decided to take revenge together. The old man suddenly held Jin Hyoke's hand and expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he introduced his real name as Geno. He would support them with everything he could and rebuild the village together with Haryu. Jin Hyoke did not quite understand, but still nodded in agreement. Only Vulcan knew that the mask was actually a proposal of marriage. Geno allowed him to take every item from the forge that he felt was necessary. They were all excellent weapons, on a completely different level from the things Gold Lich had brought him. After finishing, Jin Hyoke decided to leave. But by then, old Geno was already snoring loudly. Perhaps it was because some of his tension had eased, as Henrik had never seen him rest comfortably after working in the village. Jin Hyoke decided to let Geno keep sleeping. If Haryu came, he would let her meet the old man first. She would surely gain more strength if she met Geno. Just then, Vulcan's hoarse shouting echoed into his ears. Jin Hyoke immediately dodged Henrik's surprise attack. It blew up an entire house. Henrik was satisfied with his reaction speed. His earlier statement about verifying Jin Hyoke's strength was still in effect. If Jin Hyoke could defeat him, then that heaven-defying thing might happen. Jin Hyoke had no intention of talking with his mouth either. He would also verify the strength of the Dragon Slayer. The two sides charged into a sparring match, destroying everything around them. Yet it felt exhilarating, because they had never before been able to unleash their full strength like this. Henrik could easily cut down Jin Hyoke's demonic soul soldiers, but Jin Hyoke had already set up daggers behind him. Henrik was slightly surprised, but still dealt with them easily. In Henrik's eyes, this was a shallow technique unworthy of his level. So Jinhye charged straight in and crossed swords with him. Henrik moved his body as lightly as a feather, giving the feeling that he was only a soul that could not be touched. Jinhye cursed. Even with this kind of swordsmanship and all-purpose master-level skill, Henrik dodged it. He even grabbed Jinhye's arm and threw him far away like a sandbag. A necromancer? Huh? If you want to follow me and work together, you need to try harder. Henrik saw the problem after exchanging a few moves with him. It would be best if Jinhye could resurrect soul soldiers and summon monsters from the 10th floor. Only then would his power be effective. Oh, is that so? Jinhye spoke while Vulcan was tightly restraining Henrik. Now is the time for Vulcan to recover his dignity after running away with his tail between his legs last time. Jinhye summoned the enormous spear Gungnir. It was the weapon that had cut the throat of the great orc warrior in a single second. Now it was time to fight. Vulcan immediately jumped out of Henrik's body to avoid getting caught in the blast. Henrik pretended to grit his teeth to suit the scene, but his sword had a spell that dispelled magic, so Vulcan's chains were completely useless. Vulcan quickly signaled Jinhye to get out of the way, because Henrik's sword was dragon-breaking slash. It cut Gungnir in half and shot straight toward Jinhye. All that could be seen was a huge explosion where he had been standing. Vulcan wanted to worry, but he had to worry about himself first. Henrik was busy stepping on him underfoot. You must be Jinhye's strongest teammate, right? If that was the case, then no one could help Jinhye anymore. Henrik was eager to go find his corpse. Jinhye jumped out from the side. Who said Vulcan was my strongest teammate? He was still alive and well. Jinhye shot an arrow, but only passed through Henrik's smooth, glossy hair, leaving Henrik speechless. Compared to his swordsmanship, Jinhye's marksmanship was even more hopeless. 2 arrows shot into the sky and released magic, drawing Henrik's attention. Then Jinhye fired 3 other arrows that struck Henrik's body, causing him to fall freely. The attack had worked. Jinhye had to seize this moment and end it. He put on the Oni mask to activate the battle eye. Henrik, who was falling freely, gritted his teeth in frustration. He created a blazing red tornado like fire, leaving Jinhye helpless. He had missed his chance. I was a little surprised, but this is not the end. Henrik shouted in excitement. He had still not unleashed his full strength. The next move was a specialty of the dragon race, charging Dragon Flash. Jinhye was sweating not because of the heat, but because of worry. Even though he knew the trajectory of that technique through his battle prediction ability, he could not see a path to dodge it. His speed was not enough. If he was hit, he would be finished. However, he still had another persona. Jinhye put on the fox mask. Gina woke up after a 5-minute nap, but everything around him was a pile of ruins. He was certain that the lizard Henrik had gone berserk again. Miho perked up her ears and ran outside, causing the old man to chase after her in concern. She stood before Jinhye's call. Henrik deployed, charging Dragon Flash. He suddenly vanished, leaving Jinhye bewildered. Less than a second later, he appeared in front of Jinhye with his sword thrusting straight ahead. There was another explosion amid the rubble, but not a single drop of blood. Henrik could not believe that Jinhye had dodged this technique. But that was the truth. Jinhye appeared behind him wearing the fox mask, making Henrik even more excited. That mask is beautiful, Jinhye. From his hands, Jinhye created claws like the werewolf Wolverine and charged in a clash with Henrik's dragon-breaking slash. However, Henrik's agility and strength had changed. Henrik also realized Jinhye was not simple because of the power of that fox mask. Because Henrik kept talking during the fight, Jinhye pushed him back. A rare opening appeared, so he could not delay. Who would have thought Henrik had already prepared a magic attack in his other hand? Perhaps he had deliberately created that opening to lure Jinhye in, then launch a magical counterattack. It was exactly as he thought. The magic attack created yet another pile of rubble. To think there was someone even more despicable than Jinhye. He burst out from the cloud of dust. At this moment, he had no choice but to use his ultimate move. The Fox Clan's outrageously cringe-worthy charm technique. Henrik had predicted it, but still could not avoid it. A feeling of overwhelming happiness flooded him, as if he had met the destined love of his life. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, I'm not interested in men. Thanks to his mental focus, he broke free of the charm technique, but that had not been Jin Hyoke's goal. In that brief span of time, Henrik's body had gone still, allowing Jin Hyoke to approach him easily. At this range, Jin Hyoke could not use his weapons carelessly, so he would try to finish it in a single blow. He recalled Kyung Hun's technique, combining his all-purpose master skill with the Fox clan's nimble movements and a strength-enhancing spell. He poured everything into one forearm to create the most perfect punch he could. "It's over, kid." Jin Hyoke drove his fist precisely into Henrik's 8-pack abs. This move was called the one palm of shocking, soul-churning current. It sounded long, but it was simply a straight punch. This time, the range of destruction was even wider than Henrik's. The thick dust cloud and thunderous noise were finally enough to wake Vulcan. He struggled to his feet and asked what the score was. Jin Hyoke's silhouette appeared from the smoke and dust, making him rejoice. But before he could be happy for even 3 seconds, Jin Hyoke collapsed. Blood poured from his eyes and mouth. He had used up all his strength, so he could no longer move his body. Meanwhile, Henrik still had his sword to use as a cane. By all rights, everything should have ended there. Henrik swung his sword with the confidence that he had won. But Jin Hyoke refused to accept it and sprang up demanding justice. I lost. I used my final attack, and you went down too, you monster." Henrik was extremely troubled because he had never imagined he would lose in such a way, which only made Jin Hyoke even more annoyed. "Fine," Henrik said, but he wanted to decide it based on this last attack. He was very satisfied with Jin Hyoke's strength, but he wanted victory by any means. "Wait, I can't move my body right now." Jin Hyoke signaled for help, but Henrik pretended not to hear. He summoned a fire dragon and sent it charging toward him. Jin Hyoke was helpless. He could no longer tell whether it was blood or tears falling from him. "Fine, you win, you madman. What did you say again? I'll test you too, Dragon Slayer. And yet you lost." Fulcon's mocking tone drove Jin Hyoke insane. Even after dying and becoming a soul, that old man's personality had not changed. Jin Hyoke pulled his hand back in pain, which only encouraged Vulcan to push even harder. "Oh my, don't overdo it like that. If you didn't have Uriel's sacred power, you would have failed even more miserably. Without sacred power, your tiny body would have been smashed to pieces. Damn this old man. Why do you keep provoking me and bad-mouthing your master? Just wait until I recover." The sound of the two of them bickering back and forth made it impossible for Miho to fall asleep. At that moment, Henrik, the cause of the argument, walked in. "How is your body?" Seeing him, Vulcan looked as if he had seen a ghost. He suddenly remembered that he had once said he had personally defeated Henrik and immediately scurried over to apologize to him. Henrik did not pursue the matter either, because right now it was his own fault. Letting bygones be bygones made Vulcan sigh in relief, as if he had finally paid off a debt. When fighting Jin Hyoke, Henrik had been like a madman, but normally he was completely different. Henrik looked kindly at Jin Hyoke and asked, "Did I go a little too far?" That question stabbed straight into Jin Hyoke's sore spot and annoyed him. "Both of you, stop it. Next time, I will definitely win." Putting that aside, Jin Hyoke had called Henrik over because he wanted to hear his story. He wanted to know about Henrik's previous life and also his death. Henrik told him the whole story from beginning to end. It began when his family and homeland vanished without a trace because of the dragon race, and he alone miraculously survived. Before his eyes were his loved ones dying in a sea of fire, and in the sky were dragons spreading their wings without the slightest mercy. All that remained in him was rage toward dragon horns and scales. After that, Henrik climbed the tower like other climbers. Fortunately, he had talent, and the first time he struck at a dragon for revenge was on the 600th floor. Jin Hyoke was surprised. Henrik had climbed the tower even faster than he had. From that point on, Henrik stepped onto the path of addiction to dragon hunting. At the same time, being pursued by the Tsar clan's pursuit squad became his daily life. There was one thing Henrik noticed. The stronger he became, the lighter their penalties became. After the 800th floor, their layers seemed to disappear. Penalties were something the system imposed to regulate climbers, so they could not monopolize the tower. All of them had their abilities increasingly restricted when they were on floors lower than the highest floor they had reached. That was why Jin Hyoke had been able to withstand Gold Lich's attack. Without the penalty, he would already have been put to sleep. Hioke suddenly started in surprise. Just how far had Henrik climbed? The 900th floor, Henrik said. That was where his journey ended. If it was the 900th floor, perhaps he had even been destined to become a transcendent. A pursuit squad from the Tsar clan, far larger and stronger than before, was formed to capture him. In the end, Henrik could not stand against dozens of Tsar clan members and lost his life. It was ironic that, with countless races in existence, he was revived in the body of the dragon race. He had wanted to die, but dying with this power and this body was not easy either. And so Henrik accepted it and used this body as a tool for revenge. Hioke felt some sympathy for him and learned Henrik's answer. Henrik nodded excitedly and asked about when they would climb the tower next. As far as he knew, they were waiting for Haryu. Who would have thought he wanted to climb the tower together with Hioke? Although annoyed, Hioke could not do anything about it. More than that, Henrik realized they had many things in common. He had fought alone during his final moments, and perhaps Hioke had as well. They had to learn from their past failures. Fighting all of them alone was nothing but empty ambition. Hioke also knew that he needed comrades, friends who would stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. Henrik immediately proposed forming a guild, which was beyond Hioke's expectations. Meanwhile, on the 600th floor of the Holy Nation Alliance, Saint Ispello barged into Ken's room and questioned him in an irritated tone. He was reading a report sent from the White Goose branch on the 10th floor. Someone had set a fire and reduced the place to ashes, and that person had acted alone. That was the information Beck Julio had sent, but Ken also thought it had not been a group action. Impossible. On a low floor like the 10th, no matter how strong someone is, the penalty would reduce their power, she shouted. Even if they were one of the 9 stars, they could not avoid the law of the power reduction penalty. Therefore, the culprit was certainly someone with overwhelming strength on the 10th floor, quite similar to them when they first climbed the tower. However, Ken was certain everything was still within their control. In the event that person possessed power they did not know about, they would follow the plan from 10 years ago, pull the weeds out by the roots. First, he would hire a capable bounty hunter to resolve this matter. After thinking for a while, Hioke also agreed with Henrik. However, there was one problem. At present, he was carrying out a guild mission. Before reaching the 100th floor, he had to raise his reputation and name recognition. So there would be a problem if he got involved with Henrik or Henrik's guild. Henrik nodded, understanding the issue. He had a simple yet effective method. Hioke just had to become the guild master. Damn, Hioke had never thought of that possibility. Originally, Henrik did not want to sit in that position either. In truth, he did not feel confident. Meanwhile, Hioke was an outstanding necromancer, a talented person suited to the position of commander. Hioke did not feel confident either, because he was weaker than Henrik. At that point, he would have to give Henrik orders. If Henrik had to follow the commands of someone weaker than himself, could he accept that? Suddenly, Henrik knelt before him, leaving Hioke stunned. He did not want to do that kind of thing with Henrik. Just kidding. This was Henrik's answer. Hioke did not know what kind of humiliation Henrik had endured. He did not know just how powerless and furious Henrik had been. For your main goal, you will accept it no matter what. Hioke asked once more, and Henrik nodded. If that was the case, then to take revenge for both himself and Henrik, Hioke would take the position of guildmaster. Henrik was extremely satisfied. That was indeed the right decision. Then what would the guild's name be now? At its head was a masked man who eliminated all evil while plotting to defy the heavens. Heaven-defying, was it? There was no name more fitting than that. Hioke was very pleased with it. A guild could be established immediately after paying the registration fee to the merchant guild. At times like this, Hioke thought of Gold Lich and his puppet again. But then he suddenly remembered that the puppet had already left, and now Hansa was taking on the role of manager for the 10th floor branch. But there was one thing that puzzled him. Towerkin was here watching the excitement. Because of tower-related matters, he often came here. Not only that, he had also become close friends with Hansa, sharing hardships together. Every time Hioke came, he brought some horrifying request with him, so Hansa was very curious what it would be this time. Hioke said he wanted to establish a guild. Hansa thought this trip seemed easy. Surely everyone would want to join a guild created by the Demon Mask. However, to establish a guild, there needed to be more than 2 members, and this was Hioke's force. Henrik, Vulcan, and Miho. Ken panicked when he saw a member of the dragon race, while Hansa was deeply impressed that Jin Hyoke had managed to recruit Henrik. It seemed Henrik was quite famous here, since he stood in the middle of the street every day spouting nonsense. Jin Hyoke had also sent invitations to the others. As soon as they gathered, Hansa had to handle the process, so the guild could be established right away. Hansa obeyed. Gold Lich had already told him to comply with any of Jin Hyoke's requests. At that very moment, the letters reached the puppet. Haryu and Gold Lich received theirs as well. Things were gradually becoming more interesting. That evening, Jin Hyoke went out to find food for Miho again. At the same time, he tested separation magic. Another pile of monster corpses was stacked into a mountain to open a buffet for Miho. Today was finally the day to complete the 999 raw livers. After Miho ate the final liver, a blazing red pillar of light erupted. Henrik gritted his teeth. What would happen if that fox ate all those raw livers? The system announced that the nine-tailed fox was manifesting. Vulcan shouted in panic, "Hey, you guys, look over there!" A figure appeared, and Jin Hyoke was stunned by the nine-tailed fox's true form. It was an extremely adorable little girl whose gender was hard to tell at first glance. However, she was a bit clumsy, and before he knew it, she had fallen into his arms. Miho puckered her little mouth. In a cute voice, she said, "Daddy." Jin Hyoke turned pale. What in the world was this situation? He did not even have a wife yet. "What do you mean, Daddy?" "Oh, Daddy, who is that girl?" Haryu appeared out of nowhere with a lifeless expression. Jin Hyoke was standing in a situation hanging by a single hair. What was he supposed to do now? Miho innocently pointed toward Haryu. "Daddy, who is that big sister?" The little girl's sweet call of "Daddy" made Haryu's killing intent grow even thicker. Although Jin Hyoke did not understand why, he suddenly felt scared. When he turned to ask the nine-tailed fox, the mission had already been completed and Miho had become his pet. Jin Hyoke had not known that receiving the Fox clan's favor as a reward would be like this. The nine-tailed fox had entrusted her daughter to him and then left. Vulcan looked at him with a sinister smile, while Henrik could not understand how a human had managed to give birth to a fox. Haryu collapsed. Jin Hyoke's daughter was already this big, so when had he done that sort of thing? But since Jin Hyoke was so handsome and strong, it was not strange for him to have a lover. From the beginning, she should simply have accepted it and moved on. She had deluded herself into thinking she was something special to him, only to receive this bitter ending. Henrik stepped forward to greet Haryu. He recognized her as the young Oni girl they had been waiting for. Haryu raised her head and looked at his dragon race form. That memory surged back again, in the flames burning down her village. There had been the figure of that wicked dragon race member she could never forget. Haryu did not hesitate to swing her sword and attack Henrik. In her eyes, he was the enemy of the Oni village. Although Henrik had no idea why he was attacked everywhere he went, he still reacted in time and told Jin Hyoke to hurry up and clear his name. Jin Hyoke smirked. It seemed Haryu had misunderstood something, but Henrik should resolve it himself. Henrik did not want to strike back because he was afraid she would be injured, but Jin Hyoke was confident that with Haryu's fierce temper, nothing would hurt her that badly. If that was the case, Henrik would treat this as a second trial. Haryu was flung far away, but she did not seem to feel pain. She charged in to attack again. Henrik could see that her spiritual power was very strong, but it was not enough to compare with his. One slash from Henrik was like a dragon's tail, striking heavily, sending Haryu flying away. She lay on the ground and gritted her teeth. She had not expected the gap in their strength to be so vast. Her enemy was right before her eyes, yet she did not have the power to avenge the villagers. The ghost inside the sword appeared again. It recognized the dragon race and lent Haryu its strength. It would give her the power to slay dragons. That was why it was called the dragon-slaying sword. Haryu transformed, making Henrik extremely interested in the sword with an ego. He easily blocked the dragon-slaying sword with only one hand, leaving Haryu shocked. Immediately after that, he did not hesitate to kick Haryu in the ribs. She had the dragon-slaying sword, but he had something even stronger. Just considering the thing used to forge it, his weapon was already stronger than hers. Haryu silently prayed for the dragon-slaying sword to grant her the power to take revenge. The sword was extremely pleased by her spirit, and its power increased even further. Henrik could recognize that form as the sword servant. You are the one who burned my village to the ground. I will avenge the fallen Oni." Haryu swung her sword with a completely different level of power. Henrik knew that was not her own strength, but strength granted by the sword. If this continued, she would be in danger. Henrik grabbed Haryu's hand and told her to put the sword down. That power was a parasite eating away at her. She had not yet reached the level where she could control it. Haryu refused. She would only let go of the sword when he lost his life. Facing the one who had slaughtered her entire clan, Haryu would absolutely not forgive him. Henrik understood that Haryu also hated the dragon race so deeply that she could not control it. As someone who had held that sword longer than she had, Henrik felt responsible for guiding Haryu so that she would not lose her way. He warned her in advance that this strike would hurt a lot, but she would not die. Charging Dragon Flash descended, destroying everything within a wide area. Haryu's hand came away from the sword, and she gradually sank into a dream. Haryu was in the forest of the Oni village. A ball rolled toward her, and children appeared. They looked at her with lifeless eyes. "Big sister, why are you the only one still alive?" Faced with that question, Haryu realized the truth. That girl, just like all the other Oni, had wanted to live as she had. For what reason was she the only one who survived, while the others had to die? Haryu herself had always asked that question. What reason was there for only her to remain alive? It was because she had to continue living in order to wield the dragon-slaying sword. It appeared as a power that would save Haryu. The only way to avenge the village was to rely on her, and now she had to stand up and fight. The Oni never forgot the two words gratitude and vengeance. Henrik was startled when he saw Haryu stand up after being injured by charging Dragon Flash. Not only that, she charged toward him even more wildly. The sword seemed as though it could have pierced Henrik's body if it had not shattered completely and Haryu had not reached her limit. The dragon-slaying sword realized that she had to become stronger until she could eliminate him and avenge the entire Oni clan. Jin Hyoke and Vulcan stood to the side watching the action movie, then pretended to run out and ask what was going on. Fortunately, Henrik was fine because Haryu had exhausted herself before she could slash him. For now, they just had to let her rest. It seemed Haryu had kept pushing herself beyond her limits, and that sword had greatly affected her. Henrik was afraid that when Haryu woke up, she would attack him again because their stories were quite similar. Perhaps the original owner of his body had been one of the dragons that attacked the Oni village. Henrik was willing to accept that hatred. After all, he had to take responsibility for this crime. Jin Hyoke led Henrik to another room. He had rented the entire second floor, so Henrik would stay there until she woke up. Henrik thanked him, but still insisted that he had to bear her resentment. Jin Hyoke snapped in irritation. "Do you think I care about you? If you get out of sight, Haryu will be able to recover properly." After that, sure enough, Haryu rested more comfortably. When she opened her eyes, she thought Jin Hyoke would be by her side, but instead, it was his daughter. Haryu was startled and made a noise. So Jin Hyoke, who was outside, immediately came in to check on the situation. Daddy's here." Miho innocently called out to him, causing Haryu to sink deep into a nightmare once again. Jin Hyoke lifted Miho out and warned the girl not to call him that anymore, unless she wanted Haryu to go berserk and cause trouble with her. The next day, the group set out. Haryu had packed everything. Although the dragon-slaying sword had broken, she always had the feeling that it would return. Henrik's belongings had all been packed with magic, so nothing could be forgotten. Miho had not forgotten anything either, and she even remembered to call Jin Hyoke Big Brother. Jin Hyoke was quite surprised that the girl no longer called him Daddy. It was all thanks to Haryu's teaching, her incredibly easy-to-understand explanations, and her thoughtful guidance. Miho liked calling him Daddy more. Miho muttered, but the moment she met Haryu's bloodthirsty gaze, she immediately took back her words. Jin Hyoke handed each of them a teleportation scroll. If they tore it, they would arrive at the conference room Gold Lich had prepared. Vulcan shouted, "Where is mine?" If he tore another one, he might forget. So Jin Hyoke snapped his fingers and recalled the old man into the soul bowl, making him furious. "You bastard. I told you not to treat me like an object you can take out and put away whenever you want." And now it was time to go. The whole group arrived in a room built with magic. Only someone rich like Gold Lich could manage such a place. At the same time, another person appeared as well. It was old Gino. The two embraced each other in tears. Vulcan, who had been let out to witness the scene, was also moved. It truly was a relief that the two of them could meet again. Gold Lich opened the door and entered like a god of wealth. Time was money too, so he was very displeased that they had arrived late. Jin Hyoke explained the situation with the Oni, but Gold Lich felt he had become softer compared to when he was the Death Star. The puppet recognized that name, Death Star, the powerful tower climber who had died 10 years ago after betraying humanity. That's me, the traitor who died 10 years ago. Jin Hyoke lowered his mask. During the meeting, Gold Lich repeated all the information they had learned so far. The puppet raised his hand in confusion. He could barely accept the information that the 4 royal clans had secretly eliminated those with potential, including the Oni village on the 100th floor. Jin Hyoke and Henrik were both resurrected victims. An even more important point was that the guild's goal was revenge. A guild made up of those who plotted against the heavens. As the name suggested, they would devastate the world. Gino knew Jin Hyoke was insane, but this was beyond even his expectations. The puppet was certain they would bring great change to this tower, and he was looking forward to it. After the meeting, Gold Lich asked about Jin Hyoke's next plans. Of course, Jin Hyoke had to climb the tower. Every member had to hone their strength as much as possible. Their only method was to fight poison with poison. Haryu ran over and asked Gino about climbing the tower together. He was very happy to have Haryu with him, but he wanted to act alone. After seeing that she was still safe, some of his anger over the past had subsided, and he no longer had the same drive. If they went together, Gino would still feel at ease, and then his strength would stagnate. On top of that, he was old and could not become a burden to her. From now on, Gino would change his name to Shadowless. He was no longer an Oni named Gino, but only an ordinary blacksmith. He did not forget to tell her never to forget the responsibility and hatred of the last Oni. Jin Hyoke decided to assign him another task. Gold Lich wanted to establish a base on the 100th floor, and he also needed to investigate that village. And the person serving as manager would be Gino, the best Oni blacksmith, who had lived on the 100th floor long enough to understand its terrain and characteristics. Gold Lich understood the issue and ordered the puppet to escort him to the 100th floor. After everyone's destination had been decided, it was time to set out. The heaven-defying ones would show them where their name came from. In the safe zone of the 11th floor, Jin Hyoke entered like a god. The 11th floor was the true beginning. The bastards who had turned him into this had better wait. He did not care how high up they were now, because he would come and smash their nest to pieces. At that moment, a familiar bounty hunter stepped out from the gate with a foolish smile. She had been sent by Kin to find Jin Hyoke. Jumping ahead to the 50th floor, everyone was talking about Demon Mask, who had climbed to the 50th floor with an army of recoverable ghost soldiers. Not only that, but his comrades were also extremely strong. Wherever he fought, the number of ghost soldiers increased. Even someone who had just taken office as a branch chief had been attacked. He could not accept going to his grave just after enjoying glory, so he summoned the stone golem guarding the holy nation, a monster from the 120th floor. He was confident he could turn the situation around and deal with all the arrogant fools who dared touch the Holy Nation Alliance. Suddenly, the golem behind him was smashed to pieces by Jin Hyoke's strongest comrade, a dragon slayer in the form of a dragon. Jin Hyoke grabbed him by the neck, the leader of the 50th floor. He could not believe Jin Hyoke wanted to become enemies with the 9 stars. But they had been Jin Hyoke's enemies since 10 years ago. If they were going to talk, they had to get it right. Every time he set a new tower climbing record, the Alliance Association on that floor would be beaten to a pulp. The 50th floor was over. The heaven-defying guild would slowly overturn all of their plans. Jin Hyoke walked through the streets amid the chatter of the people around him, because he had attacked the small guilds of the 9 Stars Alliance. It seemed this news had spread quickly. On higher floors, they could use magic to erase all traces, but Haryu felt as though he was deliberately exposing himself. Jin Hyoke was sick of having to infiltrate their alliance to gather information. From now on, he would make them fear him and come looking for them first. With the stats he had obtained, even an ambush would not be a problem. Although his demonic energy and divine power were still rather weak, if high-floor tower climbers came down to attack, those two things would become weaknesses. Fortunately, their strength was restricted when they descended to lower floors. The unfortunate part was that their equipment was still not stable. Henrik told him not to be too greedy as a person. He was using a weapon made by Shadowless, the top Oni blacksmith. Without it, climbing the tower would have been far more difficult. Mentioning Shadowless made Haryu curious about how he was living now. Miho criticized Henrik for making her sad. Did I say anything wrong? Henrik was being criticized while just sitting there, leaving him extremely aggrieved. In short, Jin Hyoke still wanted to arrange a search for equipment. Going there would be the best way to clear their heads. The place he was talking about was the black market on the 51st floor, where they could find equipment that normally could not be obtained. If an item he liked came up for auction, he would give it to Haryu and Miho. The two girls looked delighted, which surprised him. He really should have given good items to the two of them earlier. Suddenly, a shell rolled out, forcing the whole group to split apart. Amid the smoke and dust, a gun barrel was pointed at Jin Hyoke's head, startling him. The arrogant bounty hunter fired. It was a bullet capable of blowing apart an entire house. If not for the power of his mask, his head would have been gone. You think you can dodge again? She sneered, but look who was about to have her head cut off by Henrik. Shield. She gave an order to something, and a shield was erected. Henrik was surprised. It seemed she was a robot. The shield turned into a counterattack, rebounding and sending Henrik flying. Haryu appeared in time with Miho. Daring to touch the two girls' big brother had activated two tigresses. The woman activated flight mode. Haryu was surprised, while Miho was extremely excited. But their smiles disappeared when she dropped a pile of sleep shells. The two girls fell into an eternal sleep. Demon Mask and his rebel comrades. I came here with high expectations, but is this all you have? She mocked. But of course, that was not the case. Henrik and Jin Hyoke attacked at the same time. They thought they had succeeded, but both of them ended up with guns pointed at their heads. Not bad. I almost felt regretful that I have to end the two of you so soon. The two jumped away, but it seemed she did not attack because she wanted to talk. That night, the whole group sat down to discuss things. She introduced herself as Zen, a talented bounty hunter. Jin Hyoke had not expected that someone on the 50th floor would dare put a bounty on them. Zen did not need them to introduce themselves because she always knew the information about her prey. However, she had a better idea. Zen wanted to make a wager, a bet that would benefit both sides. Henrik did not like gambling very much, but Zen said that if they won, she would withdraw and tell them who had posted the bounty. Henrik did not want to hear any more and wanted to take her life right then and there, but Jin Hyoke ordered him to stop. If the ones behind this were the 9 Stars or the Tsar clan, then they had been in danger ever since they started climbing the tower. This was information they needed. The wager was agreed upon. Zen wanted an enjoyable fight against the strong. Damn it. So in the end, we're still fighting. Henrik shouted in frustration. But she had one condition. No matter which side won or lost, all three of them had to live. She had to survive if they wanted information. Zen stated in advance that she had no special scheme against them. The two did not know her purpose in saying they were not allowed to kill. Since it was 2 against 1, Jin Hyoke was not allowed to summon souls. Jin Hyoke agreed as well. As long as he figured out what she wanted, it would not be too late to attack. Cutting off arms or legs was fine as long as she stayed alive, right? Henrik was ready to enter the battle. Zen switched into automatic aircraft mode and opened fire with automatic assault guns aimed at Jin Hyoke. But what could those toys do to him? Zen immediately appeared behind Jin Hyoke, and he used a soul shield. Meanwhile, Henrik appeared behind Zen, but she calmly activated teleportation and vanished instantly. Although he did not want to, Henrik was unable to stop his attack and struck Jin Hyoke. Zen saw that their coordination was not good at all. Jin Hyoke grabbed Henrik by the neck, and the two argued back and forth. Jin Hyoke ordered him to coordinate with him, but Henrik thought Jin Hyoke should entrust this battle to him if they wanted to win. Hey, you two idiots. I know both of you have strong opinions, but ignoring me is a bit much. Zen returned with a death ray, and a massive cannon blast of overwhelming firepower shot down, so bright that it illuminated both of their futures. The explosion left the entire area of land utterly devastated. At the edge of the forest, the two young men fell from the sky. Fortunately, Jin Hyoke had activated instant teleportation in time. If she had hit them, both of them would have been finished. Running away in the middle of a fight? What is that supposed to mean? Henrik shouted bitterly. Jin Hyoke immediately covered his mouth. Her head-protecting helmet was transforming into an automatic aircraft and searching for them. It was an extremely advanced weapon. Just who was she? She definitely was not from Earth. This tower was connected to countless dimensions and different worlds. Perhaps she came from a place with more advanced technology than anything he knew. This time, Jin Hyoke seriously told Henrik to follow his orders if he wanted to win. Zen searched the surroundings. Jin Hyoke suddenly appeared, leaving her puzzled. Revealing himself meant he had given up, right? Sorry, but fate has decided I'm going to live long enough to become a legend. Jin Hyoke used Soul, binding to hold her in place. Zen had thought he would use something really cool, only for him to use something this outdated. A figure appeared behind Zen. Henrik slashed in a surprise attack, but missed. She fired a shot through his head, but nothing happened. Henrik's head and hair were still perfectly intact. Around his head was a protective shield formed from soul binding. Henrik slashed again, and this time he hit Zen, but she was still very hard to kill. Spells were not the only things a spirit master could use. With the trait of an all-powerful master, Jin Hyoke could transfer all of his beneficial buffs to Henrik. Now he would show her what true support from an all-powerful master looked like. Jin Hyoke buffed Henrik's speed, allowing him to keep up with Zen's pace. She fired a barrage of bullets, but Henrik's speed made him like a fly she could not catch. What he liked most was chasing down people who ran away like her. Even if she used a shield, she could not withstand Henrik's lightning dragon, which had been buffed with strength by Jin Hyoke. A thunderous explosion rang out, and Henrik landed like a god. But Zen had not been fleeing. She had lured him here to give him a gift called a nuclear mine. Jin Hyoke rushed over, but it was too late. Another massive explosion shook the forest. He was helplessly wondering what world she came from to have such top-tier technology. Suddenly, a bullet pierced Jin Hyoke's right chest. Zen stood behind him in checkmate. She was certain Henrik could no longer stand, and he was the only one who had not been injured yet. You think so? It seemed she had forgotten that Henrik was a giant dragon, and he could easily withstand the earlier explosion. Zen looked surprised. Did that mean he had not used his full strength in battle just now? Henrik returned, stronger than before. He never wanted to use this disgusting form. The dragon race was his sworn enemy. Henrik, with the power of a sacred dragon, unleashed a scorching barrage of firepower at Zen, but she did not seem harmed at all. On top of that, she even ran her mouth and taunted him back. The strongest person in the tower truly was on a different level, but she had not used her full strength either. As soon as she finished speaking, Zen snapped her fingers and fired a roaring barrage of firepower at Henrik. Her attack was so fast and powerful that the naked eye could not keep up. After that fierce rain of bullets, what Zen did not expect was that Henrik still had not suffered so much as a scratch or lost a single hair. His face remained insolent and arrogant, infuriating Zen beyond endurance. You're using these things just to fix a dragon? You said we agreed not to kill each other, right? Then don't make me break that agreement. Henrik's eyes bulged as he roared, his entire body surging with fiery energy. He opened his mouth wide and charged straight towards Zen. Although she was starting to feel a little intimidated, she was still all talk, arguing back sharply while deploying her barrier at maximum output in an attempt to counterattack. Zen's shield and Henrik's fiery energy collided, creating a terrifying explosion that shook heaven and earth. On Jin Hyoke's side, although he had used divine power, his recovery speed was still very slow, all because of the bullet Zen had fired earlier. Moreover, after Henrik transformed into his dragon form, Jin Hyoke's buffing and defensive skills had all disappeared. It was as if Henrik's very existence was disrupting the flow of magic in this area. Even after that fierce clash between Tiger and Dragon, Henrik and Zen still had yet to decide a winner. Zen did not seem tired at all. Instead, she continued applying science and technology, using a holographic illusion technique to attack Henrik. I should be the only one able to control the magic in this area. But how can this be? Henrik roared, his eyes red with rage, his entire body shrinking back as he tried to dodge the torrential rain of physical bullets Zen was pouring down around him. Pushed past his limit, Henrik furiously straightened up, still wreathed in magic power, and gritted his teeth as he threatened Zen, saying that even if she fired that thing at him hundreds or thousands of times, it would still be useless. Fine, if that was what Henrik wanted, Zen would gladly oblige. She stopped using physical bullets and immediately switched to hauling out an AK-like gun as huge as a cannon, with an absurdly long barrel that sent chills through Henrik's whole body. "Oomph. So this is your answer?" Henrik asked bitterly. "That's right. This is the weapon with the greatest destructive power. I try not to touch it, but now I have no choice but to use it," Zen replied with a curl of her lips. Since Zen had gone that far, Henrik had no intention of holding back either and unleashed all of his power in response. Henrik's overwhelming firepower collided head-on with Zen's countless slug rounds, creating a violent quake, sweeping everything away as if a volcano had erupted, leaving not even the slightest fragment behind. Not even the bomb America dropped on Hiroshima in 1945 had produced a shockwave this intense, erasing everything around them and resetting the whole place back to the beginning. Amid the pitch-black smoke and dust and the devastated earth and stone, Zen struggled to raise her head, looking utterly exhausted from the excessive detonation she had just caused. The overheated energy had affected Zen's shield, making it unable to maintain its normal functions. Zen was about to let the shield rest for a while and lightly looked ahead, only to be startled when she discovered that Henrik was still standing there imposingly. What the hell? Can he still keep fighting after taking that attack? Zen wondered, her face turning pale. Fortunately for Zen, this was only Henrik's charred, dried-out body, and because it could no longer hold up, it collapsed heavily in front of her. Just as she was grinning happily and praising herself for truly defeating a dragon, a voice suddenly rang out from behind her, making Zen's heart skip a beat again. "Why are you letting your guard down? In a 2-on-1, even if you don't lose an eye, you'll still lose a limb. Did you forget? I'm still here." Jin Hyoke staggered over with blood at the corner of his mouth, his tone full of mockery. "For someone with a hole punched right through him, you sure talk a lot. Do you think that handsome face under your mask is going to save you now? The weapon in my hand is more than enough to fix you up, so why don't you just surrender?" Zen replied with a mocking grin, her other hand gripping a rifle as she aimed the muzzle straight at Jin Hyoke. Jin Hyoke still showed no fear at all. Casually, he picked up a piece of Henrik's burned scale, bit down hard on it, and laughed, saying that it was too early to celebrate. Seeing Jin Hyoke calmly pick up that charred scale and eat it made Zen feel slightly nauseous. But the surprise did not stop there. After swallowing the scale, Jin Hyoke used his own body to transform into an extremely terrifying half-human, half-dragon creature. "We really need the information you have. I truly have to know it, and even if that means going a little too far, that's fine." With powerful dragon wings beating from his shoulders, Jin Hyoke spoke arrogantly, his entire body radiating icy, killing intent. The power Jin Hyoke was displaying left Zen so flustered that she could not speak, because it was the majestic power of the legendary dragon race. Ever since obtaining this power, Jin Hyoke himself had felt as if he had turned into a different being, one capable of casting any magic he wished. It was truly worthy of the saying that dragons were masters of magic. Taking advantage of this, Jin Hyoke freely released vast amounts of demonic dragon energy, filling the entire sky, successfully frightening Zen so badly that her eyes widened in shock. With the ferocious spear of Gungnir descending, combined with countless blood-soaked evil powers, Jin Hyoke quickly forced Zen, who had previously held the initiative, to tuck her tail and flee like a duck. Waves of lightning bullets exploded in fire and smoke as they chased her relentlessly. Being pursued by magic cast at the same level as the dragon race made Zen break out in cold sweat as she ran and cursed nonstop. What the hell is this? Is the demon Mask a member of the dragon race too? No, his magic energy changed after he ate Henrik's scale. Don't tell me he can now use the power of whatever he absorbs. Zen muttered in fear, but by the time she realized it, it was already too late because Jin Hyoke had already caught up right behind her. In that urgent moment, Zen hurriedly swung out her lightsaber to counter Jin Hyoke's blazing firepower. Seeing Zen panic under his attacks made Jin Hyoke extremely pleased, and his sharp tongue kept taunting her until Zen was so angry she nearly coughed blood. "It isn't difficult to destroy a half-dragon like you. Fine, I'll end this the way you want. Demon Mask, Zen roared after being pushed to the brink, then unleashed the piercing cannon, firing wave after wave of lightning at Jin Hyoke. The more agitated she became, the more strangely excited Jin Hyoke felt, and a storm of dragon breath and wind erupted wildly from his mouth toward Zen, burning her black as charcoal and leaving her with no choice but to collapse to the shattered ground like a fallen fig. That heaven and earth rocket successfully dealt with Zen, but at the same time, it caused its host, Jin Hyoke, to suffer severe internal damage, blood pouring constantly from his mouth. It's still too much for me to control this dragon race power. I'll need to get used to it later. Jin Hyoke sighed and thought to himself, his confused gaze sweeping across the empty, smoke-filled space caused by the shockwave he had just created. A while later, Zen finally opened her eyes hazily and woke up, her entire body aching from the aftermath of the battle. "You're finally awake. We were wondering when you would come to." Henrik spoke first. You woke up even earlier than I did? As expected of the power of the dragon race. But where the hell are we? Zen asked curiously, looking around at the pitch-black space before her. "It's a magic barrier. You two passed out and the entire area was destroyed, so I couldn't just leave things alone," Jin Hyoke answered. Knowing she had suffered a crushing defeat, Zen could only lower her head and heave a long sigh. Her words filled with resentment toward Jin Hyoke and Henrik and the power of the four great races. When Henrik asked why Zen had wanted to make a wager and fight like this, she calmly and prettily said that she had simply wanted to fight a dragon. After everything they had gone through, facing each other in a life-and-death battle for such a ridiculous reason, Zen's answer truly left both Henrik and Jin Hyoke speechless. Also, in order to maintain this magic barrier, Jin Hyoke had struggled to use every mana stone he had collected from monster corpses. "Anyway, since you're awake now, keep your promise. Who exactly was it? The one who sent a bounty hunter to kill us?" Jin Hyoke asked while covering his face. "First, there's one thing I need to say. I wasn't sent to kill you by just one person. The place that put the wanted notice on you was a guild organization. You know about the penalty, right? A tower climber from a higher floor has their abilities restricted on lower floors. So they bypass that penalty by funding and taking over a lower-ranked guild. And those guilds then take over guilds on even lower floors and then continue doing the same on lower floors after that. This chain reaction is how they consolidate their power. That is what a guild organization is," Zen explained at length. The moment he heard mention of a guild organization, Jin Hyoke frowned, his brows trembling as he thought of the boss of the Holy Nation Alliance Guild organization, Ken. He was the one capable of maintaining the enormous power needed to do things like this. In the high-rise building of the Holy Nation Alliance Guild organization, Ken had summoned his subordinates to inform them that their beloved Holy Nation Alliance had been raided by Jin Hyoke. In order to prevent the other alliances from being implicated, Ken decided to draw up a plan to crush Jin Hyoke, a seed of disaster, before he could bloom. If Ken personally descended and eliminated Jin Hyoke, the penalty would be too great. So the sinister Ken decided to borrow a mercenary to act in his place. That mercenary was none other than Zen. But because she not only failed the mission, but also gave information to Jin Hyoke's group, and because the traces of Jin Hyoke's party had grown faint after contact with her, Zen was beaten half to death by the Holy Nation Alliance people and then used as bait for a giant serpent. Trapped inside the monster's jaws, Zen's weak, pain-filled cries for help rang out in trembling waves before gradually fading away. On this side, Haryu was also startled awake by those faint pleas begging to be saved. Her head throbbed as if it were being split open, and she wondered whether the scene just now had been a nightmare or an omen. Seeing that only Jin Hyoke and Miho were currently standing before her, Haryu anxiously looked around, wanting to know where Henrik and Zen were. He left first to gather information. "The people hunting us are quite serious. It seems he'll scout around for a while, even though we already have the information Zen gave us. You still seem all right. Let's go to the next point, the black market." Jin Hyoke smiled as he answered, and the three of them soon arrived on the 51st floor's commercial district. Jin Hyoke allowed Miho to eat anything she liked before the black market opened, making Miho as happy as a bird freed from its cage. Haryu, on the other hand, remained deeply worried about the dream from earlier that afternoon, her face tense as a drawn bowstring, and even Jin Hyoke, walking beside her, could sense that something was strange about her. the sky gradually darkened. Before entering the black market, Jin Hyoke was afraid Haryu's striking appearance would make her easy to discover. So he snapped his fingers and created a cute outfit for her as a disguise. As for Miho, she transformed into her fox form and jumped onto Jin Hyoke's shoulder. After the three of them were fully disguised, they headed to the entrance so the staff could verify their cards. When the staff saw the powerful black card in Jin Hyoke's hand, which allowed him to participate in every auction, they were somewhat stunned, guessing that if he did not have a good sponsor, he could never have obtained it. After standing there in shock for a while, they guided Jin Hyoke's group to seats in the VIP section. The signature demon mask that Jin Hyoke was wearing immediately made several people in the hall recognize him as the legendary demon mask, and they instantly gathered together, whispering and discussing him. After Jin Hyoke's group was seated on the upper floor, the auction began soon after. After sitting there until his butt ached without seeing anything worth buying, Jin Hyoke began to feel rather irritated. He realized something was off because there were many people downstairs, which meant something big was going to appear. The moment the next item was brought out, Haryu suddenly sprang down to the lower floor without a word, moving like a rabbit and shocking Jin Hyoke half to death. Under countless astonished gazes, Haryu ran swiftly straight toward that item. Her emotions were in turmoil, and she swore she would save it, because Haryu had heard a cry for help coming from within the item that was exactly like the one in her dream. But just as she was about to touch it, Haryu was knocked flat to the ground by the force of an old man participating in the auction and his bodyguard. "How dare you lay a hand on the item I have my eye on? What an arrogant girl." The fat old man growled as he cursed Haryu. "You're the one who needs to get out of the way. Do you even know who you just laid your hand on?" Jin Hyoke, his whole body wreathed in magic power, happened to stride over angrily and responded, looking extremely terrifying at that moment. The old man also vaguely realized that Jin Hyoke was the demon mask who had been so famous lately. After helping Haryu sit up, Jin Hyoke softened his voice and asked what had happened. "I heard a voice coming from there," Haryu said, trembling as she pointed toward the item. The current chaotic scene made the host burst into laughter, thinking that everyone had become too excited over this outstanding item. "All right, let's keep this energy going and display the item." He snapped his fingers and signaled for the curtain to be drawn. What appeared before Haryu's eyes was a hairpin from the Oni tribe, causing vague memories of her past to resurface. Haryu's entire body trembled violently, her eyes wide as she could not suppress her fury at seeing them dare to sell an item from her tribe at such a common auction. Jin Hyoke stood beside her and gently patted her shoulder to comfort her, suggesting that she simply trust him. The starting price for this hairpin is 100,000 gold coins. The number rapidly climbed higher and higher before stopping at the price of 1 million offered by the old man. "Haha, with this, I'll have another new race added to my collection. It's a shame I couldn't get an Oni corpse, but with this, it's still amusing enough, haha." The old man laughed triumphantly, as if deliberately trying to provoke Haryu. She was so furious that she was about to swing her sword and physically strike him. But Jin Hyoke stopped her in time with a shouted bid, 3 million. The entire hall instantly fell silent, and everyone froze with their mouths hanging open at the enormous price Jin Hyoke had offered. And just like that, the item openly became Jin Hyoke's amid countless whispers and exclamations about how wealthy he was. Realizing that he had accidentally drawn attention by buying something at far too high a price, Jin Hyoke hurriedly took the item, grabbed Haryu's hand, and left. On the way back, Haryu held the hairpin tightly against herself and happily thanked Jin Hyoke. "Thank you so much. It must have cost you a lot of money." "It wasn't my money anyway, so it's fine." 10 gold later, Jin Hyoke replied softly. Having successfully reclaimed the hairpin, Haryu seemed, for a moment, to faintly hear someone thanking her before the voice vanished into the air. Tears welled in her eyes, and she promised to avenge everyone at any cost. Jin Hyoke now also understood why Haryu had gone so mad, because that hairpin contained the soul of a deceased Oni. As they were walking, a sword-wielding figure suddenly rushed at them from behind, but fortunately, Jin Hyoke detected it in time and counterattacked. As blades flashed back and forth, Jin Hyoke quickly recognized that person as the bodyguard of the fat old man who had failed to buy the hairpin earlier. doing that is very rude. Didn't I already let you have the item? The old man said with a smirk as he slowly approached. If you really wanted it, you should have bought it at the auction. Let me say this first. I won't let you have it. Jin Hyoke growled threateningly. Unexpectedly, the old man opened his mouth and burst into laughter, slyly saying that he no longer needed the hairpin and only wanted a real, genuine Oni like Haryu. Provoked, Haryu's blood boiled, and she drew her sword before charging straight toward that wretched old man. The old man was not easy to deal with either. He pulled out an enormous iron sledgehammer and smashed it thunderously at her, while busy warning Haryu not to get worked up. Jin Hyoke nearly had the bodyguard's sharp blade thrust straight into his face. The speed and power of his attacks were so great that Jin Hyoke guessed his skill might even surpass Henrik's. On Haryu's side, after discovering that the old man was quite strong but very slow, she immediately used the battle grace technique to fight him one-on-one. But unexpectedly, just as Haryu was attacking furiously, the old man pressed some button on the hammer, causing clouds of poisonous gas to gush out. Haryu's face went pale as she hurriedly covered her nose, reminding herself that she had to stop breathing immediately. The poison made Haryu lose her composure, and in an instant, the old man grabbed her by the neck and pinned her hard to the ground. Remember this, little demon. Once you reach the 50th floor, you'll realize that every climber possesses a trump card. This is a paralysis poison used in the poison needles of those loathsome goblins. I improved it and turned it into a gas. You won't be able to move so much as a finger for a while. I don't care about your duty of revenge, so there's no need to get angry. Your life will not end, it will merely begin anew. To make you obey me, I will cut a few of your tendons. You should feel honored to live as an item in my collection. The old man shrieked, then immediately pulled a knife from his clothes, preparing to stab Haryu. But at that very moment, Jin Hyoke appeared at exactly the right time like a god, his ice-cold sword slicing cleanly across the old man's arm. You look curious as to why I can still move. Unfortunately for you, poison doesn't work on me. You're so ugly and worthless that you're not even worth caring about, so I'll just deal with you. Jin Hyoke spoke in a low, even voice before the terrified old man. The severed arm sprayed blood everywhere, and the old man rolled onto the ground in agony, squealing like a pig being slaughtered. Jin Hyoke had not even managed to cut off his second arm before the bodyguard appeared. You're pretty fast, too. If you'd reacted even a little slower, things would have gotten ugly. As Jin Hyoke spoke, he opened a magic circle and used his ultimate technique, five-finger spirit bullets, causing the earth and stones beneath the bodyguard's feet to explode like New Year's fireworks. Something had blocked his attack. Sword and magic. He was skilled with both. Did he possess a hidden class? And this pressure felt like facing an old veteran climber. The bodyguard broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling as he thought to himself. Realizing the situation was bad, he immediately approached and suggested that the old man retreat quickly and treat his wound. But the old man stubbornly refused, unwilling to miss out on Haryu, who was standing right in front of him. Since sweet words did not work, and he only understood force, the impatient bodyguard pointed his blade straight at the old man's face, growling threateningly. Have you forgotten the clause in our contract? In exchange for protecting you, when I am fighting an opponent, you are not to interfere. Get lost. The moment the bodyguard put on a threatening air, the old man was so frightened he nearly wet himself, hastily tucking his tail and fleeing like a rabbit. Because he could not obtain Haryu, the greedy old man turned instead to snatch the hairpin, then ran off in a panic. Haryu was determined not to let him escape so easily and immediately drew her sword to chase after him. But halfway there, she was blocked by the bodyguard. Seeing this from behind, Jin Hyoke rushed in to support Haryu, the powerful counterstrikes of his sword ringing out nonstop. Where do you think you're going? If you started a fight, you should see it through to the end. Jin Hyoke frowned and asked with a tilt of his chin. In the dead of night, Jin Hyoke and the bodyguard clashed violently as if there would be no end, neither willing to yield, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings were left in ruins. Fighting the man himself made Jin Hyoke feel a little regret that someone so talented was being wasted in such a filthy place. It's exactly filthy places like this that allow me to meet strong people like you, the bodyguard said with a low chuckle. Huh, what was that? You're nothing but a little rat who ran away because you were afraid to keep climbing the tower. Jin Hyoke's words successfully provoked the bodyguard's pride. His wounded ego flared up fiercely, driving him nearly mad, and the power and speed of his attacks grew more and more relentless. But no matter how strong he was, in the end, he still had to take a fatal blow from our Jin Hyoke. His blood flowed out in torrents like floodwater in the rainy season. In his dying state, he vaguely recalled the place where he had set foot on the 431st floor. He had seen the true form of the tower. Deceit, trickery, betrayal, and so on, all the lowest forms of humanity. After being betrayed by his comrades, he had lost his eyes there. A filthy place, you say? At least the people here don't hide their filth from others. The bodyguard hissed, then suddenly thrust his aura-filled blade straight toward Jin Hyoke. Because Jin Hyoke quickly dodged to the side, the blade could only slam into the ground, shattering the bricks and stones as though an earthquake had just passed through. I've known that all too well ever since I was betrayed and killed. That awful feeling. But do you know that your mind is far too weak? If you're truly that strong, then climb higher. Deal with the ones who betrayed you. Jin Hyoke roared, then ferociously swung a massive fist and pummeled the bodyguard so hard that the terrifying force sent him flying dozens of meters away. Lying alone amid the shattered rubble, the bodyguard had not even managed to regain his senses before he was struck again by a terrifying blast of demonic power from Jin Hyoke's position. I won't run away like you, because I'm going to destroy those damn traitors. Jin Hyoke gritted his teeth as he spoke, his hands continuously releasing countless waves of power that enveloped the man. The bodyguard's piercing screams echoed painfully through the silent, desolate night. Meanwhile, on the other side, after stealing the hairpin, the fat old man was frantically running away. Just as he was about to reach the main road, he was sent straight to meet his ancestors beneath Haryu's decisive, razor-sharp blade. That was what he got for being greedy. Stupidity was fatal, not some disease. After taking care of that wretched old man, Haryu happened to pick up a golden card that had fallen from his body. Jin Hyoke actually spared the bodyguard at the very final blow, leaving even the man himself surprised and unable to understand why. You still have something you need to do, don't you? The bastards who did that to your eyes. Destroy every last one of them. Jin Hyoke turned his head and spoke quietly. When I'm done, I'll come find you and make you regret not killing me today, the bodyguard replied with a curl of his lips. Jin Hyoke was very much looking forward to that day. Jin Hyoke's cool display of forgiving an enemy left Vulcan rather impressed. Vulcan kept guessing that Jin Hyoke sympathized with the bodyguard because they both wanted revenge, but Jin Hyoke simply remained silent, not wanting to respond to those assumptions. Haryu had also returned by then. She told Jin Hyoke that she had dealt with the fat old man, and at the same time showed him the golden card she had picked up from him. It seemed to be connected to the auction house, but it could not be used for transactions. Usually, objects like this were keys. A key that permitted entry into an auction gathering for high-ranking courtesans. I'll be able to obtain a truly rare item. Jin Hyoke examined the card in his hand, unable to hide the delighted, smug look on his face as he thought to himself. Suddenly, Harriet bowed her head and apologized to Jin Hyoke for getting angry and putting everyone in danger. Jin Hyoke was not angry or resentful. He only gently patted her head and said, "It's all right. I know how much that hairpin means to you. I can still handle it. But remember this well. There are times when you should not focus on your revenge." Haryu took Jin Hyoke's words to heart and nodded to him with a faint smile. Thanks to the secret key Haryu had picked up, Jin Hyoke and Haryu successfully entered a private auction reserved only for the upper class. After sitting and watching for what felt like ages, the auction was about to close with one final high-grade item. The surrounding customers, all kinds of shady figures, suddenly became strangely excited when they heard this. The entire hall immediately grew noisy and restless, making Jin Hyoke extremely curious to wait and see what was about to happen. From above, an enormous cage covered with a red cloth gradually descended. Jin Hyoke guessed that it had to be some kind of mystical creature or divine beast. But the moment the red cloth was lifted, what entered Jin Hyoke's eyes was a dark elf woman bound in chains from head to toe, making him unable to hold back a curse at the barbarity of the auction organizers. Such astonishing killing intent. I'm certain she didn't come here with good intentions. But aside from killing intent, I can also sense the pure mana of a high elf. Dark elves were variants whose ancestors had come into contact with demonic energy. Pure mana was the special characteristic of high elves, variants opposite to dark elves. The two could not possibly coexist. Jin Hyoke stared at the elf woman, lost in thought. Vulcan quietly explained to Jin Hyoke that coexistence was not completely impossible, because there was still the possibility that someone had forced a high elf to come into contact with demonic energy. What? A high elf wouldn't fall that easily. If it was possible, then was it the 4 royal families who did this? Jin Hyoke broke out in sweat, wondering suspiciously. The whole hall was now filled with chaotic bidding, and the atmosphere was as noisy as a flea market. But everything quickly fell deathly silent after hearing the staggering price of 5.5 million gold offered by Hamiel, the Angel of Eternity. The elf woman suddenly grew agitated after hearing that, struggling and screaming nonstop. Hamiel, how dare you? I will never be sold to you, never. If I get out of here, you'll be the first one I tear to pieces. Faced with the elf woman losing control, Hamiel only calmly pressed her lips together and smiled meaningfully. Don't be so angry. Think about it, princess. Instead of becoming a toy for those cunning old men, why don't you become my pet? Hamiel softened her voice in an attempt to coax her, but she still could not suppress the surging rage in the elf woman's eyes. However, just before the bid of 5.5 million could be finalized, Jin Hyoke offered to add another 4.5 million, leaving everyone stunned, especially Hamiel, by how extravagantly he threw money around. The figure of 10 million gold, the largest auction bid ever made on the 51st floor, made everyone present cry out in astonishment, creating an unprecedentedly chaotic scene. Hamiel was furious at being outbid by Jin Hyoke, grinding her teeth, her resentful gaze unleashing a deep wave of killing intent as though trying to threaten him. Oh my, is she using her power to make me give up the bid? And that's still legal? Jin Hyoke pretended to be surprised and laughed as he asked. I'm the one who should be asking that. Stop trying to divert attention. How could you possibly pay that amount? Hamiel glared and growled, but what answered her was a formidable surge of energy from Jin Hyoke. Knowing that she had touched something she should not have, Hamiel had no choice but to restrain her anger and then raise the bid to 10 million gold. Who could have expected that Jin Hyoke would once again push it all the way up to 20 million, making Vulcan, Harryu, and everyone around them gasp with their mouths hanging open, thinking he had gone insane. As for Hamiel, needless to say, she was so angry her face turned purple, her breathing grew ragged, and her heart was filled with confusion as she could not understand why he wanted to buy that elf so badly. Why are you staring at me like that? Pigeon, it only makes me want to gouge out your eyes. One day, I will kill the 4 royal families, but with my current strength, I still can't. However, if it's money, then I can beat you. For now, this much is enough to satisfy me. Jin Hyoke secretly observed Hamiel's sullen expression and thought smugly. Even now, she still could not believe Jin Hyoke had that much money in his account. And so, the dark elf fell into Jin Hyoke's hands for 20 million gold. Before preparing the goods for Jin Hyoke, the staff member handed him a magic key to unlock the chains. Seeing the man switch to a flattering tone and ask when he might visit again, Jin Hyoke only coldly ordered him to hurry up and bring over his purchase. Harryu was somewhat curious whether he intended to use the dark elf as a slave. I'm not crazy enough to do that, Jin Hyoke replied in surprise. There was no need to talk about Vulcan, since he was already a spirit, but Jin Hyoke was a little surprised that Harryu actually saw him as that kind of terrible person. Harryu hurriedly shook her head, saying she did not think badly of him. It was simply because she felt that the elf woman was quite beautiful. As the group stood talking, Hamiel suddenly approached quietly from afar, a fake smile blooming on her face as she greeted Jin Hyoke. If you came here to steal my purchase, give up. Someone tried that before, and he's already pushing up grass. Jin Hyoke spoke coldly to her face. Of course not. I only wanted, if you don't mind, to ask why you brought her here. Hamiel shamelessly asked out of curiosity. If you think it was a losing deal, why ask? Even if you're one of the 4 royal families, don't think everyone will treat you well. Jin Hyoke curled his lips and spoke coldly, as though splashing water in her face. Faced with Jin Hyoke's heartless attitude, Hamiel only curled her mouth into a sneer. Then there's nothing to be done. I only want to spend time understanding you better. But a report about you has already reached the higher-ups. At Hamiel's threatening words, Jin Hyoke's blood boiled so fiercely that he wanted nothing more than to rush over, swing his sword, and hack her apart to vent his anger. But he managed to calm down in time and reassure himself. No, I still can't die. If I go all out, I can deal with this pigeon, even with countless penalties being applied. But the consequence will definitely be that stronger angels come after me. If I remain this weak, I won't be able to face them head on. Right now, I have to wait. Jin Hyoke clenched both hands tightly into fists, forcing himself to appear calm in the face of Hamiel's taunts. Ah, that hairpin really was beautiful. What a pity I won't be able to see it anymore, because I burned them all. Hamiel slyly whispered beside Haryu's ear, speaking mocking, provocative words that made Jin Hyoke finally understand that her target from the very beginning had still been Haryu. Afraid that Haryu would be provoked and do something reckless, Jin Hyoke hurriedly called out to stop Haryu, intending to hold her back. But Haryu did not lose control, as Jin Hyoke had expected. She only lowered her head and replied in a low voice, "I'm fine. I know. Now is the time I have to become emotionless." As she said these words, Haryu gritted her teeth hard, her eyes red as blood as she forced her anger down her throat. I have a feeling we'll meet again soon. I'll be waiting on the 10th floor. Hamiel curled her lips and spoke in a shrill voice, then turned and strode away, so quickly that Jin Hyoke did not even have time to call after her. By the time Jin Hyoke caught up, all that remained before him was a scattering of feathers fluttering in the air. Hamiel was nowhere to be seen anymore. Fine, I don't know what you're scheming, but just wait. I'll come take your head, Jin Hyoke told himself bitterly. A while later, on the outskirts of the 15th floor, Vulcan was busily using soul soldiers to drive all the wandering spirits elsewhere, preventing anyone from coming near or eavesdropping on the conversation between Jin Hyoke and the dark elf woman. Jin Hyoke was now approaching the cage with Haryu and Miho, telling the elf woman that he had no intention of harming her. Haha, everyone played a part, didn't they? Then how are those kids and you any different? The elf woman remained wary of Jin Hyoke, curling her lips as she mocked him. Believe it or not, that's up to you. What is your name? Jin Hyoke asked in a low voice. When the elf woman said her name was Eliwan von Jingsel, Jin Hyoke was extremely surprised because von Jingsel was originally the surname of the royal bloodline, derived from the name of the divine tree of the elf race. So the elf woman before him was an elf noble. Jin Hyoke had no idea that at that very moment, a group of dark figures was frantically turning the entire forest upside down in search of him. A true elf noble. She is a high elf, and on top of that, she is nobility, so she still has room to grow. The dark energy she absorbed when she became a dark elf will only grow stronger. Speaking of Hamiel, it seems she bore a deep grudge against the 4 royal families. She was perfectly suited to become a heaven-defying conspirator. Jin Hyoke clicked his tongue and fell into thought, reflecting on everything. While Jin Hyoke was lost in contemplation, Eliwan was also racking her brain over how she could escape. These chains have suppressed my power. No, even if I'm released, I still won't be able to use my power for a while. If I wanted to touch me. Just as she was frantically searching for a way out, Jin Hyoke suddenly used the key to click the door open, making Eliwan exclaim in surprise at his action. Stand up. I have something to ask you, Jin Hyoke demanded in a low voice. Seeing an opening, Eliwan hurriedly lunged out of the cage like a bird set free, hoping to escape, but before she had taken more than a few steps, she tumbled face first to the ground. Give up. Mana and the soul are an elf's strengths, not physical power. Jin Hyoke walked up behind Eliwan step by step and spoke softly. TCH, you bought me for 20 million. What do you want? Ah, this place is just perfect. No one would know what you did to a powerless dark elf. Just like those scum who wanted to buy me, are you planning to use me to satisfy your desires too? Eliwan glared, bristling as she growled each word through her teeth. Elowen's somewhat sensitive remarks made Haryu's face flush bright red. She could only hurriedly cover little Miho's ears and tell Eliwan that Jin Hyoke was not that kind of person. The systems also started explaining to Jin Hyoke that it was far too early to do that sort of thing, along with any number of theories about sex education, making Jin Hyoke feel like his head was about to explode. He was truly being wronged. He had no such shady intentions toward Eli Wan at all. This was exactly what people meant by looking guilty despite being innocent. As he was noisily trying to explain himself, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out, making Jin Hyoke jump in shock, and he quietly signaled Vulcan to report. I think the nearby tower climbers have discovered our location. There are a lot of them. Vulcan was busily fighting the ferocious tower climbers while sending Jin Hyoke an urgent report through the signal. The raiders had learned that Jin Hyoke had bought every auction item, so they had gathered and come here, hoping to gang up on him. The force they gave off was painfully intense. Hamiel, was it her? Jin Hyoke thought, his eyes widening with concern. After sending Haryu and Miho over to help Vulcan, Jin Hyoke stayed here to talk with Eli Wan. By now, Eli Wan had also let down all her guard around him, lowering her eyes as she asked him to bring her some alcohol. Thanks to Haryu and Miho buying time in battle, Vulcan seized the opportunity to unleash a massive, terrifying soul strike, sending the group of tower climbers straight to the afterlife in one clean sweep. In contrast to the chaos of the battlefield, Jin Hyoke and Eli Wan sat in silence together on the other side of the forest, talking. Your companions are very strong. Since you control them, that makes you even stronger. With power like that, why did you let the angel go at the auction house? Someone like you should have been able to handle an opponent weakened by the tower's punishment, Eli Wan asked in puzzlement. Even if I fought her now, I wouldn't gain anything from it, Jin Hyoke replied grimly. You are suppressing your emotions for a greater purpose. You're different from me. Have you ever had to cut open the belly of your own family? Eli Wan gulped down alcohol while looking at Jin Hyoke with pained eyes, and her question left him deeply shocked. It turned out that, in the past, Eli Wan had been forced to stab her own father to death with a knife at his own request, before he passed away forever. He managed to entrust the Jingcell seed, as well as his future, to her. Elowin's older brother, alas, had sold out his own race to the 4 royal families in exchange for power for himself. Just before he caught up to her, her father shouted for her to quickly eat that Jingcell seed. But before he could finish his words, they were cut off by Hamiel's sharp sword. Even the seed Eli Wan held in her hand was slashed to pieces by Hamiel. And she did not stop there. She used pure magic power to corrupt Eli Wan, wanting to trample the dignity of a noble high elf like her underfoot and drive her deeper and deeper into the darkness of despair. After that, Eli Wan was sold into the slave market and met Jin Hyoke. I see. So even the elves were targeted for elimination by the 4 royal families. But the elves on the 300th floor are too strong for them to kill. Their mana and summoning magic are things the 4 royal families cannot deal with. At a time like this, the most effective method would be to have a traitor on the inside. Jin Hyoke thought in silence after hearing Elowin's story. Seeing Elowin's current exhausted and despairing state, Jin Hyoke proposed that she join Heaven Defying, promising that he would help her take revenge on that bastard who had turned her into a slave and seized her kingdom. Although Haryu had now wiped out all the tower climbers, she still could not stop worrying when she thought about Jin Hyoke and Eli Wan being alone together. Haryu's overthinking flared up so fiercely that she even began wondering whether Eli Wan might capture Jin Hyoke's heart. If that really happened, Haryu felt she might collapse from jealousy. While worrying over nothing, Haryu nearly fell under the attack of a giant red orc, had Jin Hyoke not rushed over in time to save her life. What happened to the dark elf? Haryu asked worriedly the moment she ran into Jin Hyoke. If you mean Eli Wan, she left. Jin Hyoke's answer made Haryu's jaw drop in surprise. A few minutes earlier, after hearing Jin Hyoke talk about revenge, Eli Wan hesitated a little as she thought about having to deal with her own siblings herself. Considering what your siblings have done to you, I'm sure they can do even worse, enough to make your revenge perfect. I will make them pay many times over. No, 100 times over. Who do you want revenge on? The 9 stars? The 4 royal families? In the face of Jin Hyoke's firm, decisive questions, Eli Wan instead chose to leave. I'm leaving so that I can reach your level. Once I am confident enough in my power, I will return. May I ask your name? Your real name, not the name you use now, Eli Wan asked without thinking. When Jin Hyoke told her that he was Jin Hyoke, the necromancer, Eli Wan paused for a moment, as if she had realized something. If I fall, you may use my soul and body as you wish. After saying that, Eli Wan turned and vanished like the wind beneath the bright, shimmering moonlight, leaving Jin Hyoke behind with countless tangled thoughts in his head. Returning to the present, after Jin Hyoke finished explaining everything to Haryu, Vulcan happened to return as well. If you're done, let us move somewhere else. Many tower climbers will gather here once the rumors spread, Vulcan suggested. Yeah, staying on one floor for too long is dangerous too. Let's go to our headquarters on the 60th floor. Ah, Godrich said he would be coming up to the 60th floor as well, Jin Hyoke replied. He had no idea that at that very moment on the 60th floor, Godrich was sweating bullets while fighting the fierce tower climbers of the Nine Stars faction. They had even brought an army with them, and the stores under Godrich's name were also being set on fire and burned to ashes. All of these were stores Godrich had created under the pretext of supporting Heaven Defying. If the Nine Stars caught him, the relationship between Godrich's stores and Heaven Defying would have to be cut off. In order to keep Godrich from being implicated, the young secretary used everything he had to fight them, devoting himself wholeheartedly to protecting this place. Suddenly, jumping down from above with a thunderous crash was Guild Master Josiah, nicknamed Giant Hippopotamus, a huge, dark, foul-smelling man who was brandishing the sword in his hand, aiming to hack the secretary puppet to pieces. A guild master. Are they really planning to burn this place down? The young secretary thought, trembling in fear. Just as the secretary did not know how to deal with this fat, hippopotamus-like man, another thorny problem appeared. Beth Holio, guild master of the White Goose Guild, stepped forward like a deity, looking as if she intended to lecture Josiah. Idiot. If you want to eliminate the puppet of a puppeteer, you should aim for the puppeteer. People who don't even understand the basics shouldn't get arrogant and then end up losing. What? How do you know I don't know that? Every time we kill someone, the person who contributed more support gets more reward points, right? Josh retorted angrily. Our White Goose Guild already drove him into a corner, yet you're still trying to come and steal the credit? You damn fat pig. Beth's insults successfully struck Josh's pride, making him fly into a rage and switch into a foul-mouthed tirade of abuse. Seeing the two of them distracted and arguing noisily, the young secretary seized the opportunity to secretly fire threads of sharp energy at them, hoping to turn them into his puppets. But who could have expected that before he could unleash much power, he would be ambushed from behind by May, the guild master of the Gorilla Guild, with a blow so painful it nearly made him fall apart. It looks like while you two were arguing, I caught him. I captured this puppeteer. Right like that, A-Song, May said, lifting her chin and looking up at A-Song, guild master of the Divine Path Guild. You people who allowed Demon Mass to attack have truly disgraced the honor of the holy nation. And now you come here and behave in such a shameful manner. A-Song growled as he stepped forward and criticized May, Josh, and Beth, making them both furious and embarrassed. A-Song, I don't need you to lecture me. Don't rely on your little bit of talent and come here causing trouble like this. Do you think you're Sir Ken's spokesman or something? Josh and Beth snapped back indignantly. May, on the other hand, did not care much at all, because as long as she made sure she got her share, everything was fine. The young secretary, determined not to let them take this place, risked everything and suddenly cast puppetry on himself, roaring furiously as he fired blasts of power into the crowd, frightening them into fleeing like ducks. His goal was Godrich and his own dream. So this time, even if he had to sacrifice himself, he would accept it as long as he could drive them away. Just as he was unleashing smooth, powerful firepower, a gigantic python suddenly appeared from nowhere and savagely battered the secretary back and forth. With a single move, it reduced all his attacks back to 0. It turned out to be because of the sudden appearance of Snake King Basin and Corpse King Tool in this place. When the guild masters saw Basin and Tool, king-level tower climbers who had already reached the 300th floor, now appearing here, they could not help feeling confused and bewildered. They are mercenaries hired to carry out this strategy. They will be the guides, A-Song declared loudly. As soon as Josh and Beth heard that, they clamored in protest because they did not want to follow the command of such lowly mercenaries. Even though A-Song threatened them by saying this was an order from Lord Ken, the guild masters still insisted on backing out, saying they no longer wanted to participate. Since they refused the toast only to drink the punishment wine, A-Song snapped his fingers. and the white python immediately lunged forward, sending the whole group of guild masters to the afterlife in an instant as blood flowed like a stream. Being incompetent wasn't enough, and now you even intend to defy the command of the Great Nine Stars? The Holy Nation has no need for people like you. This is Lord Ken's will. After saying that, Asong unleashed firepower, giving each of them a flame that burned fiercely until they turned to ash. The spirit summoner then summoned the spirits of those guild masters, intending to control them and make them work for the guild forever. His ability was truly worthy of the name Corpse King. When the spirit summoner asked where Demon Mask was now, Asong quickly told him that he had not even reached the 60th floor yet, which surprised the spirit summoner a little. Everyone believes this is the place that provides him with funding. After we seize this place, we will deal with Demon Mask, who is still on his way here. Before Asong could finish speaking, the spirit summoner placed a blade against his throat and cut him off. He ignored the 9 stars' orders completely, giving Asong 2 hours while saying he would go find Demon Mask and bring back his head, because that was the main reason he had accepted this mission. On Jin Hyoke's side, he had just met Hendrik when, with a bang, a pigeon sent by Godrich hurriedly flew over to him and delivered an urgent message. Jin Hyoke, hurry up and climb to the 60th floor. Heaven Defying's base is under attack. Hurry. If no one comes to help, they won't be able to hold out for long. Everyone, try to buy as much time as you can. After delivering Godrich's message, the pigeon vanished into the air like sea foam. Jin Hyoke's group could not believe what they had just heard. Shock and horror were written clearly on everyone's faces. Godrich managed many stores under various names. Just how much danger would he face while controlling all business activity inside the tower? Jin Hyoke held his head, thinking hard and unsure what he should do next. Wait, isn't Godrich famous as the strongest tower climber among those who have reached the 300th floor? No matter how many people they send there, they won't be able to beat him, Hendrik said, voicing his doubts. What did you just say? If he were that strong, he wouldn't have borrowed other people's names to represent his stores. The moment he steps onto the front line, he will basically be announcing to everyone that his stores are on the same side as Heaven Defying. If that happens, things won't stop with just an attack like this. The 4 royal families will crush Godrich's stores into ash. Our objective has become even clearer. We will go to the 60th floor and destroy the Holy Nation Alliance, Jin Hyoke proposed. Just as the group gathered together and prepared to teleport to the 60th floor, Vulcan was unfortunately ambushed from behind by Basin and Tool. Sorry, but you won't be reaching the 60th floor because all of you are going to die here. The two of them burst out laughing mockingly, and behind them, the long python opened its mouth wide and glared as it unleashed a supermassive fireball like a raging storm. Under the pressure of the explosion that swept everything clean without leaving even a scrap behind, Jin Hyoke only had time to shout for his companions to hurry and use the teleportation technique. Standing before the devastated ruins caused by their firepower, Jin Hyoke could not help gritting his teeth angrily and saying, "In this situation, it's clear the enemy has come looking for us." They were the other assassins Ken had sent. Basin and Tool quickly confirmed that Jin Hyoke's guesses were correct with a brutal punch packed with deadly force. Jin Hyoke's group was sent flying in all directions, dropping like ripe figs, and no one had time to counterattack against the two men's fierce techniques. Undead. He's a spirit summoner. Is that gloomy person standing beside him a snake curse master? Only now did Jin Hyoke recognize their identities through the way they attacked. Burning with rage, Hendrik hastily drew his sword and charged forward, but he nearly ended up inside Basin's python's jaws. Wow, you really are a dragon. Do you want to become my pet? If you want, I'll grant you the highest rank. I wonder what color your scales are. Basin laughed vilely as he teased Hendrik, making Hendrik's blood boil hotter and hotter. The two sides charged at each other and began trading thunderous blows. Meanwhile, Jin Hyoke had to face the spirit summoner Tool directly. From a quick glance, he guessed that Tool had at least reached the 300th floor and might even be stronger than Zen. At that moment, Jin Hyoke was rather curious and excited to see just how strong this spirit summoner really was. After sending Harryu and Miho over to help Hendrik, Jin Hyoke, left alone, quickly snapped his fingers and summoned a mighty army of spirits. perfectly suited to clash head-on with Tool's skeletal legion. Both sides rushed in and hacked at each other fiercely, killing intent filling the air like smoke. Tool stared fixedly at Jin Hyoke, feeling that he was indeed a powerful spirit summoner, as the rumors said, since he could handle Tool's bone soldiers on his own with ease. Your title is Necromancer, isn't it? You are not worthy of that title. Offer your power to me, Tool ordered arrogantly. Not a chance, you arrogant underling. Jin Hyoke glared and replied, cracking his knuckles as he gathered countless streams of dark energy. Since Jin Hyoke was being so stubborn, Tool decided to play dirty by setting a trap and capturing both Haryu and Miho inside the sharp, iron jaws of a monster. By the time Jin Hyoke noticed in shock, the two girls had already been caught with no way out. If you do not hand it over, your companions will die in agony, Tool growled threateningly. Shut up. Let them go, you bastard. Jin Hyoke flew into a dark rage, his heart burning with fury that Tool had dared lay hands on his people. On the 60th floor, the scene had become a wasteland drowned in a sea of fire. Blades and swords flashed everywhere, making it look like the depths of hell. The vanguard and the tower climbers were beating each other down in a fierce melee. Fire formations and air strikes thundered and ricocheted in every direction, turning the entire situation into utter chaos. Asong stood silently observing the battlefield and thought, the vanguard keeps using the same formation to block the enemy. At this rate, it will be difficult to break into that tower quickly. Do they have some remarkably skilled mage among them? There were no mages here, but there was Godrich, whose physical power was also far from ordinary. With a single golden barrage, Godrich could smash through windows and fire cannon-like shots, blowing the tower climbers apart in droves. This tactic won't let me hold out much longer. They'll soon figure out who I am. Hurry up, Jin Hyoke. Godrich sweated buckets as he muttered to himself, using every ounce of strength he had to buy time while waiting for Jin Hyoke to come to the rescue. Meanwhile, Jin Hyoke was still busy dealing with that persistent spirit summoner, Tool, trying to save Haryu and Miho. The two sides clashed violently, neither willing to give an inch. Release Haryu and Miho at once. Jin Hyoke hissed through clenched teeth, his fierce hand curling into a fist as he gathered his aura and hammered Tool's body with blow after blow. I will not let you save them. I'm Corpse King Tool. I will seize your necromancer power and become the true successor of Black Necromancer Jin Hyoke. Tool drew his sword with a sharp scrape and counterattacked, his words filled with confident battle lust. When Jin Hyoke heard Tool mention his name, he froze for a few seconds. It seemed that Tool still had no idea that the man behind the demonic mask was none other than Jin Hyoke himself. Haryu and Miho, who had been swallowed by the monster earlier, now slowly opened their eyes and regained consciousness. The two were startled to discover that they were now surrounded by an entire powerful skeletal army. Not only that, the savage monster with razor-sharp fangs was twisting its body and digging into the ground, preparing to flee with both girls. Hendrik could not hold back and roared in rage. I won't give you a chance to escape. Those children are my limit. Just as he was about to charge at the monster, the serpent with saw-like fangs rushed in and threatened to attack Hendrik, forcing him to struggle desperately before he could escape its claws. The moment Hendrik used his sword to block the serpent's throat, another snake unexpectedly crawled out from inside its mouth. Taking advantage of Hendrik's inability to defend himself, that snake leisurely lunged forward and bit deeply into Hendrik's neck, splattering blood. The world seemed to tilt along with his mind. Fortunately, before the snake's venom plunged him into a daze, Hendrik managed to smash the serpent down with one final decisive sword strike. In his dream, Hendrik was horrified to see countless dragons flying across the sky. The scene recreated exactly the day the dragons came and slaughtered his homeland. They were also the source of Hendrik's rage even to this day. You really hate dragons that much. A dragon hating dragons. How strange. That little one's bite can amplify the painful memories of your past. And not only that, it can transmit those memories to me as well. But I don't understand. How can you hate such a beautiful sight? You have become a dragon now too, haven't you? Isn't that wonderful? Basin approached Hendrik step by step while holding the small snake from earlier, his arrogant tone piercing directly into Hendrik's hidden pain. Hendrik's heart, already covered in wounds, was now forced to relive hatred and resentment so intense it felt like it might shatter. His whole body trembled. He immediately raised his face to the sky and screamed sharply, "What do you know that gives you the right to say that? My enemy destroyed my homeland. My resentment is that I was reborn as one of the same kind as my enemies, making it impossible for me to take revenge on them. If you don't understand, then shut your mouth." What? You're angry over something so trivial? I can't understand you. At the very least, you should have erased that hatred after becoming a dragon. Do you know how many people I killed to gather this many snakes? In pursuit of this beauty, I consider those hardships nothing more than minor inconveniences. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Snake King Basin. I love every scaled creature in this world. If you follow me, you will be able to love your true form. Faced with Hendrik's hatred, Basin still burst into laughter as though nothing had happened. With a selfish and cold-blooded expression, he whispered each word beside Hendrik's ear, intending to recruit him. Unexpectedly, Hendrik was not shaken in the slightest. Instead, he ground his teeth and cursed him to his face. Then I'll introduce myself too. I am Hendrik, the soul of the Dragon Slayer. I am the one who will wipe out every scaled creature in this world. If that was the case, then the two opponents before each other, each with completely opposing ideals, had no choice but to pounce on one another in rage and settle the outcome in a duel. Countless snakes of all sizes burst out from Basin's body, only to be cut into pieces by Hendrik like slices of sushi. Yet the battle still showed no sign of ending. Truthfully, after fighting for so long, Hendrik was gradually growing exhausted. Come at me yourself. Do you think those snakes can keep up with me? Hendrik roared, his eyes bloodshot. Even then, Basin stubbornly refused to listen and continued summoning snake after snake. Taking advantage of Hendrik's fatigue, Basin sent an enormous python to wrap tightly around him. His entire body bound rigidly within the python's rough, stone-like scales. Hendrik could not help screaming in pain. At this rate, it will crush my entire body. I'll die. I have to escape. Hendrik thought anxiously, trembling. Just as Hendrik tried to move his neck and activate teleportation magic, Basin rushed in without any hesitation and grabbed Hendrik's face directly, laughing mockingly. "Caught you. You were careless. Hendrik, you still aren't strong enough to be my opponent. Just obediently follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Basin used his snake charmer trait to hypnotize Hendrik, intending to turn him into his personal servant. Looking straight into Hendrik's crimson eyes as they slowly focused on a single fixed point, Basin thought cheerfully, "There is only one way for you to escape this situation. That is to transform into a dragon and flee from here. But I understand you, Hendrik. You can't do that because your hatred for dragons surpasses everything else. You yourself are also a dragon. Hendrik, have you accepted that you are a dragon?" As Hendrik sank amid Basin's tempting, provocative words, he suddenly remembered something from a long time ago, when Jin Hyoke learned that Hendrik intended to waste his ability because he did not want to transform into a dragon. At that time, Jin Hyoke had advised everyone that, in order to overturn the situation and defeat a 300-floor tower climber, they had to do everything they could and make use of every asset they possessed. Thanks to those words from Jin Hyoke, Hendrik was pulled out of his haze and freed from his fear of becoming the same as his enemies. Hendrik quickly widened his eyes, straightened his back, and twisted his body, transforming into a huge black dragon before Basin's stunned and terrified gaze. He could not believe that Hendrik had the courage to overcome his fear so quickly. "Because I'm not strong enough whenever I must duel powerful enemies. I have to use every asset I have and defeat you at any cost." Hendrik roared, and killing intent surged fiercely from his body, strong enough to sweep Basin away. Hendrik's heroic appearance did not frighten Basin. Instead, it only increased his desire to possess Hendrik even further. Returning to Jin Hyoke and Tool's side, the battle between the two men was still extremely tense and intense. Jin Hyoke and his summoned soldiers were gradually being pushed back, while Tool maintained his fighting rhythm. This made Jin Hyoke begin to lose his composure slightly. "It's Death Star. He's using skills from my previous life. I need to save the kids and I also need to get a Godrich. No, every time I think, something else gets in the way. If I defeat him, then everything will be resolved. Jin Hyoke tried to calm himself, using his whole body to counter each of Tool's violently exploding magic formations. That fighting style, did you learn it from Death Star, Jin Hyoke? Jin Hyoke asked, unable to hide his surprise. That's right, I assume you did as well, Tool replied coldly with a snort. Then you can't defeat me, because I'll become even stronger than that Death Star. Jin Hyoke curled his lips and declared confidently, making Tool want to rush in and slap him for daring to arrogantly look down on his idol. The moment Jin Hyoke flew toward him, Tool used teleportation magic in time to trap him in the middle of the skeletal soldier's encirclement, which was as good as sending him to his death. But the one dying there was certainly not Jin Hyoke. He had already gathered his energy and unleashed divine power combined with magic power, sweeping everything clean. The fact that one person could use both divine power and magic power together like Jin Hyoke was an extremely rare feat no one had ever achieved before. Needless to say, it left Tool utterly dumbfounded. This unprecedented achievement in history was something even the system had to acknowledge deeply. That was how his powerful half-god, half-demon body had been created. However, how to defeat Death Star still remained a major question in Jin Hyoke's mind. My opponent has stronger forces, but I have to crush them no matter what. Like those guys, I'll eliminate the summoning ritual using a special method, then chase after the main body. My appearance has changed, but the inside is still the same. This method is a little disgusting, but since it works, so be it. Jin Hyoke thought anxiously and decided to take a gamble. Standing opposite Tool, Jin Hyoke ran his mouth without restraint, slandering Death Star, in other words himself. Hey kid, do you seriously claim to be Death Star's successor? If you're this weak, then I guess Death Star wasn't that strong either, was he? Didn't he die because of holy power? When Tool heard Jin Hyoke insult his idol, he erupted in violent fury and immediately beckoned, summoning a horde of spirit weapons to gang up on him. Jin Hyoke was not about to lose either. With his own ultimate technique combining magic power and divine power, he swung his sword and launched attacks with relentless force. Tool stood across from him, constantly watching Jin Hyoke closely, because he knew that with divine power and magic power combined, Jin Hyoke summons would not be able to operate at maximum output. And just as expected, Jin Hyoke's sword wrapped in divine power could not cut through Tool's spirit weapons and minions. Everything was within Tool's calculations. Yes, just as you said, that was how he passed away. Did you think I made no preparations? You will die here for daring to blaspheme him. Tool roared furiously, and the killing intent radiating from him became even more deadly. His magic shield truly managed to push Jin Hyoke back, forcing him farther and farther away amid the surging sea of mana. While wondering why his divine power was being rendered useless against Tool's tricks, Jin Hyoke was suddenly ambushed from behind by an undead, blood spraying from a wound. I can't beat him with simple attacks alone. Then I'll concentrate both divine power and magic power into one hand. Once Jin Hyoke decided something, he acted on it. He immediately poured them together and combined them, ignoring the system's warning that such a thing was impossible between two opposing poles like divine power and magic power. Jin Hyoke stubbornly risked everything, pouring in all his strength as he tried to combine divine power and magic power, because this was the only way he could stand against Tool. After countless stages where it seemed he would fail halfway through, along with tremendous effort and endless curses as he unreasonably forced the system to cooperate, Jin Hyoke finally succeeded in unifying divine power and magic power, creating a miraculous, unprecedented surge of power. Seeing Jin Hyoke easily cut through the shield with his sword, Tool was so shaken he practically jumped as if someone had poured boiling water down his pants. How is this possible? I created that magic shield to block even the power of the 4 royal families. Does it mean his power surpasses even the 4 royal families? After that wondrous fusion of forces, the system granted Jin Hyoke the fusion trait. He became increasingly interested in this mix-and-match ability, and the corners of his mouth curled upward arrogantly despite himself. Seeing Jin Hyoke charge at him, like a cat pouncing on prey. Tool panicked slightly and hurriedly called for his troops to help him counterattack, but it was already too late. The aerial bombardment unleashed by Jin Hyoke made everything vanish in an instant. As Tool struggled to rise from the ruined debris, he had no idea that Jin Hyoke had already appeared behind him and placed a sword against the back of his neck. You said your name was Tool, right? Why are you so obsessed with Death Star? Jin Hyoke asked in puzzlement. He was the person most suited to become the master of the tower. Remembering ancient memories, Tool let out a quiet, solemn sigh as he answered. But he died after betraying humanity. Do you still respect him? Jin Hyoke continued pressing him. That's not true. He fell into the trap of those damn 9 stars. Tool suddenly became agitated, his eyes bulging as he shouted, leaving Jin Hyoke utterly astonished and unable to understand how Tool could know the truth. Jin Hyoke never expected that one day he would meet someone who could understand his suffering like Tool did. Didn't you sense anything? Even after receiving the title of Necromancer, I'm asking whether you had any doubts about his death. He was once the strongest necromancer, then died in a confrontation with the 9 stars. The Pelham brothers were bribed, and he was framed by them. Jin Hyoke was innocent. Tool collapsed onto the ground and thrashed about, shouting as he spoke, his expression full of resentment. Who knows? Perhaps he became foolish because he was intoxicated by power. On the outside, Jin Hyoke responded coldly, but inside, he was deeply moved by Tool's feelings toward him. When Tool saw Jin Hyoke dare insult his idol, he immediately bristled and cursed him. I admit you are excellent, but you are not Death Star's successor. He was not only my benefactor. His power shone brighter than even the 9 stars. He is my pride and my goal. I will defeat you and inherit his legacy. The blazing determination expressed in each of Tool's firm words left Jin Hyoke extremely satisfied. Only now did he understand what it felt like to have a successor. If that was the case, Jin Hyoke told himself he would make Tool one of his people. Prove your worth, Tool, Jin Hyoke ordered with a lift of his chin. Tool's eyes rolled white. After Jin Hyoke's challenge, he ground his teeth and used his body to activate 100 Night Demon Soul, the crystallization of his research since touching this power, even though it was still incomplete. Driven by his resentment toward Jin Hyoke for insulting his idol, Tool violently launched that line of Soul Soldiers straight at Jin Hyoke. Jin Hyoke quickly summoned Vulcan and unleashed Soul Strike to counterattack. But the moment Vulcan touched Tool's Soul Soldiers, he immediately realized they were not Soul Soldiers. They were even weaker than that. Yet they were very similar to the first Soul Soldiers he had created, making him wonder and doubt whether Tool had trained himself into a necromancer. Tool was still frantically unleashing techniques with fervor, his eyes deadly as he vowed not to stop until he had taken revenge and restored his idol's honor. Talent, stability. This man, if I hadn't been reincarnated, perhaps he would have become the next Death Star. In that case, I should fight him with all my strength as well. Jin Hyoke curled his lips as he silently judged him, then immediately charged straight at Tool with terrifying speed. As for the summons, he would leave them to Vulcan. Amid countless thunderous explosions as the two forces collided. On this side, Jin Hyoke and Tool were also busy beating the daylights out of each other. In one opening, Tool took a physical hit from Jin Hyoke's killing intent right to the face, sending blood streaming down one cheek. Just as Jin Hyoke was about to gather his strength and bring down a fatal blow, Tool managed to use a summoned creature to block Jin Hyoke's sword strike, leaving him unable to move. Seizing that chance, the incomplete Soul Soldier instantly turned into a self-destructing bomb and exploded, blasting Jin Hyoke far away. While he was still groggily thinking of how to respond next, Jin Hyoke suddenly gaped in shock when he saw Tool using the Descent of 100,000 Souls, which was originally Jin Hyoke's own signature skill, to attack him. Under Tool's command, countless bloodthirsty souls rushed in like starving tigers, fighting to plunge into Jin Hyoke's body. The wave of soul power created by Tool's spiritual energy seemed as if it would swallow the world whole. But that was only against other people. There was no way Jin Hyoke was going to suffer a loss from it. He quickly reversed the surging current and turned it back, his hands swiftly drawing lines of killing force that drifted around him, leaving Tool utterly stunned. Impossible. It is still incomplete. He blocked Death Star's supreme spiritual energy skill, which means my spiritual energy cannot invade a soul. Tool wondered anxiously, clutching his face in a daze. Since Jin Hyoke found Tool's previous technique interesting, he decided to respond with a true descent of 100,000 souls. He curled the corner of his mouth meaningfully, then generously summoned an entire crowd of souls. With a snap of his fingers, they all plunged straight into Tool's body. The demon-faced mask on Jin Hyoke's face was revealed as well, leaving Tool both astonished and terrified. It turned out the idol he had long yearned for was none other than Jin Hyoke himself. Jin Hyoke waited for the instant Tool lost focus, then shot forward and slashed him sharply with the icy sword in his hand. Amid the torrent of blood spraying from Tool like rain, Jin Hyoke merely curled his lips and looked at him with a faint smile. "Nice to meet you, Tool. It is an honor to meet you, Death Star." "Soon I will," Tool replied, his breathing beginning to tremble and break from the massive loss of strength. "Yes, we will meet again soon." Jin Hyoke continued with a mysterious smile, his promising gaze fixed on Tool. Tool had been beaten to a pulp by Jin Hyoke, yet he was still alive, and that did not disappoint Jin Hyoke. After being absorbed into Jin Hyoke's 100,000 souls, he rose again with a new role and a new position, Soul Soldier Tool. With an aura enveloping his entire body, Tool walked firmly step by step to Jin Hyoke, then suddenly dropped to his knees at his feet and apologized. "Please forgive my rudeness. I failed to recognize my lord. I was not even loyal to my own comrade." As he was sorrowfully confessing his fault, the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Less than a second later, one of the summoned creatures Tool had created earlier, now having lost its master, went berserk and rampaged wildly everywhere. Tool was about to circulate his evil power and charge forward when, from between the monster's sharp teeth, Haryu and Miho suddenly scrambled out. Jin Hyoke was overjoyed to meet the two girls again and see that both of them were safe. Haryu told Jin Hyoke that Miho had charmed the summoned creature, so the two of them could escape safely. That girl seduced an undead through her spirit summoning art, while the other one took care of all the skeletons inside. Tool was somewhat surprised by the two girls' extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, a blast of firepower came crashing down on the spot where the group stood, startling everyone. Jin Hyoke immediately realized it was Hendrik breath, which meant the battle between Basin and Hendrik had also reached its conclusion. As if to prove that Jin Hyoke's prediction was correct, Basin's battered and incomplete body came crashing down from the sky, making Tool's face turn pale. He could not believe Basin had been defeated so easily. "This is my victory, Fourth King. It was certainly difficult, but this is the end for you. You no longer have any snakes that can pose a threat, except for the one they're flattering you." Hendrik, in his mighty dragon form, flew over after him, lifting his chin and pointing his ice-cold blade straight at Basin's face in threat. "Looks like this is the end for us, Sela. I am sorry." Basin lay flat on the ground, turning to look at his snake as he spoke, his gaze filled with sorrow for it. But then, so quickly and dangerously that no one could have anticipated it, Basin suddenly went mad, opened his mouth, and bit down on the snake Sela, swallowing a whole to the horrified shock of everyone watching. Basin had truly eaten his own snake, leaving snake blood pooling everywhere with a foul, nauseating stench. "It will not help you, even if you do that." Hendrik roared with a piercing glare, then slammed his sword into Basin's face. Unfortunately, after eating Sela, Basin had now transformed into a half-human, half-snake monster. The missing parts of Basin's body had been replaced by a snake's body and scales, making him look utterly terrifying. His strength was also extremely savage, allowing him to easily block Hendrik's previous sword strike in an instant. Now, this is the final battle. Let us take down that dragon together, Sela. Basin stuck out his long snake tongue and laughed shrilly, speaking to the snake that had merged into him. And so this jealous little pair of ours charged into each other, colliding and clashing in a noisy, chaotic brawl. Oh, Omuding, you bragged about loving your snake, yet used it like a consumable item, and now you have even eaten it. Hendrik burst out laughing mockingly. "What do you know about our love? There is no love more beautiful than becoming one." Basin's inhuman words only made Hendrik feel more disgusted the more he heard them, and the force of his attacks grew more brutal with each blow. Jin Hyoke and the others were about to move in to support Hendrik, but Hendrik stopped them, saying that these two Basins were his prey alone. After a fierce exchange, Hendrik accidentally drove his sword into Sila's throat, but before he could pull it out, it stuck out its long tongue and swallowed both the sword and Hendrik's arm clean into its belly. You can no longer use your sword. Hendrik, it is over. Basin roared madly, preparing to deliver the final blow and send Hendrik to his end. Unexpectedly, at some point, a spiked dragon hand had grown out from Hendrik's ruined arm. That hand gently and affectionately reached forward, then delivered a fatal slap to Basin, sending him reeling and crashing to the ground, his teeth and lips all smashed together. Neither dragon nor human. Do you not think you look rather grotesque? Even just before falling, Basin still had the nerve to provoke Hendrik with his mouth. I realized a few things from our battle, and for that I am grateful, Fourth King. I am Hendrik the Dragon Slayer. Nothing can change that truth. Hendrik replied in a firm, deep voice. In the end, Hendrik successfully defeated Sila, the strongest snake spirit of Snake King Basin, before the admiring gazes of everyone around him. Impressive. Your allies are truly that strong? Tool praised. That is right. This time, I will climb the tower with reliable friends. And of course, you are coming with us too, Soul Soldier. Jin Hyoke invited Tool to set out with him. Tool's eyes clearly showed surprise, as he had not expected Jin Hyoke to invite him along like this, and he softly thanked him with some hesitation. Hendrik suddenly came over, continuously dusting off his hands, then told the whole group that they needed to head to the 60th floor immediately if they wanted to make it in time. Haryu and Miho thought the same as Hendrik, constantly urging Jin Hyoke to hurry. Right? This battle is not over yet. Let us go to the 60th floor. Jin Hyoke proposed in a heavy voice. Suddenly, Tool dropped to his knees at Jin Hyoke's feet, as if trying to block his path. No, my lord, you must not go. The one currently leading the forces on the 60th floor is Asong, Guild Master of the Divine Path Guild, the guild that governs the lower floors of the Holy Nation. He is as strong as I am, perhaps at the level of a 300th floor Holy Knight. But whether there is a chance to defeat him is not the real problem. After being saved by the Pelin brothers, he swore loyalty to them. In exchange, Asong is the only guild master who has been granted divine power by the holy gods. In other words, he is as strong as the holy gods on the 300th floor, Tool explained in one breath. No one knew that on the current 60th floor, Godrich was struggling desperately and hopelessly, trying to evade the undead soldiers that Asong himself had revived. Then what should we do? Are you saying there is no way to fight him, and we have to sit here waiting until the entire guild is burned to the ground? Jin Hyoke could not help asking after hearing Tool's words. No, there is still one way for you to balance the strength in this battle. As Tool spoke, he extended his hand and circulated evil energy, asking Jin Hyoke to absorb his power here, causing Jin Hyoke to cry out in surprise. I have a hunch about your ability, my lord. A power that can absorb anything and turn it into your own. A corpse can also be considered a thing, can it not? If my intuition is correct, then the source of power I have cultivated will all become yours, Tool said. Hendrik, who was listening nearby, gradually felt that it made a fair amount of sense and quietly added his own words to persuade Jin Hyoke. Furthermore, Snake King and his Snake Spirit team are also rather strong. If you can absorb them, you will gain a great source of power. Even so, Jin Hyoke was still deeply conflicted. He did not know whether Tool was truly certain about this, or whether there was still someone waiting for his body. There is no one. Even if there were, it would not matter. I serve you, my lord. If I can offer my insignificant power to you, that will be the greatest honor. Please accept my power, my lord. Tool replied firmly, his eyes shining with blazing determination. Since Tool was so sincere, Jin Hyoke accepted. He agreed to absorb the power of both Tool and Basin. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hyoke clenched his hand into a fist and used all his strength to draw their power straight into his core. On the 60th floor, the soldiers, who had already been pathetic enough, had now been resurrected by Asong, making them even more savage than before. Each one of them glared around with bloodshot eyes, searching to see whether any mages were still left in the city. Hiding behind the window of one of the buildings that had not yet been burned down, Godrich sweated like rain, afraid that if things continued like this, they would take the city. Our casualties are increasing. We have to find some way to buy time. First, create chaos to scatter their forces. After that, we will switch to guerrilla tactics. As he clutched his head and calculated their next plan, a furious flaming blast suddenly came from out of nowhere and struck the spot where Godrich was standing, making everything collapse into a shattered pile of dust in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Godrich had managed to use teleportation in time, preserving both his own life and that of the young secretary, lying unconscious beside him. Damn it, my position has been discovered. But that attack, divine power, I finally found you, instigator of the riot. Godrich looked around furiously, his heart filled with resentment. Suddenly, Asong's voice rang out in front of Godrich. I have come to eliminate you, the mysterious merchant who supported the masked man and his allies. For a holy spirit, your methods are rather crude. Asong appeared imposingly, speaking in a condescending and threatening tone. The army down, there's only serving the interests of the holy nation, is it not? Godrich tried to appear calm and questioned him in return. The Lord has given me only 2 orders. First, deal with the incompetent leaders. Second, completely eliminate the masked man and his companions. The Lord's orders are absolute. They are equivalent to the word of God. There is no need to consider any other conditions. Asong howled like a mad dog, his expression frantic and agitated. Things will not go the way you think, you fanatic. Godrich gathered all his strength into his arm and cursed back hotly. Amid the waves of blazing flames that burned scorching hot, the game of chase between Godrich and Asong still showed no sign of ending. Godrich had to run for his life from Asong while trembling with fear that Asong would discover his identity. Damn it, if he finds out I am Godrich, the situation will become even worse. I have to fight without exposing my identity. But can I face that monster while hiding my true strength? Godrich thought in terror, his legs running as his mind spun with countless tangled thoughts. Asong, on the other side, was also extremely suspicious as to why Godrich was no longer going all out as he had before and was only running away. He silently guessed that Godrich was likely trying to hide something. In a flash, Asong used his superior energy to rush forward and block Godrich's path, then cleared his throat and threatened him. I will make you lose everything. I must know what you are hiding. Can you really protect your comrades by hiding your power like that? Godrich froze for a few seconds, startled because Asong's words had struck a nerve. Just as he was wondering what to do, a dragon with earth-shattering destructive force suddenly crashed into the building. Leaving Asong so stunned, he froze in place, as if his soul had been stolen. A dragon race member. They said there was a dragon race member among Demon Mask's companions. If so, did they really climb to the 60th floor in a single night? And they even defeated Tool and Basin, who had gone ahead. Asong was bewildered, unable to believe this was real. Hey, are you Asong? Jin Hyoke lifted his chin and asked arrogantly. Now is the time for him to take Asong's head. Countless bomb-like explosions roared loudly enough to shake heaven and earth, erupting one after another in overwhelming succession. Hendrik, in dragon form, was carrying the others as they waited for Jin Hyoke to fight, when they were suddenly ambushed from below by Asong soldiers. We have to deal with those soldiers first. That Asong can even revive soldiers who have already died. Godrich, carrying the young secretary on his shoulder, reported breathlessly, making everyone click their tongues at how dirty Asong's methods were. Hendrik lost his temper and immediately puffed up, glaring as he blew out waves of firepower that burned the entire mass of soldiers to ashes, effectively cutting off their path to resurrection. Meanwhile, Jin Hyoke was busy crossing swords with Asong, with both sides unleashing impressive skills in an attempt to destroy the other as quickly as possible. Jin Hyoke's fire bullet made Asong bleed, but Jin Hyoke did not expect him to have the ability to heal his wounds in the blink of an eye. What an impressive recovery ability. To bring him down, I have to finish him with an attack he cannot recover from. It has to be an extremely powerful attack. I need to aim for an opening and use my ultimate move to land the decisive blow. Jin Hyoke silently formed a plan in his head. Immediately afterward, he switched into trash talk mode, mocking and insulting the Pelham brothers, successfully provoking Asong into a furious rage and making him launch a superclass lightning heavenly punishment at him. As if he had been waiting for exactly that, Jin Hyoke immediately summoned Vuken, who blocked Asong's surging holy power in one stroke. Needless to say, Asong's expression at that moment was utterly baffled, his eyes darting and his mouth hanging open, unable to understand what was going on. What is wrong? Curious about what happened? This is what happened. It really is a useful skill. Seeing Asong standing there frozen stiff in shock, Vuken burst into loud laughter, not forgetting to drag Tool out for Asong to see with his own eyes. When Asong saw that Tool had now joined Jin Hyoke's side, he hissed and cursed, blaming Tool as a traitor. I was never on anyone's side from the beginning. I was simply searching for the place where I belong. Tool spoke calmly, but the more he explained, the more it enraged Asong. Asong screamed in hatred, flailing his arms and legs as he swore he would erase Tool's filthy soul. Under Jin Hyoke's command, Vuken and Tool swiftly flew over and launched a coordinated physical assault on Asong, attempting to subdue him. After being sent flying by Tool's punch, Asong could not help wondering whether Tool had also received Demon Mask's power, allowing him to be resurrected and become this strong. While Asong was off guard, Jin Hyoke gently and affectionately rushed in and gifted him a painfully loving punch straight to the face, beautifully making him bleed. After Jin Hyoke's knockout punch, Asong clutched his bloodied face and staggered before crashing to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Crawling up from the chaotic pile of dirt and rubble, Asong stubbornly growled, "Demon Mask, I can't believe you pushed me this far. But you can't bring me down. I have the blessing of infinite recovery bestowed by the Great One. In the end, you are destined to lose." Before he could finish speaking, Snake King Basin's serpent tail suddenly lunged at Asong from behind like a snake striking prey, scaring Asong out of his wits. "You've fallen into Demon Mask's hands too, Basin?" Asong screamed in agony. His entire body was now being bound tightly by Basin's body, so tightly that his bones felt as if they were coming apart and he could hardly speak. Basin's snake arms swiftly swept Asong's head away, fresh blood spraying endlessly. But the head quickly grew back, and he shouted angrily, "That won't be enough to stop me." Vuken floated in the air, irritated. Even after being beheaded, he can still revive," Tool commented. "As long as you still have holy power, it seems you really can regenerate infinitely. I suppose I'll have to finish you in one blow." Facing Tool's group, Asong thought to himself, the mighty power of the Four Kings. "I can't move. Even if I use holy power, you won't disappear. Is this the power of cultivation?" He frowned with certainty. "But even so, you still can't defeat me." The three of them patiently listened as he continued. "I thought you would take me down with the souls of the Four Kings. Unfortunately, your plan failed." Tool tightened his grip on his staff and replied, "We never intended to erase you in the first place." Asong seemed unconvinced. Vuken smiled and pointed upward. "The order we received was not to come here and kill you." Purple and golden currents of air continued to gather as he spoke. "It was to offer you as a sacrifice to our master." Jin Hyoke's hand was compressing that energy. Then he opened his palm, turning it pure white. Full spiritual power attack. Asong panicked and gritted his teeth. "Is that holy power?" "No, it's different. It's..." A notification window appeared. Trait: utilize the fused element between holy power and demonic power. Converted into fused element. Jin Hyoke's pupils turned pitch black as he activated Single Magic Circle. A massive beam of black and white light was fired. 10 Fingers spiritual power. It shot straight forward with overwhelming force, and Asong screamed as he was nearly swallowed by the light. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky and descended with the power to destroy everything. The final result was a giant smoking crater. Asong had been burned pitch black, his limbs shattered as if broken apart. Jin Hyoke, Vuken, and Tool floated in the air as if nothing had happened. Tool knelt on one knee respectfully. "This is our first victory. It is truly my honor." Vuken looked excited. At last, a worthy opponent has appeared. Jinhai Oke was puzzled. Why are you so happy? They're my successors. He glanced down when someone called out, Demon Mask. It was Hendrik shouting up from below. We finished things down here. He glanced at the armor rolling around amid the dust and smoke. To restore this pile of wreckage, you need to summon at least a god or a demon. Harriet broke out in a cold sweat, still unable to believe it. So we stopped it. Looking at the aura radiating from Jin Hyoke's group of 3, she wondered, wiping out the roots completely? He raised his eyes and answered, yes. Our first victory. Hendrik smiled as he continued speaking. Until now, our losses could be blamed on being ambushed. Godrich supported Bruno as Jin Hyoke's voice echoed. But today, after they struck first, it was completely their defeat. Haryu and Miho smiled faintly as they listened. If this news spreads, people will begin to think. Jin Hyoke pointed a finger toward the sky. The heavenly realm is probably in chaos. Godrich let out a breath. This means you're giving me the green light to spread the news, right? He answered calmly, of course. Why else would I have brought you along? Godrich smiled amid the flames. Then I'll head out first. There's a mountain of work to do to clean up today's mess. Jin Hyoke did not stop him. All right, I'm counting on you. Then Godrich and the other person vanished completely, leaving only orange smoke behind. A red notification window appeared. The Lord above 10,000 demons says their eye for people is very sharp. When it turned around, it saw only a purple window with 3 dots. It said nothing else and simply looked up at the sky. Then words appeared. Something is about to happen. Miho's ears twitched, and the little girl looked up as if she had heard something. Suddenly, a crack appeared in midair. The ground beneath their feet violently shook, leaving them confused. An earthquake? No, space is shaking. Miho, on the other hand, was staring up at the sky in astonishment. The crack had completely split open, revealing a white space. A tiny speck flashed among the fragments. Then an enormous golden pillar of light shot straight down. Everyone raised their arms to shield themselves from the violent shock. The sky split open. What is that light? Jin Hyoke calmly analyzed it. It isn't the sky. The strata have been divided. Something like this can actually happen. On the other side, Hendrik spread his wings and lowered his body. It's coming over here. Haryu asked anxiously, what the hell is that? Tool pointed forward. My lord, look over there. The shattered corpse was being sucked up by the pillar of light. He shouted, Asong's body. Asong's eyes were shining brightly, and cracks spread across his entire body. In the end, the outer layer shattered directly, revealing the body within. Jin Hyoke widened his eyes as he realized, this is holy power, and this feeling, this aura. Remembering the time Carmen had summoned energy beneath the cross-shaped magic circle, he confirmed it. It's definitely that. Jin Hyoke angrily gritted his teeth. Carmen, bare feet, stepped forward. They really are gods. Asong had completely recovered with an even greater aura. They truly did not abandon me. They saved me. He delivered his judgment. Now it is time to punish those who do not believe in the gods. Bare feet stepped forward. Just as I expected, they are all gods. Asong had completely recovered with an even stronger presence. They did not abandon me. They saved me. He gave his judgment. Now it is time to punish the rebels who do not believe in the gods. Somewhere else, a small bottle suddenly exploded. Seeing that, Below frowned. Carmen gathered energy in her hand as he called, Carmen. The mark on her hand shone brightly. Then she held her arm and replied, Asong, you made it to the 60th floor. It seems he was captured. Below gritted his teeth as he realized Demon Mask. She calmly advised him, but don't worry too much. After all, Asong is a special toy. He repeated, special. Carmen smiled cunningly. A guarantee in case the selection failed. When I shared my holy power with Asong, I secretly implanted something inside him. If Asong is defeated, her hand clenched tightly. Then he will revive as a representative vessel holding my power. On the other side, Asong smiled arrogantly, a symbol glowing brightly on his forehead. He walked step by step toward Jin Hyoke, just as she said. Demon Mask is now preparing to face me head-on. Jin Hyoke gritted his teeth in anger. Divine power. Is that Carmen's divine power? Hendrik grimaced with hatred. The 9 stars, Haryu tensely recalled, one of the people my brother killed in the past. Asong arrogantly raised his chin. Have you recognized Lady Carmen's warm, holy power? Jin Hyoke lowered his head and murmured, how could I forget? Then he glanced at Asong with eyes full of killing intent. That disgusting sensation of holy power. Asong observed the demon appearing behind Jin Hyoke. What is this hatred? Is this person someone who hasn't even been climbing the tower for a year? Why does he hate Lady Carmen so much? Tool and Vukin seized the chance to attack as Asong spoke. Who are you demon? But he had already sensed them. A purple explosion burst right in front of Jin Hyoke. After the smoke cleared, Asong's relaxed smile appeared. All right, he had grabbed Tool and Vukin by the necks. You can't awaken, can you? Then he said confidently, but with this difference in strength, not awakening will hurt even more. Both of them writhed in pain under the force of his grip. Suddenly, a huge dragon shadow covered them. Hendrik, in his giant dragon form, landed heavily, then widened his eyes as he sensed something. It turned out Asong had blocked his claw with only one hand. A dragon. Strong. But now I have the power of the 9 stars with me. He lightly bent his knees and sprang upward, then casually threw Hendrik down into the ground. He said contemptuously, the power of the descendants of the lesser kings can never compare to the lesser kings themselves. You will pay the price for challenging them, and you will die here. Suddenly, heart-shaped bubbles appeared out of nowhere. Asong lowered his head and sensed it. My body has been bound. As he wondered in confusion, what bastard? He noticed Miho, whose eyes were wide and radiating spiritual power. He thought, that child, this power that overturns things. Is she the child of a spirit beast? He failed to notice Jin Hyoke behind him, raising his sword high. Jin Hyoke growled, disappear, Carmen's puppet. Then he decisively slashed down and split Asong in two. Smoke appeared between the halves of Asong's body. In the end, they merged back together, and he burst into mocking laughter. Jin Hyoke widened his eyes. That attack was everything I had, and yet he can still recover after being hit. Asong answered without a scratch on him. Now, there isn't a single attack that can kill me. A small light appeared at his fingertip. Then it's my turn now, right? It turned into a vortex. In the end, it directly expanded into a fireball as Asong said, holy form. Jin Hyoke noticed. It's nothing like before. He hurriedly shouted, everyone run. Miho anxiously raised her hand. Big brother. A gigantic beam shot straight out from the sphere. The ground was shattered and hurled upward. When it ended, the ground was so hot that flames still flickered and smoke rose from it. Jin Hyoke struggled to push himself up with his hand. Damn it, my body won't move. His pupils contracted when he heard someone say, oh, you're awake. Asong was gripping Miho by the neck. You woke up just in time. Jin Hyoke shouted anxiously, Miho. Looking at his fallen teammates, Hendrik and Haryu, he thought, did they all lose? Asong sneered. Your rebellion has failed, Demon Mask. The moment you betrayed the 9 stars, you had already lost. Jin Hyoke glared and fell into thought. Lost? He lay there dazed. In a place like this, I can't even get close to him. Am I going to lose to Carmen's lackey like this? His gaze turned sharp and resolute. No, losing again? I won't accept it. Suddenly, Asong tightened his grip around Miho's neck. You first, you insolent spirit beast. The little girl cried out, tears spilling from her eyes. Big brother, I can't breathe. Jin Hyoke furiously ordered, stop. A pink screen appeared, leaving Asong confused. The words kept changing. The 9-tailed fox says, how dare you? As it vanished, Miho lowered her head and repeated, how dare you? When she raised her head, she had become the 9-tailed fox. Lay a hand on someone else's child? 9 tails radiated brilliant pink energy. Amid the vivid purple light, the little girl, still being strangled, spoke with a face darkened by fury. How dare you? Miho raised her head. The features of her face gradually changed, revealing another appearance with cold eyes blazing with killing intent as she growled. Touch someone else's child like that. Then she looked straight at the one strangling her with a piercing gaze, and shining tails appeared behind her, releasing a terrifying, oppressive aura. Asong's golden body flinched, and he hurriedly let go, gritting his teeth. What? What is this? He leaped into the air, his eyes fixed on her as he thought, this relaxed stance. Could it be a transcendent being of the tower above us? The 9-tailed fox tilted her head and smiled meaningfully. At the same time, she slowly raised one finger, and a ray of light appeared. A blinding beam swept across, illuminating Asong's furious golden eyes. At that moment, Jin Hyoke also narrowed his eyes, his body tense as he watched the light shine through. Suddenly, a dazzling explosion erupted. Purple-white light spread out, sweeping over everything and shaking the ground. Meanwhile, in a remote wasteland with dry, flattened trees and a gloomy, silent atmosphere, the 70th floor, the Black Forest, a flash of light tore through the darkness, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. After the fog cleared, the foxtails that had wrapped tightly around them gradually opened. The nine-tailed fox stood in the middle. She had wrapped up the three of them and brought them here. Haryu sat on the ground, her confused eyes full of suspicion as she spoke. Miho, no, you're the nine-tailed fox, aren't you? She smiled lightly and said, hello. This is the first time you've seen me, isn't it? Jin Hyoke clutched his injured arm tightly, frowned slightly, staggered to his feet, and asked, where am I? The nine-tailed fox crossed her arms in front of her chest and said curtly, the 70th floor, the Black Forest. Haryu shouted in shock, the 70th floor? We haven't climbed this high. How? She closed one eye and opened the other, thinking of the tower. She explained, climbing floors is not the only way to go up the tower. There are many shortcuts to higher floors, but you cannot obtain the same stats as you would by climbing the tower, so you still have to return to floors appropriate for your level. Then she looked toward Haryu and continued, you have never climbed to the 100th floor, but you were born and raised there, weren't you? Those words startled Haryu, and she understood. Behind the nine-tailed fox, Hendrik planted his sword into the ground and struggled to stand as he confirmed, wait, is this place really the Black Forest? He gave his sharp assessment in front of everyone. This is a nameless territory, surrounded by barren land and filled with black toads. Why bring us to a place where it's hard to determine direction and easy to get lost? Jin Hyoke had a different thought and spoke up, no, that is exactly why this place is safe. The nine-tailed fox cheerfully raised a finger in agreement. Just as expected, you catch on quickly, don't you? Suddenly, he noticed her finger trembling faintly. She looked at her struggling hand and said, I'm almost at my limit. I am an entity who is not allowed to directly interfere with the world of the climbers. I can only help you escape through this child. She looked at Haryu, Jin Hyoke, and Hendrik in turn as she reminded them, but this is only a temporary measure. They will find you again and come to kill you. Next, the nine-tailed fox gave a warning with a resolute gaze. At your current growth rate, you cannot face them. You must become stronger faster. Jin Hyoke frowned with urgent curiosity. Then what do we have to do? The method you mentioned that can make me stronger quickly. You said it was here, so tell me. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze calm, and the tails behind her gradually faded as she said, sorry, time's up. From now on, you'll have to hear the rest from him. Finally, she gave a farewell smile. See you later. Bye. Jin Hyoke had not heard everything he wanted, so he hurriedly reached out and ran over. Wait, hold on. But it was too late. The nine-tailed fox immediately vanished and returned to Miho's small fox form. The little girl fell unconscious with her eyes tightly shut. Haryu quickly moved forward and caught her. Got her. Jin Hyoke looked at Miho, lying in Haryu's arms, and thought, him? Who are you talking about? Nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, a sharp flash of light flew past his face. Jin Hyoke swiftly leaned aside and dodged the arrow, letting it plunge downward. Two people holding bows stood in the trees and shouted, who are you? Who dares step into our Black Forest? A woman with elven ears and her face covered drew her bow and warned, outsiders, leave at once. Otherwise, a surprised sound came from behind the cloth. Jin Hyoke raised his hand and activated a skill, preparing to fight back. That won't work. We need to find something here. One of them removed her face, covering, and murmured, I never expected us to meet like this. Jin Hyoke and Haryu were shocked and spoke in unison. You're. Then they shouted, Elian. She greeted them cheerfully. Long time no see, Demon Mask. Elian landed beside them and said, sorry, we're still a bit wary of outsiders. Jin Hyoke shook his head. It's fine, but have you formed a force? She frowned awkwardly. It can't really be called a force. Then she thought of the people with ears and clothing like hers and explained, they're just a few dark elves. All they can do is stand guard in this forest. She raised her head with pride, but we have faith. Jin Hyoke looked up in the direction she indicated, and a light appeared, making him cry out in shock. It was Elian turned around, her back facing the massive tree filled with light, and introduced it excitedly. Ashkazad, that is the New World Tree that granted us power. Hendrik stared at it in surprise. Unbelievable. Harry stood beside him, her eyes wide and speechless. Wow. Elian grinned from ear to ear in excitement. This is nothing. The real Grayzall is much bigger. Then her expression changed, and she spoke in a probing, sharp voice. Now it is your turn. How'd you end up looking like that? And how did you get here? Faced with that question, he remained silent, his fists clenched. A while later, Miho was lying on a small, soft bed, surrounded by the echo of discussion. So one of the 9 stars, the Holy Star, intervened, and they have a direct subordinate wielding that power? Hendrik stood in the room with everyone, arms crossed, and explained. We were able to come here thanks to the 9-tailed fox. She told us to find a way to defeat them here. Elian frowned and confirmed it again. So it has to be that power? Harry sat off to one side, worried and hesitant. I know this is a shameless request, but please, we are begging you. With determined eyes and a sincere voice, she made her request. Can you fight with us? At that moment, Jin Hyoke was outside alone, leaning against the railing. He was quiet and gloomy, frowning in thought. He recalled Asong's image and that mysterious golden energy. I was powerless before the power granted to Asong. Next was the 9-tailed fox's sudden appearance. If not for the 9-tailed fox, I would be dead. And he thought of the words Asong had spoken triumphantly. You failed, Demon Mask. The images flooded back, making him grit his teeth in frustration and clench his fists. Damn it, I need more power. Suddenly, a sound rang out in his head. I sense an unfamiliar source of energy. Jin Hyoke was startled and stepped back, searching for the source of the voice. Were you saved by the 9-tailed fox? Sweat dotted his face as he forced an awkward smile and answered. Huh, I do not know who you are, but are you not being a little too familiar for someone I have just met? He turned around warily, and before he knew it, his back was also facing the New World Tree. Just met? We met a very long time ago. What are you talking about? Seeing that he still had not realized, the voice introduced itself. My name is Grayzall. Hearing that, Jin Hyoke hurriedly turned around and looked up in shock. The completely new power you're seeking is me. Elian slammed her hand down and lowered her head over the table, muttering, an all-out war against the 9 stars. Then she placed a hand on her chest, excited. Of course we have to join. The dark elves will side with the heaven-defying schemer. Harry stood up happily. Really? Hinder crossed his arms, worried. Will that be all right? We are in no position to say anything, but that is far too dangerous. Elian lowered her head slightly and said, I know. However, the reason I am still standing here and able to fight is because of Demon Mask. No, because of that person, Jin Hyoke. That person. Her eyes flashed with determination as she spoke clearly. Moreover, we share the same enemy, so why would we not join forces? Harry was grateful and happy. Thank you. My brother will surely be happy too. Elian suddenly fell silent, then spoke, but her voice echoed outside, where Jin Hyoke stood on the balcony. Where is Jin Hyoke? Black Jizo watched him move nimbly and spoke. You came quickly. Thank you. Jin Hyoke answered just as quickly. Since you said that, how could I possibly be late? He frowned and spoke in a low voice. Why did you call me here? Without hesitation, it immediately replied. I'm interested in you. Hearing that, sweat dotted his face, and he looked fed up. The people in the tower who take an interest in me are rarely normal. Suddenly, the system appeared. The Lord above 10,000 demons asks if you were just talking about him. The system message changed. The Lord above 10,000 demons says you do not need to worry, as he is on your side. He stared at the system panel in disbelief and said, on my side? Suddenly, a flash of light burst from the tree trunk. Black Jizo extended a huge flower in front of him. Jinhai Oke was surprised. What is this? It opened its petals, revealing a brilliant light inside. A round sphere filled with dark energy, the fruit of the black tree. It swayed gently and spoke in a warm, deep voice. I will give it to you. He frowned suspiciously. The fruit of the world tree? Normally, it is given to the royal family of the High Elves. He hovered in the air, deep in thought. But this is the black tree, and the dark elves are a variant born from demonic power. Then he glanced at its fruit. This is a crystal of demonic power. Whoever eats, it will obtain an enormous source of demonic power. He curled his lips, calculating as he thought of Asong. With this, I could defeat Asong. But when his thoughts ended, he asked suspiciously, why are you giving it to me? Are you not the god of the elves? Should you not give it to Elian? It did not answer immediately, but instead asked a question. What do you know about the time before the tower appeared? Hearing that, he was confused. It recalled its life, formed by a goddess. Yggdrasil, my true body, was shaped by a god who existed even before the tower. It was a gift for that god's creations, the elves. Jin Hyoke listened carefully and guessed. The god of the elves is the father of the divine tree. It kept recalling the powerful being worshipped by everyone in the race, the god who poured all his effort and love into the elves. It listed the race's superior traits: beautiful appearances, the ability to connect with spirits, long lifespans. They were even comparable to the four great races. Then it asked another question. What do you think is the greatest weakness of a perfect existence? He answered immediately. Arrogance. Black Jizo rustled slightly in agreement, and, thinking of an elf admiring their own reflection in the water, continued. Exactly. They became too intoxicated with their own beauty, then isolated themselves and shunned other races. The image of them alone, caring for no one else, lingered deep in its mind because they were too satisfied with what they already had. It hesitated, thinking of those who set their sights on the tower, then grew disheartened as it thought of the elves. There was no way they would climb the tower as eagerly as the other races. Finally, it spoke sharply of the result that caused. And so, after thousands of years, the number of elves who successfully climbed the tower was 0. Hearing that, Jin Hyoke's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, "What?" It continued, extending the branch, holding the fruit toward him, and posed another question. Why do you think gods create living beings and make them climb the tower? He glanced toward the system, to make them become gods and strengthen that god's power. Like this guy, a message appeared. Are you dissatisfied? As though it were a question-and-answer game, Black Jizo said. Then, if a servant received their wages but still failed to meet their master's demands, what would you do? He clenched his fist and calmly gave a firm answer. Obviously, you would get rid of them, then replace them with someone more obedient. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized the implication and flinched. No way. It understood what he was about to say and thought of Elian. That is right. That person placed his hopes in me and the Dark Elves, in Elian. It grew sorrowful, picturing elves sitting in chairs with angels full of evil schemes. The other elves have become too corrupt. They're working with the four great races to overthrow the order of the tower. As Black Jizo spoke, Jin Hyoke froze, and the image of Carmen's group immediately appeared in his mind. At the center of this matter are the 9 stars, the strongest humans, and also your enemies. He regained his composure and continued listening. Unfortunately, Elian is still not strong enough to accept my power. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, it spoke again. I want to entrust it to you, heaven-defying schemer. A system panel appeared. The father of the divine tree proposes a contract. Condition: unite the dark elf race. Reward: fruit of the black tree. Jin Hyoke looked at the message and smiled. In the end, he quickly decided and took the fruit from the tree, saying happily, "How could I refuse this proposal?" The system displayed a notification that he had accepted. Warning: the fruit of the black tree contains extremely powerful demonic power. Be careful when absorbing it. He looked at it, radiating abundant energy in his palm, and muttered, "That is true. If I carelessly eat it, the demonic power will erode this body." Black Jizo shook and extended itself, and at the same time, the system appeared. The father of the divine tree offers assistance. He glanced in the direction it was moving. Branches from it wrapped around each other, forming a huge circle around him. Jin Hyoke nodded, secretly realizing its intention. I see. If I let these branches absorb some of it, they will block part of the demonic power affecting my body. Then he used the spiritual power in his body to open up a space, and next, he murmured softly, summoning them. Balkan, Thun. He looked at the dark energy of Black Jizo's fruit and said, I'm going to absorb its energy. I will give it everything I have. Then he turned his face toward them and ordered, during that time, protect me until I completely master this power, or until everything is finished. Balkan nodded and accepted the order. Understood. Thun placed a hand on his chest respectfully. As you command. Jin Hyoke's entire body radiated surging purple magic. In the air, Black Jizo's fruit, swirling with energy, floated and slowly rotated. He frowned and said, absorb. At that moment, hurried footsteps ran without stopping. Elian and Hendrik followed Haryu. Elian spoke. Where's she going without even knowing the way? Harry ignored her and kept walking while shouting loudly, "Brother, brother." Hendrik leaped onto the cliff face and pointed into the distance, drawing her attention. Look over there. A massive force swirled there, wrapped in densely interwoven branches, and a voice rang out. The demonic energy is too intense. It became like that after he went inside. Harry looked up, momentarily shocked. This demonic energy, it is unmistakable. Just as she was about to call his name, a loud explosion erupted behind her. Brother. After the explosion, the thick cloud of dust gradually cleared, revealing cracked ground and faint light piercing through the dense haze. A glowing golden figure advanced. After sending 2 elves flying, he spoke coldly. How dare you escape the star's punishment? Asong frowned in anger, his eyes flashing as he growled. And hide here? This time, I will make you pay. The injured person lying on the ground groaned. Ugh, ugh. Her neck was squeezed tightly, making her groan, ah. Asong grabbed her by the neck and said contemptuously, a mere dark elf. You can live only thanks to the demonic power in your body. The elf spoke with difficulty. How did you know and come straight here? He answered smugly. The 9 stars' eyes and ears are everywhere in the tower. Places where clues are hard to find are actually easier to investigate. He suddenly changed the subject. All right, if you do not want to die, call Demon Mask out. Beg him to save you. His hand applied more force, making her suffer. At some point, a huge black dragon appeared beside the 2 of them. It did not hesitate and attacked straight into the middle of the battle. Asong managed to escape before the black dragon's deadly strike landed. Seeing who had arrived, Asong curled his lips into a smile. Hendrik and Haryu saved her in time and heard his greeting. It is you? His body floated in the air, bursting with energy, and he spoke in confusion. Strange. At the very least, you should have brought Demon Mask or that mysterious creature here. Haryu stared at him and thought to herself, since that incident, Miho still has not woken up. It is probably a side effect from accepting the 9-tailed fox's power. She continued thinking, it will be difficult for her to help us in that form again. He looked up at the tall tree, drawing in evil energy, and judged the situation. I'm not certain, but the magic power above the world tree seems to be Jin Hyoke. In the place where the black energy gathered dimly, there was a human silhouette. Looks like he has eaten something impressive again. Gripping the sword in his hand, he made a decision. Then there's only one thing I need to do. Determination filled Hendrik's eyes. Hold out until Jin Hyoke obtains that power and returns. He threw the unconscious person toward Haryu. Take her and go. Haryu caught the person in a daze. She panicked and refused. No, we have to hold on until Arabian comes back. He turned his head and shouted, even if you stay now, you will be useless. Do you understand? She glared as she stood there, not knowing what to do. Asong slowly stepped forward and guessed, it seems Demon Mask is plotting something. If that is the case, he raised an arm gathered with energy and declared, I will kill all of you, and then he will not be able to show himself either. Hendrik swung his sword directly into his opponent's technique. He urged her relentlessly. Go now. Hurry. While he charged forward with all his might, she turned and ran. Asong blocked the strike while shouting, not a chance. Suddenly, several arrows pierced his arm. A girl flew in from afar, shooting arrow after arrow as she threatened him. How dare you attack my people? Elian opened her mouth to warn him. You have declared war on the Dark Elves. He thought to himself, this magic power is not the same as Demon Mask's. It suppresses my regeneration. Magic power and holy power oppose each other. If I keep getting hit by it, I'll be in trouble. Reaching a conclusion, he rushed forward and shouted, then I will kill you first. Seeing that, she muttered bitterly, he is too fast. Just as she prepared to counterattack, a sword blocked him. Hendrik blocked his powerful arm in her place, and his eyes began to glow brightly. His voice was determined. I will stop you. A red sphere of spiritual power emerged from his mouth. Asong was shocked. This is a dragon's energy core. He recognized that bursting energy. Dragon breath. Yet his hand was still swiftly attacking elsewhere. Hendrik reached out and called, Run, Elian. She drew her bow in terror. Damn it, what is this? But that hand still seized her head in an instant. It increased its force and slammed her hard into the ground, then shoved her a long distance through the thick dust. Her body crashed repeatedly, causing a huge explosion. Her entire body went limp and was stopped by a tree trunk. His words reached her ears. I'm their leader. His hand was already poised and ready. I already told you. His wounds recovered at terrifying speed. I said I would kill you first. From now on, your fate is sealed, foreign-born beast that defies the will of God. Only then did Asong notice the change in the great tree. Oh, this energy. He pointed a finger upward and confirmed it. So you were there, Demon Mask. Hendrik took the chance to launch a surprise attack. I cannot let him attack Jin Hyoke. He challenged him. Your opponent is me. If you dare touch our guild master, I will take your life. Asong laughed mockingly. Such loyalty is truly moving. His hand churned with spiritual power as he beckoned. Try it then. Hendrik swung a sword strike as powerful as a dragon to clash with a holy power. The two sides collided, creating a massive shockwave that destroyed everything. When the dust cleared, the two were left standing opposite each other in a crater. Asong half knelt on the ground and praised him. Not bad for a dragon. If you perfected that just a little more, that move would have been fatal. Asong's figure was clearly visible through a round hole. Hendrik had a huge hole pierced through his abdomen, but he still gritted his teeth. Are you done talking? Hendrik's gaze grew even colder as he ordered, come at me. I can still fight. Asong had lost an arm, but he still pointed at him. Dragons are proud creatures. No, because you are a dragon, you should at least be able to endure this much. His glowing finger pointed at Hendrik as he judged him. Squandering that heaven-given body for trash like Demon Mask is precisely the reason for your defeat. Hendrik was silent for a moment, then smiled. Worry about yourself. Along with his voice saying, because this is definitely going to hurt, a swordswoman suddenly appeared behind Asong. Countless sword lights aimed straight at a single target. Haryu shouted loudly, her hands continuously slashing out sword light. Asong was hit by the attack and could not believe it. Impossible. Is she attacking so fast that even my regeneration cannot keep up? She laughed wildly. This is the legacy Oni left behind. In her mind, a man warned her, it is useless. You are only buying a little more time. He crossed his arms and looked down at her. When you go berserk, you can overwhelm him for a short time, but it cannot last long. There is no way you can defeat his regeneration. He pointed up at the sky. Divine power is being continuously supplied from up there. So as long as that source of power does not disappear, you cannot win. Even if the one wearing my mask returns, nothing will change. She fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Perhaps so. He urged her loudly, then hurry up and run. You're the last Oni. Do you want to die meaninglessly with him without avenging your race? She told herself, ever since he saved me in the castle of the fairy lord, I have always stood behind him with the others and been protected by them. Then she judged inwardly. They have helped me so much, and I still have not repaid their kindness. She clenched her fist and said, Brother Jin Hyoke will not give up. He will find a way. I believe that, and I will buy time for him. Haryu gritted her teeth and attacked him again and again like a storm. Hendrik struggled to withstand the shock waves. Ugh, covering his face, he exclaimed, she is too strong. But he saw her current state. Her eyes were bleeding. She had reached her limit. She could not maintain that power much longer. She unleashed one technique after another. Just a little more. Just a little longer. I need to hold him here a little longer. She encouraged herself. I have to protect this place until he comes back. Suddenly, the hand holding her sword was grabbed. Asong, who had almost recovered, sneered, you are slower than before now. Then he threw a punch and sent her flying. The violent impact made her gape in pain. Floating in the air, he declared, Lord Ken and Carmen's decision was absolutely correct. If we leave you alone, you will interfere with the 9 Stars plan. He gathered energy into his raised hand and passed judgment. I will kill every last one of you right here. The sphere of power grew larger and larger. She could only blink and watch it happen. I did not even have the strength to move anymore. Hendrik cursed with difficulty. Damn it, get out of the way, Haryu. She clenched her teeth, tears streaming down her face. Brother Jin Hyoke, I am sorry. The sphere of light began to be swallowed up. He was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. The area around Dark Gray Zal was strangely silent. He looked left and right, searching. What? I could definitely use the light of the holy form to burn them away. Asong only managed to open his mouth and say, something happened, before he took a punch straight to the face. Jin Hyoke arrived in time and sent him flying with a single blow. The trees behind him toppled one after another when he crashed into them. Without much emotion, Jin Hyoke repeated, you said something happened? The beast that had taken form slowly gathered in the divine power. Calmly, he pointed it out. This is what happened. Haryu, her eyes blurred with tears, cried out, "Brother, Jin Hyoke." He praised his friends. "Haryu, Hendrik, you two did well." Glancing at the radiant shadow rising upward, he bit his lip and grumbled, "That bastard is as persistent as a leech." Two figures appeared behind him and spoke in lively exchange. "Take them somewhere safe. Do we need to fight?" "Do not worry. I am here." Looking at the pitch-black monster before him, Asong questioned him, "What have you done?" He calmly listed it off, that terrifying amount of demonic power, and that disgusting-looking thing as well. Jin Hyoke swung his hand to attack while replying, "Why do you not check for yourself?" Asong was shocked by its speed. "The thing is too fast." He cried out in pain as his arm was bitten. The monster flashed past and tore his arm apart. Carmen immediately sensed the abnormality in his arm. Sweat broke out on her. A huge amount of divine power was suddenly consumed. On the other side, he realized it as well. Am I being absorbed by him? And besides, Asong only had time to wonder, where did he get such powerful demonic energy? Before his body was beaten mercilessly, his disintegrating face mocked, "It is useless. No matter how many pieces you smash me into, I will." Before he could finish, he was forced into silence. The beast, under Jin Hyoke's control, bit his body in half. Jin Hyoke fully agreed with that. "I know. You will keep reviving over and over. Every time you do, Carmen will use a massive amount of divine power." He continued, "Ram is something created from a fragment of my soul and demonic power. And just like me, it has a voracious appetite." He gripped Asong's neck tightly and explained, in other words. His gaze turned ice cold. "It can keep tearing you apart and devouring you until it drags Carmen, the one connected to you, down here." His injured parts rapidly recovered, but he stammered in fear, "No. He was practically begging. "No, Lady Carmen, stop. Please do not send me any more divine power." Jin Hyoke's eyes were filled with death. It is already too late. He gently raised his hand and ordered, "Swallow him whole." "Zam!" She panicked and cursed. What the hell is happening? Her entire body vanished, leaving only an enraged roar behind. Asong. The gloomy sky cracked apart piece by piece, and a beam of light pierced through the rift, falling straight to the ground. Someone's groaning voice rang out. That person knelt on the ground and muttered, "What in the world?" She shouted furiously, "What the hell is going on?" Jin Hyoke gave a mocking smile. "At last, we meet again." He glanced at her disdainfully. 10 years have passed, and it seems your face has become even uglier than before." She furrowed her brows and spat out each word, "Demon Annihilator." Jin Hyoke's face beneath the mask was covered in frost. "It is time for you to pay the price, Carmen." The scene shifted back to 10 years ago. Taylor glanced at the monsters behind him as he ran and shouted, "Damn it, you can still unleash your full magical power like that?" Under the suffocating pressure of the purple energy, gravity seemed to vanish, tearing rocks and earth apart and hurling them into the air amid a chaotic storm. Taylor screamed in despair, "Jia Jin Hyok." On the other side, Jin Hyoke was exhausted, panting heavily. His battered body knelt amid the ruined battlefield. Jin Hyoke looked at the approaching figure and spoke in a voice full of hatred. "You traitor! You! He roared in fury, and along with that resentment, a bone statue appeared. "Am I going to die like this?" Jin Hyoke summoned his power and shouted with all his strength, "Bone statue." A skeletal soldier leaped forward at his command. A giant bony hand, wrapped in tattered bandages, shot out golden spiritual lightning. Seeing it attack, Carmen burst out with power and blasted the skeletal soldier away. She let out a piercing scream, stopped struggling uselessly. Looking at the situation before him, Jin Hyoke gritted his teeth and thought. Jin Hyoke used the last of his power to revive it. At last he spoke. "Is it over?" Carmen's slender legs stepped up before Jin Hyoke. She replied softly, like a declaration, "Yes, your end." Carmen raised her hand, pointed at him, smiled, and continued, "In the name of the 9 stars, I will take your life." She lightly waved her hand. "Goodbye, Cha Jin Hyok." The surge of power rushed straight toward Jin Hyoke. Even though his body was pierced through by radiant golden blades of energy, the eyes hidden behind his face covering still shone with defiance. Jin Hyoke spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his eyes rolled back white from the pain. As the memory ended and the present returned, Carmen gritted her teeth and looked up with a hateful gaze. Jin Hyoke stood before her, his body radiating heavy, killing intent. Time passed. Jin Hyoke spoke coldly. Well then, it is time to return the favor, is it not, Carmen? Fog spread out, and the gloomy night devoured the light, creating a barren forest filled with hideous dry branches. She shouted in disbelief, impossible. Is this the Black Forest on the 70th floor? How did you bring me here? Jin Hyoke smirked and said, yes, normally it would be impossible. Jin Hyoke closed his eyes and reflected. He had thought about it while absorbing the seed of Dark Gray's all about how to bring her down. Even if Jin Hyoke possessed demonic power superior to Asong's, victory was not guaranteed. As long as Carmen kept supplying him with power, Asong would keep reviving, an inviolable existence, a believer strengthened by that power. The method to break that connection. Then Jin Hyoke realized that they also had someone with that kind of power. Granting someone authority to act freely inside the tower was extremely difficult. The clearest example was the binding contract between gods and demons and their believers. Then what if Jin Hyoke used that as his basis? Did Jin Hyoke not also have the right to use a trump card meant for believers? After thinking that, he gave the order, After hearing this, Carmen was utterly shocked and quickly questioned him. You forced me to descend? Her face looked as if she could not believe it. You used Asong to do that? Jin Hyoke's expressionless face looked down as he continued. Because you are merely in existence within the tower, completely different from the true higher gods. Your physical body was forced to descend. The plan you created out of your own selfishness is the very cause that brought you to your death. She lowered her head and raised the corner of her mouth. Carmen could not hold back and burst into mad laughter. She stomped hard on the ground in frustration. Then Carmen stood up, and a radiant golden surge of power erupted, enveloping her entire body. She replied, You think saying that logic means you have beaten me? You are gravely mistaken. A novice like you has not even climbed to a corner of the tower. She pointed at Jin Hyoke, her tone full of confidence. I will show you. Carmen raised her hand, and the power behind her suddenly exploded. She continued threatening, I will show you the might of one who stands on the upper floors. A moment of splendor flared, then abruptly went out. The radiance behind Carmen disappeared, and she froze in surprise. Blood suddenly flowed non-stop from Carmen's eyes and the corners of her mouth. She hurriedly covered her mouth and collapsed to a crouch. Carmen thought, why? She could not suppress it. Before that thought could finish, Jin Hyoke's heaven-splitting punch came flying in and slammed straight into Carmen's face. Only then did she finish the last word in her mind. Not. Taking the full force of the crushing blow, Carmen's entire body was hurled backward, suspended in the air as the surrounding rocks shattered into fragments. The terrifying impact drove her body straight into the stone floor, cracking it open and sinking it into a massive crater amid clouds of dust. Jin Hyoke descended from above and said coldly, You must have hit your head on the ground when you fell, so you do not remember. This is the 70th floor, a place where hundreds of punishments from other floors are imposed on you. She sat collapsed on the ground, looking at Jin Hyoke with hatred, thinking, You are risking using your power here. You are truly beyond saving. Carmen frowned in displeasure. A thought surfaced in her mind. What is this? Was Carmen exprimant signe déjà vu? That gaze from someone she had never met before. Staring at the killing intent before her, Carmen felt fear. What is that? Jin Hyoke's face appeared with a smile like a demonic fiend. Seeing him, Carmen's pupils tightened, and she gritted her teeth as she hissed. How infuriating. Carmen swung her hand and fired a surge of energy at him. She shouted, Do not look at me with those eyes. In that life-or-death instant, he unleashed all of his dark power. The brilliant purple demonic energy pierced forward like a reaper's scythe, and Jin Hyoke summoned it. It opened its enormous mouth. The blazing golden power flew straight toward it in confrontation, but it was gradually drained and absorbed inside, seemingly without any effect at all. Her face stiffened, and Carmen thawed in irritation. It absorbed my entire attack. Jin Hyoke, his eyes shining brightly, rushed in until he was within a hair's breadth of her. His hand was wrapped in a brilliant purple nebula, and sharp claws strangled the very space around them, signaling that a devastating blow would be unleashed at any moment. Jin Hyoke's darkness awakened. His face was concealed by a terrifying demon mask, and a destructive punch was ready to descend upon Carmen. Life and death were decided when the two extremes, one white and one black, collided in a final clash that tore through every limit of space. The terrifying force blasted her into the air. Carmen held both hands before her chest to support her body and began to sense the change. Is my body being corroded by demonic energy? Impossible, unless it is not the same kind of magic as. Looking at the wound, which felt familiar, Carmen realized it at once. Is this the Four Emperors? Carmen glanced at Jin Hyoke's figure closing in from behind her and screamed inwardly, no. A demonic black hole spiraling deep into the space of the dead forest appeared, with a dazzling light at its center. Carmen fell freely with nothing to support her. Above her, Jin Hyoke's hand enveloped the source of power, preparing to strike down. After a moment, her body slammed hard into the rock below. Carmen screamed in hopeless panic, "How dare you touch my body? I will tear you into 100 pieces." Something flashed past and caught Carmen's attention. That light, a dazzling golden flower of light, exploded, carrying pure, destructive energy. Jin Hyoke raised a finger and confidently declared, "It is the amount of magic I absorbed from you." He curled his lips as if the outcome had already been decided. "Return to your owner." The source of the black power formed a gigantic golden pillar of light, crashing down from above as if to crush everything beneath it into ash. Jin Hyoke shouted, "Heavenly punishment." That power struck straight down and exploded violently, tearing the ground apart and flattening every obstacle within range. Jin Hyoke's solitary figure stood above, looking down as he observed the remnants of the battle just now. As if remembering something, he spoke, "Right? This is my revenge after 10 years. A shrill cry rang through the air. Demon Mask has defeated the enemy. It is time. Take the wounded away." Harry looked toward the place where the light had burst out and said quietly, summoning one of the 9 stars. "Unbelievable." Thun happily turned his head and shouted, "The enemy has been weakened by the punishment. We can win." However, Hendrik had other thoughts. He pondered, even if she has been punished, a climber who has passed the 600th floor is extremely powerful. She will not lose easily. On this side, Carmen had sprung up and charged swiftly toward Jin Hyoke, as if to counterattack. She shouted, "You bastard!" His expression did not change at all as he nimbly tilted his body to dodge Carmen's attack. The surge of power flew past him and exploded behind him, a massive golden blast burning the entire dead forest to ashes. Jin Hyoke stood high above and spoke calmly, "Yes, Carmen, I would be very displeased if everything ended like this." She still reminded him fiercely, "Do not underestimate me. I am." Carmen's hand was covered in a brilliant surge of power, swirling violently and signaling a shocking counterattack. She declared, "The strongest human." Carmen struck out with one palm. One of the 9 stars, Carmen, delivered a powerful blow that crushed the ground. The horrifying shock wave turned earth and stone into fragments while splitting open glowing red lava fissures. The ground shattered, revealing blazing streams of lava and uncontrollable surges of firepower, transforming the battlefield into a gigantic furnace. The lava coiled and spiraled upward like whirlwinds trying to burn everything away. Jin Hyoke moved quickly through the air to avoid being injured. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "That idiot." Below, the explosion was spreading, and everyone present fled in panic. Cries for help echoed through the air. "The aftershock has reached here. Run. Help me." Elian urged everyone, "Climb onto Dark Graysol's branches, quickly. Attacks using divine power should not be able to harm Dark Graysol." Harryu, who was supporting Hendrik, also looked up at the vortex of lava and spoke, "Brother." Carmen stared tensely at Jin Hyoke and thought, "Demon Mask." He also looked at her, as if communicating through his eyes. You know it too, do you not? This attack cannot last forever. Everything happened in an instant. Amid the blazing red firestorm, she unleashed a strike of terrifying speed. He laughed inwardly. Incredible. Carmen was forcibly using her power, even while under punishment. She clenched her fist, compressing all that blazing energy into a lethal punch, forming a savage sphere of firepower with destructive heat. On the other side, Jin Hyoke was the same, a dark current of power gathering and preparing to burst forth. The two streams of power collided head-on, creating a violent explosion of light that tore through space. As the impact reached its limit, an eye of chaos appeared at the center of the blast, swallowing all light. Carmen declared boldly, "Ha! You are nothing but an insect beneath my feet. If I fought with even a little more sincerity." Just as she was getting smug, something caught her attention and made her turn to look back. Jin Hyoke opened his cloak, and from the center of his body, a gigantic white snake surged out. It opened its mouth as if to swallow Carmen whole. Jin Hyoke roared, "Carmen!" Wherever the white snake slithered, the ground shattered. He landed and continued, "Oh, you said that line again." Jin Hyoke mocked Carmen. "You've become even worse than you were 10 years ago. Is it because you gave up climbing and decided to live off the 4 emperors?" Suddenly, the snake's head burst into raging flames. He froze, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Its body was ripped apart by her erupting power. Carmen shouted in fury, "Shut up! What do you know? Saying things like that." A radiant golden energy sphere, wrapped in molten flames, exploded and sent Jin Hyoke flying. The barren rocky ground from moments ago had now become a sea of lava. He nimbly dodged the attack and stood high above, pondering. Even if this was the rebirth of Saintis, she could not ignore the punishment God had bestowed upon her forever. The more power she used, the greater the punishment would become. The system announced, "Warning, you have been punished." She snapped, "Shut up. I know." Carmen curled her lips and grinned, baring her teeth. "I only need to kill him, and my body will regenerate." Carmen had now lost all reason. She let out a piercing scream. "We were only acting rationally. We only chose the faster path to become stronger and more comfortable. Unlike that idiot, Jin Hyoke." He exhaled lightly. Jin Hyoke slowly drew his sword. He asked an unfinished question, "Is that so?" Without hesitation, Jin Hyoke slashed down powerfully, cutting apart the flaming hands that had just reached him. He flinched and raised his eerie purple eyes to look up at her as she launched a powerful strike from midair. Knowing he was too late, Jin Hyoke could only watch helplessly. As expected, Carmen erupted with power and shot straight toward him, sending Jin Hyoke flying backward. He swung his sword, struggling to steady his body. After stabilizing himself, Jin Hyoke spoke. "Judging by the way you're using these mediocre skills, none of it is like you at all. It seems you're in a hurry." He looked around and sensed something unusual. Jin Hyoke thought, "What? She isn't attacking me. What is she plotting?" Before he could escape that train of thought, Carmen surged up with astonishing speed and grabbed his head tightly. Carmen smiled triumphantly and said, "I've caught you, demon mask." Unable to resist, Jin Hyoke could only watch as she removed the mask from his face. Carmen continued, "Let me see what that wonderful face of yours looks like." Looking at the figure before her, her red pupils suddenly froze in shock. He seized the chance to leap backward and escape Carmen's control. She asked, Are you serious? Jin Hyoke?" Only then did Jin Hyoke speak. "How did you recognize me when both my voice and face have changed? Could it be that your spiritual power improved while you were with me? Or was it just instinct? If not that, then," he continued, "could it be that you still recognize your comrade, the person you spent so much time beside?" Carmen angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Stop dodging the question by changing the subject. Tell me clearly, who the hell are you?" Jin Hyoke smiled coldly and answered, "Fine." He gave a savage smile and continued, "I crossed the gates of death and returned so I could beat every last one of you to a pulp." Jin Hyoke swung his sword forward and attacked. He asked why. "Do you want to beg now?" Carmen also charged in from the other side. She replied, "Don't be ridiculous." The two slashed powerfully at the same time. Two opposing energies, a blazing golden-orange fire and a dark purple power, collided violently, creating an earth-shaking battle of light and darkness. Carmen's face was filled with confusion, as if she could not believe what was happening. Impossible. He died. I'm certain of it. Finally, Carmen shouted and declared, I will personally tear you to pieces. Jin Hyok is dead. He no longer exists in this world. She charged in without hesitation and slashed down hard, as if intending to finish him off immediately. Jin Hyok gritted his teeth. Damn it. Behind Carmen, a gloomy blade-like surge of power sprang up and caught her attention. Immediately afterward, Carmen's hand was severed and flew off in another direction. She hurriedly landed, riding a gigantic, bright golden hand of fire to support her body. Carmen calculated inwardly, that arm of hers. Carmen needs to create another one with divine power again. But as she suddenly remembered something, she stiffened. Wait! Carmen looked at the object in Jin Hyoke's hand and wondered, what is that mask he's holding? He looked at her. Jin Hyoke curled his lips into a smile, then slowly put the mask on. Behind the mask, a magic circle around his eye lit up. Jin Hyoke summoned his power. Combat Vision. As soon as he spoke, he shot forward like lightning at incredible speed. Jin Hyok roared, Carmen. She gritted her teeth and could only stare at Jin Hyoke. He raised his sword and continued, I'll cut off your head. Jin Hyoke's pupils suddenly widened at Carmen's next action. You. Jin Hyoke was shocked. She had bitten his sword. Carmen used her strength to bite his blade to pieces, then hissed each word. Cha. Jin. Hyok. A dazzling light formed from brilliant rainbow rings of energy suddenly flashed from the molten sea of lava. The blazing red-orange firepower coiled like a violently shaking tornado. A burning pillar of flame energy shot powerfully straight into the sky. Carmen and Jin Hyoke stood inside the circle of power, still clashing without pause. Neither yielded to the other. As the two opposing powers collided, Carmen gritted her teeth and asked, If you came back to life, you should have kept quiet and lived peacefully on Earth. Why did you come here? Jin Hyoke immediately curled his lips and answered, I already told you. For revenge. He forcefully knocked Carmen's body away and shouted, And I will destroy the 4 imperial clans that supported you. After Jin Hyoke flung her away, she bent down and clawed at the ground to steady herself. Carmen said hatefully, You really are insane. Looking at Carmen's current physical condition, Jin Hyoke made his assessment. She's weakened. She has finally reached the limit where she can no longer endure the punishment. With that body, she can only attack one more time while ignoring the punishment. He began calculating. If Jin Hyoke could land this strike accurately, if he could destroy it, then this would be Jin Hyoke's victory. From Carmen's body, a blazing golden-orange light of energy erupted, causing the surrounding ground to burst apart into shattered stones. Her eyes glowed brightly as she shouted, Chak Jin Hyoke, the place where you belong is inside a dark grave. I'll send you back there. Carmen raised her hand high. Above her, a burning sphere of lava churned with surging firepower, as if about to explode. On the other side, Elian suddenly looked up. She could not believe what was happening before her eyes. What is that? She shouted loudly. I've never seen divine power like that before. We need to run. Even if we do, it's too huge. Elian predicted the situation. If something that large fell, the entire Black Forest would be destroyed. Hendrik spoke. So we're running away? A voice cut in. No. Harry stepped closer to the fire sphere and continued. My brother is still fighting. Her eyes and voice were full of determination. I believe in him. She believed he would win. Inside the field of power, Jin Hyoke looked toward Carmen and thought to himself that he could neither block it nor dodge it. And there was only one way left. Jin Hyoke had to use demonic energy stronger than that to oppose it. Just one moment. He only needed one moment. Jin Hyoke only needed to pour in demonic power surpassing even Carmen's divine power. Seeing that he did not move, she laughed as if victory were already in her grasp. If you're done scurrying around like an ant, then die. Chok Jin Hyoke. He gathered momentum and leaped high. Jin Hyoke flew toward her at terrifying speed. Carmen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He's charging straight into it. He growled, Unification, demonization. The system displayed a message. Both divine power and skill are merging into a unified power. Unified power is transforming into demonic energy. Warning: maintaining this state may cause severe damage. Then the system quickly followed Jin Hyoke's command. Demonic energy. With the brilliant intensity of the purple energy tearing through space, a deadly black vortex opened, signaling a destructive attack. The energy beam rushed straight toward the blazing fire sphere on the other side. After the collision, the power erupted in a blinding explosion, combining vivid red light with faint green remnants. Jin Hyoke stood proudly like a demon of darkness after that attack. He reminded her coldly, "You can't do anything more." Carmen still refused to lose and shouted, "What?" His mad gaze and eerie smile were shrouded in powerful, radiant purple darkness. As if the result had already been decided, Jin Hyoke said, "It's over, Carmen." The system displayed a message. Heavenly power and demonic energy are currently merging into unified power. Unified power is transforming into demonic energy. Warning: maintaining this state may cause injury. After the warning, the system still had to activate according to its master's command. Demonic energy. At last, Jin Hyoke transformed, and his demonic energy count was 259. Carmen froze as she calculated. The attack into which she had poured all her strength had not even affected him. And Carmen looked at Jin Hyoke's body, overflowing with power, and assessed him. His energy right now felt like that of a true demon. The collision of the two ultimate purple powers created a glowing X that pierced through space. Carmen's eyes bulged in disbelief. Impossible. Jin Hyoke charged in with a smile and asked, "Why are you standing there in a daze?" Carmen raised one hand to defend herself and thought, "Damn it, when did he get here?" Without another word, his hand, blazing with power, slammed straight into her body. Carmen's eyes rolled white, unfocused. A fatal purple ray shot straight down from the sky, making everything explode in an instant. Amid the devastated terrain, a gigantic purple sphere of energy burned at the center. High above, Jin Hyoke fired energy downward, determined to destroy everything. Carmen stiffened and trembled inside. "I am scared." She lowered her head, unable to believe what she was feeling right now. Carmen wondered, is this fear? She clenched her fists and continued thinking. In front of that bastard Jin Hyoke, who supposedly hadn't climbed the tower for an entire year, the more Carmen looked, the more mentally panicked she became. Impossible. That's impossible. His deep, hollow eyes stared straight at her. Carmen backed away in terror, as if wanting to flee right now. Jin Hyoke asked coldly, "What is that reaction?" Jin Hyoke voiced Carmen's true feelings. "Are you scared?" As if he had struck a nerve, Carmen gritted her teeth. "Who?" She screamed in fury. "Who would be afraid of a damned soul like you? I am humanity's strongest, a 9-star who conquered the 600th floor. I will become the ruler of this tower after I kill you." Her system continuously displayed warnings. "Warning, you have been sentenced to punishment." Carmen shouted, losing her reason. "I don't care." Numerous brilliant and complex golden magic circles with 6-pointed stars rotated and shone. She roared as if declaring, "Even if I die, I will kill you again, Jin Hyoke." Seeing her so frenzied, Jin Hyoke spoke. "Are you planning to risk everything on one final move?" His body was wrapped in radiant purple darkness, spreading powerfully like a pair of wings of death. Jin Hyoke landed on the ground and replied, "Fine, I'll go all the way with you." Carmen erupted with chilling force and charged in. The Jin Hyoke. From the center of the magic circle, powerful destructive energy beams shot out. Brilliant golden light fire, with energy rings and cross-shaped marks, exploded in the air. On this side, Jin Hyoke summoned a sphere of power in his hand, then roared, "Carmen!" The destructive moment when the two opposing energies collided, a purple lightning sphere on one side and blazing golden fire on the other, created an explosion of light. It did not stop there. The sphere was still gnawing away at the opponent's power. Outside, Hendrik raised his hand and tried to brace his body against the erupting force from the sphere. Spuka. Thun also called out worriedly, "My lord." Beside them, Vulcan snapped in irritation. "You bastard. Haryu called loudly, "Brother!" The chaotic energy sphere, a combination of purple lightning and golden flames, reached its limit and created a black hole that swallowed everything at the center. It was expanding, sucking away all the surrounding light and leaving only deadly purple energy burning across its surface. The entire rocky mountain terrain seemed to have been completely demonized, soaked in dark purple energy and riddled with electric cracks. Jin Hyoke, wearing the mask, panted tiredly. The system displayed a message. You have suffered physical damage due to the side effects of demonization. It is recommended that you treat this condition as soon as possible. He curled his lips as if in response. No, it isn't over yet. This is the beginning of my revenge. Carmen had been blown away and was leaning against a boulder. After a while, she collapsed face down. Carmen thought to herself that she could not gather all her power into her body. Jin Hyoke slowly walked toward her. He spoke coldly. It's time to end this ill-fated bond, Carmen. She suddenly sobbed as if in great pain. Carmen trembled as she looked at him and begged, I'm sorry. Please spare me. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you the holy nation if you want. I'll give you every item and all the money I have. So please, think about the time we climbed the tower together. We had so much fun. Carmen clasped her hands and pleaded, Jin Hyoke, please. Please forgive me. He coldly extended his sharp claws. Carmen's clasped hands, raised in prayer, were suddenly severed before her stunned eyes. As if realizing something, Carmen glanced around. She clutched the hand emitting purple energy and screamed, demonic energy is in my hand. Jin Hyoke said expressionlessly, forgive you. He roared furiously, as if pouring out all his hatred. The person who could have forgiven you died 10 years ago. I will never forgive you, Carmen. Carmen's hand was severed and flew behind her. She trembled, clutching her arm and staring at Jin Hyoke, unable to speak. Carmen turned around as if trying to run and pick up her arm. She said, damn it. Behind her, he coldly pointed his hand at Carmen. An energy beam shot from his sharp claws and struck her leg. Caught off guard, Carmen fell, clenching her fists. Then she turned back in panic and cried out, my leg, my leg. Before she could even grasp what had happened, another foot came flying in and landed straight on Carmen's face, distorting it. Jin Hyoke was crazed, as if wanting to crush her head underfoot. He did not stop. Jin Hyoke pressed Carmen down with force. After a while, he spoke with icy coldness. You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. With this, we can consider ourselves to have killed each other once. She hurriedly shouted to stop him. Wait, then let me live on as a spirit soldier. Don't you want to command me however you like forever? Jin Hyoke continued. After you people killed me, I resolved to do only one thing when I decided to climb the tower again. He remembered the hatred with which he had sworn. Just wait. Jin Hyoke won't turn you into summoned beings. I'll devour your souls so you can never be reborn again. Escaping his thoughts, Jin Hyoke declared confidently, I will devour your soul, Carmen. She screamed, Stop, Cha Jin Hyoke, you bastard. Carmen struggled and cried out, begging, save me, save me. I don't want to die. Carmen's face gradually sank into the hard earth and stone. Carmen's head seemed to be crushed beneath his foot, and she let out her final cry, Pilu. In the end, there was nothing left beneath Jin Hyoke's foot. Only a faint blue smoke drifted up from that spot. Carmen turned into a soul and shot into the sky. Her face was filled with rage as she shouted, Do you think I'll just lie there and do nothing? I won't let you devour me and end me. Chat Jin Hyoke. As soon as she finished speaking, sharp fangs appeared before Carmen. She hurriedly dodged the attack and said, Again? This monster again. Carmen flew backward, cursing loudly. Damn it, my soul is being sucked in. Jin Hyoke stood below and watched. He held out his hand and said, killing you once. Then Jin Hyoke clenched his hand and continued, It is not enough to satisfy me. He ordered in a low growl, Devour her, Ram. Carmen could not escape Jin Hyoke's power. Her soul was swallowed into Ram's mouth, and Carmen only managed to shout one last thing, Chak Jin Hyoke. After dealing with her, he withdrew his power. The system displayed a notification, demonization released. All stats have returned to normal. As though he had finally accomplished what he wanted, he smirked. The mask and shell covering Jin Hyoke's body gradually dissolved. Half of the glowing mask fell away like an ending. He lowered his head, panting, and thought, at last. Jin Hyoke raised his face and shouted, "At last! I've avenged myself, you traitor!" What echoed through the air were curses filled with resentment and fury. "Damn you! Damn you! Damn you!" After venting his emotions, his body suddenly stiffened. Jin Hyoke thought to himself, "Oh no, the aftereffects of demonization." Jin Hyoke could no longer move his body. Just as he was about to faint, a shoulder arrived in time to support him. Jin Hyoke! Haryu's familiar figure came over and draped his arm over her shoulder. On the other side, Hendrik did the same. Everyone had gathered around Jin Hyoke. Buchan laughed and said, "You really did it. You were way too reckless, though." Hendrik added, "One down and 7 more to go." Haryu said sincerely, "Congratulations, big brother." Hearing those words, he fell silent for a few seconds. Then Jin Hyoke lowered his eyes and smiled with satisfaction as he replied, "Thank you, everyone." In the distance, Elian approached, grumbling, "My black fur is completely messed up." Looking at the wreckage before her, Elian picked at him unhappily. "It's good that we won, but if the new base looks like this..." He spoke up to reassure her, "Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to help restore this place. After all, I made a contract with the Mother of the World Tree to protect everyone." Jin Hyoke said seriously, "And don't worry about the costs either. I have a reliable backer." Suddenly, a notification appeared above Elian's head. "The Mother Goddess of the World Tree is telling you to bow your head immediately." She wondered why. The system continued to display. She says it would not be strange if more 9 stars appeared here at any moment. Among them is another heavenly star who has lost family and will come to take revenge on you. It also said that if you fight Kin Pilu right now, you will die. After receiving that information, Jin Hyoke lowered his eyes again as though he had something to think about. In the end, he spoke up. "That's right. For now, we should hide ourselves and prioritize getting stronger." Jin Hyoke smiled confidently, "But this time, I won't retreat in humiliation. I'll land a sneak attack on that bastard Pilu so hard it hurts." The scene changed. A pair of mysterious feet walked across dry stone ground, and dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Beyond the clouds, raindrops began to patter down. Under the gloomy sky, the rain poured heavily. A figure stood beneath a gigantic ancient tree and thought, "Carmen has disappeared." She was suddenly dragged down to the 70th floor, and she has not returned since. In that rain, Kin Pilu appeared, and Pilu walked while observing the surroundings, then made his judgment. The traces of destruction left here. Lightning and thunder began to appear in the sky. His face darkened as he guessed, "Are all that remain?" Crack! A jagged bolt of lightning struck down from above. In the middle, a gigantic stone skull, glowing with an eerie bluish-white light, lay still. Pilu clenched his teeth in anger and said, "The Death Star. Chia Hin Hyok." He thought to himself, "The Star of Death, Cha Jin Hyoke's symbol. Only he and the 9 stars know about this symbol." Pilu's expression stiffened as he continued to speculate. Carmen sent the skeleton to the death mask. This place must be connected to him. But why did that symbol appear here? He searched in panic. "Carmen, where's Carmen?" A cold voice interrupted his thoughts. "Long time no see, Ken." The death mask suddenly flashed with power and continued, "It is me." He started and shouted, "What?" Pilu's face went pale as he shouted, "The death mask." It continued, as though making an announcement. "I am the one who killed Carmen Pilu." Hearing that shocking news, he suddenly froze. Pilu clenched his fist and roared, "You bastard! Someone like you dared to kill Carmen." The death mask did not answer. It swept its blazing purple eyes down toward Pilu. He looked straight into its eyes, and Pilu seemed to realize something. The memories flashed by in an instant. Carmen being pressed down into the stone by a foot, and the image of her turning into a soul and flying into the sky. The last thing Carmen shouted was Jin Hyoke's name. He clenched his teeth so hard he trembled. Pilu hissed, "I did consider it, but if you really are that Cha Jin Hyoke, how dare you? How dare you kill my only family? I will never forgive you, Cha Jin Hyoke." The death mask replied in an icy voice. A man who never once wavered before the sacrifices of his comrades is now this pathetic over the death of his precious little sister. "Listen carefully, Ken. You are next." As though declaring Pilu's predetermined end, it announced, "I will destroy you step by step, very slowly." He screamed like a madman, "Shut up!" Pilu hurled his power toward the death mask, shattering it into countless pieces. The death mask continued speaking, as if taunting him. "Just wait, Ken. The scene changed. Carmen, one of the 9 stars, had fallen in battle at the hands of the Death Mask. The people below kept shouting, "Hooray! Hooray!" The news shook the entire capital. Everyone held a news sheet in their hands and discussed it in disbelief. The Death Mask really killed one of the 9 stars. Unbelievable. Was he that strong? No, it's because the 9 stars are too weak. The scene changed, and with a crash, a furious shout rang out. "You bastards!" An angry soldier of the Holy Nation pointed and said, "This hunting area is now under the Holy Nation's control. Who gave you permission to wander in here whenever you please? Get lost." A blood-stained axe dragged along the ground. From this side came a voice. "What? The Heavenly Nation?" Kim sat boldly in the center and said, "You think that name scares us in this city?" The figure of the Ainwar guild master appeared. He interrupted. "How dare you show no respect when you hear the name of the Heavenly Nation? What you call courage will only get you killed." He was the guild master of Ainwar, a church allied with the Heavenly Nation. He roared as if giving an order, "Retreat." Before he could finish, Kim burst out laughing and began to stand. "That's hilarious. Your leader is dead, and you're still here running your mouth?" The Ainwar guild master froze. "What?" Kim declared openly. "Why should we obediently listen to you?" Kim growled. "We'll protect our own justice ourselves." He swung his axe forward and shouted, "Attack!" Kim's subordinates obeyed the order and began to advance. Seeing this, the Holy Nation's soldiers panicked slightly. One of them said, "What the hell is this?" The one beside him answered, "They're not submitting." The Ainwar guild master drew his sword and shouted to reassure them, "Don't panic. They're just a bunch of nobodies." Kim also swung his axe and charged in, replying, "Say that to a weakling who wants to step into the 9 stars." A cunning and fatal strike was blocked at the decisive moment by a radiant blade, creating a dramatic burst of dazzling sparks. The Heavenly Nation had lost one of its leaders, one of the 9 stars. They could no longer consolidate their strength the way they had before. The neighboring guilds gradually began to threaten them. Moreover, the heaven-defying challengers also began to hide themselves like ghosts. The scene changed. A warning notice was slapped firmly onto a wall. Several months later, a wanted notice was issued. People gathered around the bulletin board to read the news and discussed it noisily. It's a wanted order for the Death Mask. He still hasn't been caught. That person beside him is one of his guild members. The Dragon Swordsman, the Last Witch, the Fox Demon. Who's at the end? A demon? How are they supposed to catch them? Garam stood in the crowd with his arms crossed and asked, "Still no news about the people who threw the capital into chaos?" Chan's son, beside him, turned and replied, "Who knows? Maybe the 9 stars will wipe them out." He continued, "But why is that Death Mask guy so strong?" The old man laughed and said, "Haven't you heard what everyone's been saying?" Chan's son explained in a low voice, "Actually, the Death Mask's true identity is that dead star." Inside a modern room, facing Pilu, a voice spoke as though it had heard a joke. "Are you forcing me to believe that, Ken?" Pilu said in a low voice without denying it, "Yes. And even I find it hard to believe." Pilu clenched his teeth and continued his report. "But after investigating the ruins he left behind, that bastard is definitely Cha Jin Hyoke." Taylor burst into laughter. He pointed at Pilu and said, "Ken, have you gone insane? Did your sister's death drive you mad?" A destructive surge of power erupted behind Taylor. He turned serious and warned, "Watch your mouth. You're showing off too much." His next words made Pilu freeze. "You're only this afraid because you're Cha Jin Hyoke's next target." As though Taylor had hit the mark, Pilu frowned and thought to himself, "These bastards. Do they already know everything? Do they want Cha Jin Hyoke to kill me?" Taylor sat boldly in his chair and continued in a cold voice, "Ken, do you realize it? The true reason you and Carmen were made leaders was because you possessed 2 of the 9 fragments of power." He grew excited. "Now we're all equal." "No. Who would follow you now when you can't even be sure you can protect that fragment of power?" Taylor pointed around them. "Reality has proven it. No one showed up here today." Pilu slammed his hand down on the table in anger and cut him off. "Does everyone," he growled, "think the same way?" Taylor laughed loudly, as if provoking him. "Want to try it? Do you think a healer with power on par with mine can beat me?" While the atmosphere was tense, Joan's face appeared on the screen. He warned them, "That's enough. We will divide your power among ourselves, Ken." Pilu clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept it. "This is all because of the Death Mask." His face filled with hatred as he continued thinking, "No, because of Cha Jin Hyoke. This is all because of him. I will destroy you, even if I must step into danger to do it." The scene changed. A messenger bird was flying over the city. A hand rose to lightly touch its downy feathers, and a soft voice said, "Kin has begun to move." Jin Hyoke continued, "That must be our turn now." A pair of hands reached up to stroke the messenger bird, and a quiet voice said, "Kim will do everything he can to get rid of Cha Jin Hyoke and us." Lich continued seriously. Unlike Carmen, he is quite tenacious. His sharp gaze fixed on the person before him as he continued. However, it will be difficult for him to act recklessly, because he has lost the support of the 9 stars. They will not back him. Instead, they want both the Holy Kingdom and the heaven-defying ones to be destroyed. What we need in the end is the money they will use to capture us, those of us on the lower floors. From there, they will gather evidence and prepare as thoroughly as possible for their attack. Lich clenched his hand and concluded, "And we will buy and sell the assets they discard at high prices." After hearing his idea, Elian asked, "Then aren't we giving them exactly what they want?" Lich spun a gold coin in his hand and reassured her, "Don't worry. Money is the most addictive thing in this world." After the exchange, he fell silent and thought, "This is the beginning of my revenge. I'll make them addicted to money." Finally, Lich stood and reminded them, "Prepare yourselves. The bait will keep them busy here. The same goes for you, Dark Elf. It is time you pay the price for what I funded." Elian lowered her eyes and replied, "I think I was caught by a loan shark instead." Babette clenched her fist with determination. "Please leave this to me, Gowdich." Lich continued calculating. "That is the plan up to this point. As for the rest, the scene changed. It depended on the strength they had gained through training. After being separated from one another for several months, it was something someone believed would be enough to give them hope. At that moment, Miho, in the form of a fox, was walking deep into a deserted forest. Elsewhere, Byung spoke up. "Are you sure, sir? Is that fox really the companion of the demon mask?" Cecil laughed and confirmed it. "Yeah, though it looks different from the wanted poster, it won't escape us poachers." He raised his gun and aimed as he continued. "For us, it counts as valuable prey. We, who have reached the 500th floor, will claim that reward from the 9 stars." Byung had aimed the muzzle precisely at Miho's small body. As if sensing something, the little girl turned her head to look around. A gigantic, majestic snowy mountain stood tall beneath the cloudy night sky, creating an overwhelming and mysterious backdrop as the gun gave off a loud report. A hand, radiating powerful black energy, appeared, with purple-black bullets spinning deeply at its fingertips. Choi Ji-Young-hun stood in front of the gun barrel, blazing with killing intent, shielding Miho. Cecil pointed in surprise and shouted. He blocked the demon fire bullets with his hand. Byung, looking through the gun's scope, was just as stunned. Impossible. Before they could make sense of it, he had charged to where the two of them were in the blink of an eye. Choi Ji-Young-hun swung his hand and sent Byung flying backward. Cecil shouted anxiously, "Damn it!" The old man looked at him and thought, "Where did this monster come from?" Cecil's pupils stiffened as though he had realized something. Wait, the uniform of a white tiger warrior in an overcoat. Choi Ji-Young-hun's face was hidden, and his bulging muscles launched a mighty punch wrapped in dazzling jade-green energy. It was sharp and powerful. Cecil stared in disbelief and tried to reassure himself. No way. Before that thought could end, the punch flew in and slammed straight into Cecil's face. Rocks split from the ground and flew into the air under the explosive force. Byung-hun stood to the side, watching the aftermath of the attack. Before losing consciousness, the old man only managed to think. Choi Ji-Young-hun, the fighting star. He calmly held Miho in his arms and coldly watched Cecil collapse before him. The scene changed. A pair of feet stopped and stood proudly on the dry earth. At that moment, on the 100th floor, Harry looked at the scenery below and spoke. "We took more time than we thought." Jin Hyoke, beside her, replied, "Climbing was more exhausting than I imagined, and we had to avoid being detected too. We planned to meet on the 100th floor today, but everyone is late." She fell silent, lost in thought. An Oni village was not too far from this place. Seeing that Harry did not answer, he said nothing more. Suddenly, Jin Hyoke asked, "You want to go to the Oni village, don't you?" She hurriedly waved her hands and denied it. "No, now isn't the time for that." Looking at Haryu's expression, he continued, "No, I know the Oni village isn't far from here." She lowered her head and said softly, "I'm sorry. We're about to reach an important milestone, and I was thinking about something else." Jin Hyoke snapped his fingers to reassure her. "Well, it's all right. Looking at it from a distance should be fine. At some point, Vulcan had appeared behind them and added, "All right, we'll go with her." Tun beside him agreed. "Please leave it to us." She turned and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I'll be right back." A flash of light streaked past, and all three of them vanished before Jin Hyoke's eyes. After he was left alone, he stood there in solitude and began to sink into thought. Up until now, we've succeeded in increasing our strength, but against his divine power, Jin Hyoke's undead summoning art is completely useless. The reason we were able to defeat Carmen was because she overexerted herself to overcome the penalty. He could not guarantee that they would defeat Ken with the same tactic. Jin Hyoke clenched his trembling fist and reminded himself, Ken, to destroy that stubborn and cruel bastard, Jin Hyoke needs to become stronger than him. The key to increasing his strength lay with Choi Ji-young-han. Jin Hyoke needed to meet him and his master, the Martial Emperor test, and learn from them. If it's test, someone whose martial arts are at the level of a grandmaster, I'll be able to surpass them and deal with Ken. He let out a sigh. "Where are you, Ji-young-han?" Just as that thought ended, a burst of light suddenly flashed behind Jin Hyoke from the middle of the forest. Startled, he turned toward it. That was the place where Haryu had gone. Over on that side, Haryu's group was in the midst of a fierce clash. A hazy figure behind the smoke and dust spoke. "Already told you." Hamiel slowly walked out and continued, "that I would wait for you on the 100th floor. Haryu looked at her, gritting her teeth in anger before hissing, "Hamiel." Jin Hyoke assessed the source of the power and reached a conclusion as well. This divine power belongs to Hamiel. Someone was rushing toward him from behind at terrifying speed. Jin Hyoke had yet to notice and was still thinking, "We need to hurry and help." When that figure nearly closed in, he cast his sharp, cold eyes behind him. Taylor swung his power out to attack Jin Hyoke. Jin Hyoke raised his hand to block it and shouted, "Tam." Taylor smirked. "You blocked my sword and even came back alive from the dead, Father Jin Hyoke?" Jin Hyoke looked straight into Taylor's eyes and answered coldly, "What about you?" Sword Saint Donald Taylor. After the burst of power, a figure was blown into the air. Jin Hyoke's power and Taylor's opposing force collided head-on. Taylor laughed and spoke as if provoking him. "What's wrong, Father Jin Hyoke? I never expected such a great Death Star would only know how to defend." Jin Hyoke asked coldly, "Why are you here?" Taylor raised his sword, preparing to bring it down, and answered at the same time, "You seem surprised that I came all the way down to the 100th floor." Jin Hyoke swiftly blocked his slash. Within the dazzling light of the clashing energies, the two faced each other, the atmosphere unbearably tense. Taylor asked, "Don't you know why I came down here myself?" He spoke casually. "It means that cutting you down won't even make me break a sweat, even if I have to suffer the penalty." Jin Hyoke was slightly startled when Taylor said that. While he was distracted, Taylor seized the chance and blasted him backward with the force of the impact. Jin Hyoke could only follow the momentum and could not resist. The clock tower suddenly shattered. The citizens below cried out in panic. "What? Something just flew past. Who's causing this chaos on the 100th floor of the great city?" Taylor flew swiftly in that direction and said, "I'm very glad you survived." He shouted excitedly. That day 10 years ago, memories flashed through Taylor's mind. Fading behind Jin Hyoke, Taylor had screamed in hatred, "You were still strong even after being betrayed. I used everything I could to defeat you, but you laughed at me in your final moment." Taylor spread his sword out as if making a declaration. "Today, I'll humiliate you in return." The system appeared before him and announced, "Warning, a penalty has been applied." Taylor paid it no mind and cut through the warning message. Like a madman, he kept gripping his sword and charged in to continue attacking Jin Hyoke. Taylor smirked and threw out a line. I don't care about this penalty anymore." Before Taylor, a dazzling purple energy explosion signaled the release of a destructive attack. Condensed purple power erupted from its center, distorting the surrounding space with black streaks of speed. A vortex appeared in front of Taylor. A dark sphere was spinning at terrifying speed, wrapped in violent white winds. He suddenly froze for a few seconds, looking at the object flying toward him. It was a massive black cylindrical object protected by a sharp, dazzling blue net of energy. Taylor passed through it and advanced toward Jin Hyoke. Jin Hyoke asked coldly, "So you're going to fight me while under a penalty? You couldn't defeat me at the end and teamed up with that trash, and now you want to humiliate me in return? You're truly absurd." A black hole formed from a massive stream of purple energy, spiraling deeply as if it meant to swallow everything. At its center was a trace of light and a black wing-like symbol, signaling a devastating attack. Jin Hyoke charged toward him with all his strength. Looking down from above, Taylor laughed and said, "Is that the power Carmen threw away?" Seeing Jin Hyoke's face, he cried out in surprise. Jin Hyoke's devil-like silhouette was reflected in Taylor's pupils. Jin Hyoke closed in on him, his hand rising with sharp claws. Before Taylor could even grasp what was happening, he took Jin Hyoke's heaven-splitting punch head-on. Unable to keep his body steady, Taylor was hurled away by the force. His entire body fell from above, smashing the ground and stone apart and blowing away debris from collapsed buildings. His face was swollen. Taylor panted and thought, "Damn it, what just happened? Father Jin Hyoke, why do you get stronger every time I meet you?" Jin Hyoke spoke coldly. "Oh, your face looks uglier than before, Donald Taylor." Taylor froze. "What?" Jin Hyoke laughed and answered without hiding it. "You thought I didn't know? You must have had surgery to make your face look like mine." After hearing that, Taylor remained silent and did not answer. Jin Hyoke continued mocking him. "Well, my old face was fairly handsome, and I was famous too, but you weren't, Donald. Because of your ugly face, you left a bad impression on us. Do you think I didn't know you were always peeking at me because of my popularity?" Jin Hyoke ignored Taylor, who was trembling with rage, and calmly continued mocking him. "I don't know whether you realized it or not, but from what I saw, you were repulsive. I could see you gradually becoming more like me. Oh, and of course, you couldn't copy me perfectly because of that ugly mug of yours." Having been hit where it hurt, Taylor gritted his teeth and hissed, "I'll make you regret every damn word you just said." Jin Hyoke smiled and continued, "Give it everything you've got. Devour him, Tam." Obeying his command, Tam opened its huge mouth and rushed forward as if to swallow Taylor whole. Taylor did not hurry. He stood still, as though he had planned for this in advance. His face now resembled a demon's, with a crazed grin splitting wide to his ears and bright golden eyes full of killing intent. A pitch-black sword aura was unleashed, a streak of light cutting through the wind as it rushed forward and sliced the clock tower in two. Jin Hyoke, standing below, had his entire arm severed from his body as well. Taylor laughed in satisfaction. "I told you, I would make you regret it," he shouted, then charged madly toward him. "This is the end for you and your comrades. Your teammates must be pushing up daisies by now, too." The scene shifted. A powerful golden force shone straight down, causing tremendous destructive damage. Hemiel smiled. "Oh no, are you all exhausted already? Those demon friends of yours were quite strong, but in the end, they're only undead. Facing an angel is a disadvantage for them. Now only you remain, demon girl." Heriel looked at her with sweat pouring down her face and hatred in her eyes. Hamiel continued, "So you'd better try to squeeze out every last bit of strength you have left, because the one who burned your entire demon village to the ground is the one standing right before you." After hearing that, Hariu suddenly froze, unable to accept the information. Clang! A powerful sound of a sword striking rang out. Harry used it to support herself and stood up. She said, "Thank you for coming to find me. I've tempered myself and trained through hardship while waiting for this day. The final sword of the demon race will cut you down to avenge them." Hamiel covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. "You plan to use the power of that sword? So you're relying on unstable power gained through training? How unexpected. You, an immature child, are the final hope of your race. The demons buried beneath our feet must be so ashamed." Hariu held the sword out in front of her. Now her entire body was enveloped in power. Hariu gritted her teeth. "Now I no longer feel resentment toward those provocations, because she drew the sword from its sheath. With eyes blazing with killing intent, she rushed toward Hamiel in an instant. A massive purple pillar of light erupted, signaling that her attack had begun. Hamiel laughed awkwardly and said, "Oh, now I can finally call you a demon. At some point, Haryu had appeared behind her. She spoke. From this moment on, I'll fight relying entirely on my own strength. Hamiel was startled and glanced behind her, thinking she's using the sword while still conscious. With cold eyes, Haryu brought down a brilliant pink energy slash upon her, its cruelty made clear. Over on this side, the released power destroyed all the houses around the area. A citizen looked up and shouted, "Those buildings are being cut in half." The person beside him panicked as well. Who's fighting? Have the four emperors appeared? High above, Taylor flew after Jin Hyoke ahead of him and spoke. "How far do you think you can run?" "Father Hin Hyok, I never expected the resurrected Death Star to be fleeing for his life like this. It seems that after losing your arm, you can't use that great transformation skill anymore either." Jin Hyoke glanced back and thought, how does this bastard know about demonic energy? Taylor raised his sword, his voice firm as if making a declaration. "The power of the four emperors isn't meant for you, Father Jin Hyoke." Amid the storm of purple sword energy wildly shredding the entire city, his figure still glided gracefully through the air as if dancing with death. The ground split open and completely collapsed, forming an enormous pit where the aftershocks of the purple energy still churned violently. A streak of light appeared on the far side of the building. Jin Hyoke gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, his demonic energy. He definitely got it from the demons. The ones who successfully killed me with the imprison and destroy technique. It's nothing more than a little reward they gave him, like tossing it to a loyal dog. I refuse to be subdued by that thing. As Jin Hyoke was clutching his severed arm, something behind him suddenly startled him. The building was cut in half by a surge of power, and the erupting aftershock blew him away. Jin Hyoke growled, revealing his anger. Suddenly, something flew straight toward his neck. Taylor grabbed Jin Hyoke tightly by the throat and roared, "You can't fight me anymore. In my hands are the ultimate swordsmanship and demonic energy. Now I am invincible." Boom! He ruthlessly threw Jin Hyoke down from above. Taylor pointed the tip of his sword at Jin Hyoke as if to pierce through his body and said, "It's over." Jin Hyoke's pupils widened as he stared straight ahead. In an utterly dominant posture, Taylor brought down a punitive strike from above, pinning Jin Hyoke to the shattered stone floor with a blade soaked in destructive purple energy. Black energy erupted from Jin Hyoke's mouth, vividly portraying his agony and collapse. The earth-shattering impact unleashed a wild storm of purple energy, blasting soil and stone into the air and creating a scene of destruction. Having achieved his goal, Taylor laughed until his body trembled. He shouted, I did it. I've surpassed you, Father Jin Hyoke. The one who defeated the Death Star is me, Sword Saint Donald Taylor." As he was immersed in joy, a voice rang out and cut him off. "Is that all you've got?" Taylor stiffened and suddenly froze. One of Jin Hyoke's hands touched the edge of the gate, and he said coldly, "It's been 10 years, and this is all you can show me? That little reward you receive from the four emperors by wagging your tail to please them. How pathetic." With eyes full of hatred, Taylor looked at Jin Hyoke and thought, "I stabbed him with a sword wrapped in demonic energy. Why isn't he dead?" He shouted, "What trick are you using?" Jin Hyoke shot up into the air, knocking away the blade embedded in his body, and declared, "I'm different from you. If I want something, I take it with my own hands. Unified Transmutation Art." The system displayed a message. Demonic energy and divine power are being converted into unified power. All unified power is being converted into divine power. Taylor could not believe his eyes and cried out, "What? That's..." Amid the sacred golden radiance, Jin Hyoke's awakened form appeared in all its majesty, with black wings and a halo, asserting the status of a supreme being who had surpassed all ordinary limits. A close-up of the golden mask exuded an expressionless yet divinely authoritative aura, with eyes shining brightly, as if seeing through all things, marking his complete transformation into a new, ultimate level of power. Taylor looked up at Jin Hyoke, who towered high above, and thought to himself, "The arm of Father Jin Hyoke that I cut off with demonic energy has grown back? Could my demonic energy have been overwhelmed by Father Jin Hyoke's divine power? Father Jin Hyoke, you truly always exceed our data, constantly reaching higher realms. I hate that to the marrow of my bones. Father Jin Hyoke." He roared and charged madly toward him. Jin Hyoke pointed and summoned his power. Heavenly punishment. The dazzling light exploded as if to swallow all of space, leaving behind a solitary figure spreading his wings arrogantly at the center of that terrifying power. Taylor's pupils stood upright and contracted wildly. He glared at Jin Hyoke and let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. His face twisted with the ultimate bloodlust of a newly awakened beast. Power erupted, tearing the ground apart and sending massive boulders flying in every direction within a dazzling halo of energy, as if to crush every obstacle into dust. Rolling dust clouds covered the view, leaving only countless spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the rust-stained ground after the attack. At the bottom of the deep pit, Taylor's sword was buried firmly in the earth. Amid the desolate cracks and thick dust, Taylor lay on the ground, his gaze still cold as he looked ahead. Jin Hyoke walked toward him one slow step at a time. He spoke. 10 years ago, among the 9 stars, you were the strongest. Even if the others each had their own special techniques, I didn't care what their outcomes would be. In my eyes, you were the strongest. In pain, Taylor struggled to finish his sentence. Father Jin Hyoke, this time, I will definitely surpass you. Jin Hyoke removed his mask and said coldly, but your sword has become far inferior to what it once was. You became too arrogant by relying on demonic energy, a power that never belonged to you. That is precisely why you lost. If you had spent these past 10 years honing your swordsmanship yourself, then today, I would have been the one defeated. Taylor gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Jin Hyoke did not answer. He quietly looked down at the defeated Taylor, lying motionless beside the greatsword, casually holding the mask in his hand and exuding a chilling coldness. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Jin Hyoke clutched his chest and sank to his knees. Rubbing his chest, he thought to himself that because he had used unification in 2 different ways, the aftereffects were too severe. If he wanted to freely unleash unification, he would have to become even stronger. But first, he struck to finish Taylor off. Taylor's soul shot up into the sky. Jin Hyoke reached out and tightly grabbed Taylor's head. He growled in an icy voice. Do you think you can die peacefully? Let's end this quickly. My comrades are still waiting. Beneath the deep blue sky dotted with drifting clouds, the mountains stood tall and proud. The sky was suddenly torn open by a dazzling violet-pink light, exploding high above like a Death Star descending into the world, firing razor-sharp rays of energy that pierced through every layer of cloud. Haryu and Hamiel were locked in a tense battle. Her body was slashed by those rays of power. Hamiel clenched her teeth in pain. Her regeneration could not keep up. It was unbelievably fast. Seizing that chance, Haryu swung her sword and charged in, preparing to strike. Her eyes blazed as she summoned her power. Mind War, Heavenly Wisdom Eye. Haryu reached out with one hand, grabbed Hamiel by the neck, and squeezed tight. Hamiel struggled desperately to break free from her restraint, thinking, when did she get so close? A dazzling violet-pink light exploded high above like a Death Star, descending into the world, firing razor-sharp rays of energy. Looking down from above into the deep pit, Haryu said, do you know where you are falling? Because of your greed, you destroyed this place. This is my homeland. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew toward Hamiel again, carrying her fury with her. Before the destructive force of the brilliant purple light tearing the ground apart, Hamiel staggered helplessly, letting her body fall freely through the chaotic space. She shut her eyes tightly and said, if not for the punishment. Haryu shouted, you would have died long ago. Hamiel did not dare face her and kept her eyes closed, thinking, that gaze again. If that attack lands, I will lose. No, wait, lose? I will lose. I, a member of the supreme race within the tower, who has trampled countless inferior species beneath my feet. How could I possibly lose to a lowly demon? She erupted with power and roared as if making a declaration. I absolutely will not allow it. The system repeatedly issued warnings. Warning, powerful energy response. Warning, powerful energy response. Warning, powerful energy response. A blinding sphere of energy exploded and enveloped Hamiel, creating a terrifying shockwave that sent earth and stone flying and blew away everything around it. Her shriek echoed through the air. A descent. Haryu could hardly believe her ears. A descent? Impossible. The roiling black clouds were torn apart by a dazzling beam of light shining down from above. A bolt of power descended. The system displayed, "The first Sandalahan has accepted your summons. An absolute being of the tower is descending, using your body as a vessel." She curled her lips and said, "Originally, I did not want to resort to this, but my pride will not allow me to lose to you." Haryu froze. What terrifying pressure. An absolute being of the tower. I absolutely cannot let them descend into Hamiel. She answered firmly and resolutely, "Do you think I will just stand here and watch you pull some strange trick?" Haryu rushed forward, but then she seemed to realize something. Impossible. Why is my power weakening at a time like this? Amid the radiant golden halo, Sandalahan's mysterious dark face appeared, with cold, piercing eyes that exuded the overwhelming authority of a supreme god. His pupils suddenly flashed, revealing his power. Sandalahan spoke. "My believer, why have you called me?" Hamiel stood below and began to explain, "There are people threatening us on this floor. Please grant me the power to destroy them. I will do anything you desire." He asked nothing further and immediately agreed. "Very well." Seeing the situation become critical, Haryu shouted, "No." A pillar of light descended from the heavens with tremendous force. She stretched her hand forward to shield her body from the explosion. Sandalahan declared coldly, "I shall grant you my authority. However, once the condition is fulfilled, I will take your body." He infused his soul into Hamiel. Bathed in the brilliant holy light pouring down from the high heavens, Sandalahan spread his wings wide and reached out to receive the power being bestowed. Heavenly punishment. A golden bolt of lightning twisted down from above, tearing through the night and bursting into a radiant light in the heart of the valley. It shook heaven and earth. The ground could not withstand that terrifying source of power and split open, shattering apart. A violent shock wave swept through, crushing sturdy structures into dust and engulfing the entire scene in a destructive sea of golden light. Sandalahan looked down from above at the remnants left after the attack he had just unleashed. Then Sandalahan slowly descended and landed on the ground. He thought to himself, "This body does not seem to endure very well. Is it because she was struck by that demon's attack?" Suddenly, something caught Sandalahan's attention. Following his gaze, a figure was faintly appearing. Meanwhile, Haryu also slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "What just happened?" The one standing in front of Haryu and shielding her now was Choi Jiayung-han. Sandalahan stepped toward him and said, "How were you able to block my heavenly punishment?" Without wasting words, Choi Jiayung-han reached out and grabbed his head. Sandalahan was still speaking. "You are some kind of monster." Before he could finish, Choi Jiayung-han slammed his body down into the hard stone ground, shattering it. A gigantic emerald pillar of light descended from above like heavenly punishment, plunging straight into the earth and blasting everything away in a terrifying shockwave. Haryu witnessed the scene and stiffened in surprise. She could not believe it. He struck an angel, a descendant of a god, with his bare hands. Hamiel, covered in wounds, lay sprawled on the ground. She clenched her teeth, looked up, and asked, "Who are you?" "One of the 9 stars, Choi Jiayung-han." Hearing that name, her eyes widened. Choi Tae-Yeung-hun, the only one of the 9 stars who did not betray Arabian. He is his friend. Hamiel was not done. She closed her eyes and called out, "Sandalahan, Sandalahan." There was no response. "Is there a problem with the connection? From just that one punch?" She shouted furiously, How dare you interfere with the manifestation of God? Do you think you can get away with this? Do you know who is backing us?" Choi Jiayung-han again used one hand to press Hamiel's head down hard, cutting off the shrill noise from her mouth. He spoke calmly. "That is what I should be saying. Have you forgotten who supports me? Martial Emperor Test. You people have angered my master." Hamiel thought in agony. Martial Emperor Test. An absolute being equal to our gods. Choi Jiayung-han growled in reminder. "And you have pissed me off too." Unable to believe what he had just said, Hamiel panicked inwardly. He is a believer of Test. Don't tell me he is here because of Test. If Test gets dragged into this battle, I have no chance of winning. In the end, Hamiel shot upward trying to flee. Before leaving, she threw out a line. "I will remember this. Watch yourself." Haryu clenched her teeth and shouted, "You're just running away like that, coward." Hamiel laughed without caring. "Let's see who wins next time. I hope you're still alive by then." Having silently watched until now, Choi Jiayung-hun finally spoke again. Who said you were allowed to leave? He used his power to follow her, refusing to let her escape. Hamiel frowned and thought. He can keep up with an angel's movement technique? A powerful hand reached out and tightly grabbed her wing. Choi Ji-young-hun asked coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" His eyes shone with wild green energy. He clenched his teeth, pouring all his will and fury into his attack. Choi Ji-young-hun style, first form, direct strike. Hamiel screamed in agony, unable to resist. The condensed mass of energy burst apart, creating a terrifying emerald explosion that released a destructive shockwave, sweeping away everything in sight. The scene shifted. In a room piled high with mountains of gold coins, Taylor slowly opened his eyes in pain. A voice spoke up, "Hey, are you awake?" His body was tightly bound and suspended in the air. Taylor asked in panic, "What is this? Why am I hanging here?" Jin Hyoke walked over coldly and said, "Looks like you're back. Tell me what that bastard Pilu is plotting." He struggled, stubbornly resisting. "There is no point in me telling you anything when I am already dead. You are finished. I heard an angel warrior is coming here to kill you. They will burn your friends to ashes and then come here." Suddenly, the chain around Taylor's hand tightened. He glanced over at it. His expression became extremely anxious. With a sharp sound, a tug yanked Taylor's arm back, making his face pale with pain. Jinhai Oke laughed provocatively. "Calm down, Donald. Do you think I would be this relaxed for no reason? That pigeon was defeated by Choi Ji-young-hun while you were asleep." Cold sweat broke out over him as he answered in disbelief. "What? Ji-young-hun?" Jinhai Oke lowered his eyes and continued calmly. "Yes. My friends are already on their way here. Unlike you people, they know what loyalty is. They would never betray me." A feast suddenly flew toward Jin-woo. He turned his head abruptly, still speaking. "What the hell, you crazy bastard?" Tae Young-hun struck. The compressed mass of energy burst apart, forming a terrifying emerald explosion that released a destructive shockwave and swept away everything in sight. Jin Hyoke took the full force of his punch and was hurled backward by the power released from it. Taylor watched everything from beginning to end and froze stiff in shock. Taylor burst into delighted laughter. "Not bad, Father Jin Hyoke. Looks like Choi Ji-young-hun is not on your side." A pair of hands emerged from the pile of gold coins. Jinhai Oke shouted, "Shut up!" Tam had appeared beside him at some point and opened its mouth wide. Taylor screamed in fear, "Wait, Father Jinhai Oke." Jinhai Oke withdrew his power and tossed out a line. "Just wait patiently inside, Tam." Standing face to face with Choi Ji-young-hun, Jin Hyoke thought, "Don't tell me Ji-young-hun still has not accepted the fact that I am Jin Hyoke." Tae Young-hun spoke first. "I wonder what your relationship with Jin Hyoke was. But if I simply leave alone the one who killed a member of the Nine Stars, I will end up in a difficult position." Just as Jin Hyoke had expected, he clenched his teeth. "I knew it. He misunderstood." In that case, Jin Hyoke used his power to shoot toward Choi Ji-young-hun, which surprised him slightly. Jinhai Oke smiled. "I will tell you who I am." An attack was launched. Tisseung-hun style, fourth form, revolving kick. Amid a brilliant purple vortex of energy, the two figures charged at each other in an earth-shaking collision, creating a shock that made the entire space tremble. Suddenly, hurried footsteps entered. Vulcan spoke up. "How can he be so fast? Is he even human?" Harryu called softly, "Arabian." She suddenly froze as she looked at the scene before her. Jin Hyoke and Choi Ji-young-hun were fighting fiercely. Harryu called out loudly, "Arabian." Meanwhile, Choi Ji-young-hun curled his lips and said, "You block pretty well." Jin Hyoke replied cheerfully, "That is because your punches are too easy to predict." He clenched his hand, power surging within his fist. Before launching his attack, Choi Ji-young-hun spoke. "Then let us see whether you can dodge this one." Time seemed to freeze the instant their faces drew close, their blazing eyes clashing and igniting a sky-high, killing intent in midair. Jin Hyoke smiled and said something shocking. "Our poor little bedwetter has grown up. Now you're even thinking of ways to stop me." Choi Ji-young-hun stopped, his hand trembling as he said, "What do you mean?" Jin Hyoke continued with a perfectly calm face. Are you pretending not to know? When you were 5, you wet the bed and were punished by the teacher at the orphanage. I still remember so clearly how you cried and ran into the bathroom. That is why you were called the little bedwetter for a long time afterward. Vulcan was stunned. Harryu beside him was the same. Choi Jae-young-hun's face darkened as he said, "Stop it." Jin Hyoke pretended not to hear and continued, "No matter how much you deny it, the past will not disappear. You kept failing over and over. Unable to endure it, Choi Jae-young-hun punched him and shouted, "Stop it already. This is so embarrassing." Jin Hyoke raised a hand to hold his head and cried out, "That hurts, you bastard." Wait, did you just say Jin Hyoke? You already knew I was Jin Hyoke, didn't you? You crazy bastard. Why are you getting angry while pretending you did not know anything? Seeing Jin Hyoke reproach him, Choi Jae-young-hun also rushed into an argument. How can I not be angry? If you returned, you should have come to see me first instead of doing all sorts of random things. That way, no matter what happened, I would have been able to help you. Jin Hyoke suddenly froze when he heard those words. He pointed at himself. Even if I were a wicked man who betrayed humanity? Choi Jae-young-hun turned his face away and answered, "Of course, I do not believe that. My friend would never do something like that." Then he glanced toward Jin Hyoke. Choi Jae-young-hun rushed forward and pulled Jin Hyoke into an embrace. He said happily, "I am glad to see you again, my friend." Jin Hyoke also replied cheerfully, "Let go of me. You stink." After those words, Choi Jae-young-hun squeezed him tightly, making Jin Hyoke freeze. Jin Hyoke reminded him, "Let go. I'm going to suffocate." Tae Young-hun kept gripping him tightly. What? Humans do not die that easily. After a while, Jin Hyoke finally had a compromise. "My neck. You are about to crush my neck. Moonmosa. I'm also very happy to see you again." Meanwhile, Vulcan secretly rejoiced. They seemed close. Harryu did not look very pleased and muttered, "Yeah." Jin Hyoke strained his face as he tried to break free, repeatedly reminding him, "I said let go." Suddenly, a small fox crawled up from Choi Jae-young-hun's collar. Miho smiled and let out a cry. Jin Hyoke called softly, "Miho." Beneath the sky filled with roiling black clouds, a magnificent mansion stood towering, yet it was shrouded in an ominous and terrifyingly silent atmosphere. Inside, Pilu spoke coldly. "You have arrived, those who abandoned the demons and possess immense power within the tower, the masters of selection and extermination. I have met with the representatives from each stage. Representing the angels was Miss Hamiel, but what happened to her is truly a pity." Hyge asked, "Is Meg late again, the representative of the devils?" Hyge, highest floor climbed, the 600th floor. Ken replied irritably, "Have you ever seen that giant show his face here even once? They're always slow. They watch the show and then leave." Representative of the dragons, Ken, highest floor climbed, the 600th floor. Beside them, Maria seemed calmer. She said softly, "This is my first time here, but I will do my best." Temporary representative of the angels, Maria, highest floor climbed, the 560th floor. After the greetings, Pilu got to the main point. "Since everyone is here, that means the 4 emperors have agreed to my plan, correct? Namely, to select and exterminate the demon-masked one and those who oppose the world." Kennen smiled savagely as if in agreement and replied, "There is no choice but to agree. The scale of this plan is nothing compared to the last one." Hyde curled his lips. "This is the first job since the Oni village, so we should relax a little." Maria added, "I can hardly wait to see those lowly insects struggle." As soon as she finished speaking, a voice rang out, and a sword flew from nowhere to attack her. "So can I." Maria turned back angrily and asked, "Who are you?" Hamiel walked over and closed in. She growled, "Hamiel." Then in a low voice, she said, "This is my seat. Get lost." After finishing Maria off, she trembled and propped herself up with her sword to steady her body, saying, "Oh my, you people, why are you so impatient? I was not here, and you were already so quick to find someone else to replace me. That makes me very sad." Meanwhile, a shrill scream rang out. "What? You lost to Hamiel?" Jin Hyoke tightly grabbed Jiayong-han by the collar and shouted, "You idiot! How could you lose to her?" He hurriedly explained, "Do you think I wanted that? She's an angel. Who would have expected her to abandon her wings and put everything into escaping? Hamiel struggled to walk forward and smiled. Pilu looked at her and thought, Hamiel, did Jean Hyoke not kill her and Donald? Kenan spoke up excitedly. Well, look who it is. Hyge beside him added, you are still alive? Hamiel answered, I cannot die. Those bastards dared trample on the pride of the angels. I will not die until I have killed every last one of them. Kin's next words made her freeze. Angels drive out traitors by cutting off their wings. They must endure the feeling of being an angel and yet not being one. Well, that is the only meaning I know. Then does that not mean you have no pride left at all? Hyge laughed mockingly. Hamiel, you're not on a level where you can stand beside us. Furious, she ground her teeth and thought, these bastards, how dare they look down on me? Hamiel swung her sword and threatened, I will take revenge on them. If you do not take me with you, I will kill every one of you until someone accepts me. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared behind her and closed in. Meg swung his arm and drove a powerful punch into Hamiel's face. With eyes blazing with murderous intent, he raised his hand, gathered a dazzling surge of energy, and unleashed a destructive blow that tore through space. Hamiel was struck and sent flying miserably into the wall. Meg spoke up, how pathetic, Hamiel. Becoming pathetic is truly the worst. She ground her teeth. You. At that moment, a voice rang out. Meg, representative of the Giants. Meg's highest climbed floor, the 620th floor. Ken walked over and asked, Hey Meg, why are you late today? He raised a hand to his mouth and thought, Oh, I caught a bug. Jean Hyoke stiffened at the figure that had appeared before him. Meg continued, but it ran away. A shrill cry rang out. Henrik, he collapsed to his knees and said, Oh no, could it be that I can only make it this far? Harry's group hurried over. Henrik, a yellowish light shone over the crisscrossed wooden beams, casting faint shadows across the old paper floor and enveloping the space in a still, nostalgic air. Henrik slowly opened his eyes after being unconscious for a while. Harry asked worriedly, Are you awake? Jean Hyoke also spoke up. Your body is in terrible shape. He answered hoarsely, If I did not have divine power, it would have been bad. I showed everyone a shameful sight. He asked, Were you attacked by one of the 4 emperors? Henrik nodded and said, Yes. It was a giant. He was extremely strong too. In the desert region on the 120th floor, something suddenly appeared, drawing Henrik's attention and making him glance over. I was ambushed. He froze when he saw a giant hand rising from the ground. Then the giant hand opened and slammed down hard. With that one blow, the winner was already decided. Ji-Young-hun leaned against the wall and gave his opinion. Cha-Jin Hyoke, because you revealed your identity, the entire tower is now alert to your location. That is how I found you all so quickly. Your enemies will do the same. They're openly watching all of you now. Why did you reveal your identity? You idiot. Why would you put your companions in danger like that? A voice cut in. It was because of these. Henrik answered, I collected all of them. Miho picked up a blue stone and added, Me too. I collected some too. These are rare crystals, and you have almost every kind. Jinhai Oke nodded. Yes, we split up so we could collect them more efficiently. All of these. He recalled the system quest notification. Before entering the 100th floor, publicly announce your name or alias to the entire tower. Penalty for failure. You must begin the trial to become Ban's apostle. Reward for completion. Ban will grant you the method to create the desired item. Contract condition. Shake hands with Ban. All of it was to complete Ban's request. The system responded. Before entering the 100th floor, publicly announce your name or alias to the entire tower. Shinhai Oke spoke honestly. I was not planning to hide the name. Cha-Jin Hyoke. Cha-Jin Hyoke is known as an infamous criminal who opposes humanity. In truth, I had already completed this quest. The system continued. The pinnacle of all evil says he feels as though he has been deceived. After reading it, he laughed. You were the one who set those stupid conditions. The system repeated the question. The pinnacle of all evil is asking what kind of contract you want. Back in the present, Jin Hyoke clenched his fist and made his demand. A weapon I can use while climbing the tower. I will kill Pilu with it. Ji-Young-hun stood beside him and thought helplessly. He is still as greedy as ever. asking for something so ridiculous. The pinnacle of all evil is crying, saying his stomach still hurts. The nine-tailed fox is laughing. It says this truly is a beautiful sight. He pondered, but if it is Ban's power, then it is possible. We should be able to obtain such a weapon. Jin Hyoke turned to Haryu and said, "We gathered enough crystals, and I already brought them to the craftsman on this floor. The method to make that thing should have been completed by now. All right, let us create the strongest weapon together." Zeno suddenly spoke up and interrupted, "I am sorry. I cannot do it." He and Haryu froze in disbelief. "Huh?" Jin Hyoke angrily walked over and shouted, "Why? I brought every material written there." Zeno calmly answered, "I know. The problem is not the materials. It is the maker." Haryu also ran over and tried to persuade him. "You are the best craftsman of the Oni race. Even you cannot make it." Zeno spoke honestly. "There is nothing I can do. This must be an item bestowed by a transcendent being. So, it is extremely complicated. There are many very delicate steps here, and all of them must be completed in a short time. It would only be possible if there were another blacksmith at my level." Jin Hyoke placed a hand on his chin and pondered. "I need to find a trustworthy blacksmith with skill equal to his. How am I supposed to find one? Everyone worked so hard for this. I have to create it no matter what." "Wait, create it?" As if he had thought of something, he asked, "How long would it take for someone to reach your level?" Zeno answered without hesitation, "It depends on talent, but no matter how skilled they are, reaching this level would take decades." Jin Hyoke replied very simply, "No, I only need one day." Hearing his answer, Zeno froze as though he could not believe his ears. He walked over, picked up a hammer, and calculated. "My second trait is omnipotence. It is a skill that allows me to master anything." Jin Hyoke said confidently, "I will make it with you. I will become a master blacksmith in just one day." Dry crackling echoed steadily as golden flames danced wildly, greedily devouring the red-hot coals inside the ancient stone furnace. A hammer struck hard against a blazing piece of metal, sending thousands of sparks flying and waves of heat surging through the intense moment of forging. Jin Hyoke devoted himself to each steady hammer blow. A reproachful voice rang out. "Do not just rely on that crude strength. You need to distribute the force evenly when striking the metal. Are you planning to ruin even more swords? If you cannot properly forge a single sword, then forget about that great demonic weapon." He carefully placed the blade into the forge. Jin Hyoke smiled faintly and thought, "I'm starting to get used to it. How long I should heat the sword, and when I should quench it." Zeno stood beside him with his arms crossed, watching Jin Hyoke through the entire process. He returned to the anvil, picked up the hammer again, and continued striking. "I can do it. This time, I will make a perfect one." The completed blade placed into the forge suddenly cracked and shattered. Jin Hyoke ground his teeth in frustration. "TCH, I failed again. I thought I would succeed this time, but I have completely grasped how to make it now." He said to Zeno, "I will do it again." Jin Hyoke resolved inwardly. "Next time, I will create a complete sword." Zeno's voice interrupted his next attempt. "Stop, that is enough." Sweat streamed down Jin Hyoke's face. He turned his head in confusion. "Huh, what? I only just grasped it, and you were telling me to stop?" Zeno turned and walked away without explaining further. He only said, "Doing more would be useless. Do not waste precious iron. Go take a bath." He wanted another chance and said regretfully, "But I..." Zeno's next words made Jin Hyoke freeze. "After you finish bathing, bring the blueprint Ban gave you and the necessary materials here. That artificial iron is extremely difficult to control, so even high-ranking blacksmiths have trouble with it. For a beginner, not to ruin, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Your practice time is over. Your skill has reached perfection. Let us forge it together, that great demonic weapon." Meanwhile, Ji-Young-hun threw a punch as he rushed in. "Here I come." Haryu seriously raised her sword and blocked his attack. Ji-Young-hun said, "Speed is your strength. Do not block. Dodge it and counterattack." Suddenly, Miho appeared behind him. The girl darted in like lightning, trying to close the distance. Ji-Young-hun noticed and reached behind him, grabbing Miho firmly. Ji-Young-hun used the momentum to fling her whole body toward Haryu. He said that ambush was too obvious. Miho flew backward and crashed down on top of Haryu with tremendous force. He looked at the two lying limply beneath the tree and reminded them, "What are you two doing? Get up. You asked me to train you with that kind of spirit." Haryu answered with determination. "No, I can still keep fighting. Miu klicktar tungon pointed at Junghun. TCH again. While things were getting noisy, Henrik walked over and interrupted the conversation. Can I join? He turned to look and asked, Your name was Henrik, right? Are you all right moving around like that? Henrik lowered his eyes and answered calmly, If I stayed in bed forever, I would no longer be myself. More importantly, I cannot miss a chance to defeat one of the 9 stars. Jiayung-hun grew excited when he saw him draw his sword. He cracked his knuckles and said, I like your resolve. As soon as he finished speaking, something exploded in front of Jiayung-hun with a loud roar. Henrik shouted, what was that? Harry looked in that direction and said, That is your workshop. The entire group rushed in panic toward the area of the explosion. Harry shouted worriedly, Over there, Grandpa. Grandpa, are you all right? Zeno leaned against her and answered quietly, I am fine. As if remembering something, Henrik hurriedly asked, What about Cha Jin Hyoke? Did the 2 of you fail to forge that weapon? Hearing this, Zeno laughed. Fail. Do you think that arrogant bastard would be pleased if he failed? A massive pillar of purple light, filled with destructive power, erupted from the ground, tearing through space and sending bricks and stones flying. Everyone present silently watched the terrifying sight. Zeno said in a low voice, completing it in just one day like this. Jin Hyoke clenched his fist. The bracelet on his wrist suddenly blazed with mysterious purple light, radiating a fiercely fluctuating energy. Zeno seemed to praise him. It truly is a great success. The scene changed. Kobold had his mouth open, biting down on something. Taylor was bound tightly in chains, and beside him, it was opening its mouth and tearing into his body. Vulcan watched and spoke. His soul is being bitten like that, yet he has not said a word. Tun, beside him, added, as expected of one of the 9 stars. He really is tight-lipped. Taylor broke out in cold sweat from the pain, but still remained stubborn. What of it? Your interrogation has reached its end, then. My soul has reached its limit. It will vanish soon, and all of you will be killed by Pilu. I will see you in hell. A holy soul soldier appeared and interrupted him. Wait, you cannot go down there without my permission. Taylor began to panic and shouted, what is this? The holy soul soldier raised a radiant golden staff high, forming a solemn and sacred cross. The parts of Taylor's body that Kobold had gnawed were now being enveloped by that power. He looked at his hand and shouted, My soul is recovering. How? Without mercy, the holy soul soldier used a sword to cut off Taylor's newly regrown hands. His eyes rolled white from the pain, and sweat poured from his body even more heavily. A calm, deep voice spoke. You will not be released until you give me information. Jin Hyoke stepped forward and threatened him. These heavenly soul soldiers can restore your soul as many times as they want. Now then, defeated Donut, how many times will you be rebuilt? Kobold received the order and continued clinging to Taylor's body. He cried out in panic, you. Ignoring him, it opened its mouth and began gnawing on Taylor's soul. Unable to endure it any longer, he screamed, You treacherous Oni. After a while, Taylor's body lay in tatters before Jin Hyoke's group. Tun spoke up, 15, no, 16 times. It was 17 times, my lord. Surrounding his soul were Kobold and the holy soul soldier. Jin Hyoke reminded him, Just say it already. If you talk, I will purify you properly. After the torture, saliva had streamed down both corners of his mouth. Taylor swallowed to stop it from continuing to flow. The scene changed. Pilu stood beneath the penalty removal device. With a dark expression, he said, Pilu is gathering a force to destroy the tower. Meanwhile, after interrogating him for a while, Jin Hyoke asked coldly, A weapon? What kind? Taylor's eyes shifted as he answered, I do not know the details either, but contains the power of gods and demons. He growled, Are you sure? Taylor turned his head and saw Kobold and the holy soul soldier preparing to fly toward him, then stammered repeatedly, I am. Believe me, Pilu has already been isolated by the other 9 stars. With the money he gathered from selling the guild facilities, what else would he use those funds for? Please believe me. I beg you. Everything is my fault, so just kill me. Jin Hyoke stared at him in silence for a while. In the end, he spoke. Fine, then let us take a break here for now. Seeing Jin Hyoke let him go, Taylor trembled and relaxed. He said, finally. Before he could rejoice, Jin Hyoke interrupted him. But I do not think I can deal with your soul. That soul will feel pain little by little as it melts inside Tam. Realizing that he had been tricked, he ground his teeth and hissed in hatred. You, even at the very end, Jin Hyoke shouted loudly. Devour him, Tam. Tam rushed forward as if to swallow Taylor whole. Tater screamed in panic, Jin Hyok. Everyone gathered in another area. Jin Hyoke began. Soon, Pilu will keep close to me and begin a pick-and-kill strategy. We will be facing the most cunning and cruel of the 9 stars. Jiayung Hun raised both hands and cracked his knuckles, cursing angrily. Those bastards! How dare they deceive and betray my friend? I will not forgive them. Henrik stayed calmer and reminded him. You cannot forget the 4 emperors. The Oni village in your homeland and countless people died at the hands of the 4 emperors. No one knows when or where they will come. Vulcan nodded and added, more importantly, the weapon Donut mentioned will become the greatest variable. Jin Hyoke lowered his eyes and voiced his thoughts. We cannot stop their tactics. We have no choice but to respond to them in the same way. But there is one thing I can choose. Meanwhile, Pilu had the same thought. He said, a battlefield. After hiding their tracks on the 100th floor, the rebels against the heavenly realm have still not shown themselves. Hyde wondered, so you were saying that after preparing properly, they might ambush us? Meg had already steeled himself and urged, I want to destroy them right now. Hamiel, who had been silent until now, also asked, then where will they prepare for battle? On Jin Hyoke's side, Henrik gave his opinion. How about we fight them right here? We have strong support, and they will receive heavy penalties on the 100th floor. Jiayung Hun cut in unhappily. No, I do not agree. After fighting them head-on, I understand now. Everyone's strength is not enough to fight the 4 emperors' army. That is why everyone needs to increase their own power by climbing the tower. Kennen guessed that thought. He held out his hand and continued. In other words, it has to be somewhere that is neither too high nor too low. They really are troublesome. Pilu clasped his hands behind his back and sank into thought. No matter how many times he considered it, no place existed that fit those specific conditions. Unlike him, Jin Hyoke smirked confidently. It does exist. The perfect location. That place that is neither too high nor too low, and where our allies will support us. Henrik suddenly cut in and asked, wait, allies? Who are they? Jin Hyoke said, I think you know them. Henrik. He pointed at himself, looking a little dazed. I know them. 2 weeks later, in the imperial capital of the 190th floor, shouts of urging rang out from inside. Hey, everyone, move faster. Do you know how much we have to transport to the shop today? Hurry up, let's go. Jin Hyoke's group wore cloaks and expertly blended into the crowd. After everyone had left, Miho was still standing alone in a corner. A pair of hands reached out, picked her up, and shouted, What are you doing? Hurry over here. All their disguises were removed. Jin Hyoke said, Good. We've entered the 190th floor without any trouble. Jiayung Hun cheerfully raised his fist and took credit without hesitation. It's thanks to the lessons from my fist, right? Not wanting to waste time on pointless matters. Jin Hyoke warned him, stop saying weird things. And I'll only explain this once. Our goal is to uncover the wingless cunning scheme. They're hiding to avoid the angels. This won't be easy. First, we'll split up and find someone who knows Uriel's face. While he was focused, a pair of hands wrapped around Jin Hyoke and hugged him tightly. Seeing the person's face clearly, Henrik shouted, You? Miho was surprised as well, and the girl said, It's the person from back then. Jin Hyoke glanced down and asked impatiently, How did you get here? Uriel did not answer his question. She simply said, Hold on tight, everyone. A radiant sphere of energy, like a miniature sun, suddenly erupted in the middle of the old-fashioned street, creating violent shock waves that shook the entire space and cut off Jin Hyoke's group's words. Wait. A porter passing by happened to see something and stop. He turned to look, but only faint wisps of smoke remained. The porter wondered, How strange. I'm sure I just heard something. The people ahead shouted, Why are you staring into an alley? We're busy. The person beside him cut in, No, wait, huh? Maybe I misheard. The radiant sphere of energy, like a miniature sun, shot into the sky and suddenly exploded above the old-fashioned street, creating fierce shock waves that shook the entire space. From within it came a piercing scream. So fast, too fast. A sharp golden beam of energy shot upward, piercing through the clouds, and from within the mist, a blazing ring gradually dissolved into the air. Inside the sphere, Miho staggered and said, "The world around me is spinning." Beside her, Haryu lay face down and added, "I think I'm going to throw up." Henrik calmly asked, "What is going on?" Uriel walked over to Jin Hyoke and softly explained, "Sorry for suddenly bringing you here, Death Star. I can only descend to the mortal world for a little while." He turned back and answered wearily, "The mortal world? Then this is—" Jin Hyoke's pupils stiffened as he looked at the scenery before him. She introduced it. "Welcome. This is where we live. And it is also your battlefield, Dream City." Gazing at the magnificent scenery before him, Jin Hyoke praised it without restraint. "I've heard rumors about a secret location in the tower, but I never thought it would be hidden like this." Uriel stepped closer to him and softly explained, "If we hid it somewhere easy to see, the angels would attack us." Jin Hyoke seemed to remember something unpleasant and turned to ask, "But how did you find our location?" She pointed at him and answered lightly, "Simple." Seeing the light from Uriel penetrate his body, he panicked. "This is—" She continued, "I found your location thanks to this." After hearing that, Jin Hyoke fell into thought. "The feather you gave me back then. So you found us with that." He understood inwardly. That was why she had told him not to let anyone take that feather. He worriedly asked Uriel's opinion. "But will this be all right? We're going to turn this place into a battlefield. The refuge you worked so hard to create might disappear." She smiled and reassured him. "Don't worry. Your visit and the battle to come were things that person predicted in advance." Hearing Uriel's meaningful answer, Jin Hyoke asked uncertainly, "That person? Are you talking about your god?" She did not deny it and nodded slightly in confirmation. "Yes, the angel abandoned by the heavens." Uriel lightly spoke a name filled with authority. "Lucifer." After a while, she opened the door and led Jin Hyoke deeper inside. Uriel called out, "Boniface, I brought the person from the prophecy." Boniface turned and greeted them calmly. "Ah, the two of you are here? Could you wait a moment?" She gently reminded them, "The warriors are still praying." Looking at Boniface's appearance, Jin Hyoke was somewhat surprised and thought to himself, "An aged angel. This is the first time I've seen one." He answered, "All right." The door behind her suddenly opened. Boniface said, "Ah, they've finished praying." She continued introducing them. "They are the main force of the wingless, the divine sword." Uriel walked ahead and guided the way. She pointed inside and said, "Please enter." Jin Hyoke passed by Venian and walked forward at a steady pace. He suddenly stopped, glanced over, and muttered disdainfully, "Just a human." Jin Hyoke heard Venian's words, but his face remained calm and unchanged. After a while, Uriel cheerfully reminded him, "All right from here on, go by yourself." Jin Hyoke turned to her in confusion. "Huh, you two aren't coming in." She replied and slammed the door shut. "He only permits you to enter." He confidently looked straight ahead and spoke. "All right, so you're the one who called me here, and you're also the one who foresaw my victory." Jin Hyoke called in a low voice, "The angel abandoned by the heavens." "No, Lucifer." Sparks of electricity hissed sharply, running along his cold face. Jin Hyoke continued, "Say something." Text appeared in front of Lucifer. "The angel abandoned by the heavens says the path here must have been very difficult." Jin Hyoke asked in confusion, "Why don't you reveal your true form?" He decided to call out, "Ban, nine-tailed fox." Two system windows, one purple and one red, appeared and answered in turn. "The nine-tailed fox has answered. The pinnacle of all evil has answered." Jin Hyoke coldly questioned him. "Why did you drag me into defeating the four emperors? Why?" He looked at Lucifer and shouted angrily, "Why did you resurrect me?" The system continued transmitting information. "The angel abandoned by the heavens says he will explain. Before the tower appeared, there was an endless war." Jin Hyoke began to sink into thought. "A war. Endless." Lucifer continued. "Immortal beings began an unending war to protect their own power. That period was like hell, and everyone was exhausted. Exactly as Evan said, you only start using your power when you're on the verge of death." Jin Hyoke cursed inwardly. Heaven, that bastard. The system still continued without stopping. During that war, someone constructed the tower. By arranging it with their creations inside the tower and making them face one another fairly. This match replaced the war with a competition to obtain the greatest number of creations. However, as you already know, that fair match was destroyed by those chosen to annihilate it. The four emperors killed those with the potential to become gods and began monopolizing the opportunity to rule the tower. At this, the nine-tailed fox said, "That was not right. The pinnacle of all evil is judging that his goal is the same as yours." Jin Hyoke calmly voiced his thought, to remove the rules of the four emperors and the gods who believe in them. In other words, to oppose the world. The notification panel appeared again. The angel abandoned by the heavens foresaw one thing. Your destiny is to achieve that in their place. He smirked as if he had grasped something. In the end, Jin Hyoke burst into laughter and reproached Lucifer. "Do you really think I'll fight while using all of you as my pawns? Nonsense, you sick bastard who spies on others." The system responded. "The pinnacle of all evil is muttering." He knew this would happen. Lucifer continued. However, Lucifer asks whether you still wish to continue your revenge. Jin Hyoke answered immediately without thinking. He pointed at him and declared, "But I won't do it the way you want. I'll take revenge in my own way." Lucifer's next words left Jin Hyoke frozen. The angel abandoned by the heavens smiled and said, "One person is enough. He says the prophecy will come true." Jin Hyoke only clenched his teeth and said nothing more. In the end, Jin Hyoke lowered his eyes and said, "Do whatever you want. Just don't interfere with what we do afterward." Notification panels appeared again. "The pinnacle of all evil has just judged that you really are an uncontrollable person." The nine-tailed fox asks, "Isn't that why he looks so appealing?" The angel abandoned by the heavens agrees. The angel abandoned by the heavens asks whether you would like to sit down and have some tea, since it has been quite a long time. After they spoke for a while, Uriel came to guide him away. Jin Hyoke followed her, angrily stomping his foot and snapping. "So the prophecy will come true. Oof, I don't like it. It feels like I'm a pawn." Uriel gently placed her hand on the door and reassured him. "First, just drink the tea we've prepared." As soon as the door opened, a shout rang through the air. What is going on here? Before them, Vinian's group was surrounding Henrik, Miho, Jaeyoung-hun, and Harryu. He spoke. "You want to fight?" Seeing Jin Hyoke appear, the girl called out, "Ah, big brother." Vinian followed Miho's gaze and turned. "You're back, demon-faced bastard." "No, I should call you Death Star, Father Jin Hyoke." Uriel stepped forward and loudly warned him. "Vinian, they're the main force who will lead the holy war. So why are you treating them like this?" He disagreed and argued back. "This is our revenge and our holy war. So how can a lowly human represent the wingless?" Before he could finish speaking, Jin Hyoke's powerful punch landed squarely in Vinian's face. He had still been saying, the divine sword should lead the holy war. The thunderous punch sent Vinian flying, embedding him in a stone wall that cracked under the terrifying pressure of the purple energy. Jin Hyoke roared angrily. "How dare you point your sword at me? I'm already in a bad mood, and you provoke me too. Should I beat you to a pulp?" Vinian dragged his battered body up. Touching the fist mark on his face, he said, "How dare you attack me, the commander of the divine sword?" Vinian angrily swung his sword and shouted, "I'll kill you, insolent mortal." Jin Hyoke was not afraid. Instead, he answered with great excitement, "This is a perfect chance to test my new weapon." A holy halo flashed, and Vinian hurled himself downward like an arrow, his arm raising his sword high and ready to strike. On this side, Jin Hyoke also crouched down and created a purple energy sphere to counterattack. Suddenly, a shout rang through the air. "Stop!" Boniface appeared in the middle, her halo shining brilliantly. Jin Hyoke stiffened. He looked down and thought to himself, "I can't move." Jin Hyoke tried to move, but his hand only trembled. He said in disbelief, "What?" Boniface raised the supreme staff in her hand high and spoke with majesty, giving no one any chance to resist. "We may be different from those who abandoned us in Dream City, but fighting our own allies is absolutely forbidden." Boniface looked down at Jin Hyoke, Vinian, and the others, then shouted, "If anyone defies this rule, I will regard that person as an enemy. Venian shouted unwillingly, Boniface, but she grew stern and asked in a low voice, do you intend to oppose Lucifer, Venian? Those summoned here are all people he has called. Boniface reminded him, if you intend to oppose the heavens, you had best conserve your energy. On this side, Jean Hyoke explained, I will if they don't attack me. She shouted loudly, lower your sword. Boniface struck her staff forcefully and continued, everyone, return to your places. Seeing that everything had calmed down again, Boniface turned and walked away, leaving one sentence behind. Uriel, show the guests to their quarters. She answered yes. Below, Jean Hyoke said coldly, lucky for you, pigeon. Venian remained silent and did not answer. He nursed a grudge inwardly and thought, I cannot acknowledge you, Father Jean Hyoke. I will make you leave Dream City. After the infighting, Jean Hyoke and Vulcan were currently standing up high and observing. Vulcan assessed, compared to before, the angels here are quite strong. Jean Hyoke leaned against the wall and answered, these people were exiled because they opposed the evil within the angelic order. In other words, every person here has a certain degree of influence. After saying that, the anger in Jean Hyoke's heart flared up. He thought irritably, but why is that guy training in front of our lodging? Venian still knew nothing of Jean Hyoke's presence. Below, he was training seriously. Again, hold your swords firmly. Watching him point around, Vulcan gave his opinion. That Venian boy seems a little excessive. Jean Hyoke smirked as if this were childish and answered, he can't attack me, so he's trying to pressure me. After a while of training, Venian encouraged everyone. Good. Your swordsmanship is excellent. We are all Lucifer's swords. We will defeat the enemies to come. He glanced sideways, mocking them with an implied meaning. There will be no problem whether we have those lowly humans or not. Hearing those words, Jean Hyoke gritted his teeth. Is he taking a jab at us? Vulcan also nodded in agreement with him. We can't let this pass. He turned and continued, voicing his concern. If they don't let us rest, it will affect the battle. Jean Hyoke lowered his eyes. Yeah, more importantly. Jean Hyoke clenched his fist and hissed, he's pissing me off so much that I can't hold back anymore. He jumped onto the window ledge and said, I'll mess with them a little. Seeing that Jean Hyoke was about to act, Vulcan spoke up to stop him. Wait, didn't you hear that fighting is forbidden here? Jean Hyoke ignored him and leaped down below. Vulcan only had time to shout, hey! Jean Hyoke landed lightly right behind Venian. Venian had already noticed him too. He glanced behind him and spoke. So you finally crawled out, human. Jean Hyoke immediately retorted, I can't rest properly because you pigeons are too damn noisy. Venian turned and walked closer to him, saying, you seem quite annoyed. What are you planning to do? Hit me again. Venian pointed at Jean Hyoke. Confident with the army behind him, he loudly warned him, but if you do, you will immediately become an enemy of the wingless. We, the divine sword, will end your life right here. Venian clenched his fist and provoked him. Go ahead and try. You can't do anything, can you? So leave Dream City. Amid a brilliant purple halo, Jean Hyoke still calmly kept his hands in his pockets, releasing invisible force outward. He answered coldly, what a bunch of idiots. Someone shouted in panic, is that demonic arts? Venian froze at the situation before him. Unable to believe it, he muttered quietly, impossible. How can a human? Venian spoke loudly. Do you possess both demonic energy and divine power inside you? Jean Hyoke expanded his power and growled. Yeah, amazing, isn't it? But you know, an arrogant smile appeared on his lips as he calmly displayed his authority. One hand held gloomy darkness, while the other blazed with dazzling light. Jean Hyoke reminded them, don't I remind you of someone? An angel stared at the glow emanating from him and gaped in surprise. In the end, everyone dropped to their knees, bowed their heads, and shouted in unison, Lucifer, the angel abandoned by the heavens. He is Lucifer's apostle. Venian panicked and turned to stop them. W8, everyone. Jean Hyoke walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said confidently, that's right, you should kneel as well. I am the representative of the God you obey with your life. Below, they answered in respectful unison, yes, Lord Apostle. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Jean Hyoke laughed inwardly. I don't like using the name of a guy who's always lurking around. around, but if I want to make him uncomfortable, there's no other way. He lifted his chin and complained, I'm thirsty from talking so much. Jin Hyoke looked at Venian and ordered, Venian, go get me some water. Go get it yourself. After hearing that, one angel spoke in admiration. Oh, just as expected. The one beside him smiled and added, the Lord Apostle personally chose the commander as his partner. Everyone cheerfully congratulated him, making Venian's face turn green with anger. We are proud of you, Commander. In the end, he had no choice but to comply despite his reluctance. Venian quietly agreed. I'll be back later. Meanwhile, Haryu sat down wearily, panting, and someone held a bottle of water out in front of her. Uriel began by asking, is the training going well? Harriet looked up to see who it was. Yulied. The two of them watched Choi Ji-young-hun and Jin Hyoke training up ahead. Uriel continued, tell me if anything feels unsatisfactory. Harriet quickly replied, no. Thanks to you, we're able to relax here. She raised the water and took a sip, then smiled and continued. This past week has been wonderful. We've been growing closer and closer to Uriel, the wingless, and the divine sword. Uriel answered with satisfaction. It's amazing that you were all able to tame Venian. Harry shared, I feel like I'm getting stronger after every training session. It reminds me of when I first climbed the tower with Orabayoni. She winked mischievously and asked, am I being too carefree even though the battle is drawing near? Suddenly, a terrifying aftershock shattered the glass surface, and the punishment removal machine surged upward with tremendous force. Uriel and Haryu froze and turned toward the source of the sound. A scream echoed through the air. There's an enemy ambush. A gigantic Lucifer appeared, towering over them with wings that were half divine and half demonic, radiating terrifying pressure. His eyes suddenly blazed with deep blue energy as he stared down at the tiny living beings below with overwhelming, killing intent. The ground buckled and then shattered under the horrifying impact, creating a shockwave explosion that sent earth and stone flying like a torrential rain. Jin Hyoke looked up. The area around the punishment removal machine was billowing with smoke. He wondered, what is that? Beside him, Uriel spoke anxiously, the temple, it's under attack. Jin Hyoke gritted his teeth in irritation and replied, has it already begun? The information shouldn't have leaked. Suddenly, something made him freeze instantly. Behind Jin Hyoke, a crimson pillar of flame erupted like a monster devouring the entire forest, turning the surrounding landscape into a wasteland under the fury of destruction. His eyes widened as he shouted, here, too. The aftershock hurled enormous chunks of earth and rock high into the sky, turning the air into a deadly meteor shower. All the stone platforms containing punishment removal machines were heavily damaged. Blazing hexagonal energy shields rapidly interlocked, forming a sturdy barrier that took the full crushing weight of the collapsing earth and stone. Uriel struggled to steady herself and shouted, the ground. Miho said fearfully, it's tilting. Hendrik asked, what's going on? Her expression turned grave as Uriel gave her assessment. This is bad. Dream City floats because of Boniface's power. Jin Hyoke looked at her anxiously. Boniface? You mean her? Where is she now? Uriel explained, she is probably praying at the shrine with the divine sword soldiers right now. Jin Hyoke turned pale. What? He looked in that direction. That place had now become ruins. Countless people were injured and buried beneath the rubble. He was extremely worried. That was where the first pillar had fallen. Meanwhile, Venian, covered in wounds, lay face down on the stone floor. In front of him, Boniface had collapsed after Pelot pierced through her body. Venian weakly called out, Boniface. Pelot looked at her with vicious eyes and asked, now tell me, where is Father Jin Hyoke? Boniface struggled to open her eyes and look at him, but she resolutely refused to speak. The thick clouds of dust could not conceal the ferocity of the huge boulders raining down one after another, turning the space into a cramped tomb. The vast blue sky lay open above, but what fell from it was not warm sunlight. It was a rain of pitch-black boulders tearing through the wind like deadly meteors. Receiving no answer, Pelot changed tactics and threatened her. Oh, you're still trying to protect those tower climbers while you're in danger yourself? What unbelievable willpower. If this city falls, the tower climbers on the 190th floor will be buried beneath the rubble of the mortal world without anyone knowing. Boniface panted as she forced herself to finish speaking. We cherish life. Unlike you, and that person. As if she had touched a nerve, Palo clenched his jaw and growled, "How dare you blaspheme our god?" He summoned a razor-sharp spear, intending to finish her off. Pedro declared, "Die, heretic." Seeing that he was about to act, Venian shouted from the side, "Boniface!" An earth-shaking explosion rang out. At the epicenter, a dazzling light burst forth and tore through space, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Hey!" Jin Hyoke was holding Boniface securely in his arms, and in front of him, Tam had blocked Palo's thrust. Jin Hyoke said, "You're still alive, Venian?" As though his wish had been granted, Palo laughed. "Then I don't need to look for you anymore." "Father Hin Hyok." Jin Hyoke smirked in greeting. "Long time no see, you superstitious bastard." Jin Hyoke used his power to send Boniface to Venian, then warned him, "Hey Venian, take her and hide. Protect the old woman with your life, got it?" Venian stretched out and caught her body, replying, "Understood." After Venian left, Palo looked down from above and said, "You really are alive. I can't believe I'm meeting you now. I did have some suspicions, but seeing you here in the flesh really is a surprise." Jin Hyoke smirked and asked, "Scared, you loudmouth?" Palo began raising his hand and summoning his power. A brilliant golden aura flared around his body, releasing divine energy that overwhelmed the entire space. Palo replied, "There is nothing more for us to say to each other." Jin Hyoke's expression suddenly turned serious. He said solemnly, "Let me ask you something. Have you ever regretted killing me?" Without taking even a second to think, Palo smirked and answered frankly, "Not at all." Palo flew toward Jin Hyoke and continued, "You were punished. My only regret is that I didn't kill you properly." On this side, Jin Hyoke also clenched his fist, ready to attack Palo. Jin Hyoke answered, "Yeah, that's exactly what you should say, Palo. It only makes me want to kill you even more." From the mysterious bracelet on his wrist, a long, sharp sword formed. Standing firm amid the rain of destructive light, Jin Hyoke was surrounded by an eerie, purple, deathly aura. He coldly tightened his grip on his weapon and rushed forward with the speed of a whirlwind. With eyes blazing full of killing intent and his body enveloped in dark purple flames, he swung a strike that tore through space. Meanwhile, Haryu did not let her guard down. She swiftly glided aside to evade the attack. Facing Haryu was Meg. He roared, "Stop moving, you annoying little fly." She bent her knees to support herself and thought back to Uriel's warning. "We have two objectives." Uriel had stood before everyone and shared her assessment. "First, we need to destroy the pillars in each area. If we do that, Dream City won't fall." Hendrik also added, "I can feel a tremendous amount of power radiating from each pillar." Jin Hyoke glanced at him and said, "That is the second objective." Uriel nodded in agreement. "Right. I assume each pillar has enemy forces inside it. They will protect those pillars." An angel was burned away amid a sea of flames, crying out miserably, "Help me." Kenan was destroying everything. He clicked his tongue, sounding uninterested. TCH, how boring. Looking at the devastated scene gradually being consumed by flames, Kenan continued, "Is this all you've got, you useless trash? Entertain me more." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared before him and replied, "Then let me do it." Hendrik placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and thought, "If I defeat the enemy, I can destroy the pillar." He introduced himself in a low voice, "I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer." Meanwhile, standing opposite Uriel was Hamiel. Elsewhere, Vulcan held a dark staff and stood behind Hyge, while Haryu and Miho joined forces to attack Meg. A shrill cry echoed through the air. "Palo!" Jin Hyoke wore a sinister smile, full of excitement amid the remnants of the explosion, gliding like a ghost. His eyes shone with the gaze of a hunter toying with his prey. Jin Hyoke continued, "Let's end our cursed fate here and now." Palo wielded the authority of holy light, condensing a gigantic, brutal spear of light that shot forward. He challenged him, "Fight me, Father Jin Hyoke." Up close, Jin Hyoke's eyes blazed with brilliant white light, while violent purple power erupted from his body, exuding absolute pressure that seemed ready to shatter the space around him. Opposite him, Palo's face twisted into a wild grin stretching from ear to ear, his eyes blazing madly as he reached out to crush Jin Hyoke within his radiant golden aura. The ground shook violently as two destructive powers, one eerie dark purple, the other dazzling gold, collided head-on, forming a gigantic pillar of light that pierced the sky and swept away every obstacle. An earth-shaking explosion rang out, tearing through the silent air as a raging surge of energy erupted and blasted apart the layer of shattered earth and stone. Uriel calmly extended her hand and said, "At least we can greet each other. I was once your guide in the past." Hemiel burst out laughing when she heard that. She spoke as if it were obvious. "How ridiculous. Didn't I cut ties with you that day?" Time seemed to slow. 10 years ago, Hamiel, with the face of a victor, held 2 wings in her hands, while below her was a trembling body covered in blood. Hamiel shouted, "The day I cut off your wings." Uriel's expression did not change as she silently watched her continue. "You agreed with it too, didn't you, you failure?" Uriel answered softly, "There's no need for us to fight each other, because we are both already failures." Seeing Uriel's calm expression, Hamiel roared in anger. "Don't treat me as if I'm the same as you." Hamiel pointed and screamed, "I'm different from you." She summoned her power, and high above, a gigantic fireball erupted, radiating dazzling golden light. Hamiel declared, "I will return to the embrace of the gods." Below, Uriel remained completely unshaken, also gripping a sphere of energy in her hand. Uriel held the sphere with both hands and quietly mocked her. Pitiful, she swung her arms and hurled the power toward Hamiel, then shouted, "Divine punishment." Meanwhile, the punishment removal machine still towered high above, and standing directly beneath it was Hyge. He was quietly observing. Behind him, Vulcan looked at Hyge and asked, "Who is that? He hasn't moved at all this whole time." Tun offered a guess. "Is he sunbathing?" Vulcan, not wanting to waste time, said to him, "Forget it. I still need to eliminate him and the pillar." Tun focused and replied, "Understood." Amid purple streaks of light tearing through the night, darkness condensed terrifying power into 2 radiant spheres of energy. Their dazzling white cores contrasted with the eerie purple surrounding them, creating a suffocating pressure that seemed ready to crush everything in its path. Vulcan and Tun crossed past each other and swung their weapons simultaneously. The eerie purple power gathered together and then exploded into a gigantic pillar of light, tearing through the wind as it shot straight toward Hyge with enough force to pierce space itself. The 2 shouted, "Soul Light." As if sensing danger, Hyge turned his face back. His eyes shone brightly, containing a source of power. Suddenly, a figure appeared and shot up in front of Hyge, raising a hand to block the attack. Tun thought in surprise, "Someone blocked my attack?" He spoke up, "Who is that? A corpse?" In front of them was a demonkin. Around her, dark killing intent radiated outward while chains restrained her. Hyge calmly explained, "A corpse? I don't use such crude and barbaric skills." He tightened the chain in his hand and continued, "This is a human who willingly submits to me. She is a demonkin." She hurried over to him and begged obsequiously, "Lord Hyge, I did well, didn't I? My reward. Please, please give me more demonic energy." Hyge looked at the demonkin and smirked. "Very well. If you kill them, I'll give it to you." Completely unguarded, she happily accepted the order. "Really? You promise, right?" A faint glow gradually appeared. Hyge reminded her, "But remember, inside the black hole, countless pairs of bright eyes stared outward like tigers lying in wait for prey." He continued, "You have to share with the others." Vulcan suddenly froze as he observed the situation before him. Before he could recover, a horde of demonkin rushed forward to attack. They shouted, "They are all Lord Hyge's enemies. Eliminate them." Hyge simply stood still. After a moment, he spoke. "Fighting with one's own body is not elegant at all." Vulcan pointed and summoned Cobalt. He replied, "Yeah, I agree. Let's see which side's commander is better." Meanwhile, Kinnan put his hands on his hips and assessed the situation around him. "What? Why does everyone look like they're having fun?" He looked at Hendrik, who had collapsed in front of him, and remarked, "I'm the only one who ran into a useless opponent." Kinnan stepped closer to him and continued, "We dragons are respected more than the other 3 species." He raised his hand and admired it proudly. "Above all, we possess strong and beautiful bodies. Don't you think being born a dragon is a blessing? And yet you threw away that blessing for those Zukon called the wingless. They turned their backs on their own god. Their wings were cut off, and then they had to suffer punishment. I truly don't understand. Perhaps you can help me understand." Hendrik the Dragon Slayer. After hearing those words, Hendrik clenched his jaw and thought, "Damn it, this is infuriating, but I have to accept it. He's stronger than me. The gap between dragon ranks is too great. Kennen continued mocking him. I've never seen such a pointless dragon as you. You wield a sword with that temperament, and you even have black hair. Hendrik gritted his teeth and replied, what does the color of my hair have to do with you? Kennen smirked and asked, what? You're a dragon, and you don't know? A dragon's hair color and scales reveal its own magical power. Red dragons like me use fire power. In other words, we are fire dragons. You really are strange. Still, this is the first time I've seen a dragon with black hair. Kennen's blood-red eyes flashed with killing intent as his face was swallowed by shadow. He calmly activated a massive magic circle. Dazzling light and raging power surged violently from that magic circle as if to burn everything away. Kennen said casually, anyway, I suppose you're just useless trash with no talent. I'll burn you as if I were burning garbage. Hendrik, hearing his words, Hendrik suddenly grew quiet. Black my ability, my origin. Amid a space filled with the crimson glow of frenzied lightning, Hendrik's broad back stood firm and unmoving, calmly facing the epicenter of the blinding white explosion that was firing out massive beams of energy. Hendrik surged up. He moved swiftly and slashed a long line down Kennen's body. Black Dragon Slash. Faced with that sudden eruption, Kennen could only stare blankly as a severed hand flew off in another direction. Kennen glanced over trembling and thought, he cut through my dragon scales? Impossible. He looked at Hendrik as he slowly landed and continued pondering. That wasn't magic, nor was it swordsmanship. It was... Hendrik turned back to Kennen and answered the question he was wondering about. You are the spark that brought me back to life. Hendrik called out, Ban. System, appear. Pinnacle of all evil. He was talking too much. It said I had been discovered. He continued explaining, you are the reason I am the Dark Dragon. My power comes from the pinnacle of all evil. A great demon. Kennen's eyes widened in disbelief. This power. Behind Hendrik, a gigantic dark dragon appeared, roaring. Around him was a gloomy black killing intent. The man shouted, demonic energy. You are a demonic dragon. Hendrik shot toward Kennen. He shouted, don't you dare run away. Where did the pride of a dragon inside you go? At the critical moment, Kennen clenched his teeth. He poured every last bit of strength into his hand, which radiated dazzling golden light, to unleash his decisive counterattack. Amid the roaring storm of crimson flames, Kennen created a magic circle. The man shouted, get lost, get lost. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, tearing at the eardrums. The center of the collision erupted into a blinding white halo, releasing a furious crimson firestorm that swept away everything in sight. Amid the violently swirling radiance as red as blood, Hendrik faced Kennen with razor-sharp eyes and a cold demeanor, carrying surging killing intent. Floating in midair, with his crimson cloak fluttering like flames, he coldly extended his hand and controlled the dark energy. Below, Hendrik also slashed out a gigantic crescent-shaped arc that swept through everything. Kennen clenched his teeth and hissed, damn it, damn it. With his face drenched in sweat and his eyes bloodshot, the man screamed madly. He exploded all his power into dark red streaks of light that tore through the surrounding space. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Hendrik silently watched him go mad. Kennen continued summoning power, firing sparks at him as he shouted, get out. The flames spiraled into a gigantic vortex beside the punishment removal machine, as though they wanted to sweep away everything. Kennen rasped in disbelief. The man muttered, how? How can a despicable brat be a demonic dragon? This is the end of those tricks you learned. You can never defeat a high-ranking dragon. A single eye with a brilliant golden vertical pupil suddenly opened wide in an eerie manner. Its razor-sharp gaze, containing extreme fury as if it wanted to devour its enemy at once, looked over. Under the threatening, blazing gaze of the gigantic dark dragon, streams of dark red-black energy madly swirled together into a deadly point of energy right before its mouth. It signaled that a devastating destructive blow was about to descend. Kennen opened his mouth in assessment. That breath was mixed with demonic energy. From high above, Hendrik, in dragon form, spread his wings and poured down his wrath by firing a dark red pillar of energy from his mouth. It tore through the night and shot straight toward the target with unstoppable destructive power. The breath of a demon. The man could neither counterattack nor dodge, and only managed to scream one word, "No!" Meanwhile, while Polo was fighting, he realized something was wrong. He said quietly, "Kinnon's mana has disappeared. There is no way he was defeated." Seizing the chance, Jin Hyoke leaped high, preparing to strike down. He shouted, but getting distracted, as Jin Hyoke's figure plunged down from above with a gigantic, blazing purple greatsword to deliver a destructive blow. Golden light burst from Polo and blocked the attack, creating a terrifying shockwave. The ferocious black-purple energy swept across the layers of stone, creating a violent shockwave that tore the surrounding ground into countless fragments. Jin Hyoke taunted, "What's wrong with you? Fight me properly. Fighting you isn't fun at all." He stretched out and hurled an energy sphere toward Polo, then said, "Didn't you come here to kill me?" Meanwhile, Polo still had not calmed down. Polo pondered, "What happened? Kinnon, you reached the 600th floor, and you were defeated by a dragon like that." Jin Hyoke pointed at him and continued reminding him, "What's wrong? Why can't you focus? Is it because you can't believe it? That my teammate defeated your teammate?" Polo curled his lips and replied, Teammate? Jin Hyoke. Don't tell me you actually think they are your teammates." After hearing those words, Jin Hyoke frowned slightly. "What?" Polo looked down from above and mocked him. "It seems your standards have dropped drastically after coming back to life. Death Star, if you let that trash follow you, then it's like you're pretending they're your allies." Of course, I'm not talking about Choi Jang-hun, the one standing in the air over there. I'm certain the reason he isn't getting involved in this battle is because he's wary of all of you. Polo's face darkened, as though he had the game firmly in his grasp. But the rest are merely outsiders in this tower. They are insects that would not even make a sound if they were slaughtered. If I were you, I would have killed all of them and turned them into undead. Radiant streaks of light began to appear around him. Polo pointed and fired a stream of power toward Jin Hyoke as he continued. At the center was an energy sphere from which dazzling arrows spread out and rained down on the spot where he stood. Around him, streaks of light exploded. Jin Hyoke remained calm, standing still without moving. His expression gradually turned dark and unreadable. Amid the destructive power tearing through space and cracking the ground, he still stood tall with a cold expression, as if he were the only one holding control within the chaos. After the collision, the moment the arrows touched the ground, they triggered a blinding explosion. Polo's back did not retreat at all, and he stood proudly at the epicenter, enjoying the dazzling performance. He immediately made an offer. Instead of going with them, cooperating with us 9 stars would be more beneficial. Jin Hyoke's reply startled Polo. "Yeah, you can't even compare." He curled his lips and stepped out of the thick smoke. Jin Hyoke raised a shield in front of him and declared confidently, "My current teammates are much stronger." Polo observed him and thought, "A shield? Where did he get something that huge?" He asked in slight panic, "What are you planning to do?" Ignoring the aftershock of the explosion, Jin Hyoke charged forward with a savage smile on his lips. His eyes shone with an eerie purple light as his hand silently reached out, preparing to retaliate with a terrifying dark power. Jin Hyoke said, "It's still a little too early to be surprised." A purple energy sphere gathered, the weapon supported by Ban for his all-powerful trait, the primordial chaos myriad transformation divine artifact. Jin Hyoke swept forward and raised his hand, now armed with sharp claws. The primordial chaos sacred treasure could take countless forms. Polo froze in thought. Its shape changed. Jin Hyoke's speed was so fast that only long streaks of light remained behind him with each step he took. Jin Hyoke shouted, "Below, my teammates are different from yours. We have come this far by trusting and protecting one another, even when my teammates are in danger." Meg narrowed his glowing eyes at Harryu and roared, "You won't be able to run either." The lightning-fast strike carried destructive power. The man continued, "Die, insect." Opposite him, Harryu still gripped her sword tightly, her face calm as she had already taken a stance to counterattack. The cold, sharp blade swung up, revealing only Haryu's eyes beneath it, which fully reflected Meg's expression and movements. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back until only the whites were visible, and sparkling hearts flew all around his body. Seizing the opportunity, she and Miho joined forces and rushed in to deliver the decisive blow. Jin Hyoke's voice rang out. If we are teammates, we will never abandon them alone. Everything ended in that instant. The cold, sharp blade tore through the air and slashed across Meg's face, leaving behind a bloody cut that dyed the space red and ended it all. Jin Hyoke clenched his fist and charged forward as he continued. So now, Palo could only watch helplessly as he received the unexpected counterattack. In the moment his anger erupted, the punch pierced through, releasing a dazzling, fierce, purple energy toward Palo. The punch of the fallen god. Jin Hyoke laughed softly, his voice sharp and firm. We will win. Taking Jin Hyoke's punch head-on, Palo's eyes bulged in pain and blood sprayed from his esophagus out of his mouth. He was sent flying backward with terrifying force. Palo thought in alarm. That weapon doesn't just change shape. A chain wrapped in dark energy shot toward him. He was still thinking. It can fully use Jin Hyoke's power. The chain wrapped tightly around Palo's body and constricted. He clenched his teeth and calculated. Was it strengthened by the power of a savior? Meanwhile, Jin Hyoke grabbed the end of the chain in his hand and flew toward him. He laughed and said, "How dare you run?" Jin Hyoke stood still as an anchor and began pulling Palo's body toward the punishment removal machine. Following the force, Palo's entire body slammed hard into the machine's pillar, making it explode and shaking everything around them. The red sphere on the punishment removal machine shattered, and dust and smoke billowed through the air. Jin Hyoke's words echoed. We have come this far by trusting and protecting one another. Below, Palo sat collapsed in a battered state, recalling what Jin Hyoke had said. Even if my teammates are in danger, I will not let them die. That is why we will win. His eyes wavered slightly. Palo thought, teammates, teammates. The scene changed, and an angry roar rang out. Where did you go? The Lizard Man Lord roared. You rat-like humans. 120th floor, Lizard Man Lord. He stormed through every corner. As he walked, the Lizard Man Lord looked around and said, hiding only buys you time. This dungeon is my domain. Under his feet, where he had just passed, was a small hole large enough for a person to crawl into. Palo was hiding inside with Camel. Seeing the footsteps gradually move farther away, he poked his head out to observe and whispered, has he gone? Behind him, Camel curled up and trembled as she called out, Brother, haha, I'm so cold. Palo turned back to look at her and silently calculated. A Lord-class monster just suddenly appeared. This intelligent monster has been chasing us for several days, and both of our divine power has been exhausted. His hand gradually went limp. Is this the end for us? Camel looked up with an innocent face and asked, Brother, our teammates, they'll come save us, right? Palo sank down and replied, No, we only just met them in the tower. What benefit would they get from saving us? No one in the world helps orphans like us, and it's the same here. After saying that, he leaned his back against the wall and pondered. The strong prey on the weak. That is how the world works. I simply am not among the strong. A pair of blazing red eyes looked through the small crack in the wall. Palo glanced over. Beside him, Camel hesitantly spoke. Lord, she screamed. A Lord-class monster. The Lizard Man Lord opened his mouth, destroyed the wall, and charged in. He roared, I finally found my prey. In that hopeless situation, Palo told himself, that's right, the strong have power. The image of the Lizard Man Lord charging toward him with its mouth wide open was reflected in his red pupils. He concluded, become strong by preying on the weak. A dark staff wrapped around an energy sphere appeared. From it, a powerful white beam shot straight at the Lizard Man Lord's body. Palo froze and shouted, Spiritual energy bomb? No way. The monster took the attack head-on and roared madly. How? How dare you? Who attacked me? Below, a mysterious person in a black cloak radiating brilliant purple killing intent asked, Hey, fellow believer, are you alive? It was Jin Hyoke. He spoke in warning, jump up if you want to live. Palo was stunned for a moment and did not respond. He thought to himself, I should have been eaten by that Lord-class monster. We are the weak, and a Lord-class monster is the strong. That is the right the strong are allowed to possess. In the darkness, a campfire crackled and gave off warmth. Palo's thoughts flashed by, but Jin Hyoke broke that rule. Palo and Camel were sitting before the fire. She fearfully hugged him and cried, I thought I was going to die. Palo leaned over and asked, How? He continued pondering. He risked his life to save us. Why? Why did he do that? I can't understand it. No, I don't like it. On a day when he was gradually being swallowed by dissatisfaction he could not understand, a god gave him an opportunity. Zahe issued a mission. Kill Cha Jin Hyuk. Kill that hateful man who dares climb my tower. Destroy him. Palo knelt before the old man, tears welling as though he had been granted grace. He told himself, that's right, the domination of one overwhelming being. This is what is correct. Therefore, Cha Jin Hyuk. As his thoughts ended, Jin Hyuk slowly walked toward him. He began, oh no, are you done? Palo looked at his face and assessed. You are the one who is unworthy of that person's tower. Jin Hyuk laughed and continued. You don't look too good. Aha, is it because you fought while under the penalty? You didn't use your power recklessly like Camel, but it seems you've also suffered some internal injuries. The bracelet on his hand shone brightly, creating a streak of energy light. Jin Hyuk did not give Palo a chance to resist. He judged, this is your mistake for looking down on the penalty and coming here. He gripped the weapon in his hand and casually said, it's over, Palo. Jin Hyuk raised his weapon high, ready to strike, and shouted as if making a declaration, I'll reunite you with your younger sister. Palo simply stood still as though accepting his fate. He did not make any move at all. Suddenly, a pale golden light radiated around Palo. He opened his eyes wide. A notification appeared. No, the overlord of the sky said it was still too early for things to end. Within the deep crater that had appeared in the rocky ground, a brilliant, sparkling light radiated. Amid the brilliant golden light and flying fragments, Palo's figure stood upright as if his power was erupting. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was sent flying backward by the destructive force of the explosion. He managed to stabilize and steady his body. Jin Hyuk thought Palo's divine power suddenly increased. In that dialogue window, he shouted in confusion, Hey Ban, who the hell is that peeping guy? Do you know him? However, Jin Hyuk received no answer at all. He urged anxiously, Hey, say something. The system displayed, impossible. Palo looked down from above, brimming with killing intent, and said, Didn't you say you wouldn't let anyone die, and that was why you would win? How ridiculous. Cha, Jin Hyuk. He pointed, his face spreading into a savage smile as he continued. Then I just need to annihilate all of you insects. In one silent instant, a large crimson lock wrapped in chains of light appeared, symbolizing a restriction on power. The system warned. System abnormality detected. The chains tightened until the lock cracked and shattered into many pieces. The system responded again. The penalty on Climber Palo has been removed. The skeleton soldiers charging to attack suddenly began to disappear. Meanwhile, the demonkin also collapsed weakly. Hyge flew over and shouted, All the soldiers are dead. Only the spirits remain. He and Vulcan closed in and faced each other directly. Hyge began, All right, let's start the main battle. Vulcan blocked the attack with his weapon and looked at him as he replied, You said fighting with a physical body was lacking in class. Hyge used his strength to knock Vulcan's weapon hard backward and said, I never said I couldn't fight. He stretched his sharp claws forward and declared through clenched teeth, I will finish you, spirit. Looking at Hyge as he approached, Vulcan clenched his teeth and cursed, Damn it. Suddenly, a stream of energy radiated from the corner of Hyge's eye, making Hyge freeze. His body seemed to be burning under a mysterious power. Hyge shouted in panic, What is happening? My body. Meanwhile, Vulcan was just as shocked. His body. He was being absorbed by the pillar. Above him, the punishment removal machine was sucking the oxygen out of Hyde's body. He flailed and shouted, Why? Why is the weapon absorbing me? As if realizing the problem, Hyde's eyes suddenly froze. Impossible. Then Hyde shouted, So that's how it is. Palo, from the very beginning. Over here, Kinnan was also gradually vanishing. Hyde's voice echoed, Were we nothing but fuel for that weapon? Now, at the top of the punishment removal machine, a faint red aura was emanating. Hendrik stood below and looked up, his mind filled with questions. Why is it absorbing its own allies? The blazing red spherical object, placed on a mechanical pedestal and surrounded by light, emitted a dazzling golden crystal from its center. The punishment removal machine began to collapse, and a brilliant, powerful stream of red energy was fired downward, forming a dazzling beam of destructive light. Hendrik looked at the pillar of light and suddenly realized that path he shouted. It's heading for Father Jin Hyoke's location. The brilliant and violent red energy beam finally struck the ground, creating an explosion of blinding white light that spread outward. Within the blazing red radiance, a white sword-shaped crystal appeared, shining fiercely from its center and promising unmatched power. After the explosion, the blazing red energy sphere with the weapon symbol inside lay deep in a crack in the ground, still emitting an intense light. Jin Hyoke raised his hand to support his body. Behind him, Polo's body was being locked down, but he smiled. Red chains wrapped around the lock, as though trying to neutralize its power. System warning. A system abnormality has been detected. After a while, the chains tightened, causing the lock to shatter into pieces. The system continued announcing, the penalty on the climber Polo has been removed. Polo stood before the punishment removal machine and looked down. A deep voice rang out. This is the weapon I prepared for you, an object that removes penalties. Jin Hyoke froze in thought. It removes penalties? Within a fiery halo of gold and orange, Polo, his eyes hidden in shadow, wore a self-satisfied smile. Both his hands held a dazzling sphere of light. He said confidently, as someone who's climbed to the upper floors, I'm sure you understand what this means, Jin Hyoke. You cannot win. Jin Hyoke glared at him, gritting his teeth in anger, but did not answer. The punishment removal machine rose straight into the sky like a gigantic spiral, emitting sparkling light and wrapped in a wild rainbow halo with a red sphere at its peak. A dazzling golden light source burst from the center, creating expanding rings of light, while the surrounding stone fragments were blown away by the explosive power. All the angels present, along with Venian, were sent flying. Miserable screams echoed through the air. Dream City is about to be destroyed. A series of violent golden-orange explosions erupted one after another across the ground, along with distinct glowing slashes, creating the chaotic scene of a devastating attack. He fell to his knees on the stone floor and asked, "Is everyone all right?" An angel nearby answered, "No, we're fine." Venian asked in panic, "What about the apostle? Where is he?" Then Venian looked at the scene before him. An intense golden-orange beam of light came crashing down, piercing through the giant boulders floating in the air. He thought, no way. Is he still fighting the enemy? From above, Polo looked down at Jin Hyoke, who had collapsed beneath a boulder, and mocked him. You were talking so viciously earlier. Why did you suddenly go quiet? Jin Hyoke supported himself and tried to stand, then shouted, "Shut up." After saying that, he thought deeply. An object that removes penalties. Is that the weapon Donut talked about? Jin Hyoke continued, "You got an interesting toy there, Polo. But if you go against the will of the tower like this, you'll face terrible consequences." Polo pointed toward the punishment removal machine and said confidently, "I sacrifice my allies. I can use it after sacrificing the 4 emperors who climbed beyond the 600th floor." Behind Polo, a figure appeared, holding a sword as if about to bring it down. Still unaware, Polo continued, "In any case, they were already at death's door." Over here, only Jin Hyoke noticed what was happening behind Polo. He thought, a member of the Divine Sword. So one of them survived. Following Jin Hyoke's gaze, Polo finally noticed as well. Polo swiftly swung his sword and split the attacker's body in 2. The man's eyes rolled back, and blood began gushing from his throat. Polo curled his lips in contempt. You can't fight wingless. On this side, the mask began appearing on Jin Hyoke's face. He stretched forward and charged at terrifying speed. Jin Hyoke shouted in warning, "You bastard, stop right now." Seeing the situation before them, the angels began to worry. In 9 stars without a penalty, we couldn't defeat them even before. The person beside him added, "We're finished." Venian suddenly cut in, "No, we can't give up." Venian roared with determination, "We are Lucifer's sword. We must defeat the intruders by any means." Just as his spirit blazed, a voice stopped him. "No." Harry, who stood above, and waved her hand. "Get out of here right now. Go to another area. Hurry. It's dangerous." Above the punishment removal machine, a gigantic hand reached out and tightly grasped the red energy sphere. Harry sensed something and immediately turned around warily. Below, Venian froze and cried out, "Impossible." The system displayed a notification. A system abnormality has been detected. Meg appeared behind the punishment removal machine, his hand gripping the sphere tightly. The system continued displaying, "The penalty on the climber Meg has been removed." Meg roared in fury and resentment. His scream caused the punishment removal machine beside him to collapse. Everything in the surroundings shook with his roar. Uriel anxiously glanced toward the source of the sound and said, "That sound." Hamiel was collapsed on the ground, arrows piercing through her body. She said, "Meg's penalty is gone." Uriel was startled and asked, "What?" Hamiel curled her lips confidently and continued, "Now you're all done for. Meg will destroy this entire place." Giants had low intelligence and were not especially hungry for power. However, their position among the four emperors had never once been shaken. There was only one reason: overwhelming strength. It was something that surpassed the advantages of every other race. An angel who heard this spoke in panic. "Giant without a penalty." The person beside him trembled and added, "Then that means—" Uriel turned back and shouted to reassure them, "Don't give up. Let's go support that side." Suddenly, Amielun teraptith. "No, you are not allowed." At that moment, she had borrowed Sandalahan's power. Hamiel shouted, "Take one more step." On this side, Meg vaguely heard something. He held out his hand, observed it, and pondered, "What is this?" I heard a faint scream, and then suddenly the bugs got smaller. Or did I get bigger? Then Meg clenched his fist with determination. Well then, he swung up his fist. "I can use more power to destroy everything, so I don't care." Haryu turned to assess the situation. "He's coming," she shouted. Everyone dodge. Venian gritted his teeth and voiced his thoughts. "There's no way we can dodge something that huge." Meg began charging forward. Hendrik and Vulcan rushed out to intercept him head-on, both of their faces filled with focus, not letting their guard down for even a second. Blazing red and purple streams of power shot toward him, causing Meg to lose his balance and lean slightly backward. He growled angrily, his bright eyes glaring straight at Hendrik and Vulcan. Then Meg let out a shout that shook the very space around them. "That hurts, Bugs." Hendrik stretched his hand forward to brace himself and warned, "Dodge." In a moment of compressed power, Meg, his glowing eyes cold, unleashed a powerful punch wrapped in blue and black energy, tearing the ground apart. A dazzling blue light shot out, and the figures of Hendrik and Vulcan were pushed back by the overwhelming force. High above, rough boulders floated in midair. Two energy blades, one radiant gold and one icy blue, collided violently with each other. Palo and Jin Hyoke faced each other in a tense situation. Palo swung his hand and knocked the power away, causing it to explode and push Jin Hyoke backward. Jin Hyoke's gaze fell on another location. He thought in shock, "The penalty on that giant has been removed too. The people down there are in danger. I need to help them myself." Suddenly, from the top of the mass of earth and stone, a violent golden bolt of lightning struck down, making him stiffen. Hamiel, with radiant golden wings and a dazzling halo, slowly descended opposite Uriel. Jin Hyoke guessed inwardly, that light, a transcendent being, had descended. Her dark and vicious gaze swept downward as she spoke. "So it was you, the one who opposed the selection and killed." Without hesitation, he flew upward and shouted, "It's Uriel." Behind him, Palo followed closely and said, "You shouldn't let your guard down like that." Jin Hyoke angrily glanced at the beam of light and cursed inwardly, "Damn it," from behind. He hurriedly landed on a nearby boulder, letting the dazzling stream of energy shoot past. Jin Hyoke used his sword to brace himself and steady his body. Now, the gloomy purple-black energy enveloping his body gradually faded away. Jin Hyoke judged, "Damn it." He pierced straight through my demonization. After quickly looking over his body, he gritted his teeth. "I don't have enough demonic energy left to fuse. Even that still isn't enough against Palo without a penalty." From above, Palo looked down arrogantly and spoke, "What's wrong, Chak Jin Hyoke? You can't focus because you're busy worrying about too many other things, can you? You created an opening for me just because of those useless teammates of yours." In the sky, we have Sandalahan. Down below, we have Meg. All of your teammates will die. He looked straight at Jin Hyoke and declared, and I will kill you. Palo pointed and laughed excitedly. Very well. As punishment for defying the will of God, I hereby sentence all who oppose the heavenly realm to execution. The corner of Jin Hyoke's mouth lifted, and he replied, I already told you, didn't I? My teammates are different from yours. On this side, Meg silently turned back and looked at Vulcan and Hendrik, who were working together to protect each other. Jin Hyoke's voice continued to echo, we won't let our teammates die. Meg lowered his head and said in a low voice, evasion magic. As a knight, this time I will destroy you. Before he could finish speaking, a gold coin fell in front of him. From nowhere, countless gold coins began pouring down from the sky. A warm, deep voice spoke, golden rain. Meg shouted in panic, money! They're floating. Lich stood high above, continuously throwing gold coins down. He said 5 million gold. A streak of light flashed right above Sandalahan's head, drawing his attention. Sandalahan turned his head to look and guessed, is that what I just saw? Ghi Ung-hun let himself fall freely through the air. Everywhere he passed, the brilliant energy stretched outward. Sandalahan was startled. The apostle of test. Ghi Ung-hun wore a sinister smile, his eyes shining brightly within a green halo. Choi Ghi Ung-hun, first form, long blade slash. He decisively unleashed a powerful strike emitting green light directly into the center of Sandalahan's head. A fierce jade-green force suddenly pierced down from above, causing an explosion of light and debris. Wing slash. Lich held a gold coin between his fingers and said coldly, this is our victory. Ghi Ung-hun added excitedly, it's only just begun. A figure shot upward from the depths of a cylindrical abyss covered in faint blue light and ruins. Sandalahan's body was struck and sent flying away. Ghi Ung-hun landed powerfully, his eyes glowing with strength. He looked down at his hand, which was covered in scratches, and gritted his teeth. It hurts more than I thought. I might have to stop using this hand for a while. His hand was trembling nonstop. Ghi Ung-hun thought, trading this hand to banish a god without any obstacles. That's a worthy price. Sandalahan had also disappeared thanks to that hand. A pair of slender legs stepped up in front of him, and a voice spoke. From the very beginning, Hamiel dragged her battered body over and said coldly, you were waiting to banish Sandalahan, weren't you? How dare you? She charged forward like a madwoman and shouted, how dare a human like you look down on a god? Ghi Ung-hun still stood there, holding his aching arm as he replied, instead of worrying about those gods and whining over them. Ghi Ung-hun's next words made Hamiel freeze. Why don't you try taking a look at yourself? If you can't develop your own strength, then don't talk about pursuing the power of gods. As soon as he finished speaking, parts of her body suddenly separated from her in astonishment. On this side, Jin Hyoke summoned an arrow of power and prepared to fire it forward. First bow, primordial chaos, myriad transformation, divine artifact, almighty arrow. His figure floated against the dark purple sky as he drew the bow and released a rain of radiant purple energy arrows, tearing through space with overwhelming power. Jin Hyoke shouted, core burning arrow. On this side, Palo was creating an energy sphere to block it. He said, how many blows do you have to take before you understand? Cha, Jin Hyoke. Palo raised the sphere near his face, preparing to unleash his technique, full of confidence. A brilliant sphere of light exploded, wrapped in enormous rings of energy. It was accompanied by a thunderous sound effect, signaling the release of power. Palo continued, even if you use every skill you have, to me, you're still no different from a writhing bug. Observing the situation before him, Jin Hyoke frowned and thought, damn it. A blinding explosion of white light erupted powerfully at the center, creating amplified rings of energy and blowing the surrounding debris away in a moment of the terrifying collision. In midair, he landed on a giant floating stone fragment, lowering himself warily as his black cloak fluttered in the wind. Blood flowed from the corner of Jin Hyoke's mouth. He thought grimly, even Palo's light attacks have a huge effect on me. Jin Hyoke looked up at Palo and calculated inwardly. I won't be able to beat Palo while he has no penalty. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and began making a decision. Then what I need to focus on is that punishment removal machine. The punishment removal machine still stood towering there. At its center was the red sphere, with a striking vertical white crystal embedded at the top. Reflected on it was Hendrik's figure as he raised his sword, preparing to strike. He swung the sword, releasing a long stream of dark red energy that left a powerful trail of light across the sky. Dark Dragon slash. Meg held out his hand and blocked the slash head-on, judging, "It's nothing." Hendrik crouched low to the ground after striking, while above him, Meg's gigantic body was covered with blood streaks and blazing red slash marks from the attack just now. He gritted his teeth and thought, "I made it this far through hard training, but a figure suddenly shot into view right beside him, startling Hendrik out of his thoughts. I can't even wound his skin." He glanced toward the sound and lamented inwardly, "Oh no, my reaction was too late." Meg decisively swung a punch that tore the ground apart. He roared, "Got you, bug." Meg looked at Hendrik, who had collapsed on the stone floor, and continued, "The bug I let slip away last time. I finally caught it." Around them, Vin, Harryu, Vulcan, and the others had also fallen. The voice continued, "The other bugs are down too. That means Meg doesn't need to stop any more bugs." Suddenly, a powerful blow slammed straight into his face. That voice spoke firmly, "Meg will go there now and help Hello." After the attack, Lich hovered high above and looked at him, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm still here." Meg glanced at him and replied, "You're strong." A lock-shaped symbol appeared on Lich's hand. Meg continued, "But you have a penalty. If you hit me, your whole body will suffer countless wounds." Meg grabbed the orb on the punishment removal machine and declared confidently, "I don't have any penalties at all as long as I protect this machine." His eyes blazed as he looked straight at Lich and roared, "Then I'll win." Hearing him, Lich thought in irritation, "I thought all giants were stupid, but they know exactly how to fight." To overcome this situation, Jin Hyoke reached the same conclusion. "I have to take a risk." A dazzling stream of gold and white light, surrounded by a green aura, shone straight down. He shouted, "Dominion Divination." Palo looked at the surging energy and asked calmly, "So you still haven't given up?" Looking at Jin Hyoke in his unified power form, he continued, "You've already used up all your divine power." Before he could finish, Jin Hyoke vanished in a streak of light. Palo raised his eyes in shock and shouted, "What?" Then he immediately chased after Jin Hyoke's figure ahead and roared, "Are you running away, Jin Hyoke?" As Palo pursued him, he burst into mocking laughter. "You know you're going to lose, so you're giving up on revenge and running away, right?" Jin Hyoke glanced back and answered coldly, "You're the one." He pointed the supreme staff straight at Palo and continued, "Who has given up something important?" Palo saw what had just flashed past and clenched his teeth. "Impossible." Watching the direction Jin Hyoke was charging in, he deduced he's aiming for the punishment removal machine. Palo raised his arm, concentrating glittering energy on his fingertip as he prepared to counterattack. He said, "Do you really think that stupid tactic?" A golden-orange arrow shot toward Jin Hyoke at high speed. Palo continued, "Will work out exactly as you planned?" The blazing golden energy arrow pierced Jin Hyoke's arm, creating an explosion of light and speed at the point of impact. Despite the wound, Jin Hyoke stood firm and raised his staff, creating a pitch-black sphere of energy wrapped in dazzling, mysterious rings of light. From his staff, an enormous, brilliant red pillar of energy erupted and shot forward across the sky at dizzying speed. Jin Hyoke shouted, "Divine power shot." Palo realized the problem and thought, "He missed because he was hit by my spear." He muttered angrily, "That was close." But that was not what Jin Hyoke was thinking. "No, I didn't miss." He looked down toward Meg and reflected, "My target from the very beginning was..." The beam of light rushed down, aimed straight at the center of the giant. The thought flashed through his mind, that giant's punishment removal machine. After taking the hit, Meg panicked. What happened to my punishment removal machine?" Seeing him lose focus, Lich seized the chance and formed a blazing golden energy sphere with both hands. He shouted, "Golden breakthrough!" With a stern expression, Lich continued, "100 million gold." Meg, with his sharp hands and pained expression, was swallowed by a sea of energy flames. Palo turned his head in shock. Unable to believe what was happening, he shouted, "Impossible!" Looking at the rubble and Lich standing above it, Palo thought furiously. From the start, he was aiming for Meg's punishment removal machine. After taking the full force of the attack, Meg went limp. His eyes were glazed, as though he was about to collapse. A hole had been blasted through the center of his massive body, and Meg fell freely from high above, roaring, "You won't get away with this." Blood spurted from Meg's mouth as he continued, "I'll ignore the penalty and strengthen myself. We'll die together." As soon as he finished speaking, Hendrik appeared behind him, raising the sword in his hand to strike down. "No, you're the only one who's going to die." Hendrik growled, "Dark Dragon Slash." In an instant, his shadow swung a crimson energy blade, delivering a decisive slash that tore Meg apart. Seeing the situation worsening, Palo clenched his teeth so hard he trembled and hissed. "Jin Hyoke," he blamed him frantically. "If you hadn't come back, everything would have gone according to plan." Palo thrust his hand forward and formed an energy sphere, declaring firmly, "This time, I'll kill you properly." As soon as he finished, Ghi Hun shot upward and asked, "Who did you say you were going to kill?" With both eyes blazing, Ghi Hun threw a fist that tore through the wind and roared, "How dare you betray my friend?" He released a dazzling jade-green stream of energy, which exploded into a powerful beam of light with speed lines scattering everywhere, then declared, "Take this." In that critical moment, a protective energy shield made of glowing hexagons suddenly appeared and stopped the attack. Standing behind the protective shield, Palo said, "Attacks like that cannot shatter my divine power." "Choi Ghi Hun," he sneered, "you really don't suffer penalties, do you?" Suddenly, a fierce attack came crashing into the shield. Palo flinched and raised his hand as if dodging, then looked down and said, Palo continued shouting, "Goldrick, are you on Jin Hyoke's side too?" Tossing a gold coin in his hand, Goldrick replied, "I was never on your side, Palo." Unable to find an ally, Palo calculated inwardly. If both of them are staking their lives to fight, the power they use will be equal to mine. How troublesome. I need to protect the removal device and attack them at the same time. Suddenly, a dragon appeared high above. Palo looked at it in surprise and thought, a dragon? On this side, Uriel, Vernian, and the other angels were performing a ritual. She said quietly, "We have used all the divine power we have." Uriel looked up and pleaded, "Please." A streak of light shot past the body of the dark dragon. Miho leapt down, let her body fall freely. A voice shouted, "Mystic Fox." Miho smiled happily and called, "Mother." The red orb on the punishment removal machine suddenly erupted with power, blasting apart the surrounding debris. Palo's sturdy shield was shattered completely, sending tiny fragments of energy flying everywhere. The nine-tailed fox appeared. Looking down at Palo, she said, "Hello, slave of the supreme heavenly lord." He shouted in shock. The nine-tailed fox has descended. Palo reached his hand forward as a small energy sphere formed amid a powerful aura, and he roared in anger, "If that body is harmed, your bloodline will end as well." The nine-tailed fox hardened her expression and said, "Freeze." Suddenly, Palo's body froze solid. In terror, he thought, "I can't move." She glanced back and signaled, "Now." Jin Hyoke lowered himself into a battle-ready stance, raising a great sword covered in dark energy. The nine-tailed fox shouted, "My dear child." Jin Hyoke growled and declared, "It's over, Palo." Palo fell into utter panic but could not resist. He could only cry out in despair, "No." In an explosive attack, Jin Hyoke swung his sword, creating a sphere of energy that tore apart everything around it with overwhelming power. Palo's entire body was hurled backward by the force of the power. He raised both hands in front of himself, trying to steady his body. Palo clenched his teeth and thought, "I blocked Choi Ghi Hun's fist, but was pushed back by just this one slash." Suddenly, a lock-shaped symbol appeared above his head. Palo stiffened. His red pupils widened. "Oh no, the penalty." Jin Hyoke charged in and grabbed him by the collar. "That's enough, Palo." Palo's trembling hand reached out as he called, "Father." Jin Hyoke, high above, the nine-tailed fox smiled happily. "Looks like I won." Band system window appeared beside her. The pinnacle of all evil says it has been a long time since any group attacked the evil heavenly realm. It turned and continued asking. They asked whether the gift they prepared was well received, Supreme Heavenly Lord. On this side, Zahe's system did not answer. The nine-tailed fox added, "Why aren't you saying anything?" His system flew away. She smirked and said, "Running away?" Ban's system replied, "They are laughing and saying they're speechless." Lucifer heard the conversation but remained silent. Standing across from Jin Hyoke, Palo stubbornly said, "No, it can't end like this. I need to create a heaven where the strong rule. I have to kill those who want to conquer the tower." Jin Hyoke said seriously, "If you do that, no one will climb the tower. That isn't heaven." Palo laughed without concern. "That world is the correct one. Everyone realizes their place and obeys." That is what he... Losing patience, Jin Hyoke cut him off. "Stop spouting nonsense." Behind him, Tam had been summoned. Jin Hyoke continued, "It's time for you to receive your punishment, Palo. Give my regards to Kamen." Looking at Tam's mouth, with its sharp fangs bared, Palo thought, "I can't die like this. The one who understands my ideals. I still haven't seen the world that he will create." He suddenly roared in resistance. "I can't die like this. Supreme Heavenly Lord." A streak of light stretched across the sky. A gigantic dark hand surrounded by a white-edged glow gripped and tore the sky apart like glass, preparing to pull its entire body out through the crack. Zahe stepped out of the void in a gigantic muscular form wrapped in white light, his appearance powerful and imposing, ready to face the world. His face was covered with a white beard and radiant light, appearing full of authority, with eyes emitting a powerful stream of energy that displayed supremacy and absolute strength. Suddenly, a blinding streak of light tore through the sky from above, immediately drawing Jin Hyoke and Palo's attention. Jin Hyoke steadied himself and asked quietly, "What is that?" On this side, the nine-tailed fox also froze and said, "Impossible." Palo laughed confidently, as if certain of victory. "He has answered my plea." Vulcan crossed his arms, and Haryu in front of him also looked up. His voice echoed, "The strongest angel? No, the strongest god of the tower." Uriel's group likewise raised their faces to the sky. Ghi and Lich stood still and watched. Palo continued speaking. "The Supreme Heavenly Lord." A gigantic hand reached out and tore the sky apart. Zahe's majestic figure stepped outside with a brilliant halo. His eyes shone brightly, brimming with power. Zahe spoke. Crane shift. He looked down with dignity, extending one gigantic hand forward as if giving an order or preparing to unleash supreme power. Seeing Zahe's action, the nine-tailed fox suddenly startled. She turned back and shouted a warning. "Everyone run!" A blinding light emitted from his fingertip, immediately forming a brilliant X-shaped energy sphere at the tip, signaling its release. The scene shifted to an ancient castle standing tall beneath a blue sky on the ground of the 190th floor. The voices of bustling townspeople in the market rang out. "All right, this is so cheap. You tower climbers, go get your equipment." A shopkeeper held out a red apple and said, "Try this. It's very sweet." The buyer asked cheerfully, "Really?" He took the apple and said quietly, "Thank you." The moment his hand touched it, the arm he had just raised suddenly vanished into nothingness, leaving only a black shadow stretching across a pure white background. The buyer's eyes widened, still not understanding what was happening. An extremely powerful white light tore through the sky from the upper left corner, instantly causing the majestic castle with its towering black spires and the city below to disappear as though they had never existed. One after another, everything slowly vanished into nothingness. High-rise buildings were swallowed by the blinding light, leaving only mottled streaks of brightness and irreversible erasure. The entire city sank into an intense, pure white radiance, forcing the massive structures to endure merciless destruction, leaving behind only debris and the blazing red color of devastation. A violent burst of energy shot downward, tearing the sky apart and blasting architectural fragments into the air. After the explosion, enormous buildings were ripped apart and toppled disastrously, creating the image of total destruction. The hand of the buyer who had received the apple earlier fell and slowly dissolved. Those who had not yet disappeared completely cried out in panic. The city, it vanished. One person's face was lit with extreme confusion. From the epicenter of destruction, a brilliant golden light, like molten lava, erupted, cracking the ground into burning veins of energy. Thick black dust and smoke billowed upward, covering and swallowing the entire scene, leaving only a blazing pit with twisting yellow-orange streams of energy. Zahe's fingertip was lowering, and the abyss of destruction still burned fiercely. Standing beneath his gigantic body, Palo laughed in triumph. "What a beautiful sight, you bastards!" he roared and declared. "This is the power of my god, the true ruler of the tower. This is the power of Crane Shift." Suddenly, a stream of blazing energy pierced straight through Palo's chest, freezing the smile on his lips while he was still speaking defiantly. "You insects!" Behind Palo, a voice spoke. "That's enough, Palo. I need a vast amount of divine power. There must be a greater price than descending." Amid the golden radiance surrounding him, Zahe raised his hand high, releasing an enormous power meant to destroy Palo before him. He made his decision. "So, give me everything you have." Palo panicked and tried to stop him. "Wait, but Zahe did not listen. He cut him off and continued. "This is exactly what you wished for, the fate of being ruled by the strong." Palo's body gradually dissolved into nothingness. He screamed in agony, "I was loyal to you." Zahe's body radiated a majestic golden light, absorbing all of Palo's life and power into himself. As Palo slowly vanished, he begged in fear, "Spare me. I don't want to die." The surging destructive power was drawn straight into Zahe's mouth. After absorbing that enormous power, Zahe lowered himself and said, "At last, I can move properly." Zahe, rank, Peerless Divine Power, 999 plus. Jin Hyoke suddenly shot upward and began, holding his sword in a stance ready to attack. Jin Hyoke growled, "You're the one behind all of this, aren't you?" Zahe answered directly, without evasion. "That's right. I will kill things like you and create my own heaven." Jin Hyoke replied coldly, "Is that so?" Then Jin Hyoke smirked with confidence and declared, "This will end if I kill you, right? I'll take your life as punishment for killing that traitor Palo on your own." Zahe replied with interest, "You are rather entertaining. Now I understand why Ban likes you." Ban's system window appeared. Crane Shift violates the law, prohibiting peerless ones from interfering with the tower on their own. Jinhai Oke called, "Bun." The system continued. "Do you think the other gods will let this pass?" Zahe looked at the screen and said coldly, "The other gods? Which god would dare oppose me?" He pointed fiercely and said, "After I burn the ground of the 190th floor to ashes and execute that bastard Jin Hyoke, everyone will know." Zahe raised his hand, and in his palm condensed a sphere of pure white light, radiant and sparkling like the most precious jewel. He declared firmly, "I am the master of the tower." From the pure sphere of light in Zahe's hand, a brilliant and violent orange-red stream of energy was fired, tearing apart everything in front of it. Caught by the sudden attack, Jin Hyoke clenched his teeth and thought, "It's that attack again, and it's gotten faster." Vernian's figure appeared, and Jin Hyoke's thoughts continued, "I can't dodge it." In that life-or-death instant, Vernian hugged Jin Hyoke tightly, using his own body to evade and shield him from the blazing red energy rushing toward them. Vernian clenched his teeth and glanced back. After a shot passed, the fiery streak of light flew into the pale blue sky like an energy arrow, gradually fading and disappearing into the endless void. Zahe criticized him arrogantly. "Are you Lucifer's lackey? Resisting is useless." As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce purple surge of power, moving at terrifying speed, shot straight into his face. Zahe turned toward Jhi Unghun and the Nine-Tailed Fox and said angrily, "Are you planning to interfere, Nine-Tailed Fox? And you, Apostle of Test?" She answered without hesitation, "Of course." Jhi Unghun cracked his knuckles and added, "I didn't learn all this just to stay silent." With a determined expression and a cold gaze, Zahe raised his hand high and continued summoning a sphere of energy. "Fine, come at me." A blazing stream of energy shot straight down from above, creating an earth-shattering explosion on the floating rock in midair. Amid the smoke and dust, Jin Hyoke gritted his teeth in anger. He turned to Vernian and said, "Vernian, thanks to you, I'm still alive." Suddenly, his pupils widened. Jin Hyoke said in shock, "You." Then he dropped to his knees and shouted, "Your legs." Vernian said softly, "Apostle, I couldn't watch you die." Startled, Jin Hyoke hurriedly explained, "Why would you go this far? I'm not Lucifer's apostle." Vernian replied, I know. Jin Hyoke froze slightly and cried out, huh. Vernian continued, speaking from the heart. Even so, if Lucifer chose you as the one who will free us from that evil god's rule, then I will protect that prophecy. His jaw tightened as he rasped. They will too. His eyes swept over the glowing angelic souls around them as he continued, They have agreed with me. Jin Hyoke watched and thought, the souls of the dead wingless? Vernian spoke sincerely. Fight alongside us, Jin Hyoke, by devouring our souls. Jin Hyoke suddenly shouted, Devour everyone as souls. Do you understand what that means? It means none of you will be able to move on, reincarnate, or even become undead. That will be the end. Vernian answered solemnly. I prepared myself for this too. Jin Hyoke clenched his teeth and said, But Vernian cut him off. Only you can defeat Zahe. He shouted urgently. We don't have time, Jin Hyoke. You need to do it now. Jin Hyoke clenched his trembling fists and said through gritted teeth, Fine. With burning eyes and a fierce expression, Jin Hyoke opened his mouth wide and swallowed the angel's souls. He made a firm vow, I won't let everyone's efforts go to waste. Jin Hyoke tilted his head back, continuously drawing in the angel's souls, then summoned his power and shouted, Gluttony. Vernian lay below, watching Jin Hyoke intently. In the end, he lowered his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. Thank you. A dazzling sphere of energy erupted, centered on a mysterious black spot split into 4 parts. GHI Ung-hun and the nine-tailed fox joined forces to attack Zahe. GHI Ung-hun clenched his fist and threw a wind-tearing punch at Zahe, thinking, my enemy is a god. If this keeps going, it will be meaningless. On the other side, the nine-tailed fox also created a sphere of energy ready to bring it down. She calculated silently. We have to secure victory by using everything we have. The nine-tailed fox stood amid brilliant violet-pink light, with bands of energy radiating power. Illusory spirit fox. Meanwhile, surrounded by a powerful emerald aura, GHI Ung-hun clenched his fist and charged forward, his eyes glowing fiercely as he prepared to unleash a devastating punch. One-hit straight punch, enhanced crush, 2 radiant surges of power, one emerald and one violet pink, flared up and reflected on both sides of Zahe's aged yet mighty face. After the impact, their power exploded against his body, creating an electric shock that tore through space. Right after the collision, a thick cloud of black smoke rose from Zahe's head, covering his face. The nine-tailed fox turned to GHI Ung-hun and asked about his condition. Are you all right, Apostle of Test? He held his arm and replied, I can't use this arm because of the penalty. A giant hand shot toward him as if trying to grab him, but GHI Ung-hun, still unaware, continued, But with this much power, even the Supreme Heavenly Lord shouldn't be able to. Only after saying that did GHI Ung-hun notice. He turned his head and shouted, Damn it! Zahe's giant hand had seized HI Ung-hun's body, and his other hand stretched out as well, not sparing the nine-tailed fox. Zahe looked at the two of them and growled, How dare you resist the king of the gods? I will not forgive you. He roared in fury. I will not. Zahe stood upright, his entire body blazing within a dazzling golden energy vortex. Clenching both fists, he cursed, You insolent insects. Then his voice sank. I've decided. I will kill every last one of you and destroy the lower floors of this tower. Then those insolent insects will never be able to get out again. Below, everyone looked up in panic at the sky as it shattered. Zahe's voice echoed. I will seal the gates to every tower. I will create my own paradise where no one will ever dare challenge my authority again. Jin Hyoke's eyes rolled back in pain. The nine-tailed fox was no exception. She gritted her teeth and tried to endure. Suddenly, a high-speed, razor-sharp black slash swept past and decisively severed both of Zahe's arms in an instant. Zahe froze in surprise at what had just happened. A familiar voice rang out. How ridiculous! Jin Hyoke called softly. Then came a sharp cry. Before them stood Jin Hyoke. He carried his sword over his shoulder, looked down, and said, Who said they would just let you do that? The nine-tailed fox observed Jin Hyoke and assessed silently. That enormous amount of divine power cut off Zahe's arms. Did he absorb the power of the wingless? But if that's the case, Zahe suddenly burst into laughter. He let out a furious roar. You fool, a mere human, yet so greedy. You even ate Lucifer's lackeys. It seems you've gathered power close to that of a god. Ignoring his wounds, Zahe spread his severed hands, and a violent stream of energy shot from them. He declared, you don't have enough authority to contain that divine power. Jin Hyoke swiftly darted between the beams of light, dodging Zahe's attacks, while Zahe's voice continued to echo through the air. You have received divine power above your level. It will continue burning your body until you collapse. Jin Hyoke clenched his jaw and looked toward Zahe. In spite of everything, Zahe stretched out his giant hand as if to seize Jin Hyoke, who was flying with pure white angel wings. Zahe said, I will crush you. Jin Hyoke's eyes widened, his pupils glowing with a brilliant purple light like magical flame. Black and violet-pink currents surrounded him, signaling the eruption of his power. Zahe's giant hand rushed forward and collided violently with the radiant purple energy emitted by Jin Hyoke, creating a blinding explosion of light and lightning in midair. Zahe shouted, that is... Below, Jian was just as shocked. He cried out in disbelief. Demonic energy? But the power Jin Hyoke consumed was divine power. The nine-tailed fox beside him stiffened and said, impossible. Time rewound. Jin Hyoke drew all the angels' souls into his body and shouted, gluttony. Jin Hyoke clenched his teeth, absorbing all the energy. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and from within, a blazing golden sphere of energy erupted violently. Jin Hyoke strained in thought. Divine power is flowing in endlessly. If this continues, suddenly, the system appeared. It reminded him, stay calm. Jin Hyoke struggled to look at the system screen and called out, Lucifer. It continued to notify him. You must already have a clue about how to solve this problem. He remembered standing before Lucifer's statue, the image of him engraved deeply in Jin Hyoke's widened pupils. A giant purple-black wing with prominent veins suddenly burst out, tearing through the air. On the other side was a pure, snow-white angel wing. A thought surfaced. By converting the abundant divine power into demonic power, and by balancing the two forces, you can neutralize the pressure. In midair, Jin Hyoke appeared as a combination of opposites. One side magical purple-black, the other radiant white gold, with a shining diamond-shaped mass of energy at the center. He smirked and called, Zenith. From high above, he flew with opposing wings, looking down majestically at Zahe below. Realizing the problem, Zahe gritted his teeth and hissed. That form, Zahe let out a furious roar. Lucifer, Jinyu Basta Noburts. He said coldly, all right, let's end this, Zahe. In Zahe's palm, a pitch-black, dark, and powerful sphere formed. He growled, how dare you? Zahe fired a spiraling golden surge of energy like a flaming drill, sweeping away everything in its path as he continued roaring. You mock me with that form? The power rushed forward with explosive pressure. Jin Hyoke's eyes flashed defiantly, one side with a bewitching purple glow and the other with a brilliant golden light, showing that he was concentrating his power to the utmost. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the light and declared, dream on. Zahe silently assessed him. How can he block my divine power so easily? Does that mean his divine power is equal to mine? Jin Hyoke raised a hand with sharp claws, wrapped in purple magical flame, and smirked. Don't be so surprised just because one attack got blocked. Jin Hyoke swung his sword and summoned his power. Primordial Chaos, Myriad Transformation, Divine Artifact. The blade, burning in purple magical flame, was raised, sharp and ferocious. He shot toward Zahe and declared, because this time, your neck will be cut off. Zahe clenched his fists in anger and shouted, how dare a lowly insect like you? The moment the brilliant purple slash collided with Zahe, a blinding white explosion of light erupted, spreading violent rays of energy. The collision created an explosion of absolute white light, surrounded by hazy rainbow vortices, shaking and distorting space itself. Below, everyone watched and murmured anxiously, he's fighting Zahe. Can he win? Harry called softly, Big Brother. She shouted to encourage him, don't lose. Harry cried out loudly, Big Brother. Blood had begun to trickle from the corner of Jin Hyoke's mouth. In his demonized form, Jin Hyoke roared in fury and poured all his strength into this attack. His blade gradually began to shatter Zahei's divine body, and small cracks appeared in Zahei's hand. With a sharp swish, the demon god blade broke through Zahei's hand, grazed his body, and severed his entire arm. Zahei was extremely shocked, his brows drawn tight, and unease filled his heart. I am a god whose divine power surpasses the tower. Zahei looked toward Jin Hyoke, and a thought suddenly surfaced. Could he possibly be using divine power on the same level as mine? Jin Hyoke smirked and thought to himself, and demonic energy too? Zahei refused to accept defeat. He screamed madly, "Impossible! I'm a god. I'm a master of this tower." Zahei's severed fingers floated in midair, surrounded by burning golden currents of energy, then gradually dissolved into nothingness. Zahei screamed, "No way!" A soul whose entire body shone like orange flame moved toward him, and many more souls appeared around it. Zahei's scream echoed through the air. "How could humans surpass me?" Jin Hyoke cut him off coldly. "No, you're not a god." He pointed straight at Zahei and said bluntly, "You're just a coward who is afraid." Zahei gritted his teeth as he listened to Jin Hyoke's next words. "Afraid that someone might surpass you." Two radiant souls flew toward Jin Hyoke. Zahei shouted, "Shut up. Let's see if you can still run your mouth after this attack." Jin Hyoke froze as he looked at the two beams of light aimed straight at him. Absolute power erupted, forming a gigantic white and blazing orange fireball that swallowed everything in its destructive fury. Zahei sneered, "A man who gained power by absorbing Lucifer's flies. You look so." The intense light engulfed the entire scene, reflecting in Zahei's pupils the distorted figure of someone bursting with energy, making Zahei fall silent. Amid the ruined scene and the brilliant light after the explosion, Zahei gaped in astonishment at Jin Hyoke, who was flying with contrasting wings and swinging his flaming sword in a powerful arc. Jin Hyoke put a mask over his face and answered in a low voice, "Unlike you." Images of the angels' souls flashed through Jin Hyoke's mind. He continued, "The people you treated like flies." Vernian's smile suddenly flashed by. Jin Hyoke declared confidently, "They were far braver than you." The more he spoke, the more agitated Zahei became. Zahei cursed angrily, "You stupid bastard." With a demon mask on his face, purple horns, and blazing eyes, Jin Hyoke unleashed a powerful slash, tearing through the brilliant purple energy as it shot straight into the abyss glowing like lava. The slash pierced through Zahei's body, making him tremble violently. Zahei's body was completely engulfed in brilliant purple light and lightning. The system and Zahei faced each other. Zahei's system displayed, "Did you come here to laugh at me?" It repeated the name Van. On the other side, Van's system answered, just as he said, "You really are a coward. Even though you possessed immense power, you crush those with potential, and you try to crush him as well." Van accused him, fearing and crushing those with talent. "That is the reason for your defeat." Zahei. On the other side, there was only dead silence. Then a line of text appeared, "Damn it." At last, it shattered in an instant. Outside, Zahei's body was also gradually vanishing into nothingness. In his final moments, he stubbornly shouted, "Impossible! I am a master of the tower." Jin Hyoke said nothing more and unleashed a destructive burst of energy to end everything, and Zahei took the fatal attack head-on. Zahei's body broke apart. His cracked fragments floated in the air, then dissolved into the dazzling light of the finishing blow. Against the deep blue sky, the last piece of his head shattered and drifted through the air like weightless bits of stone. His tragic end came as the last remnants of the villain turned into tiny fragments and disappeared forever into nothingness. Jin Hyoke calmly withdrew his power and thought, "The power that my whole body couldn't endure is disappearing." Holding the mask, Jin Hyoke glanced in one direction and said, "That's enough, right?" Vernian's soul and the souls of the other angels were there. Jin Hyoke smiled and continued, "I avenged all of you." Vernian smiled in satisfaction, as if thanking him, then gradually disappeared. Jin Hyoke stood there silently, watching Vernian's body fade away. In the end, he lowered his eyes and thought, "Now I've reached my limit." He relaxed and let his body fall freely through the endless sky. A hand reached out to catch Jin Hyoke. Harry held his body tightly. Jean Hyoke's eyes opened faintly, and the first thing he saw was her figure. Harry's voice kept calling out, "Big brother, big brother, big brother." Everyone was gathered there and asked after him, "Are you awake?" Jean Hyoke looked around once and replied, "Everyone, you're all safe." Then he gently closed his eyes and said softly, "What a relief." Harry cried out in panic, "Big brother!" Everyone ran over anxiously and shouted, "What's going on?" "Wake up, Jazin Hiu!" She screamed in fear again and again. "Big brother, please open your eyes. Big brother." 1 month later, the underground floors of the Holy Kingdom that had been sold off became the property of those who opposed the heavenly realm under Goldrick's management. After losing their leader, the four emperors began clashing with one another. The highest floors of the tower fell into chaos, and they could no longer focus on the lower floors. The 190th floor, entrance to the next floor. Hendrik glanced over and asked, "Did you rest well?" Jean Hyoke massaged his shoulder and replied, "I rested so long that my body's gone stiff." Harry also chimed in, "You used enough power to defeat a god, so of course you had to rest that much." Miho below agreed, "That's right." Jean Hyoke nodded and spoke his thoughts aloud. Zai's scheme to choose and eliminate us has failed. Now there's no one left to stop us. Jean Hyoke's face was filled with determination as he spoke. "Now let's go sweep the tower clean." Everyone shouted in unison, "All right, let's do it. Let's go." After their glorious victory, Jean Hyoke's entire team stepped together through the radiant blue swirling gate, opening a new beginning and bringing their great journey to a close.